Chapter 1, April 27th, 2023, Madison Square Garden. The head coach of the New York Knicks, Tom Thibodeau, stood in the training facility, vociferously reprimanding his players. "Hey, is this the attitude you bring to the NBA playoffs? You must understand who your opponent is. Giannis from Milwaukee will show you no mercy on the grand stage of the postseason." Tom Thibodeau's voice reverberated through the training arena of Madison Square Garden, instilling a palpable sense of trepidation among the Knicks players under the authoritative weight of his tone. Despite having spent nearly 3 seasons together, they remained unaccustomed to the stern demeanor of the seasoned coach. They were merely young men in their 20s, each earning millions and belonging to the elite echelon of sports talent globally. Yet here they were, being chastised like wayward children by a man well past 50, a stark contrast that bred discontent in their hearts. However, within this modest roster of 14, 2 players exhibited a remarkably different approach to training compared to their peers. One was Jalen Brunson, who had recently been traded to the Knicks this season. Even amidst Thibodeau's stringent training environment, he appeared somewhat indifferent, casually toying with a basketball on the other side, evidently dismissive of the coach's admonitions. In July of the previous year, Jalen Brunson made the decision to leave the Dallas Mavericks, seeking a fresh start. The Knicks, desperate for a top-tier point guard to make a playoff impact, eagerly extended an olive branch to him. Mutual interest swiftly culminated in a 4-year, $104 million contract. Thus, Brunson joined the New York Knicks as their starting point guard. Last season, Brunson had tasted the playoffs with the Mavericks, reaching the Western Conference Finals. This experience unleashed a transformation in him, as the heightened intensity of the postseason fostered a remarkable evolution in his skills. Since joining the Knicks, he consistently delivered stellar performances, averaging 24 points and 6 assists per game this regular season, a significant leap from his previous averages of 16 points and 4.8 assists with the Mavericks. Under his leadership, alongside Julius Randle and R.J. Barrett, the Knicks secured the 5th seed in the Eastern Conference, advancing to the playoffs where they faced the Cleveland Cavaliers, a team boasting a formidable Twin Tower lineup and a powerful backcourt. Against the odds, they triumphed with a 41 victory, earning their place in the second round of the playoffs. During the postseason, with one of the team's key players, Julius Randle, sidelined due to injury, Brunson assumed the mantle of leadership, single-handedly overcoming the Cavaliers' dynamic duo, thereby propelling the Knicks to an unexpected victory. Undoubtedly, he emerged as a pivotal figure for New York, a cornerstone for the team's future aspirations. Thus, he possessed the leverage to dismiss the coach's reprimands without concern. In any arena, it remains true that if one possesses the requisite talent, certain privileges exist beyond the confines of conventional rules. The other player who stood apart from his teammates' lackadaisical attitude during training was the benchwarmer, Derrick Rose. Derrick Rose, the youngest MVP in NBA history, had succumbed to a series of debilitating injuries, relegating him to the bench. This season with the Knicks, he participated in 27 games, averaging a mere 12 minutes of playtime and a scant 5.6 points per game. For a 34-year-old veteran, such statistics are often a harbinger of an impending career twilight. Yet, Rose remained unfazed by these figures. Even if Coach Thibodeau was reluctant to grant him playing time, he maintained an unwavering commitment to his training regimen, striving to optimize his condition. Having navigated the NBA for over a decade, Derrick Rose understood that opportunities favor the prepared. Only when one is ready can they seize the life-altering chances that arise. His resolute visage glistened with perspiration from rigorous training as he chose to isolate himself, seated alone in a corner of the training facility, cradling a basketball. He cast a glance at his aching knee, acutely aware of the physical discomfort coursing through him. In an effort to alleviate the pain, Rose adapted his resting position from leaning against the wall to lying flat on the floor, finding a modicum of solace in this newfound comfort. At 34, he stood at the precipice of the typical athlete's career conclusion. After enduring multiple significant injuries, Rose was no exception. The nagging pain in his knee post-training served as a somber reminder of his nearing retirement. Yet each time, Rose would apply ice packs to his fragile knee, unwilling to concede to the end of his professional journey. He firmly believed that he still had more to give. His career was replete with awe-inspiring moments, albeit from a time prior to his injuries. Derrick Rose hailed from one of the most perilous neighborhoods in Chicago. For children in such an environment, there were three paths to ascend the socioeconomic ladder: con artist, thug, or athlete. In this landscape, socially adept youths often found themselves inducted into gangs under the patronage of their leaders, engaging in illicit activities. Should they choose this route, their lives would veer sharply from one path to another, with lifelong imprisonment as their likely fate. Conversely, to refuse could mean failing to witness the dawn of another day. In this realm, life was as fragile as a blade of grass. Existence carried little weight for gang members, forcing impressionable youths to heed the commands of their factions, teetering on the brink of legality. Although the gang members were primarily engaged in unlawful endeavors, there existed a code among them: stay away from athletes. In essence, the identity of an athlete served as a safety pass, enabling these children to navigate the chaotic streets with relative security. Derrick Rose emerged as the standout athlete from this tumultuous neighborhood, without peer. In the sole outdoor basketball court amidst the chaos, such exchanges were commonplace. When a self-proclaimed gang member sought to exploit his power by coercing a child on the court into servitude, his leader would swiftly intervene. "Hey, don't disturb him, let him play. He's Derrick Rose." The name Derrick Rose resonated as the most illustrious within this tumultuous community, eclipsing even the notoriety of gang leaders. This phenomenon arose from his status as a locally bred basketball prodigy, renowned throughout his youth for his extraordinary talent. His speed and explosiveness left even professional players in awe. During high school, Rose's popularity soared to such heights that every game required him to play at the United Center, home of the Chicago Bulls, simply to accommodate his fervent fan base. As a native of Chicago, who grew up enthralled by stories of Michael Jordan, Rose became the darling of the United Center crowd, the second beloved figure following Jordan's legacy. Upon entering the University of Memphis, guided by the esteemed coach John Calipari, Rose showcased his unparalleled breakthrough ability, leading his upperclassmen to an astounding NCAA record of 33 wins and 1 loss as a freshman. They narrowly fell short in the championship during overtime, almost claiming the national title. Dubbed a basketball prodigy, Rose prepared for the 2008 NBA draft, a year that was anything but lackluster. Following the emergence of two potential superstars, Greg Oden and Kevin Durant, the depth of talent in this draft class was formidable. On the bench at UCLA, a guard named Russell Westbrook burst onto the scene, showcasing explosive athleticism and earning recognition as the nation's top high school player. O.J. Mayo, another rising star, had made a name for himself, training alongside NBA legends like Kobe Bryant and Jason Kidd. Not to mention the nearby University of Kansas, where a certain Michael Beasley, despite occasionally waking with slightly bleary eyes, effortlessly amassed double-doubles on the NCAA stage, casually achieving statistics such as 30 points and 20 rebounds. At that time, many even believed he possessed a talent more formidable than last year's second overall pick, Kevin Durant. Prior to the 2008 NBA draft, the league had only selected 4-point guards as the first overall pick throughout its history. These illustrious players were the legendary Oscar Robertson, Lucas II, the iconic Magic Johnson, who epitomized an era, and lastly, the 1996 draft class, Allen Iverson. Indeed, it is no small feat to select a point guard as the cornerstone of a franchise, guiding the team towards success. Yet, Derrick Rose emerged as the first overall pick, surpassing the likes of Russell Westbrook and O.J. Mayo to claim the pinnacle. As for the subsequent events, we are all well aware that Derrick Rose, this prodigious talent hailing from Chicago, was ultimately acquired by his hometown team. His innate abilities and the performances he exhibited did not disappoint a franchise that had once been elevated to the zenith of basketball by the legendary Michael Jordan. In his inaugural playoff game, he exploded for 36 points and 11 assists, engaging in a grueling 7-game battle against the formidable Boston Celtics, a series that featured a total of 7 overtime periods. Through such remarkable displays, Derrick Rose earned the trust of Chicago's ardent fans, who elevated him to a starting position in the All-Star game. He would carry this honor as a means to reciprocate the affection bestowed upon him by the supporters. Fast forward to 2011, when LeBron James, Chris Bosh, and Dwayne Wade formed a staggering super trio that sent shockwaves through the league, all vying for the championship. The two-time MVP, LeBron James, was in pursuit of his third MVP award. Little did he anticipate that the 2011 regular season MVP would belong to Derrick Rose, the rising star in just his third year in the league. In 2011, under Derrick Rose's leadership, the Chicago Bulls achieved an impressive 62 wins, the best record in the entire league. This remarkable feat not only allowed them to surpass the Miami Heat, who boasted the superstar trio, to claim the top spot in the Eastern Conference, but also relegated the defending champions, the Lakers, led by Kobe Bryant and Pau Gasol, to a lower standing. Thus, at the tender age of 22, Derrick Rose was crowned the regular season MVP, making him the youngest player in history to receive this accolade. His age evoked memories for the Bulls' management of a certain legendary figure, while the fans sensed a glimmer of hope for the team's resurgence. The first 3 years of his career unfolded like a tale of an invincible protagonist. Selected by his hometown team, he led the Bulls to an unparalleled 62-win season in just his third year and became the youngest MVP in history. All these achievements served as a poignant reminder of the extraordinary potential this young man possessed. However, Derrick Rose soon faced a pivotal moment in his career. In the first game of the 2012 playoffs, during the final minute and a half, Derrick Rose suddenly collapsed on the court during an offensive play. In agony, he curled up on the floor, clutching his knee, while Coach Tom Thibodeau and his teammates rushed to his side, frantic and helpless as they witnessed their prodigious talent sprawled on the hardwood. Coach Thibodeau felt a pang of regret for overexerting his star player, but the immediate priority was to carry Rose off the court. As the cornerstone of the franchise, Derrick Rose symbolized the team's future. Yet only he understood that from that moment onward, his career would take a drastically different trajectory. Following Rose's injury, the Chicago Bulls, lacking their star player, fell to the 8th-seeded Philadelphia 76ers, marking the fifth occurrence of an 8th seed defeating a first seed in NBA history. After the game, it was confirmed that Derrick Rose had suffered a torn ACL, sidelining him for the remainder of the season. Thus, the Bulls' promising 2012 campaign came to an abrupt end, forcing the passionate Chicago fans to pause their expectations and instead pray for Rose's recovery. In the 2013 season, Derrick Rose made his long-awaited return. In the games he played, he averaged 15.9 points and 4.3 assists. While these numbers paled in comparison to his previous seasons, they indicated that he was gradually moving in a positive direction. Yet, fate dealt another cruel blow after just 10 games. Derrick Rose faced another setback with a torn meniscus in his right knee, leading to yet another season-ending injury. This was meant to be a season where the Rose would bloom, showcasing its splendor, yet it had to come to an abrupt end. As the new season commenced, Derrick Rose had not yet managed to reclaim his form from previous injuries when he was once again struck by a severe setback. The relentless injuries tormented both his body and spirit, transforming the once celebrated prodigy of Chicago into a fragile figure, leaving him ensnared in despair. With years of injuries weighing heavily upon him, the Chicago Bulls found it untenable to endure the continuous plight of their star player. A dynasty that had claimed 6 championships could not afford to wait indefinitely for Derrick Rose. Thus, in 2016, the Chicago Bulls chose to elevate Jimmy Butler, parting ways with the prodigy they had once selected, Derrick Rose. Consequently, Derrick Rose embarked on a journey of wandering within the league. The once unstoppable Windy City child, known for his swift maneuvers, had become a mere bench player for other teams, the reverence he once commanded now a distant memory. Conversations surrounding the name Derrick Rose were now tinged with regret. People lamented the greatness of Rose at his peak, marveling at his ability to challenge the Heat's Big Three single-handedly, to outpace Russell Westbrook in mid-flight, and to execute flawless dunks. Yet, where was the peak of Derrick Rose? As he lay helplessly on the floor, contemplating his future, a flurry of footsteps abruptly echoed through the New York Knicks training facility. Assistant Coach Johnson forcefully flung open the door, clutching a report as he rushed inside, immediately seeking out head coach Tom Thibodeau. Upon locating the familiar figure, he strode purposefully towards Thibodeau, thrusting the paper into his hands. Thibodeau, who had just been vociferously reprimanding the players, instantly grasped that something significant had transpired upon seeing Johnson's grave expression. Grabbing the data sheet, Thibodeau's gaze fell upon the final score of the recently concluded Game 5 between the Miami Heat and the Milwaukee Bucks. The shocking result of 128 to 126, favoring the Miami Heat, left him momentarily stunned, struggling to accept this reality. The regular season champions, the Milwaukee Bucks, favored by betting houses to clinch the title, had been toppled by the injury-riddled Miami Heat. Giannis Antetokounmpo's 38 points and 20 rebounds, alongside Chris Middleton's 33 points and 6 rebounds, shone brightly on the stat sheet. In the high-stakes environment of the playoffs, players capable of scoring 20 points are considered formidable, while those achieving 30 or even double-doubles are deemed leaders of their teams. Yet, this formidable Bucks team had fallen to the Heat. Thibodeau's mind raced with turmoil. They had anticipated facing the Bucks in the next round and had even shortened the players' rest periods to maintain optimal competitive condition, aiming to secure a victory on the opponent's home turf. The Bucks' elimination, while a blessing, meant that all their recent efforts had been in vain, necessitating a complete overhaul to prepare for a new opponent. But was there enough time? Thibodeau's eyes drifted back to the stat sheet, focusing on the Heat star player, Jimmy Butler. Once a late first-round pick and formerly the defensive stalwart for the Chicago Bulls, Butler had been a sidekick to Derrick Rose. Contemplating this, Thibodeau gazed at the fallen Derrick Rose on the floor, reflecting on their disparate circumstances. It was a poignant reminder of how drastically their paths had diverged. One had risen to prominence as the team leader, while the other struggled for playing time as a mere role player. Gripping the report tightly, Thibodeau slowly released it, smoothing out the creases before returning it to assistant coach Johnson. He then picked up his whistle and blew it forcefully. "Everyone, gather around. I have something important to share regarding our next round opponent." Thibodeau's piercing gaze swept over every player in the training facility, causing an unsettling chill to run down their spines. Even Jalen Brunson, who had been somewhat nonchalant moments before, instinctively shrank back into line. As a coach with over a decade of experience, Thibodeau had his own distinct style. He was known for his defensive focus, seriousness, and stern demeanor. In the training facility, he was the unchallenged authority, his directives unquestioned even by the management. The Miami Heat have just completed a stunning upset over the Milwaukee Bucks, achieving the impossible, Thibodeau declared. Upon hearing this, the Knicks players could hardly contain their emotions, gasping in disbelief at the news that the regular season champions, the Bucks, had been eliminated in the first round. How could Jimmy Butler's Miami Heat have accomplished such a feat? Julius Randle shook his head, still in disbelief. Just moments ago, he had been boasting to Barrett about how he would contain Giannis in the next series, yet now Giannis was out? A smile crept across Randle's face. Did this not imply that he would lead the New York Knicks to the Eastern Conference Finals? When was the last time the Knicks had reached the conference finals? Their star player back then was Patrick Ewing, wasn't he? Could it be that he would be compared to Patrick Ewing, a city hero? In an instant, Randle found himself engulfed in euphoria. Beside him, Barrett was equally exhilarated, hastily checking his phone to assess the Heat's backcourt. Kyle Lowry? Martin? Vincent? Struss? Duncan Robinson? What were these names? He yearned for a 30 average. Amid their jubilant celebration, Thibodeau blew his whistle again. Silence. Do not presume that a change in opponent means an easy victory. This is the NBA. There are no weak teams. If they could topple the Milwaukee Bucks, their chances against us are not negligible. Do you really think you are significantly stronger than the Bucks? Have the previous encounters in the regular season not illuminated your standing? Tom Thibodeau's mustache bristled with agitation as his voice echoed throughout the training facility at Madison Square Garden, burdened by immense pressure. He recognized that while the team was undeniably gifted, the journey to harness that talent cohesively remained arduous. The Eastern Conference was no pushover. Even in the absence of the Milwaukee Bucks, formidable opponents like the Philadelphia 76ers and the Boston Celtics loomed large. While the younger players might indulge in reckless abandon, Thibodeau, as the head coach, understood the imperative of maintaining a composed demeanor. As the distractions on the training court subsided, Thibodeau resumed speaking. Our match against the Miami Heat is set for May 1st, which gives us 3 days to prepare. Before we embark on that, let me introduce the Miami Heat. They comprise a roster of late first-round picks and undrafted players, with only Bam Adebayo standing out as a high-profile talent. However, do not let their lack of star power lull you into complacency. It is precisely this deficiency in raw talent that has forged their steely resolve. Their hallmark lies in their stamina and tenacity. Following his introduction, the 15 players on the Miami Heat roster became transparent under Thibodeau's scrutiny. Their strengths and weaknesses laid bare before the New York Knicks. This knowledge was a fundamental aspect of his role as an NBA head coach. While it may seem impressive to the layperson, Thibodeau remained vigilant, acutely aware that the Miami Heat were far from an easy adversary. They boasted two of the NBA's top 15 coaches in history, Pat Riley and his protege, Erik Spoelstra. Having witnessed Spoelstra's office firsthand during the tumultuous aftermath of the 2015 season, when the star-studded trio disbanded. Leaving Chris Bosh as the lone remnant in Miami, Thibodeau noted Spoelstra's unwavering dedication. Rather than succumbing to the impending rebuild, Spoelstra intensified his efforts, distributing a comprehensive manual each season titled The Heat Way, which delineated the team's core principles. Prominently inscribed within was Spoelstra's declaration: "We aspire to be the most diligent, prepared, professional, selfless, toughest, most loathed team in the NBA." The accompanying images often depicted bloody collisions, symbolizing the Miami Heat's affinity for confrontation and their fearless embrace of adversity. This experience profoundly impacted Thibodeau, instilling in him a deep respect for Spoelstra, as he prepared to confront Spoelstra and the indomitable Miami Heat once more. Thibodeau was indifferent to the presence of superstars on their roster. His focus lay solely on Spoelstra and the strategic decisions he would make. NBA games are not merely contests of athletic prowess, but intricate battles of wits between coaches. "Gentlemen, I want you to understand that the playoffs are no laughing matter," Thibodeau asserted. "We can afford to be lackadaisical during the regular season, but once we enter the playoffs, we must steel ourselves. You do not wish to return home prematurely. You desire lucrative contracts and to deliver thrilling performances to our fans, correct?" Thibodeau's voice resonated within the training facility, this unassuming figure commanding attention. "Indeed, we are the most formidable team in the NBA. Our goal is the championship." The players of the New York Knicks promptly responded to Thibodeau's rallying cry. "Excellent." Thibodeau smiled. "Next, I shall announce the roster for the second round of the playoffs. As you know, the intensity of the playoffs and our offensive and defensive systems allow for only 8 players in the rotation. However, this list is not set in stone. It represents our coaching staff's preliminary selections. Therefore, those whose names are not mentioned must remain prepared, as the team may require your contributions in critical moments. Julius Randle, Jalen Brunson, Barrett, Hart, Mitchell Robinson." As Thibodeau called out the names of these 5 starters, the faces of the other players remained stoic. These individuals constituted the core of the Knicks' playoff aspirations, and their inclusion in the rotation was assured. The attention of the remaining players now turned to the final 3 spots. Thibodeau paused before continuing, quickly, Grimes, Obi Toppin. With this, the Knicks' 8-man playoff rotation was finalized. As Thibodeau's words hung in the air, the remaining players felt a surge of anxiety. Evan Fournier, who had averaged 17 minutes of playing time during the regular season, found himself unexpectedly omitted from the rotation. Eager to contribute in the playoffs, Fournier clenched his fists in frustration, rationalizing that his exclusion stemmed from a lack of ability rather than any failure on the coach's part. On the opposite side, Derrick Rose exhaled a sigh of resignation. He had long anticipated his absence from the playoff rotation, having spent the previous 2 months relegated to the bench. Familiar with Thibodeau's tendencies from years of collaboration, Rose understood that if he had not received playing time during the regular season, he would likely be relegated to spectator status during the playoffs. As Fournier vented his grievances to teammates, Rose settled onto the opposite bench, observing Jalen Brunson engaged in tactical discussions with core players Randle and Barrett, his heart heavy with nostalgia. Once, during his tenure as the star of the Chicago Bulls, Brunson, then still a student, had approached him, eager for an autograph, declaring himself a fan. The chasm between the two has grown insurmountably vast. Derrick Rose grasped his mobile device, and as he witnessed Jimmy Butler leading the Miami Heat to an upset victory over Giannis and the Milwaukee Bucks, propelling them into the Eastern Conference semifinals, a bittersweet smile crept upon his lips, tinged with a hint of envy. Rose fought back tears, gazing up at the ceiling of the training facility. The New York Knicks, touted as the franchise with the highest valuation in the NBA, boasted the largest fan base and the most vibrant market. Upon his arrival, he confirmed this assertion. The atmosphere was electric, the fans were fervent, and the home court was impeccable. Yet, it all felt constricted, too small for a veteran like him, at 34 years old, devoid of opportunities to step onto the court. As he approaches 35, he pondered, would any team still consider offering him a contract? Turning back to the expansive training space, he felt an overwhelming sense of alienation. Once, he had been the cornerstone of a team, from a prodigy to a player known for his fragility. Who could fathom the trials he had endured? Acknowledging his inability to contribute to the playoffs, Derrick Rose donned his training attire and exited Madison Square Garden's practice facility. As other role players attempted to dissuade him from leaving, assistant coach Johnson intervened, urging them to let him go. There is no purpose in him remaining here. He is past his prime. Johnson's voice resonated behind Rose. Upon hearing this, Rose hesitated momentarily, then, disregarding the players blocking his path, strode out of the arena. Upon returning to his villa, disheartened, he retreated into his room. On the wall hung a framed photograph of a youthful Derrick Rose clad in a Chicago Bulls jersey, a portrait of vigor and promise. The iconic Bulls #1 jersey seemed to transport him back to a time when he was a force in the league, the 23-year-old Rookie of the Year. All-NBA First Team, the youngest regular season MVP. These accolades had filled his trophy cabinet at merely 23, yet 11 years had elapsed, and besides those honors, he had made no further strides. Rose lay helplessly on his bed, reflecting on the years gone by, often wishing he could turn back time. Wishing he had never been injured, wishing he could reclaim his former glory. But life rarely accommodates such wishes. As he cocooned himself beneath the covers, a voice echoed in his mind. Hey, Derrick Rose, do you yearn to return to your pinnacle and reclaim that elusive respect from others? Yes, I certainly do. I want to reclaim everything that belongs to me. The voice had ignited a fervor within him. I am Derrick Rose. I am the child of the Windy City. I am the youngest regular season MVP in history. In a state of fervent delirium, he hastily responded, oblivious to the identity of the voice's owner. Regaining his composure, he inquired, Who are you? Why do you ask me this? His face flushed with embarrassment, beads of sweat forming on his brow from tension. The excitement in his eyes mirrored that of a gambler blinded by desperation, willing to wager everything without certainty. You need not concern yourself with my identity. Simply tell me, are you willing to make an exchange? Forfeit all that you possess now to reclaim the talent you once had. Gasping for breath, Rose's mind began to stabilize upon hearing the condition. Think, Derrick. Once, the people of Chicago regarded you as the next Michael Jordan, placing their hopes upon your shoulders. Yet, how have you repaid them? Through years of injury, you were lauded as the child of the Windy City, but what have you delivered? Only ceaseless anguish. Your prime was squandered on hospital beds. You have become a player of mere reputation. The true Derrick Rose perished at 23. No, do not say that. Derrick Rose slumped helplessly onto his bed, tears streaming from his crimson eyes. Over the years, from a once celebrated talent to a player known for his fragility, who could comprehend the scorn he had faced? Fine, I will exchange. I shall prove myself. The name Derrick Rose will again resonate as one of the most distinguished players in the NBA. On a brisk autumn afternoon, within an indoor basketball court, two young Asian boys engaged in a one-on-one match. Juan, you have to let me win a couple of times, right? You're like LeBron James now. No. You're like LeBron with a jump shot. But I want you back down. Let us continue. Lin Hao protested defiantly. Buddy, you're outmatched. Wang Chun replied with a smile, then executed a step-back move, raising his left hand to launch a three-pointer. Lin Hao and Wang Chun, both students from China studying in Miami, were not only friends in life but also teammates on the court. By the time they reached their sophomore year, Wang Chun had already been recognized as Florida's top high school athlete, hailed by numerous prestigious universities and media as the premier high school player in the nation. Despite his Asian descent, his fame in Miami was undiminished. He was a pride of the local streetball scene. His extraordinary athletic prowess and tenacious playing style left all who witnessed him in awe. Some even proclaimed him to be a sharpshooting LeBron James. Amid such accolades, Wang Chun's name became synonymous with the next Asian sensation poised to enter the NBA. The fans of Miami eagerly await the moment he will step into the NBA, with some even penning letters to the team's general manager, Pat Riley, urging him to orchestrate a rebuilding season. If the team could secure the first high school recruit studying in Miami, it would indeed be a remarkable tale. On the court, Wang Chun possesses an effortless scoring ability, capable of sinking the basketball from any location or angle. However, he prefers to utilize his passing to elevate his teammates, controlling the rhythm of the game and guiding it toward victory. Lin Hao, primarily playing the shooting guard position, frequently receives Wang Chun's quick passes. Standing at 206 centimeters, Wang Chun operates as a small forward with a penchant for playmaking. His exceptional court awareness and control render the presence of a traditional point guard unnecessary within their team. As Wang Chun's closest friend, Lin Hao often becomes his primary passing target, resulting in a notable uptick in his performance statistics. As a shooting guard, Lin Hao excels in scoring through back-to-the-basket isolation plays and mid-range jump shots. Although his fame does not rival that of Wang Chun, he still harbors aspirations of reaching the NBA. The duo, who have been inseparable since high school, are likely to become exceptional teammates in the league. Having just clinched a state championship trophy for their school in the spring, the upcoming year marks their final high school season, during which they dream of securing another championship title for their team. With ambitious dreams, their ultimate goal remains a brighter tomorrow. Yet, as fate would have it, the heavens, envious of Wang Chen's bestowed talents, intervened far too soon. One afternoon, while walking hand-in-hand with his girlfriend from the school gates, Wang Chen encountered 3 young African-American men blocking his path. Upon politely uttering "excuse me," he attempted to pass through. However, the trio paid no heed to his courtesy. With 3 gunshots resounding, Wang Chen collapsed in a pool of blood, the bullets having struck his chest at close range. After more than 10 hours of emergency treatment, he departed from this world the following evening, leaving Miami's fans with nothing but profound sorrow. At that time, Lin Hao was merely 50 meters away from Wang Chen and the 3 black men. He clearly had the opportunity to intervene. Unable to accept the unfolding tragedy, Lin Hao, after experiencing profound sorrow, inscribed the number 25 in white spray paint on the outer wall of the indoor basketball court where he often challenged Wang Chen. This wall has remained intact to this day, silently narrating the tragedy that befell that brilliant young man to every passerby. Today, Lin Hao is 22 years old and has just participated in the NBA draft of 2014. Strangely, no team was willing to select him with any of their picks. Some teams even refused to allow him to attend trials, claiming that Lin Hao's shooting lacked consistency and that his proficiency in mid-range shots had become outdated. Today's guards must be adept at three-point shooting. After failing to be drafted, Lin Hao sat helplessly on his couch at home, staring at the number 23 jersey hanging on the wall. He gazed at it for a long time. "Brother, I'm sorry, but I can no longer help you realize your dream of breaking into the NBA. This era is different. What I once took pride in, the mid-range shot, they now deem worthless. Yet, Kobe and Michael used that very style to lead their teams to championships. You know I've always idolized them." Sitting before the 23 jersey, Lin Hao seemed to see his old friend reappear, and the weight of his current predicament compelled him to confide in his departed comrade. Breaking into the NBA and becoming a professional player had always been their shared dream, but now it seemed that dream was coming to an end. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Lin Hao's ear. "Young man, do you have a dream? Do you wish to enter the NBA and become a superstar in the spotlight?" Lin Hao looked up in disbelief at the figure floating in the air. "What? Chen, is that you? You've come back?" The figure smirked. "No, buddy. Are your eyes on your belly? Have you heard of Derrick Rose? The youngest MVP in NBA history. What? You want me to merge with the peak Derrick Rose template?" Lin Hao listened, bewildered, to the man's words. Derrick Rose, the first overall pick in the 2008 NBA draft, overshadowing Russell Westbrook and Kevin Love, was the pride of Chicago. He was also the youngest MVP in NBA history, famously taking on the formidable Miami Heat trio single-handedly. His signature moves included swift crossovers and rim-rattling dunks. Regrettably, Derrick Rose's achievements were curtailed by injuries. Otherwise, had he reached his peak, he might have led the Chicago Bulls to replicate the glory of the Michael Jordan era. However, this did not deter Lin Hao, for he would embody the pinnacle of Derrick Rose. Upon agreeing to the man's proposition, Lin Hao felt a mysterious power surge through his body. After a brief interval, he underwent a profound transformation. Rising to his feet, he savored his newfound abilities, clenching his fists and feeling an inexhaustible strength coursing through him. Now, Lin Hao stood at 198 centimeters tall and weighed 84 kilograms. His physique appeared relatively slender, a common sight in the NBA, but it was understandable, as he had never undergone NBA-level training. Such average physical attributes cast doubt on Lin Hao's hopes of making it to the NBA, but with Derrick Rose's physical prowess, all obstacles would be surmountable. After fully merging with the Derrick Rose template, Lin Hao's physical attributes underwent a dramatic overhaul. His wingspan expanded to 213 centimeters, and his sprinting speed clocked in at 10.3 seconds. Relishing this transformation, he retrieved a basketball from beneath the sofa and performed a series of dribble drives before deciding to head to the training facility. Just as Lin Hao prepared to leave his house, his phone rang. "Hey, is this Lin? I'm Blake, a scout from the Cleveland Cavaliers. Would you be interested in trying out for the team? If you perform well, I can guarantee you'll stand out on our roster." Blake spoke with confidence, clearly having done his homework, aware of Lin Hao's aspirations to enter the NBA despite not being selected in the draft. The Cavaliers? Lin Hao murmured the team's name, knowing that it was June 27, 2014. The NBA draft had just concluded, and the Cavaliers had selected Andrew Wiggins as their first overall pick. Moreover, The team boasted several high-profile players, including first overall pick Kyrie Irving, fourth pick Tristan Thompson, and first pick Anthony Bennett. What could he possibly offer them? As Lin Hao pondered why the Cavaliers scout would reach out to him, Blake grew impatient. Hey, Lin, did you not hear what I said? If you want to play, come to the Quicken Loans Arena and find me. Blake hung up, seemingly annoyed. To him, Lin Hao should be grateful for the chance to receive his call. Instead, he was left muttering in disbelief, as if he were someone of significance. Holding the phone that had just been disconnected, Lin Hao chuckled bitterly. This was reality. In this world, only those with strength earned respect. If one lacked ability, such dismissive treatment would become the norm, and even stray dogs would spit at you as they passed by. Lin Hao turned back into his room to pack his belongings. Blake was right. As an undrafted player, he had no grounds for arrogance. When an opportunity presented itself, he must seize it with all his might. The chance to merge with the Derrick Rose template was a rare opportunity. Though he hadn't comprehended the identity of the shadow he had seen, he now possessed the strength firmly in his grasp, did he not? Soon, Lin Hao boarded the flight to Cleveland. As an undrafted player in the NBA, he had limited opportunities. All he could do was seize any chance that arose, even if it meant risking everything. In the training facility of the Quicken Loans Arena, the first overall pick, Andrew Wiggins, was diligently honing his skills. The staff surrounding him, along with the personnel from the arena, were all captivated by the prodigious talent displayed by Wiggins. This small forward from Canada possessed a gift that surpassed even that of Michael Jordan. He was the most formidable player the Cleveland fans had witnessed since LeBron James. With an abundance of talent, the Cleveland Cavaliers were brimming with potential, and anticipation grew regarding how far this team could go in the impending season. The combination of Andrew Wiggins and Kyrie Irving ignited dreams of a bright future. As for LeBron James, who had recently become a free agent, the Cavaliers fans understood that the king might not return. Having ascended to the status of a top-tier star in the league, LeBron had numerous enticing options and was not necessarily bound to return to this small-market team. Hey, Andrew, your physical attributes are simply outstanding. You are destined to become the new leader of Cleveland. You will guide us to become the most exceptional team in the league. Mason, the trainer assigned to the rookie sensation, said with a sycophantic smile. He recognized that this young man was the future of the team and could potentially succeed Kyrie Irving as the franchise's cornerstone. It was imperative for him to ensure Wiggins was comfortable, as this would secure his own position as a trainer for the long haul. Andrew Wiggins smiled in agreement, fully aware that his talent was sufficient to share the leadership role with Kyrie Irving. Together, they would lead the Cleveland Cavaliers back into championship contention. Meanwhile, assistant coach Tyronn Lue listened quietly to the flattery directed at Wiggins, withholding any comments of his own. Recently, his sources had informed him that LeBron James was considering a return to the Cavaliers. Indeed, this prodigal son, who once departed from Cleveland, now sought to return and bring a championship trophy to the city. Although the current Cavaliers roster boasted numerous talented players, they still lacked some elements necessary for a championship run. Currently, the player with the highest trade value was likely the new first overall pick, Andrew Wiggins. If LeBron James were to rejoin the Cavaliers, it was probable that the team would trade Wiggins in exchange for a formidable interior player. It appeared increasingly likely that he might be sent to Minnesota in exchange for the Timberwolves star, Kevin Love. Should the circumstances unfold as one envisions, with LeBron James returning to the Cleveland Cavaliers and Andrew Wiggins exchanging places with Kevin Love, then the paramount task before them would be to seek a competent shooting guard. It has come to my attention that a newly recruited scout, by the name of Blake, has been rummaging through the undrafted talent of 2014 and appears to have discovered several promising prospects. I might take a moment to investigate further. On the other side, the obsequious Mason was earnestly recommending to Andrew Wiggins the next course of action. Hey, Andrew, I've heard that this year's undrafted players have shown considerable promise. What do you think? Are you interested in joining us to take a look? Andrew Wiggins nodded in agreement. All right, then we can go see. Our team is currently in need of a shooting guard and a backup power forward. I hope we can swiftly find a stretch four, as it would significantly enhance our spacing on the court. Mason pulled out a notebook from his bag, nodding vigorously as he listened, and took out a pen to jot down notes. The team's next objective, search for a stretch four. Thus, the group made their way to the training facility at the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. Here, a multitude of undrafted players had gathered, having already undergone preliminary evaluation by the Cavaliers scouts, most of whom played between the 2 and 4 positions. These players, having been overlooked in the draft, had only one path to the NBA, the Summer League. For the sake of their dreams, they traveled thousands of miles to Cleveland, all in pursuit of an opportunity to enter the NBA. When Andrew Wiggins made his appearance at the venue, a palpable stir among the undrafted players was evident. They scrutinized this potential number 1 pick, questioning what extraordinary qualities he possessed. In this setting, everyone believed themselves to be the Michael Jordan of their own stories, each with a poignant basketball narrative. Why should Andrew Wiggins be selected first overall while they faced rejection? Hey, Andrew, let's have a one-on-one. Since you're the top pick, you must have remarkable skills. Everyone says your talent surpasses even that of Michael Jordan. Are you brave enough to give it a try? Shouted a player named Sean Kilpatrick. Standing at only 6 feet 4 inches but weighing 210 pounds, Sean had averaged 27 points per game in his senior season at the University of Cincinnati, becoming the second highest scorer in the school's history and one of only 5 players to score over 700 points in a single season. Despite his achievements, he had not been drafted, and his frustration lingered. Thus, he sought to challenge the validity of the NBA executive's judgment by testing his mettle against the number 1 pick. Was Andrew Wiggins to be the next Michael Jordan for Cleveland, or would he parallel the fate of Anthony Bennett? Seated at the sidelines, Andrew Wiggins smirked dismissively. All right, I accept your challenge, but let us set some stakes. Otherwise, our duel would lack any significance. Sean nodded, recognizing the truth in Andrew's words. Their statuses were indeed worlds apart. No problem, you set the stakes. If I win, you must withdraw from the tryouts. I want to stop you from competing for a summer league spot with other NBA teams, but you cannot vie for a position with the Cavaliers. Deal. But if I triumph, you must secure me a summer league spot with the Cavaliers. The terms of their duel were decisively agreed upon. One needed to showcase his prowess to solidify his standing within the team while intimidating those who coveted his position, while the other sought an opportunity to secure his entry into the NBA. Both regarded this one-on-one with utmost seriousness, and the surrounding players eager to impress were equally keen to witness the talents of the first overall pick. The duel commenced swiftly, with the agreed-upon rules stipulating a first to 11 points victory. In the inaugural offensive possession, it was Sean who took the lead. He held the ball outside the 3-point line, skillfully maneuvering to disrupt Andrew Wiggins' rhythm. With a powerful stride, he charged into the paint, aiming to secure a triumphant dunk to herald his entry. Alas, he gravely underestimated Andrew Wiggins' athletic prowess. Just as Sean was poised to complete his dunk, Wiggins, who had been lingering near the free-throw line, surged forward with remarkable speed and delivered a resounding block. The sound echoed through the arena as the basketball, once in Sean's grasp, was emphatically swatted against the rim by Wiggins. The reverberations from the hoop served as a stark reminder to Sean of the folly of his previous attempt. Gazing at the ball now pinned against the rim, Sean said nothing as he relinquished it to Wiggins, ready to switch to defense. In that singular moment, he recognized the sheer terror that Wiggins embodied. Despite being hailed as the fastest guard on the Cincinnati University roster, Sean found himself woefully inadequate in the face of Wiggins' explosive talent. Clenching his teeth and tightening his grip, Sean understood that he was no match for Wiggins. Nevertheless, having decided to stand out in front of an audience, he resolved to leave an impression. With unwavering determination, Sean vowed to exert every ounce of effort to contain Wiggins, or at the very least, to endure long enough to avoid becoming a laughingstock. As he mentally prepared himself, Wiggins initiated his offensive assault. After a brief moment of hesitation, devoid of any unnecessary movements, he opted for a quick pull-up three-pointer. The basketball soared through the air, and despite Sean's best defensive efforts, he could not match Wiggins' shooting speed. The ball traced an almost flawless arc before swishing through the net. 3 o'clock. What followed was a masterclass display from Andrew Wiggins, featuring turnaround jumpers, swift three-pointers, delicate floaters, and thunderous dunks. Wiggins exhibited mastery in every facet of the game, while the training facility echoed solely with the explosive sounds of his dunks, starkly contrasted by Sean's despondency. He could scarcely fathom the vast chasm that separated him from Wiggins. As Wiggins unleashed his offensive prowess, Sean found himself unable to defend even a single shot. Conversely, Wiggins treated the contest as a mere practice session, effortlessly employing a variety of offensive techniques. Sean's once proud defense was rendered porous. Following a crisp swish through the net, the first overall pick, Andrew Wiggins, dominated the scoreboard with an 11-0 run, thoroughly overwhelming his opponent. Satisfied, he clapped his hands and glanced at Sean, seemingly about to speak. Wiggins offered Sean a knowing look, to which Sean, momentarily taken aback, begrudgingly nodded before turning to grab his backpack, carelessly discarded on the steps, and exited the Quick Loan Center. After that gaze, Andrew Wiggins remained silent. Mason clapped his hands and stepped out from the other side, seemingly praising the performance brought forth by Andrew Wiggins. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge our #1 draft pick, Andrew Wiggins? If so, now is the time to step forward. The wager established by Andrew and Sean still stands. If anyone can triumph in a one-on-one against Andrew Wiggins, they will earn a spot in our summer league. Mason shouted loudly from the court, seemingly eager to find someone in the crowd to serve as a stepping stone for Andrew Wiggins to establish his authority. Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge? Mason inquired again. The training ground was silent, with everyone quietly observing Andrew Wiggins practicing his shooting alone. The smile on Mason's face was nearly overwhelming. For them, silencing all the players on the court undoubtedly augmented Andrew Wiggins' standing within the Cleveland Cavaliers. Just as Mason intended to grab the microphone to declare the end of the challenge, Cleveland Cavaliers assistant coach Tyronn Lue stepped forward. He waved his hand, signaling Mason to pass him the microphone. Mason looked at Tyronn Lue with suspicion, unsure of his intentions, but out of respect, he handed the microphone over. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Tyronn Lue, assistant coach of the Cleveland Cavaliers. You may not be aware, but the positions we are most in need of are backup shooting guard and power forward. This challenge was conceived by our prospective #1 draft pick, Andrew Wiggins, in hopes of swiftly identifying suitable candidates for our team. I am uncertain whether you believe the wager set is insufficient. Here, I dare to raise the stakes. With that, Tyronn Lue turned to Andrew Wiggins. Andrew, you have no objections, do you? Tyronn Lue asked. Meanwhile, Mason, Andrew Wiggins' trainer, hurried to Tyronn Lue's side, bewildered by his actions. Logically, the current situation was already adequate. Prolonging it further could derail Andrew Wiggins' training. While Andrew's talent was undeniably formidable, his offensive desire was somewhat lacking, a quality that would be magnified in a one-on-one challenge. Winning against them would yield Andrew no advantages, but losing to any of them would be a blow to the Cavaliers' pride. To this day, the team's management still harbored grievances over selecting Anthony Bennett as the previous year's #1 pick. And pulling a stunt like this could lead to dire consequences for both of them. Just as Mason was about to intervene, Tyronn Lue shot him a glance that quelled his intentions. Unfortunately, their positions within the team were too significant. Once Tyronn Lue made a decision, it was likely only the head coach could alter it, and even Kyrie Irving would be unable to sway his mind. It was perplexing why the Cavaliers' management held Tyronn Lue, the assistant coach, in such high regard, often valuing his opinions over those of head coach Blatt. Mason's expression shifted from anger to a semblance of a smile. He clasped his hands and nudged the microphone toward Tyronn Lue, urging him to continue. Tyronn Lue turned back. If someone can defeat Andrew Wiggins in this challenge today, I will represent the Cavaliers management in offering them a 10-day contract. They will no longer need to compete for a spot in the summer league. If they perform well, they may even earn the chance to play in the preseason. As soon as Tyronn Lue's words echoed in the training facility, the players erupted in excitement. Defeating Andrew Wiggins would grant them a 10-day contract from the Cleveland Cavaliers, perhaps even the opportunity to play in the preseason. Such prospects would exponentially increase their visibility. However, the excitement was fleeting. Having witnessed Andrew Wiggins' terrifying talent, no one dared to approach the Tigers' whiskers. Everyone understood how rare this opportunity was. They all wished to keep a safety net. Winning would be ideal, but losing could decimate their already fragile finances. Among those present were players like Sean, who had been unexpectedly overlooked, and others who had managed to gain entry through financial means. They were all hoping to leverage their luck to gain some exposure and secure participation in informal games. Those with clear goals would not take such risks, while those uncertain of their ambitions would hesitate to reveal their cards. Glimpsing the vacant court, Tyronn Lue couldn't hide a flicker of disappointment. He had heard that Blake had found a few talented players, but it seemed they, too, were subpar. Tyronn Lue scanned the standing players in the training facility, his gaze heavy with melancholy. The reason he garnered more recognition from the Cavaliers management than Blatt was his keen eye for talent. He could help the team uncover potential stars. The 2014 NBA draft was heralded as an exceptional year, and amidst the acclaim, some players inevitably overshadowed others. Andrew Wiggins, Jabari Parker, and Joel Embiid captured most of the spotlight, leaving many promising talents in the second round and undrafted pool. Tyronn Lue firmly believed in his judgment. However, as he surveyed the undrafted players, he was disheartened by their lamentable quality. Reluctant to persist, he began to hand the microphone to Mason standing beside him. At that moment, the training facility doors swung open unexpectedly. Apologies, everyone. My flight was delayed. I'm not late, am I? A voice emerged from outside the training center, and in an instant, all eyes turned toward the entrance. A figure stepped through the door, the first to emerge being a head. Lin Hao surveyed the layout of the training center and then glanced at the individual at its center, who bore an uncanny resemblance to Andrew Wiggins. "Guys, I just heard outside that there's a one-on-one challenge. Mind if I give it a shot?" Lin Hao's lips curled into a smile. He had clearly heard Tyronn Lue's proclamation that anyone who could defeat Andrew Wiggins would earn a 10-day contract from the Cleveland Cavaliers, with a chance to play in the preseason. With opportunities so scarce, Lin Hao was determined to seize this chance wholeheartedly. Whether the challenger was Andrew Wiggins or even the king himself, LeBron James, Lin Hao was eager to step up for the sake of his future. As soon as Lin Hao spoke, he was met with ridicule from several players present. "Hey, what are you doing here, you Asian guy? Do you even know who he is? He is the #1 pick in this year's NBA draft. What about you? What was your draft position? You think you can challenge Andrew? If you don't have a mirror at home, do you even know who you are?" Mason could barely contain himself upon recognizing the newcomer's appearance, and he immediately chose to unleash his passion. After being publicly slighted by Tyronn Lue, a pent of frustration had been simmering within him. Lin Hao, quite naturally, found himself at the receiving end of this ire. The Asian race has long been subjected to discrimination here. The physical prowess of black individuals is inherently superior, granting them a significant advantage in the realm of sports. Moreover, Andrew Wiggins possesses an extraordinary talent that is seldom seen in this world. Even Michael Jordan would be overshadowed by some of his physical metrics. What business does this Asian have in the spotlight? Ah, is that Lin Hao? No wonder he seems somewhat familiar. Lin Hao? Who is he? We've never heard of him. Is he renowned? Uffed. He is merely a minor character, albeit with a remarkable friend. Previously, he had a brother named Wang Chun, whom you must have heard of, the one who was crowned the strongest high school student in his sophomore year, a versatile player at the 3 position. Rumor has it he was even compared to LeBron James in shooting prowess by ESPN. What an audacious claim. Can the talent of LeBron James truly be matched by someone of Asian descent? Wang Chun. Could he be the one who had that unfortunate incident a few years back? He is quite famous, but what sort of person is Lin Hao? What audacity does this clown have to challenge anyone here? Does he not comprehend where he is? As Lin Hao made his entrance, some sharp-eyed players in the vicinity recognized him. This was largely due to Wang Chun's immense fame, having become a local sensation in Miami long before the advent of widespread internet. Even before playing a single college game, he had been granted special access to train with the Miami Heat alongside Dwayne Wade. It can be said that had Wang Chun still been around, Andrew Wiggins might not have been able to secure the title of the NBA's first overall pick today. Lin Hao smirked, disregarding the derisive glances from the sidelines. He had long since perceived the treachery of human nature during the time of his brother's passing. He understood that true respect from these players must be earned through strength. Andrew Wiggins is formidable, is he? But is he stronger than peak Derrick Rose? Lin Hao did not turn to acknowledge the players speculating about his identity. His gaze was fixed intently on Andrew Wiggins. "Care for a one-on-one?" he asked. Wiggins nodded. Indifferent to whom he faced, he merely reveled in the thrill of the game. Furthermore, he harbored the pride of a first overall pick, and he felt that if he lacked the courage to take on an unknown player, how could he aspire to lead the Cleveland Cavaliers? Their duel commenced swiftly. Adhering to the standard rule of first to 11 points wins, Wiggins initiated the offense, aware of his physical advantages. Standing at 203 centimeters and weighing 91 kilograms, he confidently drove towards the basket. After a series of swift dribbles, Wiggins penetrated the paint and faced with Lin Hao's defense. He opted for a mid-range jumper after a lateral move. Fortunately, Lin Hao's timely interference caused Wiggins' shot to clang off the rim. The ball changed possession and fell into Lin Hao's hands. He began with a triple threat stance, noticing that Wiggins did not approach to defend. He executed a smooth crossover and propelled himself forward with explosive speed. Despite Wiggins' elite talent, he could not keep pace with Lin Hao. With no other recourse, Wiggins attempted to contest the shot, but Lin Hao glanced back momentarily, intentionally slowing his pace as if he were waiting for Wiggins. Unaware of this, Wiggins focused solely on the risk of conceding points in the paint against the rapidly advancing guard. As they reached the basket, Lin Hao feigned a move, causing Wiggins to leap in pursuit. With a grin cast towards Wiggins, Lin Hao easily laid the ball in. The score stood at 2-0, and Wiggins' expression shifted as he contemplated his next words, yet he remained silent. On the sidelines, assistant coach Tyronn Lue wore a pleased expression. He sensed that this young man might indeed possess significant potential. Wiggins, having been faked out, reacted impulsively in an attempt to recover defensively. This is a common occurrence for rookies entering the NBA who require time to adapt. Those who remain in the league are akin to the Michael Jordans of their own narratives, when everyone is on the same level. Both being faked out and faking out others is a possibility. However, the Asian player engaging Wiggins in this one-on-one possessed an unexpected maturity for his age. The name Andrew Wiggins is known to even those indifferent to basketball. The fame that accompanies being the first pick in the NBA draft is beyond imagination. Opposite him stood a player of little renown, one whom Tyronn Lue, having perused the draft list, could not recall. Lue signaled to his assistant, instructing him to procure all available information on this yellow-skinned guard, for he believed he might prove a commendable choice for the shooting guard position. The one-on-one duel continued, with Lin Hao maintaining possession of the ball, opting once again for a triple threat stance. Andrew Wiggins displayed a markedly heightened level of engagement towards Lin Hao compared to before. His center of gravity lowered, arms spread wide, clearly treating this encounter as a fiercely balanced contest. Observing players noted this subtle defensive adjustment from Wiggins, leading some to voice their opinions rather loudly. Was such a defensive maneuver truly necessary against an ordinary yellow-skinned guard? It appeared somewhat excessive. After all, wasn't it merely a matter of speed that allowed him to score? They mused that they could achieve the same. Wiggins, however, did not apply such defensive rigor against Sean. Amidst the fervent discussions regarding how swiftly Andrew Wiggins would conclude this seemingly lopsided matchup, Lin Hao sprang into action once more. He dribbled 2 steps to the left, causing Wiggins to immediately shift his weight, transitioning his lead foot to the right in an attempt to impede Lin Hao's advance. Yet, unbeknownst to Wiggins, this defensive posture was a grave misstep. Upon noticing Wiggins' lapse in positioning, Lin Hao seized the opportunity to switch hands, executing a deft change of direction paired with his unparalleled speed, effortlessly breaching Wiggins' defense. At the moment of his breakthrough, Lin Hao lowered his center of gravity and added a feint, extending his left foot forward to confound Wiggins, compelling him to follow the momentum in the opposite direction. But that was not the end. Upon penetrating the paint, Lin Hao unleashed a thunderous axe dunk, reverberating through the rim and electrifying the atmosphere in the arena. The score now stood at 4-0. No one could have anticipated that this unexpected guest could so easily score twice against the first overall pick, Andrew Wiggins. If the first basket was a fluke, what could be said of the second? Hearing the resounding echo of the dunk, Wiggins began to exhibit signs of unease. After all, prior to encountering Lin Hao, he had triumphed over every opponent he faced in one-on-one situations. In college, even NBA-caliber players had not instilled in him any doubt regarding his ability to secure victory. Yet now, confronted by Lin Hao, he felt disoriented. After 2 exchanges, he could glean no insight into his opponent's techniques or balance. As he listened to the cheers from the sidelines, an undercurrent of anxiety crept into Wiggins' mind. Beads of sweat trickling down to the tip of his nose, his ears filled only with the rapid pounding of his heart. A singular thought consumed him. If he were to be defeated by this yellow-skinned youth here, it would be an immense humiliation. The one-on-one duel continued, with Lin Hao stationed outside, skillfully dribbling the ball. He executed a series of in-and-out moves, adeptly shifting Andrew Wiggins' center of gravity. In a swift motion, he stepped into the paint, directly confronting Wiggins' defense, and delivered an explosive dunk. After completing this dazzling display, Lin Hao shrugged his shoulders in a gesture of playful defiance. "Hey, buddy, I didn't quite catch your defense there. Care to elevate your game a notch?" Andrew Wiggins, however, chose to remain silent, retrieving the basketball and passing it back to Lin Hao to resume the offensive play. In the subsequent possession, Lin Hao repeated his tactic, once again charging into the lane defended by Wiggins. With a pronounced pull-up, he effortlessly scored again. The score stood at 8-0. Lin Hao held match point. Poised to conclude this one-on-one contest, he moved to the center of the training facility, gesturing for the onlookers to bring forth their enthusiasm. Witnessing the first overall pick being outmatched by an unknown player naturally elicited thunderous applause and cheers from the crowd. The spectators, youthful and spirited, had refrained from voicing their support earlier, as this was Wiggins' home turf. However, seeing this audacious young man show no regard for Wiggins' reputation liberated them from their restraint. Beads of sweat glistened on Wiggins' forehead as he continued to pass the ball to Lin Hao, lowering his center of gravity to thwart any further incursions into the paint. Wiggins took a slight step back, providing Lin Hao with a modicum of space, yet this also presented Lin Hao with an opportunity to shoot. The moment Lin Hao received the ball, he hesitated not for an instant and launched a three-pointer. Swish. The shot rang true. 11-0. Lin Hao had utterly shut out the first overall pick, Andrew Wiggins. As the ball found its mark, the training facility erupted into a cacophony of cheers, growing louder with each passing second, while Wiggins' expression darkened considerably. In frustration, he slammed the ball onto the floor and, accompanied by Mason, exited the training center without sparing Lin Hao a glance. Amidst the raucous atmosphere of the gym, Andrew Wiggins departed, making way for the cheers now directed at Lin Hao. If there were any who had previously dismissed him as a mere jester, their minds had now etched his name in remembrance. Lin Hao picked up the basketball that Wiggins had cast aside and strode confidently towards Tyronn Lue, the assistant coach of the Cleveland Cavaliers. "Hey, buddy. Is that wager you made still on the table?" Lin Hao inquired with a slight smile. Tyronn Lue returned the smile with a nod. "Absolutely. Soon. I will be extending you a 10-day contract with the Cleveland Cavaliers, and you will compete in the Summer League. If you perform exceptionally, I will convert your contract into a 1-year minimum deal." Lue regarded the young man before him with growing delight. His performance had demonstrated that he could easily fill the role of a backup shooting guard for the Cavaliers. Moreover, there remained ample room for growth. Should he continue to excel, becoming the team's starting shooting guard was well within the realm of possibility. Lin Hao nodded in acknowledgement, fully aware that as he emulated the peak version of Derrick Rose, this 10-day contract would serve as the stepping stone to his entry into the NBA. Upon signing a 10-day contract with the Cleveland Cavaliers, news of Lin Hao's achievement swiftly reverberated back to his homeland. It is noteworthy that the domestic basketball scene has not witnessed an NBA-caliber player in quite some time. Ever since Sun Yu was released by the Los Angeles Lakers in 2009, the emergence of players of such caliber has been a rarity. Thus, when Lin Hao secured a 10-day contract with the Cavaliers, the majority of fans were left astounded, as most had never even heard of his name. Lin Hao? Who is that? A 10-day contract with the Cleveland Cavaliers? Who disseminated this false information? Can one now casually spread fake news? Is this our nation's emerging talent? I had heard that some young players were aspiring to make a leap to the NBA, yet I did not anticipate that someone would embark on this journey so soon. For Lin Hao, this 10-day contract represents his closest opportunity to the NBA. Only by seizing this moment can he hope to fulfill his dream of entering the league. Time passed swiftly, and before long, Lin Hao's signing with the Cleveland Cavaliers was officially completed. The following day, he took to the court representing the Cavaliers in the NBA Summer League. Lin Hao's inaugural opponent is none other than the Orlando Magic, hailing from the Eastern Conference. This contest is anticipated to be a fiercely competitive affair. On the stage of the Summer League, devoid of superstars and intricate strategies, most players are merely biding their time. When they step onto the court, they share a singular objective: to score by placing the ball in the opponent's basket. As Lin Hao made his debut, he did not command a significant share of the ball. With his distinctive yellow skin, he appeared rather out of place in this environment. However, Lin Hao chose not to dwell on such prejudices. He is, after all, a prodigious talent inspired by the peak of Derrick Rose's template. If his teammates refuse to pass him the ball, he can simply seize the rebounds for himself. Relying on his extraordinary athleticism, he swiftly snatched a defensive rebound over the heads of his competitors. Upon securing the ball, Lin Hao quickly initiated a fast break. With the ball under his control, he surged towards the opposing half. Despite the close defense from the rival point guard, Lin Hao remained unfazed. With a fluid pivot, he elegantly evaded his opponent. He then planted one foot on the free throw line and leapt. With a resounding thud, he executed a powerful dunk, slamming the basketball into the hoop. What is this? A dunk from the free throw line? Should such a feat be witnessed on this stage? Has he wandered into the wrong arena? What is he doing? What has this young man with yellow skin accomplished? The rim creaked under the force of Lin Hao's dunk, captivating the attention of the spectators, all pondering the identity of this remarkable player endowed with such formidable physical gifts. It is well known that the NBA Summer League serves primarily as a proving ground for rookie players each year, alongside those yearning for a chance to enter the NBA. The level of competition here pales in comparison to the NBA, existing solely to help newcomers acclimate to the rigors of NBA-level play. Rarely do prominent players grace this venue. Even first- and second-round draft picks often treat it as a mere formality. Thus, most fans attend simply to savor an atmosphere reminiscent of the NBA. Yet who would have anticipated the emergence of a guard possessing NBA-caliber talent in this setting? In another offensive possession belonging to Lin Hao, he effortlessly penetrated the opponent's paint, executing a casual near-rim floater to conclude the play with ease. For Lin Hao, the restricted area guarded by his rivals felt like an uninhabited realm, allowing him the freedom to select any offensive maneuver to aid his team's scoring efforts. However, this merely encapsulates Lin Hao's performance for the day. In his debut Summer League game, he poured every ounce of energy into the contest, playing the entire duration and amassing an astonishing tally of 60 points, 12 rebounds, and 6 blocks. His scoring achievement marked the highest single-game total in the NBA Summer League in recent years. Lin Hao's explosive performance garnered the enthusiastic cheers of all the fans present, simultaneously attracting the attention of several NBA teams on the sidelines. In the immediate aftermath of the game, they began to investigate the origins of this remarkable young talent. It is well understood that the most sought-after asset in the current league is a quality guard. With his physical prowess and technical attributes, this young man could effortlessly ascend to become a premier shooting guard in the league. Numerous scouts have already captured highlights of Lin Hao's performance. They are acutely aware that sending this footage to the executives of NBA teams could yield a substantial reward. It is undeniable that this young prodigy is simply extraordinary. As anticipated by these scouts, that very night, numerous team executives found themselves in their offices, excitedly pounding their desks. Quick, find out. Whose subordinate is this? Time flew by. And before long, it was October. Lin Hao, through his remarkable performances time and again, distinguished himself from the Cleveland Cavaliers Summer League team, earning a place on their official roster for the league. He also signed a one-year non-guaranteed contract with the Cleveland Cavaliers, officially commencing his journey with the team for the 2014 to 2015 season. In the past few months, the Cleveland Cavaliers have undergone significant transformations, including a reshuffling of their roster. On July 12th, LeBron James published an open letter through Sports Illustrated, announcing his return to the Cavaliers as a free agent. At that time, the Cavaliers had selected 3 number 1 picks over 4 years. They had now assembled a formidable lineup featuring LeBron James, Kyrie Irving, Andrew Wiggins, and Anthony Bennett, all former first overall selections. Cavaliers owner Dan Gilbert exuberantly expressed his joy on social media, stating, "I am truly thrilled for the fans of Cleveland. Our singular belief now is to bring a championship to this city." Shortly after the publication of LeBron James's open letter, the championship odds for the Cleveland Cavaliers soared to the top position in the league, boasting a probability of 1-4. However, this was merely the beginning. On August 23rd, the Cleveland Cavaliers acquired all-star forward Kevin Love through a 3-team trade involving the Philadelphia 76ers and the Minnesota Timberwolves. They exchanged Andrew Wiggins, Anthony Bennett, and 2 first-round draft picks. When this news broke, it left all the fans in a state of shock. No one anticipated that merely a month and a half after the draft, the prodigious Andrew Wiggins, often hailed as the next LeBron James, would be traded by the Cleveland Cavaliers to the Minnesota Timberwolves. The unfortunate Wiggins, fresh off being the first overall pick, had yet to savor the privileges of his status before being bundled off to the frigid north alongside Bennett. This situation sparked differing opinions among fans. To the Cavaliers supporters, the acquisition of the historically gifted Wiggins at the small forward position signified a promising future for their team. They believed that, under the leadership of Kyrie Irving and Andrew Wiggins, a championship ring was within their grasp. However, LeBron James demonstrated through his prowess that the value obtained from trading away Wiggins far surpassed the allure of a single championship ring. Lin Hao sat within the confines of the Quicken Loans Arena training facility, reflecting on his phone with a sense of disbelief. Who could have foreseen such a dramatic overhaul within the Cavaliers in just over a month? The newly minted first overall pick, Andrew Wiggins, had not even had the opportunity to play a single regular season game for Cleveland before being dispatched to Minnesota. Is this the true extent of LeBron James's influence? The news of LeBron's return to the Cavaliers also garnered Lin Hao a modicum of attention. Some basketball enthusiasts from China began to take notice of Lin Hao, who had signed a minimum salary contract with the Cavaliers. They were eager to discern whether Lin's signing was a stroke of luck or a testament to his genuine talent. What leaves fans in China both amused and exasperated is the absurdity of certain American media reports suggesting that the Cleveland Cavaliers were inclined to offer Lin Hao a partially guaranteed minimum contract solely because he triumphed over Andrew Wiggins in a one-on-one match. Upon hearing such an implausible assertion, Chinese fans scoffed in disbelief. While they held a measure of confidence in their player, they remained uncertain about his ability to best the current first overall draft pick, who was heralded as the next LeBron James. Could Lin Hao truly defeat him? What a ludicrous notion. This speculation did not escape Lin Hao's attention while he resided in Ohio, yet he chose not to let it weigh on his mind. His foremost priority was to perform exceptionally well in the upcoming preseason games for the Cleveland Cavaliers. Lin Hao understood that only by delivering an extraordinary performance within the limited time frame could he capture the attention of the Cavaliers management. thereby transforming his contract into a guaranteed one and securing his place in the NBA. The Cavaliers' first preseason game of the season would pit them against one of the formidable teams in the league, the Houston Rockets. The two primary stars of the Houston Rockets, James Harden and Dwight Howard, share a significant history with LeBron James, the leader of the Cleveland Cavaliers. LeBron James once guided the Miami Heat to triumph over the Oklahoma City Thunder, the team to which James Harden belonged, during the 2012 NBA Finals. Notably, James Harden was the primary defender tasked with guarding LeBron in that series. The connection between LeBron and Dwight Howard dates back even further, prior to LeBron's decision. They faced each other in the Eastern Conference semifinals and finals, with Howard leading the Orlando Magic as a dominant center, thwarting the potential finals matchup between the two in 2009 and 2010. However, in this inconsequential preseason game, these star players will not take the court for extended periods, typically playing only around 10 minutes. Thus, this occasion serves as a platform for the bench players to showcase their talents. The Cavaliers have deployed a starting lineup led by Kyrie Irving, Tristan Thompson, and Matthew Dellavedova, while LeBron James and Kevin Love will not participate in this exhibition. For the Rockets, James Harden is expected to play approximately 8 minutes in the first quarter before taking a seat on the bench, with Dwight Howard also expected to enter for a brief stint. Due to Lin Howe's commendable performance in practice games, he has been appointed by Cavaliers head coach Blatt as the substitute for Dellavedova, stepping in for a few minutes during Dellavedova's rest, thanks to LeBron James's return. Even though this is merely a preseason matchup, the stands at the Quicken Loans Arena are filled with notable figures eagerly anticipating how high this new team led by LeBron James can soar in the upcoming season. The game is about to commence, with the starting players from both teams gradually taking the court. The competition is poised to ignite. Lin Howe began to observe the principal players from both teams, viewing it as a rare opportunity for learning. They are all well-established superstars within the NBA, possessing remarkable individual prowess and an exceptional instinct for the game. Although he has assimilated the template of the peak Derrick Rose, he has yet to fully integrate the tactical nuances that characterize Rose's gameplay. Overall, it seems there remains a certain distance between him and those players. Lin Howe gazed skeptically at the superstars on the court, pondering whether he could surpass them at this moment. Despite the Cleveland Cavaliers having traded away two gifted players in the deal involving Kevin Love, their roster remains remarkably well-rounded. Even when facing the Houston Rockets, who boasted an impressive 54-win record and secured the 4th seed in the Western Conference last season, they exhibited no signs of trepidation. Under the leadership of Kyrie Irving, the Cavaliers unleashed their offensive prowess from the very beginning. Irving, utilizing a pick-and-roll, successfully challenged James Harden with a deft layup. This was swiftly followed by Tristan Thompson's powerful block against Dwight Howard on the defensive end. Additionally, the newly acquired Matthew Dellavedova contributed a three-pointer, further augmenting the team's score. With the trio at the helm, the Cavaliers quickly established dominance on the court. Fueled by the momentum of their home crowd, their vigorous energy was palpable. They were all young players who had never garnered significant attention before. However, since LeBron James announced his return to the Cavaliers, each of them has experienced a surge in visibility. This sudden spotlight has left these young athletes somewhat overexcited, especially given that today is their home game, and they are eager to showcase their full potential in gratitude to the fans. The Houston Rockets, evidently, did not take this preseason game seriously. Head coach Kevin McHale was caught off guard right from the start, prompting him to call his first timeout just 3 minutes into the opening quarter. During the timeout, McHale expressed his irritation at the Cleveland Cavaliers' intense approach to the game. Typically, in such commercial matches, both teams are expected to hold back. However, no one anticipated their aggressive start, which completely disrupted his pregame strategy. In light of this, he decided to abandon any restraint. McHale promptly summoned his starting lineup: James Harden, Dwight Howard, Donatas Modiajunas, Trevor Ariza, and Patrick Beverley. Since they wished to compete earnestly, he would oblige. In contrast to McHale's seriousness, Cavaliers coach David Blatt recognized the signal from his opponents after witnessing a swift 11-2 run against them. Consequently, he opted to rest most of his starters. Looking towards the bench, he called out to Lin Howe, "Hey, buddy, it's your turn." Lin's eyes widened in surprise. He had not anticipated receiving playing time so early, and it seemed he would have the chance to face off against James Harden. "Don't worry, coach, I won't let you down," Lin replied as he took to the court, replacing Kyrie Irving to partner with Matthew Dellavedova in the backcourt. As the yellow-skinned Lin stepped onto the court, the audience erupted in cheers, astonished to witness an Asian player in this arena. Meanwhile, Commentator Charles Barkley found himself growing increasingly drowsy, irritated by the futility of commentating on a meaningless preseason game. Wasn't this a case of underutilizing his talents? After all, he was one of the top power forwards in NBA history. Despite never having won a championship, he believed he deserved better treatment. Fuming, Barkley leaned over the commentary desk, casting a glance at the court. Suddenly, as if jolted by a revelation, he sprang up. Rubbing his eyes, he exclaimed loudly, "No way. If I'm not mistaken, the Cleveland Cavaliers have substituted Kyrie Irving with an Asian guard? Are they joking?" Everyone knows that LeBron James returned to the Cavaliers with the aim of bringing a championship trophy to his hometown. But why is their management so foolish? I can't discern if they're attempting to run a circus or contend for a championship. At this rate, is this Asian kid going to start the upcoming season in place of Dion Waiters? On the other side, A. Smith, who was responsible for partnering with Charles Barkley during the game, expertly sifted through a plethora of player profiles to locate the one belonging to Lin Hao. Lin Hao, a 19-year-old standing at 198 centimeters tall and weighing 84 kilograms, with a wingspan of 213 centimeters, was one of the undrafted players in this year's draft. Donning the number 25 jersey, recently, the Cleveland Cavaliers signed him to a one-year minimum salary contract. It is said that Lin Hao caught the attention of the Cavaliers management after defeating the first overall pick, Andrew Wiggins, in a one-on-one match, achieving a remarkable score of 11-0. With a smile that hinted at sarcasm, A. Smith remarked that the Cavaliers' decision to part ways with Andrew Wiggins was not solely influenced by LeBron James's desire to bring Kevin Love to Cleveland for a championship run. After all, how could a player who could not even best an undrafted Asian player assist the great King James in securing a championship for the city? Unlike A. Smith's teasing, Charles Barkley seemed to reflect on his own unhappy memories when the championship trophy was mentioned, letting out a cold grunt. Basketball is inherently a team sport. Even if one possesses exceptional individual skills, what difference does it make? Is the Cavaliers head coach a fool to entrust the ball to this undrafted player? Let us be realistic. My friend, we both know he is merely a jester, and this is all a gamble by the Cavaliers to tap into the distant Asian market. Just wait and see. When he faces off against James Harden, he will become the target for the opposing team. I dare say Harden will score double his average points during this game. Harden will inform him, "Kid, you are not suited for the NBA." As the ball transitioned to the Houston Rockets' offensive possession, James Harden effortlessly dribbled across half-court, still somewhat groggy, not wishing to showcase his skills in this inconsequential preseason game. For him, these preseason matches were utterly tedious. However, he had no choice. Coach McHale had issued a strict order for him to demonstrate his prowess against the younger players. Kyrie Irving, the first overall pick from 2011, his offense is decent. But defensively? Even my neighbor's grandmother could score 2 points on him. And what about Dellavedova? A rookie, what qualifies him to defend me? Harden regarded Dellavedova, who was maintaining a solid defensive stance, with a steely gaze. After a series of behind-the-back dribbles, Harden accelerated past him, and as Dellavedova shifted his defensive weight, Harden seamlessly executed a step back, retreating beyond the three-point line. Observing Dellavedova nearly topple onto the court, Harden could hardly suppress a chuckle. Indeed, with just a few feints, this rookie was left bewildered. Perhaps before entering the NBA, these players believed their defense was commendable, but they must realize who they are up against. I will demonstrate that attempting to defend me is the most foolish choice you can make. Yet, in the next moment, just as Harden prepared to shoot, a player in a number 25 jersey leapt from behind and swatted the ball away. Bang! This Asian kid just blocked the all-star player, James Harden. A. Smith, witnessing Lin Hao's astonishing block from the commentary booth, was nearly left speechless. My goodness, what athleticism is this? Before Harden could even release his shot, this kid had just been defending Patrick Beverley on the other side, yet managed to leap across to block Harden's attempt. Flying pig, is this the target you were talking about? A. Smith's unrelenting inquiry elicited a resigned shrug from Charles Barkley. Come on. You know these undrafted players who finally get a chance in the league often resort to various defensive tricks, blocking from behind. This is merely luck. Mark my words. This kid will soon reveal his true capabilities in the upcoming games. While the two commentators continued their debate over Lin Hao's merits, Dellavedova had already secured the rebound and swiftly tossed a long pass to the advancing Lin Hao. Hey, Lin, catch. Lin Hao effortlessly received Dellavedova's pass, facing a one-on-one situation against a stumbling Patrick Beverley. At that moment, Beverley, already showing signs of his future tenacity, was in his third season in the NBA. However, He had previously made a name for himself in other professional leagues and was now reaching his peak. Last season, he averaged 10.2 points, 1 for steals. With a three-point shooting percentage of 35, he had firmly established himself as a key player in the Rockets' perimeter rotation, becoming their primary line of defense. Now, facing Lin Hao, a rookie, he presented a formidable challenge, one of the league's top perimeter defenders. Just as Beverly prepared to employ his renowned defensive skills against this Asian player, James Harden rushed back. He glared at the replay of Lin Hao's block on the big screen, feeling a surge of anger. He gestured for Beverly to step aside, eager to confront Lin himself. With the team leader having spoken, Beverly complied without hesitation, positioning himself nearby, ready to provide support should Harden need it. Images of the recent block flashed in Harden's mind, fueling his desire to reclaim his pride against this kid. As the leader of the team, he naturally wielded the greatest authority in this inconsequential preseason match. Harden resolved to demonstrate to this yellow-skinned player what the NBA truly entails. Harden lowered his stance, eyes fixated on Lin Hao, the ball in his hands. Look, brother, watch closely. I'm about to show this kid what the NBA is all about. At this moment, the resolutely defensive James Harden finally discerned the true nature of the young man who had just executed a breathtaking block against him. Clad in the number 25 jersey, he stood slightly taller than Harden, yet his wingspan surpassed that of Harden's remarkably. The confident smile adorning his face was particularly irksome. Hey, kid, could you possibly stow that damn smile away? This is the NBA, not a playground for your antics, James Harden remarked coldly, his tone imbued with an undeniable authority that brooked no opposition. Lin Hao, far from restraining his smile, launched an immediate offensive. He first executed a feint to the left, followed closely by a swift maneuver under his legs, propelling himself to the right. In this whirlwind of motion, James Harden found himself bewildered. His shifting center of gravity left his mind racing to catch up with his feet. Just as he realized Lin Hao was about to break through, Harden stumbled, his feet colliding, and he fell to the ground. The audience at the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse erupted in astonishment. Was James Harden truly reduced to a spectacle? Observing his fallen leader, Patrick Beverly rushed in, determined to shield his teammate from this audacious newcomer. However, as he stepped forward to provide assistance, he was taken aback to see Lin Hao soaring before him. Lin Hao, with a foot planted on the free throw line, disregarded Beverly's impending defense and leapt, basketball in hand, charging towards the hoop. Beverly, having never witnessed such extraordinary aerial prowess from a player of Asian descent, reacted impulsively, his elbow colliding with Lin Hao's abdomen, prompting the referee's whistle to pierce the air. Before Beverly could articulate his defense to the official, Lin Hao's momentum sent him crashing against the support of the hoop, while the ball thunderously found its way through the net, the rim creaking in protest. This remarkable display culminated in a thunderous dunk, an emphatic 2-1. Commentator A. Smith seemed to spiral into a frenzy, exclaiming OMG as he struggled to comprehend that such a feat was performed by a player of Asian descent. Dear Jazz Master, what can you possibly say now? In a single play, this young man has outmaneuvered two of the league's finest perimeter defenders, not only leaving James Harden in his wake but also posterizing Patrick Beverly. How will you justify their shortcomings? Hey, Smith's words pierced Charles Barkley, whose expression shifted. Yet he remained at a loss for a defense for Harden and Beverly. He could only muster, let us redirect our focus to the game. What matters now is the trajectory of this match, is it not? On the court, Lin Hao's dazzling performance caught the attention of Kyrie Irving, who gestured to Coach Blatt, signaling for a tactical shift towards Lin Hao. After all, it was merely a preseason game, where the bench players often shone brightest. Consequently, Coach David Blatt summoned Delly to his side, officially pivoting the Cleveland Cavaliers strategy toward Lin Hao. Meanwhile, on the other side, the Houston Rockets initiated their offensive. After crossing half-court, Patrick Beverly passed the ball to James Harden, who beckoned Lin Hao to defend him. In this possession, Harden attempted to employ his signature step-back move, seeking to educate Lin Hao once more, but the latter discerned Harden's intentions from the outset. As Harden executed his signature between-the-legs dribble, Lin Hao maintained his defensive stance, perfectly positioned to disrupt any of Harden's attempts, whether it be a close-range floater or a step-back three-pointer. Lin Hao's mature defensive posture caught Harden off guard. Ultimately, Harden altered his approach, launching a series of feints before decisively driving to the right. Yet, Lin Hao remained unfazed, shadowing Harden closely, his left hand poised to thwart any reckless shot. Realizing the threat, Harden had no choice but to pass the ball to Beverly, who, pressed for time, rushed a shot from the perimeter that clanged off the rim. Once again, The Rockets faltered in their offensive efforts. Hey, Jazzmaster. I've lost count of how many times our all-star James Harden has been bested by that Asian player. Is this truly how you envisioned Harden, the veteran, schooling him? Admit it, Jazzmaster. Perhaps you should don his number 25 jersey in the next game as a gesture of apology. By the way, Lin, how is the name of that Asian player? I hope you remember it, eh? Smith asserted with conviction. Come on, buddy, it's merely a preseason game. Even if this Asian player scores over 80 points, it bears no significance, as no media outlet will regard this game as a measure of his capabilities. Do you understand? Harden and the Rockets are treating this as just a warm-up. Amidst Barkley's stubborn remarks, the Cavaliers bench erupted in excitement over Lin How's stellar performance. Well, Lin's display is simply astounding. He just faced off against James Harden and left him in the dust. Did you see how he dunked over Beverly? That was incredible. It was just the bench players who recognized Lin How's prowess. Coach David Blatt too began to reevaluate Lin How's potential role within the team. After all, the player he had just matched up against was a former All-Star. Such recognition placed Lin How in the spotlight, prompting Blatt to consider whether he could assume a more significant role. Currently, the starting shooting guard position belonged to Dion Waiters, whose inconsistent performances often required support from teammates. This volatility began to raise questions among the Cavaliers' management regarding Waiters' trade value. A suitable shooting guard replacement could see him depart before the trade deadline. Finding a qualified shooting guard is undoubtedly the foremost concern for the Cleveland Cavaliers at present. David Blatt has now set his sights firmly on Lin How. The young player, still racing across the court, remains blissfully unaware of the opportunities that his recent 2 shots have afforded him. Similarly, James Harden is oblivious to the fact that his unintentional contributions have inadvertently elevated a formidable rival within the league. Lin How's explosive performance has undoubtedly garnered the trust of coach David Blatt, who has assigned him to play the entirety of the remaining matches. The objective of the preseason is to hone young talents and uncover their inherent potential. Lin How, being the sole remaining prodigy following the Cavaliers' major trades, is naturally the focus of extensive playtime. The core players from both teams scarcely played more than 2 quarters before resting, leaving the latter part of the game to the bench players. Lin How, however, showcased his prowess by logging 41 minutes on the court, achieving an impressive tally of 41 points, 12 rebounds, and 5 steals, effectively dismantling the Houston Rockets bench single-handedly. Throughout the game, Lin How displayed his remarkable physical gifts. With astonishing speed and an exceptionally long wingspan, he consistently seized opportunities during fast breaks, delivering powerful strikes that dealt devastating blows to his opponents. His exquisite offensive skills left the Rockets bench in awe. Upon learning that Lin How had signed a non-guaranteed contract with the Cavaliers, Rockets head coach Kevin McHale even contemplated the possibility of recruiting Lin How. In his view, with a bit of nurturing, Lin How could easily become a stellar 6th man for the Rockets. If his growth accelerated sufficiently, he could emerge as a secret weapon in the playoffs. Meanwhile, coach David Blatt was not idle either. He promptly reached out to Cavaliers general manager David Griffin, who had invited him to coach the team. Blatt, having recognized Lin How's latent potential during this preseason, was eager to secure a guaranteed contract for him, ensuring he remained with the Cavaliers rather than becoming a target for other teams. However, Griffin was already grappling with the immense pressure brought on by LeBron James's return. The influence of James, now a superstar with 4 regular season MVP awards, 2 championship trophies, and 2 finals MVPs, was unprecedented. Upon announcing his return home, Griffin, a newly appointed general manager, found himself under tremendous strain. With a roster featuring LeBron James, Kyrie Irving, and Kevin Love, failure to clinch the championship would be deemed a disappointment. Consequently, Griffin was preoccupied with exploring trade possibilities for other players to construct a new championship-caliber lineup around LeBron, significantly enhancing their chances of success. Thus, the urgency to secure Lin How, a player overlooked in the draft, was not particularly high. When Blatt proposed expediting a formal guaranteed contract for Lin How, Griffin countered that 1 game was insufficient to assess his true capabilities, citing a lack of adequate sample size. Especially considering Lin How's status as an undrafted player, he suggested allowing Lin How to showcase a few more standout performances before proceeding. Reluctantly, Coach Blatt accepted Griffin's reasoning. When Lin How became aware of the situation, he was not at all surprised by Griffin's attitude towards him. Rather, he was somewhat astonished by Blatt's regard for him. The issue of contract security held no significance for Lin How. After all, those with true talent do not fret over financial gain, do they? Now that he had secured the opportunity to compete at the NBA level, and with a version of himself infused with the prowess of the peak Derrick Rose, how far could he possibly be from a lucrative contract? Upon learning that David Griffin required additional samples to assess Lin Hao's career prospects, Coach Blatt appropriately increased Lin Hao's playing time during the preseason. Over the course of 8 preseason games, Lin Hao's average playing time soared to 32 minutes per game. During these 8 preseason games, Lin Hao has delivered an impressive average of 28, 5 points, 8, 6 rebounds, and 5 steals, showcasing his all-around capabilities. The players he has matched up against include prominent stars such as Russell Westbrook and Kevin Durant of the Oklahoma City Thunder, Chris Paul of the Los Angeles Clippers, and even Paul Millsap of the Atlanta Hawks. In these confrontations, Lin Hao has demonstrated remarkable prowess, often gaining the upper hand in these competitive encounters. After the conclusion of all 8 preseason games, various teams arrived in Cleveland, including the Miami Heat, which is currently in a rebuilding phase. The once-renowned trio of the Heat has been reduced to just Chris Bosh. Following Bosh's re-signing, the roster still exhibits considerable gaps that necessitate the acquisition of quality players. Lin Hao, who made a remarkable impression during the preseason, has evidently become a target on their list. As the Miami Heat's management arrived in Cleveland to negotiate a contract with Lin Hao, the Cleveland Cavaliers could no longer remain passive. They recognized Lin Hao's value through the 8 preseason games and were determined not to miss out on a shooting guard with explosive physical talent and a commendable scoring ability, a rarity in the league. Ultimately, after several days of negotiations, the Cleveland Cavaliers and Lin Hao finalized a 1-year contract worth $6 million. The undrafted player from China officially secured a contract with the Cavaliers, assisting LeBron James in their championship pursuit. This news rapidly made waves throughout the sports community in China. No one could fathom how Lin Hao emerged so suddenly, securing a $6 million contract with the Cleveland Cavaliers at the tender age of 19. It is noteworthy that this year's first overall pick, Andrew Wiggins, has a first-year salary of only $5 million, yet Lin Hao, an undrafted player, earns even more? How could this be possible? After thorough investigation, the media discovered that Lin Hao's salary structure is rather intricate. Only $580,000 of his earnings is fully guaranteed, while the remainder is contingent upon the fulfillment of specific conditions. A substantial $160,000 is determined by the number of games in which Lin Hao participates, and the remaining amount carries additional stipulations. Notably, the bonus for being named Rookie of the Year is an impressive $200,000. It is reported that when faced with the stipulations set forth by the Cleveland Cavaliers management, Lin Hao exhibited no hesitation whatsoever and promptly signed the contract, a decision that elicited admiration for his confidence. However, in the presence of the Cavaliers' formidable trio, can Lin Hao truly meet the stipulated conditions of his contract? All will remain uncertain until the commencement of the new season. The date is now October 30th, 2014. The season opener for the Cleveland Cavaliers is about to begin. Their adversaries are the New York Knicks, led by the prodigious rookie Carmelo Anthony from the illustrious 2003 class. This match marks yet another clash between two exceptional talents from the same generation, both of whom have now graced the league for 11 years. The chosen one, LeBron James, has ascended to the status of a superstar, wielding 4 regular season MVP awards and 2 championship titles. Meanwhile, Carmelo Anthony has recently secured a lucrative contract with the Knicks, determined to steer this new iteration of the team towards championship glory. The focal point for fans in this game is the newly formed trio of the Cleveland Cavaliers, eagerly anticipating whether they can exhibit their dominance. Additionally, LeBron's supporters are keen to discern the true caliber of Kyrie Irving, a player lauded by the media as a premier scorer, whether he is indeed worthy of such a claim or merely a product of superficial praise. However, for fans from China, the spotlight is on Lin Hao, who has just signed a $6 million annual contract with the Cavaliers. The Chinese sports channel is broadcasting the game live, with commentator Yang Yi expressing excitement as Lin Hao warms up on the court with the Cavaliers players. "At last, we have another guard representing us in the NBA," exclaimed Yang Yi, while his co-commentator Wang Ming echoed this sentiment with a grin. Indeed, and Lin Hao's contract suggests he will receive ample playing time, potentially stepping into the starting shooting guard role. They expressed hopes for Lin Hao to deliver remarkable performances in the upcoming games, likening him to a new beacon for their guard line. As the commentators reflected on Lin Hao's entry into the NBA, they felt a tinge of nostalgia. Having witnessed countless players over the years, they remain somewhat skeptical about Lin Hao's longevity in the league. Despite his impressive preseason statistics of an average of 28, 5 points and 5 steals. They cautioned that the intensity of regular season play is markedly different. They noted that Lin Hao's shooting ability could be a significant limitation. After all, a guard without a reliable shot faces considerable challenges. Meanwhile, in the Cavaliers' home arena, players from both teams were engaging in warm-ups. LeBron James, fixated on perfecting his logo shots during practice, executed a commanding one-handed dunk after receiving a pass from a trainer, earning accolades from his teammates. "Hey, Kevin, why don't you take a shot?" LeBron directed the conversation towards Kevin Love, who nodded in agreement. As a key figure since Kevin Garnett's retirement, Kevin Love willingly left his life in Minnesota to join LeBron and Kyrie in pursuit of a championship, embracing his role as a third option. However, he recognized that to truly integrate into the team, he needed to humble himself and connect with his new teammates. Kevin Love's intelligence on the court, particularly his keen sense for rebounding, had established him as a double-double machine and multiple-time rebounding champion during his tenure with the Timberwolves. Positioned 3 steps beyond the arc, Kevin Love launched a three-point shot that swished through the net. "Wow, your shooting is incredibly precise." Kyrie Irving praised him without reservation. "Thank you," responded Kevin Love with a gracious smile. Standing at 208 centimeters, Kevin Love possesses shooting skills that rival those of elite perimeter players, a crucial attribute for creating space in today's game. It was evident that his shooting prowess would significantly aid the Cavaliers in spreading the floor. Shortly after the warm-up, the game commenced officially. Although Lin Hao had recently signed a lucrative one-year contract worth $6 million, the head coach, in a bid to preserve the team's chemistry, could only assign him the role of a substitute for the Vitesse. Seated on the bench, Lin Hao was positioned to the left of head coach David Blatt, a placement that brought him remarkably close to the team's 3 core members, thus underscoring his esteemed status within the Cleveland Cavaliers. The coach's intention for Lin Hao to occupy this spot was to enable him to closely observe the tactical characteristics of all opponents on the court, ensuring that when he eventually took to the floor, he could execute a more judicious style of basketball. In recent years, the performance of the New York Knicks had been dismal. Even the presence of scoring champion Carmelo Anthony could not alter the team's fundamentally flawed core. Last season, in a desperate attempt to rectify their situation, the Knicks management extravagantly brought in Phil Jackson, a veteran with 11 championship rings, to helm the franchise. Upon his arrival, Jackson immediately recruited his protege, Derrick Fisher, designating him as the team's head coach. This duo, having previously secured 5 championships together, was determined to implement the triangle offense within the Knicks, firmly believing it to be the optimal strategy in the realm of basketball. However, they were unaware that the triangle offense necessitated a specific roster composition that lacked the likes of Michael Jordan or Kobe Bryant, relying solely on Carmelo Anthony. Although this strategy initially yielded some positive outcomes, it ultimately failed to secure victories for the New York Knicks. The team, the most valuable franchise in the NBA, found itself reliant solely on Carmelo Anthony's efforts on the court. When faced with the primary defender, LeBron James, Anthony displayed no signs of discomfort, frequently seeking opportunities to isolate and engage in one-on-one confrontations. This evening, the sweet sensation of the melon is undeniably fervent, showcasing a myriad of dazzling offensive maneuvers. From ball handling to one-on-one plays at the rim, mid-range jump shots, up and under moves, and turnaround jumpers, culminating in chasing three-pointers during fast breaks. Carmelo Anthony, a top-tier scorer in the prime of his career, revealed his ferocity at the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. As he faced LeBron James once more, he could no longer contain his pin-up fury. In contrast, the Cleveland Cavaliers experienced a rocky start. Kyrie Irving struggled to find his rhythm, repeatedly attempting to penetrate the opposing backcourt without success. Kevin Love was similarly hindered, seemingly constrained by Samuel Delimbert, managing to score only once despite several strong drives to the basket, squandering numerous scoring opportunities. Meanwhile, LeBron James, tasked with guarding Carmelo Anthony, appeared to be in a state of disarray, missing both of his attempts from beyond the arc, culminating in a complete failure to convert. Furthermore, in a surprising turn, LeBron's forte of fast break scoring was thwarted by a chasing block from Carmelo. This first quarter's dismal performance left fans, who had eagerly come to witness the debut of the Cavaliers star trio, feeling somewhat deflated. They expected an effortless victory against a weaker team like the New York Knicks, anticipating that the Cavaliers would dominate and conclude the game within 3 quarters. Yet, it seemed as though they were being outplayed by the Knicks. What was Dion Waiters thinking? Was it truly wise for him to attempt 2 shots from the perimeter? The Cavaliers' offensive spacing seemed alarmingly inadequate. With all 3 stars on the court, Waiters chose to go solo, overshadowing the collective effort. Surely, the ball should have been in the hands of the trio. After Waiters missed 2 consecutive three-point attempts, the commentators could only shake their heads in resignation. Before long, a third of the first quarter had elapsed, prompting an official timeout. In that brief span of 4 minutes, Carmelo Anthony had already amassed an impressive 12 points, 2 assists, and 2 blocks, effectively dismantling the Cavaliers' defensive structure single-handedly. He recorded 2 remarkable blocks, one against LeBron James and the other against Kyrie Irving. Meanwhile, during the official timeout, the 2 commentators seized the opportunity to discuss Lin Hao's draft profile. Upon revealing Lin Hao's height of 198 centimeters and his position as a shooting guard, an enlightened realization washed over everyone present. A shooting guard standing at 198 centimeters. Wasn't that reminiscent of Michael Jordan? As the commentators engaged in an animated discourse regarding Lin Hao's professional prospects, the referee's whistle pierced the air, signaling the end of the timeout and the resumption of the game. When the commentators and the fans of Huaxia redirected their attention back to the court, they were astonished to see Lin Hao being given the opportunity to play. The current lineups of both teams were quite similar. For the Cleveland Cavaliers, the trio of LeBron James, Kyrie Irving, and Kevin Love took center stage, supported by Anderson Varejao as a formidable presence. The only alteration was Lin Hao stepping in for Dion Waiters at the shooting guard position. On the other hand, the New York Knicks fielded a lineup centered around Carmelo Anthony, featuring Shumpert, Samuel DeLimbert, Sean Larkin, and Quincy Acey. This arrangement seemed strategically crafted to enable Carmelo Anthony to dominate one-on-one, as the remaining players posed minimal threat. As play resumed, possession was granted to the Cleveland Cavaliers. Kyrie Irving, upon crossing half-court, passed the ball to LeBron James, who took control to dictate the pace. Recognizing the urgency of their situation as they were currently trailing and could not afford any mistakes, as LeBron James held the ball at the top of the key, he was taken aback to find that the players of the New York Knicks not only refrained from pressing him defensively, but instead opted to collapse into the paint. This led LeBron to believe he had uncovered a tactical oversight on their part, prompting him to launch a three-pointer from the arc. Observing this from the sidelines, Cavaliers head coach David Blatt felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Damn it, why is LeBron shooting that three again? With a resounding clang, the basketball ricocheted off the rim. LeBron shook his head in frustration, seemingly chastising himself for what appeared to be a poor offensive choice. Quick, get back on defense. Don't let them capitalize on the transition, shouted Cavaliers assistant coach Tyronn Lue, who had risen from the bench in agitation. Yet, amid the frantic retreat, a young man clad in jersey number 25 was sprinting in the opposite direction. Hey, Lin, what on earth are you doing running the wrong way? Tyronn squinted, only to see Lin Hao dashing toward the opponent's front court. His anger flared. Was this kid so overwhelmed by the thrill of his first NBA game that he had lost his senses? What was he thinking? Ignoring the furious Tyronn on the sidelines, Lin Hao continued his sprint toward the opposing team's front court. At that moment, Carmelo Anthony had his arms wide open, orchestrating his teammates from the backcourt, entirely oblivious to the fact that the young player in jersey number 25 was advancing toward him. Just as Carmelo announced that the team would execute their fourth play, he suddenly found a yellow-skinned youth charging at him. In an instant, Lin snatched the basketball right from Carmelo's grasp. Lin Hao, looking at the bewildered Carmelo Anthony, could see that the star had yet to comprehend the swift actions of this young player. Thanks, brother, Lin said as he charged into the paint of the New York Knicks, facing Quincy Acey, who had yet to establish his position. Lin executed a simple but effective dribble move before soaring for a thunderous dunk. On the sidelines, Knicks coach Derek Fisher was utterly perplexed by Carmelo's passive demeanor. Hey, Carmelo, are you still asleep? Why did you just watch that kid steal the ball from you? Carmelo rubbed his head in confusion. Coach, I have no idea what that kid was doing. His speed caught me completely off guard. Following the basket, the domestic sports channel's studio erupted in excitement. Well, did you see Lin Hao's speed? He sprinted from the backcourt to the front court, stole the ball from Anthony, and without a moment's hesitation, executed a dribble move and dunked. What a monster! Laughter echoed. What on earth was Carmelo doing? Why was he standing still? Was he intimidated by Lin Hao? On the court, Carmelo shook his head, still struggling to understand the extraordinary display he had just witnessed. While the team was retreating on defense, this kid was running in the opposite direction, coming over to snatch the ball from him. What was he thinking? Did he believe this was a free-for-all? Now visibly irritated, Carmelo stood at the top of the key, signaling for a one-on-one play with his teammates, then waved his finger at Lin. Kid, come out here. Let me show you what real NBA basketball is all about. With the ball in hand, Carmelo focused intently on Lin, lowering his center of gravity as he sank his left shoulder and initiated a half-spin. After a few shoulder fakes, he promptly took a shot. Swish. The basketball sailed through the net. In response to the young player who had just stolen the ball from him, Carmelo shook his finger toward the crowd, as if to say, "This kid defending me is simply not up to the task." As for Carmelo Anthony's derisive gestures aimed at his teammates, the spectators responded with fervor. "Hey, Carmelo, the noodles I cook at home are tougher than you. Carmelo, you're a softie. You'll never surpass LeBron James. He is undeniably the strongest player from the 2003 draft. Carmelo, you won't score another basket." Yet, Carmelo Anthony remained indifferent to the taunts from the crowd. For the illustrious Melo, the criticisms he endures are plentiful. A few more voices of dissent hardly make a difference. The possession shifted once more, transitioning to an offensive round for the Cleveland Cavaliers. LeBron James skillfully controlled the ball from the perimeter and, upon noticing Kyrie Irving signaling for the ball, executed a bounce pass to him. Kyrie Irving, the first overall pick of the 2011 draft, possesses an exquisite style of play. While his draft model was Chris Paul, his offensive approach diverges entirely from Paul's traditional point guard style, which prioritizes orchestrating team offense over personal scoring. In contrast, Kyrie Irving embodies the quintessential offensive point guard and a master of chaotic play. Faced with the formidable defense of Iman Shumpert, Irving remained unfazed. With a series of swift crossovers that shifted Shumpert's balance, Irving used his lightning-quick first step to dart past him, akin to a snake striking with precision, leaving the defender thoroughly outmatched. Kyrie Irving surged into the New York Knicks front court, where he abruptly halted at the free throw line, elevating his shot over the approaching Carmelo Anthony to increase his shooting arc. On the opposite side of the court, Lin Hao initially maintained a steady pace before suddenly pivoting and accelerating towards the basket. His unexpected burst caught the defender, trailing him off guard. In this defensive series for the Knicks, all focus was directed at Kyrie Irving and LeBron James, leaving little regard for the unknown Asian player who had emerged. This lack of attention provided Lin Hao with a prime opportunity. The moment Kyrie Irving leaped from the free throw line, he instantly spotted Lin Hao darting towards the basket. Consequently, he transformed his mid-range jump shot over Carmelo Anthony into a perfectly timed pass. Kyrie Irving's alley-oop was impeccably placed, and Lin Hao seized the moment without hesitation, leaping into the air to catch the pass and subsequently executing a thunderous dunk. This marked Lin Hao's inaugural NBA career basket, courtesy of Kyrie Irving's assist. The sports channel's commentary was filled with exuberant remarks, clearly reflecting the fans' excitement over the connection between Kyrie Irving and Lin Hao. The flamboyant Kyrie Irving, who boasts a legion of fervent fans in China, ignites an unmistakable thrill when one witnesses their idol competing alongside a fellow compatriot. In the sports channel's broadcast, Yang Yi enthusiastically denied Wang Ming any opportunity to speak, exclaiming, "Hey, basketball fans, this is our player Lin Hao, scoring his first alley-oop in the NBA." Accompanying him in this momentous play was Kyrie Irving, a moment we must cherish forever. Lin Hao's astonishing airborne dunk ignited the atmosphere once more. Who could have foreseen that amidst the trio of superstars in the Cleveland Cavaliers, it was a rookie player who would emerge to claim all the accolades? As the game progressed, the New York Knicks took their turn on offense. The basketball found its way to Carmelo Anthony. Unfortunately, the current roster of the Knicks is rather dismal, forcing the team to rely solely on Carmelo Anthony for scoring. Upon receiving the ball, Carmelo Anthony executed a series of hesitation dribbles. Observing LeBron James shift his weight, he suddenly accelerated, catching James off guard. With his formidable physique, he carved out a narrow gap and forcefully completed his shot. The mid-range jumper has long been one of Carmelo Anthony's signature weapons. His shooting form is as aesthetically pleasing as that of Kobe Bryant, and his accuracy is commendable. His ability to dominate in the low post and deliver unanswerable mid-range shots has been pivotal in his recent seasons as he claimed the title of the league's scoring champion. The possession shifted to the Cleveland Cavaliers. LeBron James, the leader of the Cavaliers, was leisurely preparing to advance the ball past half-court. With Kyrie Irving and Kevin Love by his side, and a robust center to handle the dirty work, not to mention a physically gifted young player stationed in the corner, he mused that they were practically invincible. Indeed, as LeBron James envisions, he orchestrates the game from the arc's apex. It is only when the team encounters an offensive stalemate that he steps forth to score a few points. At other times, he merely needs to distribute the ball to Lin Hao and Kyrie Irving, who are positioned on either flank. Their individual prowess enables them to effortlessly guide the basketball into the hoop. Kevin Love, stationed in the paint, consistently seizes those elusive rebounds at the most opportune moments, skillfully distributing the ball to the appropriate positions during both set plays and fast breaks. Anderson Varejão's formidable screens create ample space for the penetrating drives of Kyrie Irving and Lin Hao. After being substituted into the game, Lin Hao filled the remaining minutes of the first quarter with vigor. With the team's trio of stars still on the court, Lin Hao's responsibilities were minimal. His primary focus was to safeguard the basket and capitalize on fast break opportunities during transitions. In a mere 8 minutes of play, he impressively recorded 6 points and 4 rebounds, all of which were defensive boards, 2 of which he converted into successful fast break finishes. As the second quarter commenced, Coach David Blatt opted not to substitute Lin Hao immediately, instead granting him considerable freedom to express his capabilities. During this segment, Lin Hao took the helm of the team's bench players for several minutes, extending the rest period for the starters. Upon receiving the coach's directive, Lin Hao swiftly recognized that his moment had arrived. What better way to showcase his prowess than by leading the team? He is acutely aware that the current Cleveland Cavaliers will not afford him a prominent role as the team revolves around its 3 superstars, relegating him to a supporting character. Nevertheless, Lin Hao remains unfazed. He firmly believes that with dedication and hard work, his opportunity will eventually present itself. And now, has the opportunity not arrived? The brief intermission during the festive season swiftly comes to an end. The Cleveland Cavaliers have assembled a rotation centered around Lin Hao, complemented by 4 others, Delhi, along with the 4th overall pick who joined the Cavaliers in the same draft as Kyrie Irving, Tristan Thompson, and 2 seasoned veterans, Mike Miller and the once dominant Shawn Marion from Phoenix. Notably, on the bench of the New York Knicks rests a former teammate of Marion, the formidable Amare Stoudemire, with whom he once stirred the winds of change in Phoenix. However, both have now found themselves leading their respective teams, nearing the twilight of their careers. As the whistle blows, the game resumes. The first offensive possession belongs to the Cleveland Cavaliers. Within this second unit, Lin Hao unequivocally stands as the pivotal player, with the ball naturally entrusted to him. Amidst this moment, Lin Hao seized the opportunity to fervently showcase his remarkable physical prowess. It became evident that when Lin Hao unleashed his unparalleled ability to penetrate defenses, he transformed into an unstoppable force on the court. Confronted by the defensive prowess of Pablo Prigioni, Lin Hao exhibited no unnecessary movements. A mere swift change of direction allowed him to disregard any shifts in his opponent's balance. Relying solely on his extraordinary speed, he repeatedly breached the inner sanctum of the New York Knicks defense. Breakthroughs led to devastating impacts. Breakthroughs continued to wreak havoc. This cyclical display of speed was far from the simplicity expected of a shooting guard primarily employing back-to-the-basket techniques. His velocity surpassed even that of the 191 centimeters Kyrie Irving. Goodness, why is this young man so extraordinarily swift? Mused one observer. It seems even the former top pick, John Wall, pales in comparison. Indeed, what manner of prodigy was this young athlete? To him, the Knicks' painted area resembled an empty expanse as he effortlessly navigated through defenders, emerging with points seemingly at will. Was this the performance one would anticipate from a rookie? In the commentary booth, Charles Barkley and A. Smith fervently discussed Lin Hao's dazzling display, capturing the attention of Cavaliers fans who had initially focused on the trio of superstars. Wow, is this the gem we unearthed from the undrafted market this year? I feel his offensive prowess rivals even that of Kyrie Irving. As the fans exchanged their thoughts, Lin Hao once again unveiled his formidable talent. With a simple feint, he maneuvered past his defender, only to face a towering center. Executing a deceptive 3-step motion as if to lay the ball in, he drew the center into an early leap and then displayed his deft skills. Cradling the basketball with finesse, he executed a smooth bank shot, effortlessly depositing the ball through the hoop. LeBron James, seated courtside, now turned his gaze toward Lin Hao. This young man's style. It bears a striking resemblance to Derrick Rose, he mused. Under Lin Hao's vigorous performance, the Cleveland Cavaliers surged ahead, with Lin Hao single-handedly stripping the Knicks bench of 3 points within the first 3 minutes of the second quarter. With such impressive statistics, Lin Hao returned to the bench under coach David Blatt's directive. The perspiration glistening on Lin Hao's brow did not escape the coach's keen observation. In those 6 minutes leading the team, Blatt recognized a distinct quality in this shooting guard. For the first time, he sensed a potential leader capable of guiding a team forward, reminiscent of the aura possessed by LeBron James. It was at this moment that Blatt concluded the necessity to devise a specialized strategy for this exceptional talent. Of course, it was inconceivable to assign him equal responsibilities alongside the trio of superstars, his primary stage would be within the bench unit. After this realization, Blatt opted not to grant Lin Hao additional playing time for the remainder of the match. This decision was not due to any technical deficiencies or tactical missteps on Lin Hao's part. Rather, the esteemed European coach wished to meticulously observe the team's composition to determine Lin Hao's most fitting position. As the final whistle sounded, the game came to a conclusive end. Ultimately, the Cleveland Cavaliers, fortified by their triumvirate of stars, triumphed over the New York Knicks with a score of 98-93. This Cavaliers team, which had secured only 33 victories last season, had announced their resurgence with a narrow 5-point victory in the season opener, reminding fans that the squad which once battled valiantly against the San Antonio Spurs in the finals had returned. You can always trust in LeBron James. After the conclusion of the match, although the visiting New York Knicks had begun their exit, the home team, the Cleveland Cavaliers, evidently had words to share with their fans. Surrounded by a constellation of stars including Kevin Love, Kyrie Irving, and Anderson Varejao, the young monarch, LeBron James, donned in the black jersey number 23, stood illuminated at the center of the court. Hey, fans, this season, we shall bring Cleveland its very first championship trophy. Our citizens have waited far too long. LeBron James proclaimed, embodying the role of the Eastern Conference commander as he addressed the supporters of the Cavaliers. Indeed, LeBron possessed the authority to make such a declaration. Over the past several seasons, he had advanced to the finals 4 consecutive times, securing 2 championship trophies and rings. No longer the youthful prince, he had metamorphosed into the league's paramount figure, boasting 4 regular season MVPs and a wealth of finals experience. Outside the arena, fans of all ages embraced one another, responding fervently to LeBron's rallying cry. In that moment, they believed that this chosen son of Ohio had the capability to lead this city, once cursed in its sports endeavors, to their inaugural championship trophy. However, there were more discerning fans who recognized the underlying issues afflicting the Cavaliers on the court. This was particularly evident during the debut of the Cavaliers trio, as LeBron James' performance was far from commendable. He finished the game shooting 5 for 15 with only 1 three-pointer from 5 attempts, tallying a mere 17 points, 5 rebounds, and 4 assists, alongside a staggering 8 turnovers and 3 fouls, resulting in the lowest efficiency rating of -13. While the fans continued to believe in LeBron's potential to guide them to the pinnacle of success, the pressing matter remained. What kind of Cleveland Cavaliers did they truly desire? 2 moments from this match encapsulated the essence of the game. One was when Kevin Love secured a defensive rebound and promptly executed a quarterback-style long pass to the already sprinting LeBron James. Upon receiving the ball, LeBron faced a relentless pursuit from Carmelo Anthony and Amare Stoudemire, but still managed to score effortlessly. Following the basket, LeBron unabashedly showcased his impressive biceps to the adoring fans. In another moment captured, LeBron James initiates an offensive maneuver by slipping to the corner during a fast break. However, he is unexpectedly met with a triple team from the New York Knicks, forcing him to pass the ball out of bounds, resulting in a turnover. These 2 instances vividly illustrate to fans that the tactical focus of the Cleveland Cavaliers has yet to solidify. They remain in a phase of adjustment, uncertain of the role LeBron should assume within the team. Should he revert to the predominant defensive counterattacking style reminiscent of his Miami Heat days, serving as the nucleus of defense and spearheading fast breaks? Or should he take on the role of a maestro, distributing opportunities to Kyrie Irving and Kevin Love, allowing Irving to operate as the lead and Love to serve as the pivot, while he merely offers optimal solutions in critical moments? Standing in the corner of the court, Lin Hao observes LeBron James, who commands the floor with the authority of a regional commander. Having completed a half of the game, Lin Hao discerns that the Cavaliers' tactical core has not yet been firmly established. Recently, the team appears to be in disarray, attempting to experiment with various systems, which may present an opportunity for him. The following day, as Lin Hao enters the arena, he discovers that most players, including the Cavaliers' Big Three, have been diligently practicing at the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse for an indeterminate duration. They are drenched in sweat, resembling individuals who have emerged from the ocean. Hey, Lin, you're a bit late. Today, you'll need to put in some extra work, LeBron remarks, approaching Lin Hao and candidly addressing his tardiness. Lin Hao sheepishly scratches his head. My apologies, boss. I didn't anticipate that practice would commence so early today, and ascent our next opponent, the Utah Jazz. They finished last season with only 25 victories. Why the urgency? Last season, the Utah Jazz struggled significantly, achieving a mere 25 wins, the lowest in the Western Conference. Since the departure of longtime coach Jerry Sloan in 2011, the Jazz have been on a downward trajectory. The exits of Darren Williams, Al Jefferson, Paul Millsap, and Mo Williams left the team bereft of veteran leadership. Consequently, the team failed to secure promising talent during the draft, further deteriorating their performance, culminating in a paltry record of 25 wins over an 82-game regular season. Therefore, when facing an opponent of such caliber, the Cavaliers ought not to require rigorous preemptive training. The Cavaliers' Big Three should be more than sufficient to dominate the Utah Jazz with just two players performing at their usual level. No, Lynn. Today we have matters of greater significance than merely preparing for the game, LeBron asserts, gesturing towards assistant coach Tyronn Lue, who has been awaiting their arrival. Although we triumphed in yesterday's season opener, the coaching staff was not pleased with our performance on the court. Currently, the Cavaliers' head coach is the renowned European tactician David Blatt, who recently led a European team to championship glory before taking the helm in Cleveland. With aspirations to experience coaching in the NBA, he aligned with the Cavaliers' management. However, coincidentally, LeBron James harbored ambitions of returning to Cleveland in pursuit of a championship. Initially, Blatt believed his primary responsibility as head coach was to facilitate the rebuilding of a team languishing at the bottom of the league. Yet, as the season approached, the Cavaliers assembled a roster led by three stars, with championship aspirations as their primary goal. In the commercial landscape of the NBA, managing relationships with superstar players remains a perennial challenge for head coaches. These stars wield considerable influence, determining participation in commercial activities and dictating the schedule for team practices. If a head coach fails to navigate these dynamics adeptly, the team risks division, and the coach may find themselves resigning amidst turmoil. Notably, David Blatt, a novice coach, struggles to establish rapport even with a single star, let alone three. As a rookie coach, his unfamiliarity with the environment hinders his ability to build personal credibility. Thus, the current Cavaliers heavily rely on Tyronn Lue for tactical guidance on both ends of the court. Within the team, Lue's rapport with the stars significantly surpasses that of Blatt. In the training facility, Lue stands amidst the players, swiftly blowing his whistle. Upon hearing the signal, LeBron and his teammates promptly gather around him. Fellas, yesterday marked our inaugural game of the new season. Although we emerged victorious and defended our home court, I must emphasize that our offensive performance was abysmal, Lue declares, surveying the Cavaliers with conviction. I understand that some of you may attribute our offensive inefficiency to LeBron's subpar performance. However, let me clarify, LeBron James does not consistently score just 17 points. For him, such a tally signifies an aberration. In forthcoming games, he will demonstrate that he is the cerebral force of this team, and he will always be our most relied upon asset in critical moments. Upon hearing this, LeBron remains largely composed, having been in the league for 11 years since 2003. No matter which team he joins, he emerges as the cornerstone on both ends of the court. Now, as he returns to the Cleveland Cavaliers, he undoubtedly assumes the mantle of the team's leader. After the conclusion of the first match, the team's strategic tone in both offense and defense clearly remained unsettled. The coaching staff of the Cleveland Cavaliers has yet to determine whether to position LeBron James as a defensive cornerstone akin to his role with the Miami Heat, emphasizing a strong defensive counterattack, or to allow him to redefine the Cavaliers' identity, stepping up as a leader during crucial moments. In addition to LeBron James, the other two titans of the Cleveland Cavaliers were expressions devoid of emotion, seemingly oblivious to their thoughts. Naturally, Tyronn Lue took their feelings into account. He promptly interjected, acknowledging that the failure to identify a second mastermind for the team was indeed a shortcoming on our part. We are now a collective, and within this collective, there exist three exceptionally capable leaders. Our task is to delineate responsibilities effectively. We aspire for Kyrie and Kevin to successfully assume the scoring duties previously held by LeBron, allowing him to take on the role of the team's cerebral force, making the most critical decisions at pivotal moments. As Tyronn Lue spoke, his gaze returned to LeBron James, and upon receiving his approving nod, he continued, therefore, the coaching staff has devised a series of strategies to address the aforementioned issues, which head coach David Blatt will elaborate upon shortly. Our upcoming training sessions will adhere to these strategies. After concluding, Tyronn Lue added, I understand your thoughts. Mere theoretical discussions are shallow, and true understanding requires practical application, correct? Hence, our practical exercises will take place in the upcoming match against the Utah Jazz. I hope to witness a rejuvenated Cleveland Cavaliers team in that game. In recent years, the atmosphere at the Utah Jazz's home arena has been lackluster, primarily due to the absence of star players capable of drawing crowds. During the 2013 to 2014 season, the team's sole star was Gordon Hayward. Historically, not only did they struggle to sell out home games, but even when Jazz staff offered tickets to local fans, few were willing to attend. After all, no one relishes spending hours cheering for players only to witness a disheartening defeat. The Utah Jazz had officially entered a rebuilding phase that season, with their owner publicly declaring a focus on upcoming potential rookies. Consequently, Jazz tickets became akin to hot potatoes, with no one eager to acquire them. However, today was different. Tickets for the Jazz games sold out days in advance, and a majority of fans had already entered the arena well ahead of time, creating a fervent atmosphere that led the Jazz management to believe they had traveled back in time, with the team's leadership still reminiscent of Stockton and Malone. Yet, history demonstrates that past glories do not guarantee unwavering enthusiasm from fans. The current exuberance in their home arena stemmed from a singular reason. Their opponents were the Cleveland Cavaliers, boasting three superstar players, Kyrie Irving, Kevin Love, and the legendary number 23, LeBron James. Each of these stars averaged over 20 points per game, and their fan bases were formidable. Especially LeBron James, who, upon announcing his return to the Cavaliers, ignited a frenzy among numerous Cavaliers fans who rummaged through their homes for the long-forgotten number 23 jerseys, willingly becoming his supporters in the league. Moreover, LeBron's 2 championship rings and 5 finals appearances had amassed him a considerable following. Despite the distance from Cleveland, Utah fans, upon learning that their idol would be playing in their state, would not miss such an opportunity. Thus, even in a city with a dwindling basketball market, one could still spot fans wearing James's 23 jerseys on the streets. The game commenced swiftly, with the Cleveland Cavaliers presenting their usual trio of stars. However, tonight, Coach David Blatt made slight adjustments, positioning LeBron James at the point guard position and promoting Shawn Marion from the bench. This strategic move aimed to liberate LeBron to the maximum extent while ensuring comfort for the other 2 stars. The starting lineup consisted of LeBron James, Kyrie Irving, Shawn Marion, Kevin Love, and Anderson Varejao. The Utah Jazz fielded a lineup featuring Derrick Favors, Gordon Hayward, Alec Burks, Rudy Gobert, and Trey Burke. As the players took the court for the jump ball, it was the rookie Rudy Gobert and Anderson Varejao who faced off. Standing at 216 centimeters, Gobert easily tapped the basketball away. Alec Burks received the ball and, without hesitation, handed it off to his leader, Gordon Hayward. Hayward, being the highest draft pick for the Jazz in recent years, had become the focal point of the team's rebuilding efforts, receiving extensive tactical support. Thus, he stands as the singular core player for this resilient Jazz team. Gordon Hayward has demonstrated through his prowess that he undoubtedly possesses the capability to become the foundational cornerstone of the Utah Jazz organization. In the previous season, the third-year player averaged an impressive 14.1 points and 3 assists per game, while also achieving a shooting accuracy of 41, successfully sinking an average of 1 for 3-pointers. Moreover, he possesses several advantages that are not immediately apparent in the statistics. For instance, his passing vision and ball control skills, which may seem incongruent with his designated role, surprisingly do not appear out of place when attributed to him. As a result of these attributes, he is affectionately dubbed the White James by fans. This physically formidable white athlete, complemented by a level of ball handling and passing that exceeds the ordinary, holds considerable potential to evolve into a premier small forward in the league. Thus, when facing Gordon Hayward, the Cleveland Cavaliers, out of respect for his capabilities, opted for a strategy of unilateral pressure and ball denial. It is well known that Hayward possesses exceptional passing vision and ball control, and attempting to double-team him comes at a cost. However, the Cavaliers, equipped with 3 superstars, were bold enough to execute this tactic, aiming to force Hayward into a corner. When Hayward sought to pass, Anderson Varejao and Kevin Love would swiftly position themselves to exert pressure on the 2 nearest teammates. As the situation unfolded, it was time for LeBron James to take the stage, demonstrating his unparalleled strength by intercepting the ball from the hands of offensive players. If he could not execute the interception, he would force the opponent into making a mistake. Although this aggressive style of play might leave some opportunities for 3-pointers open on the perimeter, the current Utah Jazz lacked reliable options from beyond the arc. When Gordon Hayward found himself double-teamed, the outside shooters simply did not possess the requisite efficiency or shooting prowess to successfully convert their attempts. The defensive quality provided by LeBron James, Shawn Marion, and Anderson Varejao formed an imposing net that ensnared all of the Jazz's 3-point shooters. They struggled to obtain favorable shots, often compelled to attempt difficult shots while being closely guarded. This predicament led the Jazz to position Gordon Hayward off the ball, entrusting Alec Burks and Trey Burke with the roles of primary ball handler and secondary facilitator. However, the Cleveland Cavaliers excelled at utilizing their defense to ignite their offense, applying pressure on the defensive end before relying on their superstar to resolve situations. In the first quarter, LeBron James employed targeted isolation plays against Gordon Hayward, whose defensive capabilities were merely adequate and insufficient when matched against a superstar of LeBron's caliber. Consequently, the Cavaliers concluded the first quarter with an impressive score of 33-20, a dominating 13-point lead. It became evident that with the trio of superstars functioning as the engine of the team, the Cavaliers had numerous offensive options at their disposal. The Utah Jazz, at least for the time being, were not in a position to engage in a shootout with the Cavaliers. As the second quarter commenced, head coach David Blatt made sweeping changes, substituting 5 players at once. He fielded a bench unit centered around Lin Hao, who became the pivotal point of reliance on both ends of the court. As the game progressed and possession shifted to the Cavaliers, Tristan Thompson promptly delivered the basketball to Lin Hao, who initiated a pick-and-roll after setting a screen for Dion Waiters, allowing both Shawn Marion and Mike Miller to make their way to the corners. After successfully shaking off the defenders, Lin Hao received a pass from Waiters and quickly distributed the ball to the open Mike Miller on the perimeter. Despite being in the twilight of his career, Miller maintained an impressive shooting touch, boasting a 43.5 shooting percentage from three-point range and averaging 1.5 three-pointers per game last season. Such exceptional shooting skills placed him in the upper echelon of the league. Thus, when a shooter of his caliber found himself open, it was exceedingly difficult for him to miss. The basketball soared through the air like an arrow at dawn, landing at the Utah Jazz's home court, the Energy Solutions Arena. With Miller's three-pointer, the Cavaliers struck first in the second quarter, extending their lead by 3 points. Possession then shifted to the Utah Jazz. Following Hayward's exit from the game, the team's leadership fell to Trey Burke, a rookie who had been drafted 9th overall by the Minnesota Timberwolves and subsequently traded to the Jazz, who were in dire need of a playmaker. In this team lacking a primary ball handler, Burke quickly earned his opportunity, showcasing a level of play that surpassed expectations and proving to the local fans that he was deserving of that 9th pick. However, at the end of the day, he remained a 185 centimeters guard facing off against Lin Hao, who stood at 198 centimeters, thereby placing him at a disadvantage. With the ball in his hands, Burke looked at Lin Hao, who was defending him. He smugly recognized that this undrafted player was merely a peer from the same draft class. The disparity in their statuses indicated that Lin Hao was several tiers below him. As a lottery pick, Burke felt justified in questioning why Lin Hao had the audacity to defend him. This season was a complete rebuild for the Jazz. The management had no illusions of achieving any success, instead hoping for losses that would grant them a better chance at a lottery pick to find a new cornerstone for the franchise. Local fans echoed this sentiment, having lost hope since the departure of the dynamic duo of Carlos Boozer and Darren Williams. They had resigned themselves to being one of the many teams in the league undergoing a rebuild. Yet for Trey Burke, this season was extraordinary. It marked not only his inaugural campaign but also a chance to make a significant impact. Upon joining the Jazz, his remarkable talent quickly earned him a spot in the starting lineup, positioning him as the second key player behind Gordon Hayward. He represented the future of the franchise. Filled with aspirations, he imagined that if the team could secure a few additional role players in the future, he and Hayward could lead the Jazz back to their former glory, reminiscent of the days of the dynamic duo, competing for the championship once more. In this context, Lin Hao was merely a stepping stone in his path. However, while Burke fantasized about his future, Lin Hao took action, drawing inspiration from the peak performance of Derrick Rose. Burke's offensive initiation revealed vulnerabilities that Lin Hao believed he could exploit. It was laughable that such a player would be selected as a lottery pick, let alone at the 9th position. After successfully stealing the ball from Burke, Lin Hao surged toward the Jazz's paint. With a simple change of direction, he stepped into the key just as rookie Rudy Gobert was hurriedly returning to defend. At that moment, Gobert had yet to evolve into the formidable defensive player of the year he would later become. He was merely an unrefined giant lacking in skill. Lin Hao easily maneuvered around Gobert, executing a behind-the-back dribble that shifted Gobert's balance. Following this, he faked a shot, causing Gobert to leap in an attempt to block, ultimately falling victim to Lin Hao's rhythm. By capitalizing on Gobert's eagerness to make a defensive play, Lin Hao found it effortless to navigate around him. After faking out Gobert, Lin Hao easily laid the ball in the basket. Upon hastily returning to his team's restricted area, Trey Burke found himself relegated to the sidelines to retrieve the ball. His demeanor a stark contrast to that of Lin Hao, who appeared to embody the essence of a lottery pick. The disparity in perception weighed heavily on Burke, who fancied himself the savior of the Utah Jazz, unable to fathom the contempt his opponent held for him. Thus, in a moment of confrontation, Burke could no longer contain himself and directed his ire at Lin Hao. "Hey, kid, remember your place. You're merely an undrafted player. Don't act out of line on the court. Your behavior has already irritated me, and if you don't rein it in, I won't hesitate to embarrass you in this game." With a grim countenance, Burke leaned closer to Lin Hao, the menace in his words unmistakable. Yet, Lin Hao remained unfazed by Burke's threats, responding nonchalantly. He held Burke in no regard. The latter lacked the stature to engage in verbal sparring with him on the court. "Kid, I genuinely advise you to exhibit some humility as a rookie, or you'll regret it once you leave the court." Burke, however, intensified his verbal assault, failing to temper his threats. Upon hearing this, Lin Hao finally met Burke's gaze, a chilling glint in his eyes that sent a shiver down Burke's spine. He questioned whether this truly was the demeanor of a rookie player. "Buddy, if you wish to confront me on the court, feel free to try. I personally suggest you settle it here, as the court has rules to protect you. Outside of it, however, you might find yourself in dire straits." Lin Hao's icy stare lingered on Burke before he dismissed him entirely. Players like Burke, who had grown up amidst gang affiliations, despite amassing wealth and becoming the face of an NBA franchise, remained entrenched in their primitive mentality. When faced with challenges, they resorted to brute force rather than intellect to resolve conflicts. Lin Hao dismissed Burke's threats, destined as he was to ascend to the pinnacle of the NBA. Propelled by the spirit of Derrick Rose, there was no way a mere footnote like Burke could impede his journey in a routine regular season game. His true adversaries were the likes of LeBron James, Kevin Durant, and Stephen Curry. Following their brief exchange, Burke's resentment deepened. In his view, Lin Hao, as an undrafted player, ought to be grateful for any guidance from a lottery pick. Instead, this insolent rookie had dared to threaten him in return. Burke glared at Lin Hao's departing figure, his fists clenching involuntarily. He vowed to showcase his prowess in the game, to demonstrate to this ungrateful undrafted player why he had been selected 9th overall and not relegated to a mere 10-day contract. As possession shifted once more, it returned to the Utah Jazz. Although some players harbored reservations about Burke's prior offensive choices, they chose to trust him. Yet, Burke had no intention of directing his teammates in executing plays. Instead, he gestured for Lin Hao, stationed within the paint, to step out, signaling his intent to take him on one-on-one. From the outset, Burke dismissed Lin Hao, a player of Asian descent, as inconsequential. Thus, even with a height of only 185 centimeters and a weight of 84 kilograms, he boldly approached Lin Hao. Upon facing him, Burke eschewed any finesse, opting instead to rely on brute strength to confront Lin Hao directly. The sound of their muscular clash echoed across the court, reminiscent of a bygone era in the NBA, where such raw physicality was a rarity. Burke idolized the legendary Allen Iverson, and his style reflected traces of Iverson's brilliance. With a similar appearance and demeanor, Burke had garnered favor among Iverson's fans, envisioning himself commanding the court as his idol once did. Yet, reality proved harsh. There was only one Allen Iverson. Following his retirement, the true essence of that extraordinary player faded from existence. No one could replicate Iverson, regardless of superficial similarities in appearance. While fans' affection for Iverson may have translated into some support for Burke, the latter failed to recognize his own limitations. He possessed Iverson's ambition but lacked the requisite talent. Not every 185 centimeters player could dominate an opponent's paint, challenging defensive anchors with impunity. Burke's inflated confidence ultimately led to poor offensive decisions, particularly in his ill-fated attempt to isolate Lin Hao. Although Burke's strength was formidable for a guard, it paled in comparison to Lin Hao's. Standing at 198 centimeters, Lin Hao's physique was more than adequate to play as a swingman, rendering Burke's attempts to overpower him futile. After their initial clash, Burke was the first to falter, retreating slightly. This misstep afforded Lin Hao the opportunity to snatch the basketball from Burke's grasp and charge into the Jazz's unguarded paint. Without hesitation, Lin Hao executed a thunderous dunk, asserting his dominance. In the away arena, respect is earned solely through prowess. Only exceptional skill can quell the jeers of opposing fans. Observing Burke's momentary daze, Utah Jazz head coach Quinn Snyder felt a surge of frustration. In his inaugural season as a rookie head coach, he sought to establish his authority. Burke, a talented rookie, became a stepping stone for Snyder's ambitions. Within half a season, Snyder had solidified Burke's position as the team's second playmaker, making him a crucial figure behind Gordon Hayward in the team's tactical hierarchy. Here, As a sophomore rookie, he has been afforded an exceptionally fertile ground for growth, allowing him to fully harness his capabilities and freely showcase his innate talents. Before today's match, Trey Burke indeed did not disappoint Coach Schneider. As a second-year rookie, Burke boasts impressive averages of 12, 8 points and 5, 7 assists per game, along with a shooting percentage of 36, making 1.6 three-pointers per game. These statistics are commendable for a rookie, suggesting a promising future ahead. His performance warrants the team's investment in resources to facilitate his rapid development. However, today, Trey Burke seemed inexplicably out of sorts. Standing at 185 centimeters, he appeared to be a mere target on the court, often singled out by the opposing guards. It was perplexing to witness him boldly attempt to execute isolation plays against the rival defenders. Seriously, does he truly believe he is the next Allen Iverson? How many Allen Iversons exist in this world? How many have been drafted first overall at a height of 185 centimeters? It can be said that Burke's primary contributions on the court lie in facilitating team play and scoring. Yet, when he is present, his teammates undoubtedly face heightened defensive pressure, rendering it effectively a 4-on-5 situation. At the moment when Trey Burke resorted to a named play, he evidently relinquished his role in uniting the team. Under such circumstances, if he failed to succeed in one-on-one situations and secure points, he would become a liability on both ends of the court. If, at this juncture, Schneider were to indulge him, relying on his fondness for Burke and allowing him to recklessly shoot, the hard-earned respect Schneider had built would crumble. Trust within a team is of paramount importance in every NBA franchise, even for a struggling team like the Utah Jazz. Schneider dared not to be reckless. Thus, after witnessing Burke's consecutive missteps, he promptly called a timeout and removed him from the game. He understood that rookies selected in the lottery possess a certain pride. They all embody their own version of Michael Jordan within their narratives. How much more so for those chosen from the lottery pool? In the face of such rookie players, Schneider possesses a unique approach to address the situation. When he called for a timeout and substituted Trey Burke off the court, he refrained from expressing much. Even as Burke's repeated fouls allowed the opposing team to widen the score gap, Schneider understood that chastising him at that moment would only stoke the flames of his inner turmoil. Here, they are all adults, responsible for their actions. If one performs poorly, they simply sit on the sidelines. It's as straightforward as that. To ensure that Trey Burke comprehended his recent missteps, Schneider opted to summon the team star, Gordon Hayward, from the bench earlier than planned. He intended for Hayward to demonstrate what it means to be a competent leader. "Gordon, it's your turn," he instructed. "Do you see that number 25 jersey on the opposing guard? Go and teach him a lesson. This is our home court, and no one will be permitted to dunk so easily in our paint." Nodding in agreement, Gordon Hayward removed his training gear, revealing the jersey beneath. As the leader of the Utah Jazz, he recognized the necessity of stepping up and taking responsibility in such moments. As a captain, he must lead the charge. The opponent has invaded our territory, dunking with abandon. If it were a superstar like LeBron James, it might be excusable. But for a rookie guard who has just been passed over in the draft, what merit does he have to assert such dominance? In Hayward's mind, his presence was entirely about cleaning up after his younger teammate. As for that rookie guard, had it not been a regular season game, would he even have the right to defend against me? As the team's leader, Hayward should not have to contend with the opposing bench player. Such a matchup would merely waste his energy without yielding any benefits. Yet, Trey Burke's lackluster performance necessitated Hayward's intervention. Previously, Burke had been a crucial component of the defensive lineup, but his poor defense had allowed the opposing team to score 6 points in just 2 minutes. Hayward's early entry into the game was intended to quell the audacity of the opposing player, naturally resulting in a direct matchup with him. Upon entering the court, Hayward swiftly received a pass from a teammate. As he positioned himself at a 45-degree angle, he focused on the rookie guard before him. Noticing the smaller stature of this player, Hayward recognized that he was just another overconfident rookie, oblivious to the immense effort required to compete at this level. This was Hayward's 5th season, and he had already established himself as a premier scorer, averaging 16.2 points per game the previous season. As a team leader, he was well acquainted with the players across the league, their skills and attributes etched in his memory. This knowledge contributed to his scoring prowess. When one occupies a high position for an extended period, respect for those below often diminishes. Moreover, the rookie guard had just taken advantage of his teammate. Therefore, Hayward felt compelled to ensure that he left the court defeated. Tonight, after a period of rest, Hayward was feeling particularly hot. Ever since being targeted by LeBron James and Kyrie Irving in the first quarter, He had been harboring a fierce desire to retaliate against the Cavaliers. Even if they were a struggling team, losing on home turf was not an option. He resolved to start the comeback with this rookie. In the NBA, those who ascend to leadership roles are typically formidable individuals, and Hayward was no exception. After just 5 seasons, he had risen to lead a team, equipped with his own set of skills. Despite not being a top-tier superstar, he was not someone whom mere defenders could easily confront. Hayward was aware that, as a white player in the league, he often faced discrimination, thus maintaining a high level of performance was essential for his career longevity. In his prime, he felt increasingly confident that he could set a new personal scoring record this season, solidifying his position and, at the very least, securing a lucrative contract. With this mindset, even facing the Cavaliers' trio of stars, Hayward was determined to challenge them, let alone a rookie. Without hesitation, after a few explosive plays, he discreetly nudged the rookie, Lin Hao, in a blind spot of the referee before swiftly penetrating the Cavaliers' paint. Despite Hayward being a white player, his athleticism ranked among the best in the league for small forwards. His explosiveness was exceptional, allowing him to hold his own against even the top-tier competitors. However, tonight he was up against LeBron James, a player with unparalleled strength and basketball IQ. Had he faced a lesser small forward, Hayward would have had complete confidence in his shooting and driving skills. What surprised Hayward was the rookie guard's tenacity. Even as Hayward created space, Lin Hao refused to relent in his defense. After accelerating, he re-established his position, and his lateral quickness left Hayward momentarily astonished. Such speed was rarely seen, even among the league's elite guards. Was this the agility expected of a 198 centimeters player? Was his knee capable of such lateral movement without consequence? These questions swirled in Hayward's mind, yet no one could provide answers. The only one able to do so was Lin Hao, who was intent on stealing the basketball from him. As Hayward collided with Lin Hao, he was taken aback. He hadn't anticipated the rookie's strength. It felt as if he had crashed into a wall, unable to budge him an inch. Instead, the impact sent Hayward staggering backward, nearly toppling to the ground. After regaining his balance, Hayward resumed dribbling, seeking a rhythm in his game while harboring a newfound wariness toward Lin Hao. In that brief exchange, he had quickly realized that Lin Hao was no ordinary player. Within the Cleveland Cavaliers, it appears that 2 individuals currently excel in defensive prowess, one of whom is LeBron James. On the defensive end, LeBron employs his seasoned footwork and an unwavering center of gravity, enabling him to shift to the weak side and force himself into an unfamiliar rhythm. However, Gordon Hayward is not without means to counter such defense. He can proactively engage LeBron, utilizing a spin to execute a turnaround jumper or a delicate floater. Conversely, Lin Hao's defensive posture starkly differs from that of LeBron James. This young player excels in harnessing his physical strength to impede the progress of his opponent. It is puzzling how a guard, standing under 2 meters, possesses such remarkable lateral speed and power. Coupled with his extraordinarily long wingspan, he instills trepidation in Gordon Hayward whenever he attempts to penetrate the defense. To visualize this, one might place their arms along the length of their sofa, clutch a basketball, and test their ability to dribble past it. Lin Hao's wingspan of 213 centimeters is akin to a dimensional advantage. Meanwhile, Cavaliers head coach David Blatt keenly observes this scene. His gaze is fixed on Lin Hao, and the young player's physical gifts vividly manifest in Blatt's mind. As a seasoned coach with extensive experience in European basketball, he is acutely aware of the potential ceilings for such players. With blistering speed, explosive athleticism, autonomous offensive capabilities, and exceptional basketball IQ, Lin Hao can effortlessly score against defenders, even those larger than himself. The more David Blatt observes, the more he believes that Lin Hao possesses the qualities to become a premier defender. His remarkable lateral movement and extensive wingspan equip him to hold his own against any adversary, making him a cornerstone of the team's perimeter defense. He reflects quietly on the current defensive resources within the Cavaliers' starting lineup, which primarily feature LeBron James and Anderson Varejao. Although Kyrie Irving showcases commendable individual defensive abilities, his physical limitations render him a liability in high-stakes games, necessitating assistance from teammates to cover his shortcomings. Dion Waiters, however, is even more concerning. His individual defensive prowess pales in comparison to that of Kyrie Irving, and it can be stated that the current lineup of the Cleveland Cavaliers lacks any defensive capability among its guards. The other towering figure in the interior, Kevin Love, while possessing formidable rebounding skills, demonstrates a glaring deficiency in interior defense. He appears almost fastidious, shying away from confrontations with opposing big men. positioning himself instead as a stretch four, meant to create space for the team. Consequently, the defensive burden on LeBron James and Anderson Varejao has been significantly intensified. Moreover, Varejao is not particularly reliable. While he may suffice during the regular season, his effectiveness diminishes drastically in the playoffs, where he finds it challenging to contend with other team centers. Currently, there are only a few strong teams in the Eastern Conference, including Al Horford of the Atlanta Hawks, Jonas Valanciunas of the Toronto Raptors, and Pau Gasol of the Chicago Bulls. Varejao holds no advantage against any of these players. Thus, it is imperative for the Cleveland Cavaliers to bolster their defensive capabilities. As for the team's trio of stars, they fundamentally constitute the backbone of the Cavaliers. No one is expendable, leaving only 5 options for the starting lineup. Rather than elevating Tristan Thompson to replace Varejao in the starting role, Coach David Blatt considers it more prudent to promote Lin Hao from the bench to take Waiter's position. As the head coach, Blatt is acutely aware of each player's characteristics, including Lin Hao. It can be said that when Lin Hao secured that 10-day contract, he entered Blatt's line of sight, and the coach has been keeping a close watch on him. Blatt is genuinely surprised by Lin Hao's current performance. When Lin Hao joined the team as a rookie, despite his impressive physical attributes, his skills were relatively raw. His ball handling and defensive stability were lacking, and his physicality was nowhere near its current robust state. However, Lin Hao's extraordinary individual defensive ability displayed against Gordon Hayward has completely altered Blatt's perception, prompting him to extend an opportunity to Lin Hao. On the court, Hayward continues his offensive pursuits. After an initial attack was thwarted, a faint flush of embarrassment colored his cheeks. After all, he considers himself among the top 10 small forwards in the league and the leader of the Utah Jazz. Being stymied by this unknown rookie is undoubtedly a blow to his pride. This kid, surely he has not played more than 5 official games in his career? Am I actually struggling against this presumptuous newcomer? If I cannot even score against him, who in the Jazz will respect me? Hayward muses, his impatience growing. He is acutely aware that he has entered the game with a mission, having been instructed by Coach Snyder to help his younger teammate reclaim his dignity. Hayward had even boasted to the coach that he would ensure this rookie would leave the game on his back. Initially, he had assumed this rookie lacked any basketball IQ. But now, he finds himself compelled to take Lin Hao seriously. Hayward's gaze is fixated on Lin Hao, filled with aggression. It is evident that he intends to overpower Lin Hao. Noting this intent, Lin Hao merely smiles. Ah, so you wish to challenge me again? The previous offensive setback did not clarify your standing, did it? Do you perceive me as the weak point in this lineup? Lin Hao shows no fear in the face of Hayward's gaze, returning the stare with equal intensity. A subtle smile graces Lin Hao's lips today. He intends to seize the opportunity presented by Hayward's reputation to make a name for himself in this league. Possessing exceptional physical attributes, Lin Hao, having integrated the essence of peak Derrick Rose's playing style, embodies all the qualities necessary to become the league's premier defensive player. After a period of honing his skills and undergoing the trials of preseason and summer league play, Lin Hao has cultivated a defensive philosophy of his own. It can be asserted that, within the current NBA landscape, his defensive capabilities rank among the elite. In contrast, Hayward merely constitutes a second-tier star. Why should a first-tier player not prevail over a second-tier one? With Hayward's aggressive demeanor locked onto him, Lin Hao feels a surge of adrenaline. He eagerly anticipates a first-hand demonstration of Hayward's prowess. At this moment, Hayward has adjusted his physical state to its pinnacle, taking several exploratory steps before surging towards the basket with the ball in hand. This time, Hayward's speed is noticeably quicker than before. Yet, Lin Hao's lateral movement proves equally formidable. Swift as lightning, he closes in defensively. Such a scenario does not catch Hayward off guard. Having experienced Lin Hao's lateral speed previously, the astute Hayward promptly adjusts his strategy. He steps with his left foot to the other side, hands clasped around the ball, aiming to exploit Lin Hao's momentary imbalance to catch him unprepared. This is a classic Euro step, a maneuver that Hayward had executed flawlessly in the earlier years of his career. Not even guards smaller than himself, nor forwards of similar stature, could maintain their balance against this move, inevitably granting Hayward an unimpeded path to the basket. As he prepares to execute this Euro step, Hayward believes his plan has succeeded. No one can defend against this, huh? Just as Hayward attempts to maneuver the ball past the rookie's head, he discovers that Lin Hao has unexpectedly positioned his arms against the ball. In that instant, as Hayward opts to clasp the ball, he plays directly into Lin Hao's hands. With a decisive slap, Lin Hao sends the ball tumbling from Hayward's grasp. Stunned, Hayward has no time to react, watching helplessly as this rookie completes the steal and charges towards his team's interior. An impeccable defensive display. David Blatt, accustomed to observing elite defensive players, involuntarily exclaims. His eyes widen in realization. This is precisely the type of defender he needs. One capable of executing his defensive schemes with excellence. Lin Hao's defense, even under the scrutiny of a European coaching maestro, reveals no flaws. He seems to be a seasoned partner of Hayward, anticipating his intentions the moment Hayward gathers the ball. This is nothing short of astonishing. Lin Hao's basketball IQ is extraordinary. The Cleveland Cavaliers currently stand as an offensively potent team, boasting their trio of stars, capable of scoring effortlessly at any moment during the game. No one can impede their scoring abilities. For them, the most pressing need is defense. In the regular season, defense is often undervalued, with some teams even choosing to disregard it for the sake of experimentation. However, in the playoffs, defense becomes a precious commodity. There is a saying, defense wins championships. For this championship-contending Cleveland Cavaliers team, defense constitutes the foundation upon which their quest for glory rests. In the fiercely contested playoffs, defense proves to be far more pivotal in altering the course of the game than offense. Goodness, when did this kid acquire such defensive prowess? On the bench, the team's leader, LeBron James, could not help but inquire of assistant coach Tyronn Lue after witnessing Lin Hao execute an exceptional defensive maneuver. However, Tyronn Lue appeared equally perplexed by the question. Nearly 5 months had elapsed since he, representing the Cavaliers management, had signed Lin Hao to a 10-day contract. As an assistant coach, Tyronn Lue was inundated with responsibilities daily, analyzing tactics, balancing the roles of players, studying opponents, scouting for new talent. Such duties often left him unable to recall what he had for dinner the previous night, let alone remember a spontaneous decision made 5 months prior to sign a rookie from China. Moreover, an extraordinary series of events had unfolded during these 5 months. LeBron James announced his return to the Cleveland Cavaliers, aiming to help this beleaguered sports city contend for a championship trophy. Shortly thereafter, the team traded away 2 former number 1 draft picks to bolster their roster in response to LeBron's championship aspirations, acquiring the perennial rebounding champion Kevin Love in exchange for the extraordinarily gifted Andrew Wiggins and Anthony Bennett. Additionally, the team also featured the somewhat unpredictable Kyrie Irving. In the NBA, one of the most challenging tasks for coaching staff is not merely devising strategies or identifying promising rookies, but rather managing the egos of superstars within the team. The convergence of these 3 superstars put immense pressure on the Cavaliers management, who were tasked with fulfilling each star's demands while maintaining equilibrium among them, persuading Kyrie Irving to accept a secondary role, and convincing Kevin Love, once the king of Minnesota, to embrace a tertiary position. Although Tyronn Lue was merely an assistant coach, his salary was hardly less than that of the head coach, and correspondingly, the responsibilities he bore were equally significant. Approaching LeBron James, he began to elaborate. LeBron, this is a player we signed 5 months ago, an undrafted rookie named Lin Hao, who is a student from China. He participated in the 2014 NBA draft, but unfortunately went undrafted. Our scouts discovered him on the undrafted list and invited him to try out at the Q Arena. Coincidentally, Andrew Wiggins was also present at that time. In an effort to help the team identify talent, Andrew Wiggins hosted a one-on-one challenge, stating that anyone who could defeat him would earn a 10-day contract. Lin Hao, the young guard, also entered that competition. Oh, he participated in the one-on-one challenge against Andrew Wiggins? What was the outcome? LeBron James appeared particularly intrigued by the prospect of Lin Hao's matchup with Wiggins, prompting his eager inquiry before Tyronn Lue could finish his introduction. He achieved a resounding 11-0 victory over Andrew Wiggins. The footage of their match is still stored in Coach Blatt's office. You can view it after the game if you wish. Tyronn Lue glanced at LeBron's expression, relieved to see no signs of discontent, and continued. It was precisely because of that challenge that we were willing to offer Lin Hao an opportunity. He has not disappointed us. During the Summer League, he showcased a remarkable performance, scoring 60 points in a single game. Before this match, we were aware of his scoring prowess, but he had never demonstrated such an exceptional level of defense. LeBron James clapped his hands, signaling the end of Tyronn Lue's introduction. All right, now discuss with David Blatt. I believe it's time to reconsider the starting lineup. Anderson Varejao may remain unchanged for now. We need his interior defense. In future matchups against formidable centers like Valanciunas, he will be essential in guarding near the free throw line. Move Lin Hao's locker next to mine. His basketball IQ is high, and I sense we will have much to discuss. Furthermore, you and Coach Blatt should adjust some strategies to incorporate Lin Hao. With such a promising young talent on the team, we cannot afford to neglect his development. Wouldn't you agree? As LeBron's words echoed, he turned to Tyronn Lue with a smile. Tyronn Lue chuckled in agreement. Indeed, a gifted young player like Lin Hao deserves proper nurturing. If we can cultivate him into a versatile player, it will undoubtedly enhance our roster. Rest assured, LeBron, I will speak with David Blatt, and he will certainly be in the starting lineup alongside you. On the court, having successfully executed a steal, Lin Hao launched a long pass to Dion Waiters, who then delivered an astonishing offensive play. In a moment of unchallenged space, Waiters halted just beyond the three-point line, receiving the ball before immediately launching a shot. The fans in the Utah Jazz's arena were left in awe, rising from their seats at the unexpected turn. Swish! Dion Waiters' fast break three-pointer found its mark, further extending the Cavaliers' lead. The commentators were equally astonished by Waiters' audacious decision. Wow, Dion Waiters truly possesses the audacity of a master. To make such a choice with the Jazz's interior defense completely vacant, and to succeed, is nothing short of astonishing. Indeed, that three-pointer struck like a dagger straight into the heart of the Utah Jazz. Dion Waiters has now etched his name in the minds of Jazz fans alongside Kyrie Irving, LeBron James, and that remarkable young guard. Witnessing this scene, the fans of the Jazz were, understandably, incensed. Those closest to the Cleveland Cavaliers bench rose spontaneously, directing a torrent of abuse at Dion Waiters, who had just sunk a three-pointer during a fast break. Hey, kid, can you recognize your own identity? Who do you think you are? How dare you attempt a three-pointer in a fast break? For a player of your caliber, to shoot a three in our home arena is nothing short of an affront. Do you understand? The Jazz fans commenced a direct and friendly exchange with Waiters, as they felt that a player of his standing had no right to flaunt his abilities on the court. Choosing to shoot a three-pointer during a fast break? Does he truly consider himself significant? As the boos crescendoed, Waiters merely chuckled disdainfully. He approached the most vociferous Jazz fan. Oh, so it was you who was yelling at me, right? You said I had no right to shoot a trailing three during a fast break, didn't you? Only superstars are allowed to shoot trailing threes in your arena, correct? Well, listen closely. I will undoubtedly become a superstar in the NBA. When I eventually hoist the championship trophy, I will return to the Veltus Arena and stand in that very spot to confidently sink a trailing three-pointer. I will show you that my skills are on par with those superstars. What they can achieve, I can achieve too. With a fierce glint in his eyes, Waiters dismissed the raucous jeers around him. He epitomized the archetype of a rebellious spirit. Before the formation of the Cavaliers triumvirate, he was the team's second star, having played 72 games last season and averaging 15, 9 points and 3 assists. Such statistics hinted at a promising future for the second-year player. Despite his commendable stats, it was evident that the backcourt duo of Waiters and Kyrie Irving, while highly efficient offensively, were a liability defensively when both were on the court. It felt as though the Cavaliers were playing 3 against 5. This defensive deficiency explained why they could amass impressive numbers yet fail to bolster the team's success. As the new season approached, Waiters resolved to enhance his defensive skills in hopes of making a significant impact. Then came the monumental news. Four-time MVP LeBron James announced his return to the Cleveland Cavaliers, aiming to lead his hometown toward championship glory. The city erupted in jubilation. Their beloved king had returned. Upon his return, LeBron naturally reclaimed his position as the team's leader. However, to achieve their championship aspirations, the Cavaliers' current lineup lacked the necessary competitiveness. Consequently, during the offseason, the Cavaliers undertook sweeping reforms, parting ways with Andrew Wiggins and Anthony Bennett to fortify their weakest interior. Dion Waiters, this exceptionally gifted young player, found himself among those impacted by these changes. As the new season commenced, his tactical role inevitably diminished. The Cavaliers' backcourt was so crowded that it could have hosted a game of mahjong, featuring not only the top pick Kyrie Irving, but also Matthew Dellavedova, a player known for his defensive prowess, and occasionally, LeBron James and Mike Miller could assume guard roles. This left Waiters feeling increasingly undervalued by the organization. In the new season, aside from the first game where he started as shooting guard, he soon found himself relegated to the role of sixth or even seventh man, a situation that his proud demeanor could hardly tolerate. Now, his playing time was comparable to that of a rookie. Fueled by indignation, Waiters refused to coddle the visiting fans, his inherent pride driving him to assert himself, convinced that the Cavaliers' management had misjudged his capabilities rather than his lack of starting talent. Initially, Waiters had believed that the team's desire for change was the reason for his demotion from the starting lineup. However, the emergence of Lin Hao brought a palpable sense of urgency. Truth be told, the team had informed Waiters about signing Lin Hao to a 10-day contract, but he dismissed it, underestimating the competition from a player who had gone undrafted. He had seen countless such players fail to make an impact. Yet, the situation had changed dramatically, as he observed Lin Hao effectively guarding the Jazz's star player Gordon Hayward and backup Trey Burke. He realized Lin's contributions were bolstering the team's efforts. In stark contrast, Waiter's own defensive performance resembled that of a fool, allowing opponents to score with little resistance. Since the onset of his career, he had remained acutely aware of the Cavaliers' deficiencies. With the trio of stars, the team was never short on offensive prowess. What they truly lacked was defensive talent. Reflecting on his own attributes, Waiters recognized that he could offer little in terms of stability on the offensive end and even less defensively. How could he possibly compete with Lin for a position? As Waiters engaged in this moment of self-reflection, his trailing three-pointer had made an impact. The Utah Jazz, shaken by Waiters' shot, prompted Coach Quinn Snyder to call a timeout to recalibrate his team. Though they were in a rebuilding phase, losing badly at home was unacceptable. Who would want to attend games if the team consistently faltered? If attendance dwindled, how could the team generate revenue? And without revenue, how could Snyder remain in his position? In a bid to regain some scoring momentum, Snyder hastily ended the starters' respite, reintroducing them to the game. After the timeout, Lin Hao approached the Cavaliers bench, where he noticed head coach David Blatt and assistant coach Tyronn Lue beaming at him. Well done on defense. Keep it up in the upcoming possessions. Blatt, typically serious, now wore a broad smile, clearly pleased with Lin's performance. Tyronn Lue, too, was no exception. He picked up a towel from his seat and draped it over Lin Hao's shoulders. Just as Lin Hao was about to politely decline, Lue exerted a firm grip, securing the towel in place. Leaning close to Lin Hao's ear, he whispered, "Buddy, this is what you deserve. You must understand that in the NBA. As long as you perform well, you can obtain anything you desire. Women, money, prestige, and respect are all within your grasp. In the future, you will encounter these things more frequently. You must recognize your position. You are a future superstar, and you need to learn to accept the service others offer you." Lue gently patted Lin Hao's shoulder, signaling him to keep his composure. Watching the interaction between Blatt and Lue, Lin Hao couldn't help but smile. Indeed, there was a reason everyone aspired to be a star. It was undeniably exhilarating. Observing the back of head coach David Blatt, Lin Hao felt assured that his defensive efforts had earned the coach's recognition. Surely, his playing time would increase from here on out. Dion Waiters, just returning to the bench, observed the deference shown by Lue and Blatt with a furrowed brow. Clearly, their actions towards Lin Hao were not typical for a role player and the coaching staff. Such gestures would be expected for a star like LeBron James, Kyrie Irving, or even Kevin Love. They were the team's stars, relied upon to generate revenue and secure victories. But Lin Hao? What had he done to warrant such star treatment? Was a mere undrafted player deserving of such attention for occasionally enjoying a meal? Last season, he averaged 16 points per game. Wasn't his contribution comparable? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Waiters mustered the courage to approach Coach Blatt. Just as he opened his mouth to speak, Blatt turned to see him and immediately his expression soured. "Dion, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be over there?" He gestured towards the furthest seat on the bench, designated for Waiters. In this team, talent was paramount. For a second-year guard like Waiters to be part of a championship-caliber rotation was already an impressive feat historically. Few title-contending teams were willing to abandon their rotation to develop a high-draft rookie. Hearing the coach's inquiry only served to amplify Waiters' frustration. His playing time had dwindled in recent games, and seeing the coaching staff fawn over Lin Hao was infuriating. At this point, Waiters felt he could no longer conceal his feelings. "Coach, I want to play. I don't understand what I've done wrong to have my minutes reduced so drastically. I don't believe anyone on this team is more suited to be the starting shooting guard than I am. My contributions as a starter far exceed those from the bench. My offensive prowess is exactly what this team needs." "Stop right there." Blatt interrupted before Waiters could finish his self-advocacy. "Dion, if you do not understand why you have been removed from the starting lineup, let me clarify. Your offensive choices are poor. Do you realize that? When you are on the floor, it increases our possessions by 10 to 15 due to your subpar decisions. LeBron James and Kevin Love often have to crash the boards for offensive rebounds because of your erratic play. Allowing you to start would be a disservice. And you claim the team needs your offensive firepower? I concede that you have provided a lot on that front and performed admirably last season, averaging 16 points and 4 assists. Such figures could warrant a third or even second option on any team in the league. However, this is the Cleveland Cavaliers. We have 3 superstars, LeBron James, Kyrie Irving, and Kevin Love. Each of them can score at will during any moment of the game. Therefore, We are not lacking in offensive capability. Do you realize how you perform in the starting lineup? Unstable offense, poor shot selection, and most importantly, a lack of defense. If you and Kyrie were to man the backcourt, the other three players would have to constantly prepare to help defend, contest rebounds, and make steals. Having you both on the court is a burden for the team. At this moment, Waiters interjected, "So, for Kyrie Irving, you've chosen to forsake me? You'd rather let him partner with others in the backcourt, even shifting LeBron to start at point guard and changing Kyrie's position to take my rightful shooting guard spot?" Blatt nodded. "We are all adults here. Everything we do is aimed at improving the team. You understand that. Moreover, I must correct you. The shooting guard position is not yours. In this team, starting roles go to those who earn them. If you feel your limited playing time is unjust, then before the trade deadline this season, we will facilitate a move to a team of your choosing, where you can showcase your abilities." Blatt's words felt like a death sentence to Waiters. Comply, and he would remain the team's sixth man; resist, and he could leave the Cavaliers. Faced with these two options, Waiters found it hard to believe. He recalled how, as a second-year player averaging 16 points last season, he received immense praise from the coaching staff and management, who hailed him and Kyrie as the team's future. But how had it come to this? Waiters cast a forlorn glance at Blatt, who remained indifferent to his gaze. As a prominent European coach, Blatt knew that without a firm hand, he could not command respect. This was not a game, it was competitive sports, where salaries were tied to performance. Thus, the principle of meritocracy applied here with utmost clarity. Even if some coaches harbored personal biases, they ultimately had to compromise for the sake of the team's success. The intermission soon concluded. Aside from the debate between Waiters and Coach Blatt, the other players merely grabbed towels to wipe their sweat, sipped water, and steadied their breaths as the game was about to resume, with Blatt addressing Waiters' concerns. The Cavaliers players were unaware of any forthcoming tactical adjustments. However, this is of little consequence, for the current Utah Jazz require no elaborate strategies. Their triumvirate merely needs to take a few shots to effortlessly triumph over their opponents. As the time arrived for the head coach to assign a new lineup, a familiar strategy was expected. Lynn Howe would be substituted and remain on the bench until the end of the match, never to see the court again. However, in an unexpected twist, Coach David Blatt did not remove Lynn Howe. Instead, he allowed him to compete alongside the starting roster in the forthcoming game. Consequently, the regular rotation saw Dion Waiters relegated to the bench. This meant that Lynn Howe would now join LeBron James, Kyrie Irving, Kevin Love, and Anderson Varejao on the court. This signified that Lynn Howe had been recognized by the Cavaliers coaching staff as the second choice for the team's backcourt. This sudden stroke of fortune made Lynn Howe acutely aware that this was his prime opportunity to replace Dion Waiters as the starting shooting guard. He sensed that his performance in this game would determine his trajectory within the Cleveland Cavaliers for the foreseeable future. A stellar display could solidify his position, while a lackluster effort might render him akin to the present Dion Waiters in the future. Lynn Howe understood that he had signed a one-year, $6 million mid-level contract with the Cleveland Cavaliers, which essentially positioned him as the fourth option on the team, following the three superstars. With the formation of the Big Three, the Cavaliers' salary cap had become strained. For them to extend a $6 million contract to him was nothing short of remarkable. Yet, it also implied that his chances were limited. If he failed to demonstrate that he was deserving of the $6 million, he could very well be traded or even waived. He needed to produce tangible results before the Cavaliers management completely lost faith in him. Armed with the template of a peak Derrick Rose, Lynn Howe was untroubled by the prospect of finding employment within the NBA, even in the world's premier basketball league. He was confident in his ability to be the focal point of any team. However, this scenario was different. He was in the midst of the Cleveland Cavaliers, surrounded by three superstars, Kyrie Irving, Kevin Love, and the player widely regarded as the best in the NBA, LeBron James. The allure these three brought was unimaginable. If Lynn Howe were to depart and join a lesser team, akin to Gordon Hayward, he would merely be squandering his career alongside rookies, gaining only a commendable reputation without substantial achievement. Remaining with the Cleveland Cavaliers, he could leverage the immense popularity generated by these three superstars to carve out his own name, ultimately positioning himself for a lucrative contract in the future. For someone as yet unestablished, staying in the NBA was an invaluable opportunity. As for leaving, that could wait until he had cultivated a solid fan base. In summary, his current tenure with the Cleveland Cavaliers provided him with far greater exposure than many team leaders in lesser franchises. This was undoubtedly the pinnacle of commercial value within the NBA, bar none. Now, as the Cleveland Cavaliers boasted a triumvirate of superstars in their prime, As long as they remained united, they would be among the most formidable contenders for the championship. If Lin Hao were to secure a championship ring with this team, his popularity would surely surge. And if he were to assist the Cavaliers in achieving back-to-back titles, even as a mere role player, the benefits he would reap would surpass those of many core players on other teams. Moreover, the NBA Finals are not a stage for just anyone to ascend. Ultimately, basketball is a collective endeavor. It is only through the strength of a formidable team that one can attain glory and secure lucrative contracts. Certainly, Lin Hao is not content to merely be a benchwarmer, a player who spends an entire season observing from the sidelines, akin to a mere water boy. Even if he were to receive a championship ring in the end, he would not take pride in such an achievement. Lin Hao aspires to be a pivotal role player, one who plays a significant part in the team's strategies, and who, in critical moments, can step onto the court as an integral member of the squad, forming part of the decisive lineup and standing shoulder to shoulder with his teammates against their rivals. Before Lin Hao could accomplish all of this, he first needed to secure a position as a member of the team's starting lineup. To achieve this, he had only two choices: to displace Kyrie Irving and become the starting point guard, or to surpass Dion Waiters and take on the role of starting shooting guard. It is evident to any discerning observer which of these options is more attainable. Kyrie Irving, the first overall pick selected by the Cleveland Cavaliers, possesses an ethereal playing style, gliding across the court like a graceful sprite. His flamboyant technique has garnered him a substantial fan base. In just 4 seasons, his jersey has become synonymous with the elite point guards in the NBA, underscoring the magnitude of his popularity. Therefore, the prospect of ousting Kyrie Irving in a short span is nothing short of a fanciful dream. This leaves only one viable option: to contend with Dion Waiters. How formidable is Dion Waiters? His prowess is indeed impressive. He was selected 4th overall in the first round of the 2012 draft by the Cleveland Cavaliers. Nurtured by the team's management, who have invested significant effort into his development, he has certainly not disappointed the management of the Cleveland Cavaliers. In his rookie season, he averaged 14.7 points and 3 assists per game, earning a place on the all-rookie first team. Such an achievement has undoubtedly caught the attention of the Cavaliers, prompting them to invest more resources in him. Standing at 193 centimeters and weighing 102 kilograms, he resembles a compact powerhouse, charging through the court with an impressive force that the team desperately needs. His ability to attack the rim and his strength have driven the Cavaliers into a frenzy. Although he is now a third-year player and has not accumulated any further accolades since his all-rookie selection, his personal prowess has been well established. The NBA is the premier basketball league globally, accommodating only over 400 players each season, while introducing more than 100 new rookies annually. Thus, it is no small feat for a player to remain in the league for more than 2 seasons. Moreover, Dion Waiters, a lottery pick averaging 16 points per game, holds significant trade value. The Cavaliers could leverage him to acquire 2 stable role players from other teams. In summary, he possesses the potential to become a star. Should he improve his offensive decision-making and bolster his defensive skills, he could even emerge as the leading figure of a struggling team. It can be said that Waiters' talent ranks above average among the over 400 players in the league, placing his trade value among the highest of his rookie class. In contrast, the previous player Lin Hao may not have even qualified to face Waiters. Perhaps only Wang Chen entering the NBA could consistently overshadow him. However, the current Lin Hao is a transformed figure. From an overlooked undrafted player, he has adopted the template of the youngest MVP in NBA history, Derrick Rose, evolving into one of the foremost guards in the current league. His rise to fame is merely a matter of seizing a significant opportunity. The primary reason Dion Waiters has secured a starting position with the Cleveland Cavaliers is his exceptional athleticism. The unparalleled impact he brings to the offensive end evokes comparisons to the Flash, Dwayne Wade, who was drafted in the same class as LeBron James. When Waiters is in rhythm, he can channel Wade's explosive talent, penetrating the opponent's paint even in the presence of towering defenders. Additionally, he possesses a degree of defensive capability. Prior to Lin Hao's emergence, Waiters was the most tenacious defensive guard on the Cavaliers roster. Overall, the starting 5 for the Cleveland Cavaliers is relatively fixed, comprising LeBron James, Kyrie Irving, Kevin Love, and Anderson Varejao, who together form the backbone of the team's structure. Kyrie Irving and LeBron James command the majority of offensive possessions, while Dion Waiters, as the 3rd or 4th option, primarily focuses on off-ball movement, spot shooting, and reinitiating offensive plays for secondary attacks. In regard to these matters, Lin Hao possesses the confidence to surpass Dion Waiters in performance. Even in his weakest area of defense, he can elevate the team by 1 or 2 tiers. Consequently, the starting lineup of the Cleveland Cavaliers could transform into Lin Hao and Anderson Varejao as the primary defenders, with LeBron James providing sweeping defense and assistance. This configuration would effectively mitigate the defensive shortcomings left by Kyrie Irving, thereby facilitating a transformative change within the team. As for Dion Waiters, he could seamlessly transition into the role of the secondary ball handler, becoming a pivotal force in the bench unit's offensive strategy. At this moment, Lin Hao's paramount task is to showcase his full capabilities before the coaching staff, convincing them that he is a more suitable candidate for the starting shooting guard position than Dion Waiters, partnering with Kyrie Irving and LeBron James. The team's performance would undoubtedly surpass its current state. As the timeout concluded and both teams returned to the court, the Utah Jazz began to alter their offensive strategies. Due to Gordon Hayward's repeated struggles against Lin Hao's defense, the Jazz's head coach, Quinn Snyder, decided that the team's star, Gordon Hayward, would primarily play off the ball for the remainder of the game. Subsequently, the team's most adept orchestrator of offense, Trey Burke, reclaimed the ball. With him directing the team's attacks, Gordon Hayward transitioned into a role that primarily involved aiding the team with sharp, decisive shots. Although Hayward's function on the offensive end has notably shifted, relinquishing ball control, it is a misconception to assume that his inability to hold the ball precludes him from scoring. This season, the Utah Jazz have played 2 games in which Hayward achieved an astonishing three-point shooting rate of 7 out of 12 attempts. Notably, all 7 of his successful three-pointers were assisted by teammates, underscoring his remarkable efficiency. Thus, even without the ball in his hands, Hayward continues to excel through exceptional off-ball movement, identifying the most opportune moments to release his shots, ultimately guiding the ball into the basket. On the court, the initial offensive possession belonged to the Utah Jazz. After Burke dribbled to the top of the arc, Hayward began his performance on the opposite side, utilizing a screen from a teammate in the paint. He successfully maneuvered beyond the three-point line. Meanwhile, LeBron James, tasked with defending Hayward, found himself momentarily impeded by a teammate, providing Hayward with an ideal opportunity to attempt a three-pointer. Now, it was merely a matter of Burke delivering the ball into Hayward's hands for the Jazz to execute a splendid tactical play and secure a precious 3 points. Trevor Book, without a trace of disappointment to his coaching staff and teammates, swiftly showcased his remarkable court intelligence and vision. He deftly passed the basketball over the heads of Kyrie Irving and Anderson Varejao, delivering it into the hands of Gordon Hayward. However, just as Hayward was poised to take his shot, an opposing player unexpectedly appeared before him, promptly swatting the basketball from his grasp. Subsequently, he seized the basketball, propelled it past the halfway line, and delivered a long pass into the hands of the swiftly advancing LeBron James. The player who executed the steal from Gordon Hayward was none other than Lin Hao. Currently, Gordon Hayward finds himself at the zenith of his professional career. Given his present capabilities and the support of his fan base, he is merely a step away from attaining all-star status. However, he also possesses certain shortcomings, such as lateral speed and reaction time. Standing at 203 centimeters, Hayward is a versatile forward whose skills on the court are commendable. Yet, in recent years, he has endeavored to enhance his physicality to gain an edge when matched against elite forwards like LeBron James, Kevin Durant, Kawhi Leonard, and Paul George. He has undergone a muscle-building regimen, increasing his weight from 98 kilograms to 110 kilograms. This weight gain signifies greater physical confrontation but has unfortunately resulted in diminished agility. Consequently, this is why Hayward was unable to react swiftly in the preceding play. "Hey Lin, well done," exclaimed assistant coach Tyronn Lue from the bench as he witnessed Lin Hao secure another steal followed by a swift pass. He was somewhat taken aback by Lin Hao's proactive defensive maneuvers, specifically his ball-stealing attempts. The player Lin Hao was originally assigned to guard was none other than the current offensive linchpin of the Utah Jazz, Trey Burke. With exceptional court vision and an impressive ability to cut without the ball, coupled with a reliable three-point shot, Burke is undoubtedly one of the most formidable players on the court. Allowing him to slip through the cracks at a critical moment could result in a devastating prize for the opposing team due to his shooting prowess. Yet, in this pivotal instance, Lin Hao chose to abandon his assignment on Burke and instead collaborated with LeBron James to double-team Gordon Hayward, forcing him into a mistake. Such actions and defensive acumen not only drew Tyronn Lue's admiration, but also compelled him to question himself. Was this truly an undrafted player? What undrafted player possesses such a high level of defensive intelligence? However, What Tyronn Lue was unaware of was that Lin Hao's ability to execute such strategic moves stemmed from his emulation of the peak version of Derrick Rose. It is well known that during his time with the Chicago Bulls, Derrick Rose, as a point guard, was not particularly noted for his individual defensive capabilities. He typically relied on players like Luol Deng, Kirk Hinrich, and Joakim Noah to primarily defend the opposing team's offensive threats, while he utilized his speed and court instincts to assist his teammates in defensive efforts, inheriting the entire skill set of Derrick Rose. Lin Hao naturally possesses an equally formidable court instinct. Presently, Lin Hao can adeptly read the dynamics of the game to identify optimal moments for double teaming and help defense, delivering a decisive blow to his opponents on the defensive end. On the court, LeBron James, having received a long pass from Lin Hao, surged forward, penetrating the interior of the Utah Jazz's paint. At the pinnacle of his illustrious career, LeBron, now 38, still executes acrobatic dunks during fast breaks. One can only imagine the prowess he displayed at the age of 30. Inside the restricted area of the Utah Jazz stood only Rudy Gobert. Even the all-star Gobert could not halt LeBron's advance during the fast break, and as a rookie, he certainly stood no chance. Gobert could only watch helplessly as LeBron barreled into the paint, recalling the words of his coach, Quinn Snyder, just before he stepped onto the court. "Rudy, your role is to protect the defensive boards and our paint. You know that in Cleveland, LeBron and Kyrie Irving heavily rely on their inside game. Tonight, you will face many challenges, but do not let their reputations intimidate you. When they drive to the basket, simply raise your arms to disrupt their shots. If the referee calls a foul on you, we'll gamble on whether they can hit both free throws, making one is a win for us. Do you understand?" With this thought in mind, Rudy Gobert stood tall as LeBron soared toward the rim. He raised his arms, smiling at this unexpected guest, as if to challenge him. "Come on, if you have the skill, dunk on me right here." LeBron, interpreting Gobert's gaze as a dare, would not shy away from the rookie's provocation. LeBron leapt high, lifting the ball above his head, and with a forceful slam, he dunked it through the hoop, sending Gobert crashing to the floor beneath the rim. Gobert lay on the hardwood, staring blankly at the arena ceiling, with a singular thought racing through his mind. "Coach. The coach has betrayed me." Simultaneously, the referee's whistle pierced the air, calling Gobert for a defensive foul, granting LeBron a chance for a three-point play. "Is this kid a fool?" muttered Coach Snyder under his breath. When LeBron drives to the basket, why is he smiling and raising his hands? Does he fear that LeBron won't succeed in dunking on him? I've never seen such a compliant rim outside of a dunk contest. His dissatisfaction with Gobert grew palpable. Taking a deep breath, LeBron strode confidently to the free throw line. This 2-1 opportunity was merely routine for him after over a decade in the league. Opponents capable of defending him have become legends in their respective positions. Tim Duncan, Dirk Nowitzki, and what of Rudy Gobert, who dared to act so boldly in his rookie year? Did he truly believe he was on par with Tim Duncan, waiting for LeBron to enter his domain? Recalling the specter of Tim Duncan, LeBron inadvertently slipped, missing the free throw and resulting in a 2-0. This comical blunder elicited laughter from the Cavaliers bench. In contrast to Lin Hao's remarkable defensive prowess, his contributions on the offensive end have been rather limited. After all, the team currently boasts a trio of superstars, each capable of showcasing their skills, leaving little opportunity for Lin Hao to take a shot. Consequently, his role has been reduced to lingering around the 45-degree angle in the corner, observing LeBron James and Kyrie Irving engage in one-on-one battles. Akin to a Cavaliers fan with a VIP ticket who unexpectedly finds himself thrust onto the court. As time swiftly passes, we find ourselves in the fourth quarter of the match. Lin Hao has played a commendable 32 minutes, making him the player with the most playing time among the role players of the Cleveland Cavaliers, excluding the trio of superstars. In stark contrast, his direct competitor for a starting position, Dion Waiters, has only managed to take the court for a mere 15 minutes, less than half of Lin Hao's playing time. This disparity in performance is certainly not without its reasons. When Lin Hao joins the three superstars on the floor, the team's defensive steals noticeably improve, allowing them to gain momentum. By the conclusion of the third quarter, they have widened the score gap to over 25 points, rendering the entire fourth quarter a mere formality. David Blatt, having tasted success, is naturally reluctant to reintroduce Waiters, who has proven to be a liability for the team. Thus, Lin Hao rightfully earns more playing opportunities. As the Cavaliers continue to thrive, the Utah Jazz, who have consistently lagged behind, grow increasingly anxious. This is particularly true for their leader, Gordon Hayward, who faces the embarrassment of losing significantly on home turf. How can he maintain his reputation as a leader if his team is perceived as weak? This thought weighs heavily on Hayward, prompting him to hasten the pace of the game, often completing offensive plays in a mere 12 seconds. Far less than the allotted 24 seconds. Despite Coach Snyder's attempts to calm Hayward with 2 timeouts, the latter's restlessness remains unabated. Ultimately, Snyder concedes to Hayward's pace. After all, should the team falter, the captain bears the brunt of the blame, while the coach has already executed all possible strategies to avoid fault. Moreover, the team's primary objective this season is to secure a high draft pick, which Snyder can justify as merely following the owner's directives. As the Jazz accelerate their offensive tempo, the Cavaliers find themselves in high spirits. With LeBron James and Kyrie Irving on their side, they welcome such a fast-paced style of play, particularly for LeBron, his 4-year tenure in Miami, where he and Dwayne Wade secured 2 championship trophies through a similar approach, gives him an advantage. They relied on a staunch defensive strategy to induce errors from their opponents, a script LeBron knows all too well. Furthermore, he possesses his own methodology for executing rapid transition offense. As the leader of his team, LeBron sets the standard, showcasing his remarkable athleticism to effortlessly keep pace with Hayward's speed. Impatiently, Hayward watched as the time dwindled towards the conclusion of the match, reluctantly avoiding James and passing the ball to his teammates to orchestrate the offensive play. Yet, they evidently overlooked one individual, Lin Howe. His agility rivaled that of LeBron James, the versatile swingman. In a fast-paced transition, every pass necessitated careful contemplation, relying on the long-established synergy among teammates and the meticulous orchestration of the team's leader. However, it was clear that the Utah Jazz lacked both at this moment. In their hurried offense, Gordon Hayward executed a thoughtless pass, thwack, positioned at a 45-degree angle. Lin Howe seized the opportunity and intercepted the ball. The Jazz players, having just reached the Cavaliers' backcourt, were compelled to retreat once more. Hurry, hurry, return to protect our paint. Yet, the morale of the Jazz fans, gradually waning, left them disinclined to defend. To them, a loss by 18 points was the same as a loss by 20. The margin mattered little. What harm would it do to allow the Cavaliers another score? With such a mindset prevailing, a situation soon arose where the Cavaliers outnumbered the Jazz in the front court. On the Cavaliers' side, LeBron James pushed the fast break, and with a flicker of peripheral vision, he spotted Lin Howe, who had surged into the paint. Acknowledging Lin Howe's previous defensive brilliance and his impressive physical prowess, LeBron came to a halt, positioning himself beyond the three-point arc, choosing to launch Lin Howe into the air. Lin Howe, of course, would not disappoint LeBron James. For him, this moment represented a splendid opportunity to make his name known. He planted his foot firmly on the free-throw line and swiftly launched into the air. Poor Rudy Gobert, having just been scolded for 2 minutes from the bench by Snyder, found himself thrust into the fray again, only to face yet another posterization. As Lin Howe soared, the ball firmly in his grasp, Gobert merely numbly extended his arms. The psychological trauma inflicted by LeBron James had long since taken its toll on him. He played for the sake of earning money, not to endanger himself, especially considering whether the few $100,000 he earned was worth such a risk. With a resounding crash, Lin Howe successfully executed his dunk over Gobert, who yet again became a mere backdrop for the illustrious moments of the Cleveland Cavaliers players in this match. As the final whistle blew, signaling the conclusion of the game, Lin Howe was drenched in sweat. His jersey had become glued to his body, and his legs trembled with fatigue. This was the first time he had played over 32 minutes in an NBA-level game, filling him with profound satisfaction. He recalled the days spent in his high school gym with Wang Chun, discussing their dreams of one day gracing the NBA stage, battling alongside each other, and encountering the league's superstars to witness their athletic prowess firsthand, just as depicted in the news. Now, as time has unfolded, Lin Howe finally stood on this court he had once yearned for so deeply. He represented an NBA team, and it was becoming increasingly likely that he would secure a position in the starting lineup. Surrounded by elite players such as LeBron James and Kyrie Irving, he had unknowingly realized his dream. In the future, he will carry the shared aspirations of the two of them and continue to remain here together. Lin Howe lay dreamily on the floor. At this moment, nothing excited him more than the prospect of a good rest. As the final whistle of the match echoed through the arena, the reporters who had been waiting at the sidelines could no longer contain their eagerness and swiftly made their way towards Lin Howe. After passing by him, he approached the sides of LeBron James and Kyrie Irving. In this match, the duo collectively amassed 64 points, leading their team to a commanding 121-108 victory over the Utah Jazz at the Quicken Loans Arena. They were undoubtedly the key contributors to this triumph. their performances solidifying the Cleveland Cavaliers' status as championship contenders. This pairing rightfully claims the title of the league's most formidable offensive duo. In stark contrast, Lin Hao's modest tally of 12 points, 4 rebounds, and 7 steals rendered him somewhat inconsequential, such as the fate of lesser-known players. Even with a record-setting 7 steals in a single season, they remain overlooked. Reclining on the court, Lin Hao felt no resentment as reporters bypassed him to interview superstars like LeBron James and Kyrie Irving. He was indifferent to their attention, having long acclimated to the role of an ordinary player. Rather than uttering words that might betray his true feelings in front of the press or boasting about his performance, Lin Hao understood that the coaching staff's perception of him following this game would be pivotal. Whether he could replace Dion Waiters as the starting shooting guard or achieve recognition hinged on their evaluation of his abilities. At that moment, as Lin Hao lay on the floor, a new face appeared before him. He looked up to see LeBron James, now donned in training attire. At some point, he had brushed aside the reporters and approached Lin Hao. "Hey, buddy, you performed exceptionally well tonight. I'm aware you recorded 7 steals. You were one of the key reasons we secured this victory on the road." LeBron smiled as he spoke to Lin Hao. Lin Hao nodded slightly, his heart fluttering with excitement. For him, receiving attention from LeBron James was undeniably a fortuitous occurrence. This was evident when LeBron announced his return to the Cavaliers, prompting owner Dan Gilbert to trade away historically gifted Andrew Wiggins to bolster the team's weakest interior. LeBron is the undisputed leader of this team, and indeed, one of the most prominent superstars in the annals of NBA history. During that season, he stood as the preeminent player in the league, an absolute monarch at the small forward position, unmatched even by other elite forwards. As Tim Duncan and Kobe Bryant gradually exited the league, LeBron James would soon face new challengers. Regardless of the circumstances, his commercial value is unparalleled, without exception. Lin Hao's receipt of LeBron's commendation was akin to a stroke of luck. The praise he just received, if disseminated, would compel major media outlets to devote significant coverage to him, illustrating the immense influence of today's foremost league figure in the Cleveland Cavaliers. Rather than attributing all decisions to the management and coaching staff, it is more accurate to say that LeBron James is the true master of the team. With his profound influence within the squad, a single word from him could effortlessly elevate Lin Hao to the starting shooting guard position, rendering unnecessary the current scenario where Lin Hao squanders his offensive prowess on menial tasks. Nearby, the head coach, David Blatt, observed the lively conversation between Lin Hao and LeBron James, and a different thought began to form in his mind. As a renowned European coach newly arrived in the NBA, David Blatt was eager to establish his authority in this new environment. In light of this, he could not avoid leveraging LeBron James's stature. He pondered whether promoting Lin Hao to the starting lineup might secure him a place in LeBron James's favor. After the game, Lin Hao returned to the locker room alongside LeBron James. For Lin Hao, this was his first time engaging so closely with an NBA superstar. He observed the stubble on LeBron's face and the occasional habit of nibbling at his fingers. Lin Hao couldn't help but chuckle. It seemed that NBA superstars were not so different from ordinary people in their daily lives, merely more adept at the game. Upon entering the locker room, Lin Hao was unexpectedly doused with champagne by the exuberant Kyrie Irving, who had just popped the bottle. The other Cavaliers players quickly surrounded Lin Hao, cheering and applauding him. "Hey, Lin, your performance tonight was phenomenal. Did you see that?" After the game, Gordon Hayward of the Utah Jazz left in despair. "This is his home court. And you just dominated him," Kevin Love exclaimed, his excitement clearly genuine as he celebrated Lin Hao's success. "Lin, your defense was extraordinary. You recorded 7 steals tonight. Do you understand what that means? You are Gary Payton." Note: Gary Payton, nicknamed the Glove, is renowned for his tenacious defense and competitive banter, having been selected to the All-Defensive Team 9 times, and is the first point guard in NBA history to win the Defensive Player of the Year award and lead the league in steals. Lin Hao was momentarily taken aback by the sudden attention from his teammates. It was the first time he truly felt valued by them. Previously, he had been part of a team in high school alongside Wang Chen, but in that scenario, Wang Chen shone as a star player while Lin Hao had to start from the bench, rarely getting the chance to play. His role had merely been that of Wang Chen's sidekick, often relegated to fetching water for the team. And it was only through Wang Chen's advocacy that he even remained on the roster. Experiencing the treatment of a star player for the first time left Lin Hao astonished. He gazed at his teammates in disbelief. It was his inaugural encounter with the warmth of camaraderie within the team. Previously, he had merely been an ordinary benchwarmer, standing silently in the corners during team meetings. As the leader of the team, LeBron James seemed to perceive Lin Hao's discomfort. He brought a towel for Lin Hao, allowing him to wipe off the beverages that Kyrie Irving had splashed on him. Subsequently, the exuberant antics of the Cavaliers players were brought to a halt. Hey, guys. I understand that you are all exhilarated by Lin Hao's stellar performance tonight, but allow me a moment to speak. Immediately thereafter, LeBron James turned to face Lin Hao. Hey, Lin, you were exceptional tonight. You managed to secure 7 steals, inflicting significant damage on the Utah Jazz, and your contributions in defensive support were crucial. It can be said that you single-handedly dismantled the Jazz's offensive scheme. Furthermore, while Gordon Hayward's average this season stands at 22 points and 10 rebounds, he could only muster 17 points and 6 rebounds tonight, a considerable decline in his performance. However, he expended more shot attempts than usual, a circumstance that evidences our remarkable defensive execution in this game. Therefore, I believe Lin Hao deserves the game ball for tonight's match. Do you all agree? LeBron James smiled at Lin Hao, whose face radiated joy. He recognized that the locker room of an NBA team is not impervious to scrutiny. What transpires here is likely to be revealed to the media shortly, and his notoriety would undoubtedly ascend several tiers alongside LeBron James's esteemed reputation. However, for Lin Hao, the rewards garnered from his flawless performance in this match did not conclude there. In an effort to exert pressure on the management and coaching staff of the Cleveland Cavaliers, LeBron James took a surprising step that left Lin Hao astounded. He invited Lin Hao to join him at the post-game press conference. Hey, LeBron, are you truly taking me to the post-game press conference? Given my standing, do I truly belong there? I am merely a role player on the team. Lin Hao expressed with a hint of melancholy, evidently still grappling with the transition from his identity as a role player. The unexpected opportunity to appear at the team's post-game press conference caught him off guard. LeBron James smiled gently. Listen, my friend. You must understand that this is the finest professional basketball league in the world. Here, if you possess talent, you can earn riches beyond your imagination. Everyone has the chance to become a Michael Jordan. With your abilities, you must acclimate to the prospect of appearing at post-game press conferences in the future. Moreover, typically, only the most outstanding player of the match is granted this privilege. You achieved 7 steals tonight. You are the most formidable defensive player on our team. So, why should you attend this conference? Lin Hao nodded slightly, indicating that he had taken LeBron James's words to heart. Subsequently, the two individuals pushed open the door to the post-match interview room and entered. Upon stepping inside, the first sight that greeted them was a small table adorned with a large camera, positioned to capture the players' words and actions during the post-match press conference. On the table lay 2 nameplates. One bore the name LeBron James, while the other, inscribed with the name Lin Hao, was initially obscured from view. It was only as he approached that Lin Hao discerned the engraving on the nameplate. Lin Hao. Gazing at his name etched above, he found himself momentarily lost in thought. Realizing that this nameplate had been prepared for him, seemingly awaiting his arrival. Yet, who could have gone to such lengths for a rookie like him? In only his second professional game, LeBron James then walked over and picked up the nameplate bearing Lin Hao's name. Hey Lin, look. This is the nameplate I prepared for you. Ever since you triumphed over Andrew Wiggins at the Quicken Loans Arena, I knew you were destined for greatness. Congratulations. Lin Hao grasped the nameplate with his name on it, feeling a sense of awe at LeBron James's meticulousness. The Cleveland Cavaliers appeared to have transformed into his personal domain. Just how extensive were his sources of information? Lin Hao recalled that he had arrived for a tryout with the Cavaliers in June, 3 whole months prior to LeBron's return as a free agent. Had he already begun strategizing back then? Contemplating his experiences, Lin Hao was enveloped by a profound sense of trepidation. Did this man truly possess such a clear vision for his career? LeBron seemed to notice Lin Hao's unease, but chose to disregard it, taking a seat beside him at the interview table as they awaited the reporter's questions. Soon, a journalist recognized Lin Hao's unfamiliar face at the post-match press conference. With a slight nod, the conference officially commenced. Hey LeBron, I noticed that tonight you achieved a significant victory against the Utah Jazz on their home court, marking your 2nd consecutive win of the new season. Who do you believe was the key factor in securing this victory? One reporter inquired. Without a doubt, it was Lin Hao, who sits beside me. Although he scored only a handful of points tonight, he managed to achieve 7 steals, a testament to his exceptional defensive prowess. His performance significantly hampered our opponents, the Jazz, diminishing their offensive quality throughout the game. As you know, Lin Hao is an outstanding player. His defense continually supports our team, allowing some of us to focus more on our offensive efforts. LeBron James responded with a smile, his demeanor reflecting genuine satisfaction with his new teammate. Hey, LeBron. What do you perceive as your team's goal this season? If you were to meet the San Antonio Spurs again in the finals, do you believe that the Cleveland Cavaliers you lead could possibly prevail and claim the championship trophy? Another reporter asked. Certainly. Our goal this season is to contend for the championship. Only the championship winner can be deemed the ultimate victor of the season. As for who our opponents may be in the finals, we remain unconcerned. We have but one objective: to reach the finals and seize that coveted championship trophy. For me, 2 championship trophies are far from sufficient. I believe we possess a tremendous chance of winning this season, with Kyrie, Kevin, and of course, Lin on our roster. Our team is exceptionally deep, and we will undoubtedly secure this season's championship. On the other hand, Lin Hao's conjecture proved to be accurate. In the 30 minutes of his second game, he captivated the coaching staff, including David Blatt and Tyronn Lue, with his impeccable performance. Furthermore, influenced by LeBron James's insights, they devised specific isolation plays for Lin Hao, positioning him as the third option on the team, following LeBron James and Kyrie Irving in offensive hierarchy. After concluding the press conference, Cleveland Cavaliers head coach David Blatt placed a call to the team's management, specifically reaching out to general manager David Griffin. Hey, David. This is Blatt. I wish to discuss Lin Hao with you. I believe the time has come. I'm not sure if you caught tonight's game, but Lin Hao's performance was utterly remarkable. His court awareness, defensive intelligence, and defensive execution were nothing short of astonishing, akin to that of Ron Artest. His contributions on the defensive end are undoubtedly at a DPY level. It is indeed time. LeBron has also mentioned his desire to elevate Lin Hao's standing within the team. Hence, I would like to discuss the possibility of positioning Lin Hao as the starting shooting guard. His display in this game certainly qualifies him as the prime candidate for that role, and he lacks the temperament issues that Artest has. If utilized effectively, he could be a defensive force akin to Artest while also embodying the offensive prowess of Kyrie Irving. Meanwhile, at the training facility of the Quicken Loans Arena, Lin Hao was engaged in an intense training regimen. After completing 2 sets of drills, he sank onto a bench in the lounge area to catch his breath before embarking on the next set. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he observed his improving 3-point shooting percentage on the machine and exhaled deeply. Prior to the conclusion of the last game, Lin Hao had just been informed by the Cavaliers coaching staff that he would be replacing Dion Waiters as the starting shooting guard for the upcoming match. After reveling in his excitement, the coaching staff assigned him a new task to enhance his shooting capabilities. Everyone knows that when surrounded by 4 shooters, LeBron James, as a prodigious ball handler, can unleash a level of performance that is truly extraordinary. This was evident during his time with the Miami Heat, where he could hold his own against any other starting lineup. His remarkable basketball IQ always enabled him to make the most appropriate choices at the most opportune moments. Consequently, as the championship-contending Cleveland Cavaliers sought to refine their starting lineup, it became imperative that these key players possess the shooting ability to create space, regardless of who they were. Subsequently, Lin Hao engaged in fervent extra training at the gym, fully aware that in order to remain in the NBA and attain superior treatment and greater achievements, he first needed to hone his shooting ability. He had already acquired the physical prowess and skills reminiscent of Derrick Rose. The only aspect lacking was his shooting proficiency. If he could master the art of the 3-point shot and endure this season, he would have the opportunity to showcase his brilliance with a new team in the upcoming season. The Cleveland Cavaliers' next adversary was the Portland Trail Blazers, a formidable team within the Western Conference. Led by LaMarcus Aldridge and Damian Lillard, their on-paper strength was indeed formidable, securing them a place among the elite in the fiercely competitive Western Conference. Apart from the Oklahoma City Thunder, led by Kevin Durant, and the new entrants, the Golden State Warriors, the Portland Trail Blazers appeared to be the most likely candidates for the conference championship. On the day of the game, the Cleveland Cavaliers announced their new starting lineup to the local fans, comprising Kyrie Irving, Lin Hao, LeBron James, Kevin Love, and Anderson Varejao. Although the lineup had not undergone significant changes, it still elicited some discontent among fans. The Cavaliers supporters had witnessed Dion Waiters' growth and had, perhaps unknowingly, come to regard him as one of their own. To see their chosen lottery pick relegated to the bench during a season when the team aspired to contend for the championship was unacceptable to any fan. Moreover, it seemed unjust to judge a player who had averaged 16 points and 3 rebounds per game in the prior season based on a single subpar performance. In contrast, the Portland Trail Blazers roster appeared to possess greater versatility. Damian Lillard, Wesley Matthews, LaMarcus Aldridge, Robin Lopez, and Nicholas Batum formed a well-rounded team. Their backcourt featured one of the strongest duos in the league, with Lillard and Matthews. The NBA's three-point line extends to a distance of 23 feet, yet last season, only two players successfully made 123-pointers from beyond 25 feet, Stephen Curry and Damian Lillard. Lillard's shooting was remarkably precise, excelling in catch-and-shoot scenarios, with a three-point shooting percentage that ranked among the best in the league, with over 40 in both the volume and accuracy of his three-point attempts. The Trail Blazers' pick-and-roll offense became exceedingly difficult to defend. Indeed, when a shooter with a 40 shooting percentage from beyond the arc is afforded ample space via a pick-and-roll, every coach would naturally feel a sense of concern for their team. The backcourt of the Portland Trail Blazers boasts not one, but two sharpshooters of remarkable caliber. Wesley Matthews, who partners with Damian Lillard in the backcourt, possesses an impressive long-range shooting ability, achieving a remarkable shooting percentage of 39.3 in the previous season. Moreover, on the defensive front, Wesley Matthews contributes significantly, albeit his physical limitations restrict his capabilities from reaching exceptional heights. Nevertheless, his robust playing style and ample lower body strength enable him to withstand the challenges posed by opposing strong small forwards over several possessions. In the Portland Trail Blazers wing, LaMarcus Aldridge and Nicholas Batum stand as formidable allies. Together with Matthews, they forge the backbone of the team's defensive structure. Aldridge, a power forward with considerable height and long arms, primarily operates in the mid-range area. This shooting range creates considerable difficulties for opponents in the paint. When matched against a similarly positioned power forward, Aldridge can effortlessly exploit his agile footwork and remarkably precise mid-range shooting to torment his adversaries. His ample lower body strength and reach allow him to score with relative ease. If you assign your interior player to defend him, he will exploit his mid-range skills to draw the opposing team's most reliant interior defender, the center, to the vicinity of the free throw line. Consequently, the opponent's interior defense will become vulnerable, especially with the versatile small forward and two elite shooters surrounding LaMarcus Aldridge, who can effortlessly penetrate the opposing defense. Nicholas Batum, possessing a remarkable shooting ability, primarily operates in the perimeter, with three-point attempts accounting for half of his season's shots. Furthermore, he can facilitate plays. However, his playmaking skills, while commendable, pale in comparison to those of forwards like Draymond Green and Scottie Pippen. In the center position stands Robin Lopez, a towering figure at 211 centimeters and weighing 116 kilograms. His finishing ability on the offensive end is exceptional, particularly when paired with a superstar guard like Damian Lillard, allowing him to fully utilize his threat at the 5 spot. Alongside him on the court are two all-stars, a versatile forward and a top-tier shooter. Robin Lopez's role is to conclude offensive plays, serving as the 5th scoring option. As the team initiates its offensive strategy, he seizes opportunities for cuts and battles for second-chance points. The match between the Cleveland Cavaliers and the Portland Trail Blazers drew considerable attention, as it transcended a mere contest between an Eastern Conference rookie and a Western powerhouse. It represented a direct dialogue between the two divisions. Undoubtedly, both teams epitomized the current strength of their respective conferences. The Portland Trail Blazers boast a roster that can only be described as opulent, showcasing a destructive capability that firmly secures their place among the elite in the league. Conversely, the Cavaliers, with their triumvirate of stars, hold a commanding presence that allows them to look down upon most teams in the league, with only a select few meriting their regard. Such an exhilarating game prompted media personnel from distant lands to occupy the live broadcast room well before the tip-off, as countless fans flocked to witness the event. The revelation that a compatriot from their homeland was starting for the Cavaliers left them visibly astonished. When was the last time a player from their nation took to the court as a starter in the NBA? It must have been during the era of the great Yao Ming. Greetings, dear viewers. I am Yu Jia, together with my esteemed colleague, Wei Ping. We will guide you through today's game between the Cleveland Cavaliers and the Portland Trail Blazers. Before the game commences, let us invite Wei Ping to elucidate the role of Lin Hao within the Cavaliers' starting lineup. Upon finishing his introduction, Yu Jia rose and handed the microphone to Wei Ping. Receiving it with composure, Wei Ping settled into his chair and began his analysis. Hello, dear viewers. I am Zhang Wei Ping. Let us first discuss the advantages and disadvantages of the Cleveland Cavaliers lineup. Early in the season, when the King, LeBron James, announced his return to the Cavaliers, we predicted the nature of their new roster, and it appears our forecasts were quite accurate. The trio of Kyrie Irving, LeBron James, and Kevin Love occupies 3 positions in the starting 5. Given Kevin Love's lackluster defensive abilities and his aversion to physical confrontations, Cavaliers head coach David Blatt has positioned Anderson Varejao as the starting center, establishing him as the cornerstone of the team's defensive efforts in the paint. Thus, 4 of the starting 5 were determined, leaving only the shooting guard position. Prior to Lin How's ascension to the starting lineup, Dion Waiters had firmly held that role. Coach Blatt's decision was sound, as Lin How's indeed one of the best candidates for the Cavaliers at the shooting guard position. With Kyrie Irving's offensive prowess overshadowing his defensive contributions, the team had been in urgent need of a defensively adept shooting guard. Lin How's has emerged as the ideal solution. In the previous game, he recorded an impressive 7 steals, setting a personal career high and establishing a new season record for steals in the NBA. His defensive prowess rendered Utah Jazz's key players, Gordon Hayward and Trey Burke, utterly beleaguered. Lin How's has seamlessly integrated into the Cavaliers system, as evidenced by post-game analyses indicating that when he was on the court alongside LeBron James and Anderson Varejao, their defensive efficiency ranked first in the league. Therefore, I deduce that Coach Blatt intends to utilize Lin How primarily for defensive purposes and will likely afford him significant playing time. It is noteworthy that Lin How, an undrafted player, has managed to secure a starting position on a championship-contending team, which is a remarkable achievement. It is apparent that Coach Blatt not only values Lin How's defensive contributions, but also holds high expectations for his offensive capabilities. The match quietly commenced amidst the analyses of Jia and Zhang Weiping. However, the unfolding events on the court did not align with the pre-game predictions made by various media outlets, which suggested an evenly matched contest, perhaps leaning slightly in favor of one side. The Cleveland Cavaliers seized the initiative right from the start, swiftly asserting dominance on the court. Kyrie Irving and LeBron James immediately penetrated the Portland Trail Blazers' interior defense, leaving it severely compromised. Despite Robin Lopez's commendable strength and footwork, his effectiveness in defending against screens was lacking. Moreover, the Portland Trail Blazers often relied solely on him to guard the paint, rendering them vulnerable as Irving and James executed their plays with unexpected precision. As Damian Lillard and Wesley Matthews attempted to leverage their formidable offensive skills to regain some advantage for their team, Lin How emerged at a critical moment, seemingly shackling the duo and diminishing their effectiveness significantly. Their outside shooting faltered, and the very shots they depended on went awry. With the remaining hope resting on Nicolas Batum, he found himself in a daunting position, facing LeBron James, a player of unparalleled caliber at the small forward position. As he sought to collaborate with Matthews to contain James, he soon realized that Matthews was struggling to maintain his own performance. With a resounding slap, Lin How swatted the ball from Matthews' grasp, subsequently passing it to Kevin Love, who, utilizing his strength, launched a long pass that pinpointed LeBron James, who had stealthily advanced to the front court. Upon receiving the ball, James took off from the free throw line. And despite Batum exerting all his physical prowess, he could not prevent James from executing a swift fast break resulting in a 2-1 play followed by a three-pointer. Within mere minutes, the point differential between the teams expanded to over 10 points, catching the Trail Blazers off guard in the first quarter. Though their roster appeared formidable on paper, the lack of synergy among the players was evident, with most offensive possessions devolving into isolated plays. In stark contrast to the richly developed tactical system of the Cleveland Cavaliers, the Trail Blazers' approach seemed woefully inefficient. By the end of the first quarter, the score stood at 31-18. Cavaliers head coach David Blatt sat composed on the bench, though his slightly trembling hands betrayed his inner turmoil. Prior to taking the helm at the Cavaliers for the new season, Blatt had anticipated merely aiding a rebuilding team and steadily improving its performance while nurturing rookies. Little did he know he would be thrust into a championship contention role right from the outset, and remarkably, he was succeeding. The energy exhibited by his team on both ends of the court astonished Blatt. Who would have thought that a Western Conference team that had triumphed in over 50 games last season would be so utterly overwhelmed when facing them? Glancing at the statistics, Blatt noted the dismal offensive efficiency of the Trail Blazers backcourt duo, who managed to shoot only 1 basket out of 6 attempts in the first quarter. Witnessing this, Blatt silently calculated that the game was already overwhelmingly in his favor. His gaze shifted to the bench, ultimately resting on Lin How. The young player had performed exceptionally well, scoring 6 points on his first 2 attempts, including a 2-1 and a corner three-pointer, while also contributing a block and 2 steals defensively. Impressed by Lin How's outstanding performance, Blatt resolved to increase his playing time and designate him as the primary offensive threat of the second unit, pairing him with Dion Waiters to continue the offensive onslaught. "Hey, Lin, prepare to warm up," You and Dion will take the court together in the second quarter. You will be our primary scoring option on offense, Blatt instructed. Understood, coach. Lin Hao replied, his face lighting up with joy. No player wishes to be relegated to merely a defensive role, especially when Lin Hao possessed notable offensive capabilities. The presence of numerous superstars had overshadowed his scoring potential in the past, but now, with the coach providing him an opportunity, he was determined to seize it. After all, he aspired to be a player who excelled on both ends of the court, rather than a mere defensive specialist. As the second quarter commenced, both teams made slight adjustments to their lineups. The Cavaliers fielded a backcourt pairing of Lin Hao and Dion Waiters, while veteran forwards Sean Marion and Mike Miller took to the front line, with Tristan Thompson occupying the center position. On the side of the Portland Trail Blazers, it is led by Damian Lillard, guiding a group of young players through the transitional phase of the team. Upon his appearance, Lin Hao found himself directly matched against the elite NBA guard, Damian Lillard. It is hardly surprising that the Cleveland Cavaliers would refrain from allowing Dion Waiters to confront Lillard, as such a matchup would surely lead to Waiters being overwhelmed. Their offensive capabilities were simply not on the same level. Thus, the Cavaliers coaching staff wisely opted to assign the defensively tenacious Lin Hao to challenge Lillard. This strategy not only preserved offensive efficiency but also served to somewhat restrain Lillard's performance. However, upon his return, Damian Lillard exhibited little regard for Lin Hao. A former undrafted player, he didn't even cast a glance in Lin's direction. The significant deficit faced by the Portland Trail Blazers left Lillard with no inclination to scrutinize the Cavaliers lineup. For a sharpshooter of his caliber, his focus lay solely on whether LeBron James, a key player capable of orchestrating defensive switches, was on the court. If James was absent, Lillard would unleash his full offensive arsenal, striving to narrow the scoring gap. For Lillard, the moment the Cavaliers fielded an obscure 191 centimeters tall guard was the perfect opportunity to mount a comeback. His ascent to the ranks of the league's top offensive talents was largely attributed to his previous season, where he, alongside the team's interior stalwart LaMarcus Aldridge, propelled the team into the playoffs, averaging 27 points and 5.6 assists per game. He earned a spot in the All-Star game and was recognized as a member of the All-NBA third team. In the first round of the playoffs, he famously eliminated the young James Harden and his Houston Rockets with a dramatic buzzer beater with just 0.9 seconds left. At this stage in his career, Lillard had firmly established himself as a formidable offensive guard, presenting a significant challenge to the Cavaliers' backcourt defense. Simultaneously, this situation provided David Blatt with an opportunity to evaluate Lin Hao's true capabilities. At the start of the second quarter, both head coaches astutely chose not to deploy their starting lineups but rather utilize the leading guards of their respective teams to navigate the transitional phase of the game. In this match, the transitional phase brought on by the bench players will prove to be a pivotal factor in determining the trajectory of the game. For the Portland Trail Blazers, this moment represents their sole opportunity to overturn the course of the contest. Following a baseline inbounds pass, the players of the Portland Trail Blazers dribbled past half-court and immediately delivered the ball to the eagerly requesting Damian Lillard. The Chinese fans in the live broadcast room erupted with excitement upon witnessing Lillard confront Lin Hao. Last season's NBA playoffs left an indelible impression on the Chinese fans, particularly regarding Lillard's performance. As one of the favored teams among Chinese fans, the Houston Rockets have continued to receive unwavering support even after the retirement of Yao Ming. Consequently, when James Harden led his team into the playoffs, the coverage surrounding the Houston Rockets remained relentless. Thus, during the matchup between Harden and Lillard, the majority of Chinese fans tended to favor Harden, seldom placing their hopes on Lillard. However, the outcome of that playoff series between the Houston Rockets and the Portland Trail Blazers was evident. Ultimately, with a breathtaking three-pointer at the buzzer, Lillard clinched victory for the Trail Blazers, propelling them into the Western Conference semifinals. As Damian Lillard faces off against the emerging star Lin Hao, the past grievances between them add a rich layer of intrigue to their encounter. Finally, the moment has arrived. I am eager to witness whether Lillard can replicate his previous performance, achieving 7 steals and sinking those infuriating three-pointers once more. What nonsense are you spouting upstairs? How can they even be compared? Damian Lillard is an all-star caliber guard, having just secured a spot in the league's third team last season. If we are to draw comparisons, it should be with Kyrie Irving, one of the Cavaliers' formidable trio, rather than some obscure player like Lin Hao. On the court, as Lillard lowers his center of gravity in that pivotal moment, it becomes irrelevant whether he faces LeBron James or Lin Hao. What truly matters is his determination to lead his team to victory. Any player obstructing his path to triumph shall inevitably falter. In contrast, Lin Hao is brimming with fervor. In the initial 2 games of his career, he had never faced off against an all-star caliber guard in a one-on-one match. Damian Lillard marked the first superstar player he encountered in his professional journey. Having achieved commendable accolades in the previous season, Lin Hao is undoubtedly in the ascendant phase of his career, and for him, Lillard represented a significant challenge. An NBA All-Star was certainly no easy opponent. Lin Hao remained intensely focused on Lillard's movements, assuring himself that should Lillard attempt a shot, his interference would be immediate. Unlike Lin Hao, who was entirely immersed in the matchup, Lillard appeared somewhat lackadaisical. After making several probing steps and noticing Lin Hao's center of gravity remained unmoved, he casually positioned himself beyond the three-point line and took a shot. For Lillard, who had established himself as an all-star guard, the three-pointer was a routine offensive weapon. His approach to scoring diverged from the conventional wisdom held by many previous NBA stars, who believed proximity to the basket facilitated easier scoring. To Lillard, a three-pointer was simply worth one more point than a two-pointer, making that style of play far more effortless than penetrating the defense to score amidst contact in the paint. However, Lillard had to reckon with the repercussions of his indolence. Lin Hao, whose attention was solely fixed on Lillard, sprang into action at the moment Lillard was ready to shoot, raising his arm to obstruct Lillard's line of sight. Lin Hao was aware that this was merely a stopgap measure. As an all-star caliber guard, Lillard would not be significantly hindered by such a rudimentary tactic. Thus, seizing the fleeting moment when Lillard momentarily hesitated, Lin Hao swiftly closed the distance and emphatically swatted the ball away. Lillard, momentarily blinded by Lin Hao's arm, was caught off guard for a mere 0.2 seconds. As he prepared to release his shot, he found the basketball inexplicably slipping from his grasp. The ball was forcefully knocked away by Lin Hao's hand, leaving Lillard unable to rectify the offensive blunder. To the local fans at the Moda Center, this play may have seemed trivial. They preferred to attribute the setback to Lillard's own error rather than acknowledge Lin Hao's remarkable reflexes that had disrupted his shooting motion. Conversely, viewers from Huaxia's live broadcast witnessed the incident unfold with clarity. They observed Lin Hao, fully concentrated, utilizing his exceptional speed and agility to position himself before Lillard, successfully stripping the ball away. Fans who had watched Lillard's playoff performances the previous year understood all too well the threat he posed from beyond the arc, leading them to instinctively wish to thwart Lillard's three-point attempt. Yet, who could have anticipated that Lin Hao would complete a steal right above him? I was under the impression that Lin Hao's reputation was merely inflated. I thought his 7 steals against Gordon Hayward in the last game were just luck. But I never imagined that his defensive prowess could be equally effective against an all-star like Lillard. What's the big deal about an all-star guard? Gordon Hayward was also an all-star in the last game. Besides, he played the 3 position and was considerably larger than Lin Hao. Yet, he was still stymied by Lin Hao. If someone can neutralize an all-star forward, why not an all-star guard who's slightly smaller? Haha, you make a valid point. But it's only the second quarter. The duel between Lillard and Lin Hao has just begun. Let's continue watching. True victory lies in the outcome of the game. What are you all discussing? Damian Lillard, averaging over 20 points per game in the regular season, could be locked down by Lin Hao. Lillard is merely having an off night. He performed at this level in the first quarter too. His performance is always a reflection of himself, not Lin Hao. Amidst the heated discussions in Huaxia's live chat, the fans expressed mixed sentiments about Lin Hao. On one hand, they found it hard to believe that Lillard, who had previously dominated in the series against the Houston Rockets, could falter so easily. On the other hand, they questioned the remarkable abilities of this unknown Asian guard. How could a mere undrafted player be so outstanding? If he truly possessed such talent, how could he have gone undrafted? Surely, with so many executives and scouts in the NBA, none could be blind to his potential. On the court, Damian Lillard kept a close watch on the young man, wearing jersey number 25. After experiencing a setback, he finally acknowledged the source of his troubles. Was this the same Asian guard who had effectively shut down Gordon Hayward in the previous game? He had heard that Lin Hao recorded 7 steals last game. Impressive. But tonight he would reveal his true self in front of everyone. His legend would end here. Indeed, Lillard had heard of Lin Hao's burgeoning reputation before the game, but he had never given it much credence. In his view, the only significant player on the Utah Jazz was Hayward. The rest were merely mediocre. If he were to lead the team, he could easily have achieved 7 steals as well. Yet, as they faced off, Lillard sensed that something about this young player was genuinely different. Still, he thought, that was where it would end. Having entered the league as the 6th overall pick, Lillard had won the Rookie of the Year award in his first season, averaging 19 points, and outshining the highly touted Anthony Davis in the 2012 draft. This season, he had blossomed into the Portland Trail Blazers' most reliable guard. Throughout his journey, he had encountered numerous defensive specialists. Could Lin Hao truly stand among them? Last season, even when Patrick Beverley and James Harden defended him, he still managed to hit a game-winning shot. What made Lin Hao any better? He was merely a reminder for Lillard to stay sharp. After all, he was destined to become an all-star starter. How could he be impeded by an undrafted player at the threshold of the regular season? The swift transition between offense and defense saw the Cleveland Cavaliers substituting their bench players. On the forward line, Shawn Marion and Mike Miller had long since diminished their ability to create their own scoring opportunities, while inside, Tristan Thompson, despite his innate talent, was merely a player adept at capitalizing on others' efforts. Although he could fight for offensive rebounds, the notion of him holding the ball low and challenging opposing big men was utterly preposterous. Thus, the distribution of the ball fell predominantly into the hands of Lin Hao and Dion Waiters. During the transition, Lin Hao passed the ball to Dion Waiters. Despite their somewhat conflicting positions and competitive relationship, this was not the time for internal discord. Both players shared a singular goal: to aid their team in securing victory, necessitating the setting aside of personal grievances. Dion Waiters was equally amenable to this notion. Hence, when Lin Hao sought to pass him the ball to explore offensive opportunities, he did not decline. Dion Waiters, after all, was an exceptional scorer averaging 16 points per game. While he may have found himself at a disadvantage against the opposing starters, facing the Portland Trail Blazers bench players was akin to a mismatch of grand proportions. It is well known that the Portland Trail Blazers have historically exhibited one of the largest disparities between their starting and bench lineups in the league. If their starting unit boasts remarkable prowess on paper, their bench lacks even a singular reliable scoring option. This disparity prompted head coach Terry Stotts to position Damian Lillard in this context, aiming to balance the offensive capabilities of both lineups. With the basketball in hand, Dion Waiters stood beyond the three-point line and, without hesitation, surged towards the paint of the Trail Blazers. The rationale was simple. His defender, Steve Blake, could not possibly impede his advance. Standing at 191 centimeters and weighing merely 79 kilograms, Blake was no match for the robust 102 kilograms powerhouse, Waiters. It was a complete mismatch. The reality unfolded as anticipated. Steve Blake exhibited no capacity for resistance, effectively being overwhelmed by Dion Waiters, who dominated the court without opposition. Blake could not serve as the Portland Trail Blazers' primary line of defense against Waiters, as Blake was repeatedly bested. Chris Kaman, responsible for guarding the interior of the Portland zone, stepped up. If there were anyone in the Blazers bench to rely on besides Damian Lillard, it would undoubtedly be Kaman. Having once showcased his exceptional low-post skills to earn a spot in the NBA All-Star Game, Kaman's offensive prowess has waned in recent years. Yet he remains significantly more dependable than his teammates. His dexterity in utilizing both hands and footwork is commendable, though his physicality leaves something to be desired. Last season, while playing for the Los Angeles Lakers, he stood out as the team's most formidable interior defender, surpassing even the defensive capabilities of Pau Gasol and Jordan Hill. With his remarkable height and wingspan, he adeptly controlled the boards and displayed an astute sense for shot-blocking opportunities. Dion Waiters, of course, was familiar with Kaman's reputation, and upon spotting him, he instinctively considered retreat. Almost immediately, his gaze shifted to Lin Hao, who was open on the perimeter, prompting Waiters to pass the ball to him, allowing Lin to orchestrate the team's offensive play. Gratefully receiving the basketball, Lin Hao signaled for the other Cavaliers players stationed in the paint to create space, intending to take on Damian Lillard one-on-one. Typically, such a privilege is reserved for superstars, and Lin's current standing within the team should not afford him such tactical freedom. However, the highest-ranking player on the court, Dion Waiters, humbled himself and moved to the perimeter, actively creating room for Lin Hao. Witnessing Waiters' concession, the other Cavaliers players followed suit, stepping away to grant Lin ample space. Once Lillard sensed Lin's intention to employ a one-on-one strategy, his emotions ignited. He was taken aback that this undrafted rookie dared to challenge him directly. Did Lin truly consider him a pushover? Lillard's expression darkened with indignation. He could not tolerate such disrespect. After all, he was an all-star caliber guard, and among the league's guards, only a handful could claim to surpass him. Why should Lin Hao presume to measure up? Lillard stepped out of the Blazers' defensive formation, positioning himself before Lin Hao. If this young player desired to go head-to-head, Lillard would oblige, eager to test Lin's offensive acumen against his own defensive prowess. Standing beyond the three-point line, Lin glanced at the game clock, noting 12 seconds remaining. For him, scoring within the time frame was a trivial endeavor. After a series of deceptive dribbles that shifted Lillard's balance, Lin executed a quick feint. With a low stance, he harnessed the speed reminiscent of Derrick Rose, capitalizing on Lillard's momentary uncertainty and decisively drove to the right, gliding into the paint of the Portland Trail Blazers. Lillard, transitioning from tight defense to being easily surpassed, was left behind within the span of just 2 seconds. Lin, undeterred by his successful evasion of Lillard, surged into the Blazers' interior, prompting Chris Common to once again assist his fellow guards. Frustration bubbled within Common. Was he merely a tool for others? What was Terry Stotts, the head coach, thinking by deploying 2 playmakers on the court? If only he had placed Wesley Matthews or Nicholas Batum on the floor, the defensive integrity would not have suffered so severely. Could he not see that these 2 playmakers were liabilities on the defensive end? Common's mind swirled with curses directed at Stotts, whom he perceived as inept. Yet, venting was one thing, while fulfilling his responsibilities was another. Common raised his arms, attempting to obstruct Lin's shooting lane. The commentators, observing this unfolding scene, shook their heads in disbelief. Although the Cavaliers' number 25 had previously demonstrated defensive prowess, his offensive skills paled in comparison to those of Kyrie Irving and others. Lin's attempts to penetrate Lillard's defense mirrored his earlier struggles against Blake. He appeared to be treading the same path Dion Waiters had just traversed, unable to bypass Common's defense. Just as the commentator confidently asserted that Common would utilize his keen shot-blocking instincts to stifle Lin executed a delicate floater, concluding the offensive sequence. Positioned at the free-throw line, Lin faced Common's imposing reach with unwavering composure. Channeling Dirk Nowitzki, he raised his left leg to shield himself, preventing Common from easily blocking his shot. Subsequently, he effortlessly converted the basket, granting the Cleveland Cavaliers an additional 2 points. As the DJ at the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse announced the play, LeBron James, seated on the bench, sprang to his feet, enthusiastically cheering for Lin Hao. As a remarkable leader on the court, LeBron recognized the distinction between Lin's and Waiters' styles. Lin's movements were characterized by superior detail and speed, offering him a wider array of options when confronted with unexpected defenders. LeBron surmised that if he were not mistaken, Lin's formidable core strength allowed him to choose between a close-range floater or a sudden lateral move, both of which Common would struggle to defend. Common could only watch helplessly as Lin contributed 2 points to his team's tally. Such a clever and instinctive guard compelled LeBron James to rise and applaud, while the Cavaliers fans, influenced by LeBron's enthusiasm, grew increasingly fond of Lin Hao. Lin Hao undoubtedly noticed LeBron James, who rose to cheer and shout for him. For Lin, James's endorsement is of paramount significance. The more James values him, the faster his standing within the team will ascend. Suddenly, with a crisp swish of the net, Damian Lillard's expression soured immediately. As the primary offensive player designated by head coach Terry Stotts, nearly 2 minutes had elapsed since the second quarter commenced. Yet this nominal leader had not only been stripped of the ball by a smaller opponent but had also succumbed to a fast break, resulting in a cumulative loss of 4 points. In the face of the team's deficit, every possession and every score bears immense importance. With the core player faltering at such a critical juncture, allowing turnovers and counterattacks, the widening gap in the score was a heavy burden for him to bear. How could he show his face when seeking support and votes from the local Portland fans during the All-Star period? Lost in these thoughts, Damian Lillard resolved to lead by example, actively seeking the ball to help the team recover some points. Approaching the three-point line, he signaled for the ball at the top of the arc, indicating his intention to isolate against the defender. Upon noticing Lin Hao stepping out from the free throw line, Lillard gestured to Chris Common, urging him to come up and set a screen for him. Chris Common quickly noticed Damian Lillard's signal and swiftly emerged from his position. In the instant that the two players synchronized their movements, Lillard initiated his offensive play. After a simple change of direction, he propelled himself towards the left, while Lin Hao, entirely focused on lowering his center of gravity, failed to recognize that Common had already positioned himself beside him. Consequently, Lin Hao collided solidly with Common. For Lin Hao, who stands at 198 centimeters, Common, towering at 213 centimeters and weighing 120 kilograms, resembled an immovable mountain, preventing him from bypassing Common to continue his pursuit of Lillard. Despite his urgency, he could only watch helplessly as Lillard, a guard endowed with historically exceptional shooting prowess, maneuvered through the screen and found himself unguarded. Lillard observed the unfolding scene with a faint smile. He is undeniably one of the most adept screen and roll players in the league, characterized by his ability to disregard defensive space and execute explosive movements. With the ball in his hands and ample room to shoot, no one doubted that he would seize this golden opportunity. Indeed, as anticipated, Lillard's three-point shot, akin to a precisely guided missile, soared from 38 feet away, crashing into the net. This spectacle evoked memories among the fans at the Moda Center, reminiscent of the previous 2 seasons when the sharpshooter from Portland would confidently launch three-pointers from well beyond the arc. Lillard's efforts to secure 3 points for the Portland Trail Blazers, though not a cure-all, were certainly a salve for their thirst. However, the players of the Cleveland Cavaliers were undeterred by Lillard's sudden three-pointer. They were well aware that apart from Lillard, no other player on the Trail Blazers possessed a stable offensive capability, and thus, they held no fear. Allowing him to score a three-pointer was entirely predictable. As the transition of play occurred, the Cavaliers regained possession. Following a baseline inbound pass from Shawn Marion, the ball found its way to Dion Waiters. After advancing past half-court, Waiters entrusted the ball to Lin Hao, allowing him to dictate the tempo before launching their offensive strategy. With a comfortable lead of over 20 points, they were in no rush to attack. Instead, they focused on maintaining their momentum. For this second unit, as long as they prevented the opposing team from scoring, they had achieved their objective. As the shot clock dwindled to 12 seconds, the Trailblazers, now trailing, began to feel the pressure. Steve Blake, the secondary playmaker for the bench unit, made the first move to disrupt Lin Hao's rhythm, attempting to capitalize on his defensive instincts. Unbeknownst to him, this was merely a feigned weakness Lin Hao had presented to provoke impatience and induce a shift in balance. The moment Blake reached for the ball, Lin Hao seized the opportunity to exploit the opening. Blake, convinced he had discovered a prime opportunity, failed to realize that such a reckless attempt to intercept would leave a gaping hole for Lin Hao to exploit. With a swift pullback and a quick crossover, Lin Hao surged into the paint of the Trailblazers. Come On recognized the vulnerability in the team's backcourt, yet his lateral speed was insufficient to facilitate a timely recovery for defense. As for the others, they lacked the capability to thwart Lin Hao's determined assault on the basket. Subsequently, Lin Hao effortlessly executed a powerful dunk, adding another 2 points to his team's score. At this moment, the live stream from Huaxia had already erupted with excitement due to Lin Hao's remarkable performance over the past few plays. Each viewer, seasoned fans well acquainted with the sport, were not blind to the unfolding drama. Even though Lin Hao was their compatriot, many held reservations about his abilities when matched against Damian Lillard. However, Lin Hao's recent displays had unequivocally slapped those doubts back into silence. First, he intercepted Lillard. Then, while facing Chris Come On, he completed a deft layup, followed by a commanding one-on-one play against Steve Blake, culminating in another emphatic dunk. Was this truly the Lin Hao that commentators had described as merely a defensive player? His offensive prowess appeared to rival that of elite guards. When his team required him most, he was there to reignite their offensive momentum. Even the commentator Yu Jia from the Huaxia live stream couldn't help but express his astonishment. Lin Hao, a player excelling on both ends of the court, was methodically dismantling the pre-match skepticism surrounding him with every remarkable move. Meanwhile, on the bench of the Portland Trailblazers, their head coach, Terry Stotts, was left in disbelief. How could a rookie of Asian descent so decisively outplay an all-star guard like Lillard? At this moment on the court, Damian Lillard's expression revealed a hint of embarrassment. It would be one thing to be overwhelmed by a superstar of LeBron James' caliber during a fast break, but now he found himself struggling against an undrafted player. As one of the league's premier guards, if he could not prevail against this relatively unheralded opponent, what dignity would he have left to maintain his standing in the league? In the midst of the transition, the ball was passed to the Portland Trailblazers. Steve Blake initiated the play from the backcourt, once again delivering the ball into Damian Lillard's hands. Damian Lillard, with unwavering resolve, once again targeted Lin Hao's vulnerable point. As Lillard charged forward, seeking to challenge Lin Hao's defense anew, Lin Hao merely offered a faint smile and beckoned with a crooked finger. My friend, I suggest you pass the ball to someone else, for that would provide your teammates a chance to score. Conversely, if you assume the role of the primary scorer, the prospect of your team securing another basket becomes exceedingly bleak. After successfully defending against several consecutive plays, Lin Hao's confidence in his ability to thwart Lillard soared to unprecedented heights. He felt no trepidation facing Lillard's challenges. On the contrary, he encouraged Lillard to distribute the ball. As the likelihood of him scoring was remarkably low, Lillard chose not to engage with Lin Hao's taunts. Instead, he bent down, attempting to establish a rhythm through a series of dribbles. However, Lin Hao had no intention of granting Lillard his wish. At the very moment Lillard prepared to make his move, Lin Hao raised his arms, revealing an impressive wingspan of 213 centimeters. This reach rendered him a formidable presence on the perimeter, instilling a constant threat of turnover for Lillard. Subsequently, Damian Lillard was compelled to relinquish his dribbling in pursuit of rhythm, instead opting for a behind-the-back dribble, seamlessly transitioning into a rapid acceleration between his legs. He aspired to exploit his lightning-fast first step to swiftly break past Lin Hao, thereby securing more opportunities to score. After a few simple exchanges, Lillard had gained a profound understanding of Lin Hao's defensive attributes, his exceptional physicality, his penchant for exploiting the flaws of offensive players, his remarkable lateral quickness, and his fearlessness in confrontations. Lillard found himself increasingly perplexed as to why none of the 30 executives in the draft had recognized Lin Hao's potential. Had anyone chosen him, Lillard would at least have possessed a fundamental understanding of his capabilities, rather than learning through the adversity he faced on the court. Just as Lillard employed his seasoned and adept breakthrough techniques, usually invincible, he found himself thwarted by Lin Hao. The latter's outstanding lateral movement effectively obstructed Lillard's path, rendering it nearly impossible for him to gain any shooting space, let alone surpass Lin Hao by even half a step. Subsequently, Lillard was compelled to retrieve the ball with a swift maneuver. His brow furrowed tightly. How could this defender exhibit no flaws whatsoever? A look of bewilderment filled Damian Lillard's eyes. Although he had only been in the league for a few years, he had faced many formidable defenders, including Patrick Beverley, who honed his skills in European leagues before entering the NBA, James Harden, who evolved into a two-way superstar, and Chris Paul of the Los Angeles Clippers, among others, including tenacious forwards like Andre Iguodala, Kawhi Leonard, and Jimmy Butler. Yet none of them possessed Lin Hao's remarkable defensive poise and positioning. He seemed like a natural defensive prodigy, every move executed flawlessly, leaving no room for error. Logically, even the most adept defenders exhibit vulnerabilities. There are players they struggle to contain or whose defensive effectiveness is diminished. However, the opponent standing before him now was proving to be exceptionally tenacious. Damian Lillard, renowned for his shooting prowess and speed, found himself thwarted on both fronts, unable to shoot and outpaced by his adversary. It felt as though Lin Hao had shackled him, rendering him powerless, with every attempt met with countermeasures. As the shot clock dwindled, Lillard had no choice but to force a shot against Lin Hao's relentless defense. Under the duress of Hao's defensive pressure, Lillard's rhythm was utterly disrupted, and the shot, regrettably, failed to find its mark, ricocheting off the backboard and into the hands of Tristan Thompson, who promptly passed it to Dion Waiters. In the live broadcast from Huaxiao, the two commentators and the audience exchanged incredulous glances. They could hardly believe that Damian Lillard, typically unstoppable against other defenders, was experiencing such difficulties against one of his own teammates. It was well known that the Portland Trail Blazers coach had assigned Lillard to lead the offense of the second unit, expecting him to score. Yet, rather than narrowing the gap, Lillard had inadvertently allowed the Cleveland Cavaliers to extend their lead. His performance during those few minutes on the court was nothing short of disastrous. If Lillard continued down this path, the Trail Blazers might very well concede defeat by the end of the third quarter. As the deficit grew increasingly daunting, head coach Terry Stotts could no longer maintain his composure. He called a timeout and substituted Lillard out of the game. Due to Lillard's poor performance, he had to cut short the resting period of the starting lineup and send them back onto the court. When Stotts caught a glimpse of Lillard seated on the bench, he shot him a piercing look before approaching him directly. "Hey, Damian, what is going on? You're an all-star caliber player, one of the finest guards in this league. You are our most relied upon player on offense. Are you not feeling well today? I can't fathom another reason that you would be so contained by that kid in the number 25 jersey. This is the worst game I've seen you play since I began coaching you." As Stotts' voice trailed off, his disbelief was palpable. He knew Lillard was seasoned by playoff battles. He was acutely aware that his prized pupil was a clutch player, one who would invariably rise to the occasion when needed. Yet today, this prodigy was being dominated by an undrafted rookie with no recourse to retaliate. Hearing Coach Stotts' inquiry, Lillard appeared momentarily taken aback before responding with a despondent tone. "Yes, Coach, my performance today is far from satisfactory. I cannot seem to find my rhythm. However, I assure you, when I return in the second half, I will not allow that kid to continue his antics. I will utilize my most reliable three-point shot from 38 feet to lead the team to victory." Stotts, listening to Lillard's resolute declaration, could not help but smile wryly, admiring Lillard's unwavering confidence. He glanced at the scoreboard displaying the two team scores, shaking his head. Lillard claimed he would take charge in the second half, but whether there would even be a second half to contend was still uncertain. The scoreboard displayed the Trailblazers trailing by 27 points. A figure reiterated by the Cavaliers' DJ at the Quicken Loans Arena. The Blazers fans, albeit reluctantly, had no choice but to accept the reality, internally cursing Lillard. That fool. We elevated him to the All-Star stage. How could he be outperformed by an undrafted rookie? Surely that kid's defense cannot surpass Patrick Beverley's. What a farce. This is merely his third professional game. At this juncture, the contest had progressed into the latter half of the second quarter. With Lin Hao having played almost the entire duration without respite, he understood that Coach David Blatt was testing him, seeking to ascertain just how much fuel remained in his tank. Only by fully comprehending his own condition could he determine the optimal moment to re-enter the fray. Lin Hao was not mistaken. David Blatt shared the same sentiment. Engaging in a match against a premier guard like Damian Lillard presented the perfect opportunity for Lin Hao to showcase his prowess. In the previous game, Lin Hao had demonstrated exceptional performance on both offense and defense while facing the all-star forward Gordon Hayward. This unfamiliar version of Lin Hao left David Blatt in disbelief, questioning whether this individual was truly the gem his team had acquired from the pool of undrafted players during the offseason. Amidst his persistent doubts, David Blatt ultimately resolved to offer Lin Hao a chance. Damian Lillard, the elite guard capable of leading the Portland Trail Blazers to become a powerhouse in the Western Conference, would serve as Lin Hao's litmus test. Currently, Lillard was at the peak of his powers, excelling in both penetration and shooting, making him one of the strongest guards in the league. To everyone's astonishment, Lin Hao managed to hold his ground and compete evenly with him. Initially, David Blatt presumed Lin Hao's performance was merely a fleeting moment, believing his balanced play would not endure for long. However, as the game progressed, Blatt realized that his perspective had been myopic. At that moment, Blatt's gaze was firmly fixed on Lin Hao, who sat on the bench, his face alight with astonishment. He had never anticipated that Lin Hao's defensive skills could reach such heights, allowing him to stand toe-to-toe with Damian Lillard. In this league, how many guards could effectively contain Lillard? If Lin Hao could defend against Lillard, he would undoubtedly hold his own against other top-tier guards in the league. It was as if the Cleveland Cavaliers had just received an infusion of talent akin to that of Kawhi Leonard. Since the Cavaliers had formed their triumvirate led by LeBron James, they had never lacked scoring threats. What they sought was a defensive player capable of elevating the team's defensive caliber. While their frontcourt and interior defense possessed sufficient quality to contend with the league's elite ball handlers, their backcourt defense had been woefully inadequate. The pairing of Kyrie Irving and Dion Waiters on the guard line proved utterly defenseless against a scoring powerhouse like Damian Lillard. As a renowned European coach, David Blatt understood all too well the significance of having a top-tier defender in the backcourt. He could not afford to gamble, nor would he dare to take such risks. If the team's offense stagnated and his players struggled with their shooting, while the opposing guards found their rhythm, it could lead to a devastating run that would leave Blatt with no remedy for regret. Now, they truly possess their own premier perimeter defender. At this moment, David Blatt finds increasing joy in Lin Hao's performance. Currently, Lin Hao's defensive prowess stands as the most formidable on the Cleveland Cavaliers backcourt. This development allows him to firmly establish Lin Hao in the starting lineup. Consequently, not only can Lin Hao bolster the team's offensive capabilities, but Blatt can also reposition the original starting shooting guard, Dion Waiters, to the bench, where he can serve as a scoring option. This nearly perfect solution addresses the team's previous lack of aggression in their bench lineup. It is undoubtedly a decision that strikes a harmonious balance. At this moment, David Blatt cannot contain his excitement regarding his strategic choices. He never anticipated that, at the brink of retirement, he would have the opportunity to lead an NBA team in a championship pursuit. Indeed, while the previous iteration of the Cleveland Cavaliers boasted a significant championship probability, it was solely reliant on the raw capabilities of the Big Three. Their starting lineup and the subsequent bench unit exhibited considerable flaws. However, now those issues have been resolved, granting the team at least two contingency plans during crises. They not only have star players who can rise to the occasion, but also the unpredictable element of Lin Hao on both ends of the court. A championship-contending team inevitably attracts the scrutiny of rival coaches, who meticulously analyze its strengths and weaknesses to devise strategies. Yet, David Blatt is certain that those coaches studying his team could never have anticipated Lin Hao's emergence. On the ever-volatile stage of the playoffs, Lin Hao's presence could decisively influence the course of a series. David Blatt closes his eyes, sensing the tantalizing aroma of the O'Brien Trophy. What coach could resist the allure of returning home as a champion? Following this timeout, both teams' coaches reintroduced their starting lineups. For the Portland Trail Blazers, C.J. McCollum replaced Damian Lillard, while Cleveland Cavaliers coach David Blatt chose not to reinsert Lin Hao into the game. He decided to allow Lin Hao a period of rest. The abilities he showcased in the first half had already brought him immense satisfaction, thus rendering Lin Hao's continued presence on the court unnecessary. As Lin Hao took a moment to rest, the game reached halftime at the conclusion of the second quarter. During this interlude, the Portland Trail Blazers, lacking the offensive prowess of Damian Lillard, found themselves relying solely on LaMarcus Aldridge's mid-range shooting to gradually close the gap. However, Aldridge's scoring efficiency paled in comparison to the peak performance of the Cleveland Cavaliers triumvirate. In no time, the score gap widened further, and by halftime, the differential had escalated to 30 points. Such a substantial margin was astonishing to the fans and commentators alike. After all, the Portland Trail Blazers were a formidable Western Conference team that had secured over 50 victories the previous season. Even if the Cavaliers were indeed powerful, trailing by 30 points at halftime seemed unfathomable. Was the Cavaliers trio truly that dominant? Did this season's championship already lack any suspense? This question, perhaps, could only be answered by the Blazers star, Damian Lillard. As the second quarter concluded, both teams retreated to their respective locker rooms. Upon entering the locker room, Lin Hao collapsed onto the sofa, exhausted. Although he had rested during the latter half of the second quarter, the preceding 1.5 quarters had taken their toll. Eager to showcase his abilities before his teammates and the Cavaliers coaching staff, Lin Hao had meticulously attended to every detail. He not only took the initiative to guard Lillard and other offensive threats from the Blazers, but also assumed the role of orchestrating the second unit's offense. Moreover, he found himself picking up the slack for his defensively challenged teammates. The two forwards in the second unit, veterans Sean Marion and Mike Miller, while still possessing some fuel in their tanks, could only contribute offensively, lacking the energy to assist defensively. Thus, Lin Hao had to continually support them in executing defensive strategies. Had he not already conditioned his stamina, he might not have been able to endure until coach David Blatt decided to substitute him out. "Hey, Lin, are you all right?" Coach David Blatt approached Lin Hao with genuine concern. Observing the coach's attentiveness towards the newcomer, the other players in the second unit exchanged envious glances. It was evident that Lin Hao's performance on both ends of the court was steadily improving, elevating his status within the team. The head coach was bound to assign him greater tactical responsibilities compared to others. In contrast, teammates like Matthew Dellavedova, who had joined the Cavaliers around the same time, had not been as fortunate. Dellavedova had yet to secure a stable amount of playing time, often only seeing minutes during garbage time. "Don't worry, I'm fine, coach. I can continue to contribute in the second half and help the team secure this victory," Lin Hao replied, sitting up at the coach's inquiry. "That's good to hear." Blatt exhaled in relief, having feared his heavy reliance on Lin Hao's abilities might lead to any adverse effects. If that were the case, he would have unwittingly jeopardized a promising talent. The more he observed Lin Hao, the more Blatt appreciated his potential. Unlike the established superstars within the Cavaliers trio, whose brilliance was widely acknowledged regardless of the coach's influence, Lin Hao was a newcomer who had rapidly become an integral piece on both offense and defense. Who wouldn't commend a coach capable of nurturing such talent? "Lin, I will grant you around 10 minutes of playing time in the second half. I hope you can seize this opportunity to help us maintain our lead. Additionally, when the starting lineup exits, I will assign you specific plays to execute. And the bench players alongside you will coordinate with you to some extent. Go out there and express yourself," Blatt instructed. As the games progressed, it became apparent that this young player from the Cavaliers exhibited exceptional toughness on defense, often proving impenetrable even to typical all-star athletes. Yet, few were aware that Lin Hao's true strength lay in his offensive game. He embodied a blend of peak Derrick Rose's attributes, with his defensive prowess merely showcasing his lateral quickness and jumping ability. He still had untapped potential waiting to be unleashed. If given the chance to fully express his offensive skills, Lin Hao could assure that no one on the Blazers bench could contain him. Not even the recently drafted 10th overall pick, CJ McCollum. Derrick Rose's offensive prowess was among the league's elite, characterized by unyielding speed and precision. The might of the Windy City Rose was far beyond what bench players could rival. With Coach Blatt's encouragement, Lin Hao felt no hesitation in accepting the challenge. The halftime break swiftly concluded, and the second half commenced. Initially, Lin Hao did not take the court right away. He remained on the bench for a brief respite before successfully fulfilling Blatt's promise to enter the game. During Lin Hao's absence, Dion Waiters resumed his place in the starting lineup, delivering a performance that was unremarkable at best. With a slight decline in defensive intensity, the Cavaliers no longer pressed the Blazers as they had before, resulting in a fluctuating score that stabilized around a 25-point lead. After 4 minutes of play, during a dead ball situation, Coach Blatt turned his attention to Lin Hao. "Hey, Lin, it's your turn to enter the game." Upon hearing the command from his head coach, Lin Hao, who had long been restless, swiftly discarded his training attire and rose to enter the court. However, his reappearance did not evoke much excitement among the spectators. Despite Lin Hao's exceptional performance in limiting Damian Lillard during the first half, most fans attributed Lillard's struggles to his own shortcomings rather than acknowledging Lin Hao's defensive prowess. Ultimately, he remained an unremarkable player, not worthy of cheers from the crowd. To the fans at the Moda Center, Lin Hao was merely a supporting player, slightly shining in the shadow of LeBron James, lacking significant importance. Thus, aside from the fervent fans across the ocean in China, no one noticed that a player clad in the number 25 jersey was quietly stepping onto the court, seeking to alleviate his boredom from sitting out. With Lin Hao's return, under the guidance of Cleveland Cavaliers coach David Blatt, the tactical focus on the court began to shift. Aside from Dion Waiters, who was executing free throws, all other starters exited, making way for the familiar substitutes to re-enter alongside Lin Hao. After Waiters completed a 2-1 play, possession shifted to the Portland Trail Blazers. Given the considerable deficit in Lillard's less-than-stellar performance, the Blazers coach contemplated giving the rookie some playing time. Consequently, C.J. McCollum, the 10th pick from last year's draft, finally assumed the role of primary ball handler in this game. This unexpected opportunity left C.J. feeling somewhat lost. A remarkably talented young player, he found little time to hone his skills within the current Blazers roster, where no one was willing to wait for his development. With seasoned veterans like LaMarcus Aldridge and rising stars like Damian Lillard, who had recently made headlines with a last-second shot to secure a victory against the Houston Rockets, CJ, despite being a lottery pick, struggled to gain the attention and resources he desired. Fortunately, due to Lin Hao's and the Cavaliers' outstanding performance, garbage time arrived early, granting McCollum a chance to showcase his abilities. Such moments were typically favored by players like CJ, who had spent prolonged periods on the bench. As the usual starters sat out, with the team trailing by 25 points, the pressure to recover the score was lifted, allowing him to freely express his tactical style and capabilities during his limited time on the court. As the 10th overall pick, CJ held a sense of pride, believing that even if he could not secure a starting position or replace Lillard or Wesley Matthews, he should at least be part of the rotation. Yet, despite playing 38 games last season, he averaged a mere 13 minutes of playtime, an unacceptable figure in his eyes. Witnessing his fellow draft classmate Michael Carter-Williams capture the Rookie of the Year award with an average of 16.7 points ignited a deep-seated jealousy within CJ, who felt entirely capable of earning such recognition if only given the chance. Thus, CJ was fervently determined to carve out a place for himself in the rotation, believing that this moment was his best opportunity. "Hey kid, I hope you recognize your place and don't overestimate yourself. You're merely an undrafted player. Don't lose sight of your reality." Upon entering the game, CJ could not resist targeting Lin Hao, though Lillard had just been overwhelmed by Lin Hao's defense. CJ dismissed any connection between Lillard's poor performance and Lin Hao's skills, viewing Lin Hao simply as an undrafted player. With a sense of disdain, CJ brought the ball to the arc, unbothered by the audacity of this undrafted player defending him one-on-one. He confidently opted for a personal offensive play. However, just as CJ prepared to drive past Lin Hao, he suddenly realized that the basketball had mysteriously slipped from his grasp, taken by Lin Hao. Thanks to his lateral quickness, Lin Hao could closely guard the ball handler without fear of being easily bypassed, allowing him to attempt risky defensive maneuvers. Having tasted success in defending against Damian Lillard, Lin Hao's desire to excel defensively grew stronger. He relished the opportunity to disrupt opposing players and snatch the ball away. Meanwhile, CJ remained oblivious to this transformation, continuing to play at his usual intensity, unaware that his once prized dribbling skills were full of flaws in the face of Lin Hao's defense. Consequently, Lin Hao's pressure on CJ resulted in the destruction of nearly half a minute's worth of effort by the Trailblazers, forcing the already slow-moving Robin Lopez into an awkward jog on the court. Ironically, CJ, who had just criticized Lin Hao for being an undrafted player, was the one failing to recognize his own limitations. In his second professional season, he still struggled to average double-digit scoring, while Lillard, having experienced the rigors of playoffs, had already established himself as an all-star, single-handedly leading the Blazers into the conference semifinals against the Houston Rockets. If even such a celebrated all-star could struggle against Lin Hao, how could CJ, averaging a mere 6.8 points, dare to confront him alone? With a smirk of disdain, Lin Hao charged into the Trailblazers' paint. His ball handling skills refined through extensive training. His speed left the Blazers players in awe, unable to intervene as he surged forward. How can his ball handling speed be this swift? The Blazers coach, Terry Stotts, stood in disbelief, watching Lin Hao steal the ball and embark on a fast break, feeling a deep sense of helplessness. He had initially thought Lin Hao was merely a fleeting presence, performing decently in a few defensive possessions, but perhaps he would falter when faced with a different ball handler. Who could have anticipated that after substituting the starting point guard Damian Lillard, this young man would wreak havoc like a wolf among sheep? In comparison, the team's bench players hardly qualify as formidable reserves. Lin Hao charged into the paint of the Trailblazers, effortlessly slamming down a dunk that contributed another 2 points to his team. His speed and explosiveness are sufficient to render him a dominant force on the court, particularly against the already feeble bench of the Portland Trailblazers, making his success seem almost effortless. Meanwhile, the game continued unabated, and C.J. McCollum, assigned to replace Lillard as the primary scoring option for the team, seized another promising opportunity. Following Steve Blake's dribble across half-court, a series of deceptive changes of direction allowed him to gain an advantage over the aging Mike Miller. The veteran, now in the twilight of his career, struggled to make a defensive impact, as his legs could no longer keep pace with the youthful agility of players like Steve Blake. On the other side, as Sean Marion temporarily took over to defend against C.J. McCollum, witnessing his old teammate being overwhelmed by the opposing team, he rushed in an attempt to double-team Steve Blake to thwart the Portland Trail Blazers' advance into the paint. With a background as a point guard, Steve Blake was unfazed by the encroachment of the two seasoned veterans. With a flick of his wrist, he deftly passed the ball to the open C.J. McCollum, who immediately launched a three-point shot. During C.J. McCollum's first 2 seasons, although his average points per game were modest, he had managed to secure a commendable shooting percentage with limited attempts, heavily relying on three-pointers as a scoring method. This season, his three-point shooting percentage soared to an impressive 43, a mark that distinguished him as a quality shooter within the league. Thus, when presented with an open shot, he had no justification to refrain from taking it. However, at the moment C.J. McCollum confidently ascended for his shot, he neglected to check the whereabouts of Lin Hao, who had previously left a psychological imprint on him. As C.J. McCollum leaped, a pair of large yellow hands emerged from behind, forcefully swatting the ball away, redirecting it towards Mike Miller, who effortlessly secured the defensive rebound and surged into the front court. What was this? Upon seeing the owner of those yellow hands on the big screen, C.J. McCollum couldn't help but exclaim, "Damn it, why is this undrafted player so relentless? Why is he everywhere?" Confused, he watched Lin Hao sprinting back to the front court and shook his head, rejoining the play. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Hao was demonstrating his capabilities to head coach David Blatt. Unlike C.J. McCollum, who was a coveted lottery pick, Lin Hao was merely an undrafted player. With no guaranteed contract, he had to fight tenfold, 100-fold harder to catch the coach's eye and earn a few more minutes on the court. He had no fallback. To remain in the NBA, he had to exert himself far beyond the average effort. On the sidelines, David Blatt, arms crossed over his tactical board, noted Lin Hao's successful block against McCollum. He picked up a marker and inscribed Lin Hao's name in a designated spot. Observing Lin Hao's relentless hustle on the court, the admiration in his gaze became increasingly evident. As a renowned European coach, he had a particular fondness for players like Lin Hao, those who, as long as they had the stamina, left no stone unturned in showcasing their abilities, revealing both their strengths and weaknesses to the coaching staff. Such players, how could they not succeed? On the court, Mike Miller halted just beyond the three-point line and effortlessly sank a shot, extending the team's lead to over 30 points. Meanwhile, Lin Hao's stat line quietly accumulated another assist, bringing his totals to an impressive 16 points, 8 rebounds, 3 assists for steals, and 2 blocks. What is even more terrifying are the elements absent from the data sheet. When Lin Hao is present, the team's defensive efficiency steadily improves, with opposing guards conceding an average of 1.2 points per minute. By the time David Blatt substituted him out midway through the third quarter, his primary adversaries, Damian Lillard and C.J. McCollum, had collectively scored a mere 16 points throughout the match. For the Portland Trail Blazers, who pride themselves on their backcourt offense, this was akin to receiving a series of stinging slaps to the face, a stark reminder that their celebrated guard-driven offense was utterly ineffective. As the third quarter concluded, the Cleveland Cavaliers had established a commanding 27-point lead. Entering the fourth quarter with such a substantial deficit, the morale of the Trail Blazers began to wane. when Damian Lillard's shooting percentage registered at a dismal 32.8. The players were left wondering who could possibly rescue their beleaguered team. As the final whistle echoed through the arena, all Trailblazers players rushed towards the tunnel without hesitation, fully aware that remaining in the arena would only serve to deepen their embarrassment. In instances where two teams are evenly matched and one emerges with a narrow loss, a handshake and a mutual embrace are acceptable gestures. However, to embrace after suffering such a substantial defeat would invite speculation from the fans regarding the thickness of their star player's skin. In stark contrast to the somber atmosphere enveloping the Trailblazers, the Cavaliers players sat on their bench, engaging in lighthearted banter and exuding a sense of ease. They felt little weight from their victory over the Blazers. After all, their singular aim for the season was to vie for the illustrious O'Brien Trophy. Championship-caliber teams are expected to triumph over playoff-level opponents. Meanwhile, as the game concluded, the fervor across the ocean in the Chinese live-streaming room began to diminish slightly. Nevertheless, numerous fans continued to engage in tireless discussions about the recently concluded match. Wow, is Lin Hao really an undrafted player? I can't help but feel his performance surpasses that of some lottery picks. Indeed, the first overall pick of Lin Hao's draft class, Andrew Wiggins, upon being traded to the Minnesota Timberwolves, had a debut game where he managed only 6 points and 4 rebounds on 5 attempts, thoroughly outperformed by his opponent, Tony Allen. It is truly lamentable. Who would have thought that such a disparity could exist between a top draft pick and an undrafted player in the early stages of their careers? Is it not often said that Andrew Wiggins possesses generational talent? Yet, how could he only score 6 points in a game? Rational discussions ensue following this game. How long can Lin Hao, as China's sole representative in the NBA, remain in the league? Can he maintain his position in the starting lineup of the Cleveland Cavaliers? Nearly an hour after the game, Lin Hao's name surged to the top of trending news in China, catapulting his recognition to new heights. Many longtime fans from the Yao Ming era began to realize that another newcomer from China had entered the NBA, and his prowess seemed quite commendable, having successfully contained an all-star caliber player like Damian Lillard during their matchups. As an international student, Lin Hao was largely disconnected from domestic news, resulting in minimal recognition back home. Even though he had secured his place in the NBA and joined a championship-caliber team like the Cavaliers, his fame still paled in comparison to former Chinese players who had battled in the league. However, following today, all of China would come to know a new name, Lin Hao. To excel in containing an all-star player during matchups is no feat for an ordinary role player. Yet, Lin Hao remained indifferent to all this. He had his own ambitions, understanding that this was an opportune moment to solidify his place as the starting shooting guard. Performing well in a single game merely indicated that he had seized an opportunity to prove himself. It did not guarantee anything. For Lin Hao, the stakes were high, and he could afford no missteps. Should he falter in a game, he could swiftly find himself subjected to the jeers of Cavaliers fans. As head coach David Blatt, a novice in the league, would undoubtedly prioritize his own position over Lin Hao's aspirations. What Lin Hao needed to demonstrate was that he could outshine Dion Waiters in the eyes of the Cavaliers management and fans. He was well aware that Waiters was no pushover. Averaging 16 points per game, he was a rare commodity in the league. His performances from the previous season had already made it clear to the Cavaliers hierarchy that, given sufficient playing time and shooting opportunities, he could shoulder the responsibility of being the team's third scoring option. He was poised to be a valuable asset alongside Kyrie Irving and LeBron James. While Lin Hao had managed to seize some opportunities by emulating Derrick Rose's style, utilizing speed and defense to carve out his niche in several Cavaliers games, Waiters had already spent 3 seasons with the team, having been handpicked and nurtured by them. He possessed an intimate understanding of the team's dynamics, strategies, and tactics, and shared a close bond with Kyrie Irving, having grown together. If not for David Blatt's urgent need to establish his authority, it is unlikely Waiters would have been removed from the starting lineup, leaving Lin Hao without a chance to prove himself. Opportunity in a corner of the Cavaliers' locker room post-game, Lin Hao murmured to himself. At present, he possessed the capability to score 40 or even 50 points in a game. What he lacked was merely the opportunity to secure his starting position. He needed to prove he was superior to Waiters. He had the explosiveness to score. He must show the team that what Waiters could do, he could do as well. And what Waiters could not, he could achieve even better. Lin Hao focused intently on the upcoming schedule, noting with clarity that the Cavaliers' next opponent would be the New Orleans Pelicans, who boasted the former first overall pick and so-called son of America, Anthony Davis. The backcourt was also formidable, featuring Drew Holiday and Eric Gordon. It was evident that this encounter would be a fierce and thrilling showdown. The matchup between the Cleveland Cavaliers and the New Orleans Pelicans is set to take place on November 2nd at the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse. As Lin Hao contemplated within the Cavaliers' locker room, both teams' coaches and players place immense significance on this contest. Anthony Davis, an exceptionally gifted emerging star, serves as a litmus test for assessing the Cavaliers' interior defense. Meanwhile, the defensive prowess of Drew Holiday, a player of Defensive Player of the Year caliber, acts as a mirror reflecting the challenges facing the Cavaliers' backcourt offense. Drew Holiday and Kyrie Irving represent the sharpest spear and the thickest shield, embodying the pinnacle of offensive and defensive excellence, creating a clash akin to a cosmic collision. Prior to the game, Cavaliers head coach David Blatt has meticulously prepared, repeatedly emphasizing the importance of this match to his players. Everyone understands the significance of this game, he asserted. Although the New Orleans Pelicans may not currently be the strongest team in the Western Conference, they possess the finest interior and perimeter defense. Anthony Davis and Drew Holiday are formidable challenges, and their head coach, Monty Williams, ranks among the league's premier offensive strategists. Now, let me introduce the regular starting lineup of the New Orleans Pelicans. To alleviate the pressure on Anthony Davis on both ends of the court and to enhance the Pelicans' perimeter shooting capabilities, Monty Williams has deployed a three-guard starting configuration. This lineup not only presents insurmountable spatial challenges but also clearly indicates their intention to engage in a high-scoring duel with us. This is a match we must secure. For the New Orleans Pelicans, there is no pressing urgency to win. Their three-guard setup offers unparalleled spatial and shooting advantages on the court. To triumph, we must strike with relentless force. Therefore, I shall adjust our starting lineup. Dion Waiters. In the pre-game locker room, David Blatt called out Dion Waiters' name. In a moment of unexpected awakening, Dion Waiters, who had been lost in thought, suddenly found himself called by name. "Hey, I'm talking to you." The gaze of Coach David Blatt bore down upon him. It seemed as though Blatt had discerned the turmoil within Waiters' mind. Players of this age inherently possess a certain pride. Each aspires to be a superstar, convinced they can embody the spirit of their team, Michael Jordan. Yet, what they fail to realize is that even Michael Jordan endured his share of lows, spending 7 years in obscurity before savoring the taste of a championship victory. Hey, Dion, I hope you can maintain the professionalism expected of a player. Do you find it appropriate to appear indifferent and lost in your own thoughts while the head coach is addressing the team? David Blatt stated coldly. His immediate objective was to establish authority, and upon recognizing Waiters' disrespectful demeanor, he was quick to confront him. Dion Waiters reclined in his chair with a dismissive scoff. "Coach, if you wish for my respect, then please refrain from actions that show a lack of respect towards others." His tone was laced with dissatisfaction towards Coach David Blatt. David Blatt's countenance darkened immediately. As a proud European coach, he had never endured such humiliation. In the locker room, a head coach was subtly mocked by a role player, who would still regard themselves as the team's coach after such an affront, who would retain respect for themselves. The fury within David Blatt made it impossible for him to maintain the usual composure expected of a renowned coach when addressing the issue at hand. Consequently, he resolved to confront the toxic problem that was Dion Waiters openly, in front of everyone associated with the Cleveland Cavaliers. "Dion, I am the head coach of this team. If you have any grievances, you should express them directly rather than resorting to controversial remarks. Everyone is present here, including our big three, LeBron, Kyrie, and Kevin. All of you are part of this team, and for the sake of our continued stability and progress, we can address these issues transparently. What do you think?" David Blatt's tone grew increasingly frigid, and his impression of Dion Waiters quietly diminished several notches. "Address it openly? Very well. Coach, let me ask you this. I have been a part of this Cavaliers team for 3 seasons now. Last season, I averaged 16 points per game. Among all the shooting guards in the league, how many can boast such a feat? So why, without any wrongdoing on my part, have I been relegated to the bench in favor of an undrafted player to partner with LeBron and the others? Why?" Dion Waiters seemed to have been unleashed, venting his dissatisfaction to the players present. He was a player the Cavaliers had personally selected and nurtured. How could he possibly be inferior to that undrafted player? Why? As Dion's tone grew colder, Coach David Blatt could no longer conceal his disdain. "You may not fully comprehend your current role on this team, believing you are entitled to a starting position. You question why Lin can start at shooting guard while you cannot. You even mentioned that undrafted player, which suggests you look down upon your teammates. If that is the case, I shall elucidate the reasons for your demotion from the starting lineup. What do you pride yourself on the most? Offense, correct? Then I must ask, Does our starting lineup lack offensive prowess? Kyrie Irving, LeBron James, Kevin Love, each of them possesses the capability to average over 25 points per game. The least important aspect of our team is precisely offense. If you are not arrogant enough to think you can surpass LeBron and the others, then you should sit quietly. And why can Lin start? We have already established that what this team lacks is not offense, but defense, the ability to stifle the opponent's scoring threats. Do not underestimate him as merely an undrafted player. That title simply reflects the oversight of league executives who failed to recognize his brilliance among a plethora of talent. In his very first game, he locked down Gordon Hayward, recording 7 steals. Perhaps you think that was merely luck, that Gordon was off his game. What about Damian Lillard? Last night, as an all-star, he managed only a 30 shooting percentage. Do you understand what that means? It requires him to expend a significant portion of the team's possessions just to score a handful of points in the final quarter for consolation. That is Lin's value to the team. Oh, I can imagine your arrogance leads you to believe that Lin, as an undrafted player, could never outperform an all-star like Damian Lillard. If Lillard struggled and Hayward faltered, Dion, can you answer me this? Did you slip something into their pregame pizza to cause their poor performances? How else would you know they were underperforming? With Coach David Blatt's barrage of inquiries, Dion Waiters found himself utterly flummoxed, his face flushed with alternating shades of red. He stammered for a response but could not articulate a coherent thought. Ultimately, he could only muster, "Coach, I'm still not satisfied. I want a fair competition with Lin for the starting shooting guard position. Only then will I feel resolved. Otherwise, my performance will be adversely affected. And I cannot guarantee my contributions to the team." "All right, I agree." Just as David Blatt was about to respond, Lin stepped forward. Lin had long contemplated this notion. He valued the starting position immensely. Every night he stepped onto the court, he was tense, fearing a single poor play could see him relegated to the bench. Rather than living in constant anxiety, he preferred a straightforward competition, one where the victor would secure the starting role while the loser would serve as the second unit's offensive spearhead. David Blatt looked at Lin in astonishment, seemingly perplexed as to why Lin would willingly discard a strong position to engage in a head-to-head contest with Dion Waiters. According to David Blatt's strategy, he should have been preparing to trade Dion before the deadline. His trade value was still respectable, he was young, and there was potential for growth. For the Cavaliers management, parting with him was acceptable as long as a suitable shooting guard or a competent 3-and-D player could be acquired. Lin, I agree with Dion Waiters. I have heard of his reputation long before entering the NBA. His playing style is dazzling, his defense seasoned, and he is my senior. Given his experience, how could I refuse such a challenge? Lin ignored David Blatt's disapproving glances and expressed his true feelings. Before David Blatt could interject further, LeBron James, who had remained silent until now, asserted his authority as the team's leader. It's settled then. The competition between you two will take place during our game against the New Orleans Pelicans. Dion Waiters will start alongside Kyrie at shooting guard, while Lin will serve as our 6th man, spearheading the second unit's offense. When the game concludes, we will vote on who should be our future starting shooting guard. How does that sound? As LeBron spoke, David Blatt's authority diminished significantly. In the Cleveland Cavaliers, LeBron James was the undisputed leader, and even David Blatt dared not challenge his decisions or voice any objections. Very well, I agree. Dion Waiters was the first to speak, and the shadow of gloom that had previously lingered around him was replaced by a glimmer of joy. It was evident to all discerning observers that Dion Waiters wholeheartedly endorsed the challenge proposed by LeBron James. In this match, Dion Waiters indeed held certain advantages, allowing him to reclaim his position as the starting shooting guard. Familiar with the dynamics of the game, he is naturally capable of delivering performances that meet the expected standards. Moreover, considering the competitive spirit between the two players, the combative Dion Waiters may very well excel, with the possibility of scoring around 25 points by the end of the game. Furthermore, with 3 superstars in the starting lineup to share the offensive burden, along with Kyrie Irving and LeBron James facilitating plays for him, the likelihood of Dion Waiters emerging victorious in this confrontation is significantly heightened. Inside the locker room, the other Cavaliers players tacitly accepted this competitive approach, with no one daring to voice any dissent. The other 2 members of the trio, Kyrie Irving and Kevin Love, had established their roles within the team during their first meeting. Kevin Love, having joined from another team, held the lowest position among the trio, while Kyrie Irving was designated as the second in command by the Cavaliers management. This decision stemmed from Kyrie's relative youth and immaturity, coupled with the fact that his experience in the NBA did not afford him the authority to manage the seasoned veterans on the bench, which could hinder the team's progress. Naturally, LeBron James, with his 4 regular season MVP awards and 2 championship trophies, emerged as the unequivocal leader of the team. The trio formed a collective interest group, and when LeBron made decisions, the other two refrained from opposing him. At this moment, Dion Waiters shifted his attention towards LeBron James, seemingly expressing gratitude through his gaze. Yet LeBron remained indifferent to his thanks, instead locking his focus onto Lin Hao, scrutinizing him intently. Under LeBron's piercing gaze, Lin Hao felt a cold sweat trickling down his spine, as if all his secrets had been laid bare. After several months of interaction, Lin Hao's assessment of LeBron could be summed up in 4 words: cunning and calculating. In his 30s, LeBron was more astute than many men in their 50s. All right. I agree. Upon witnessing Lin Hao's commitment, LeBron nodded with satisfaction, as if this were the outcome he had longed to see. After making this decision, Lin Hao felt utterly drained, collapsing onto a seat in the locker room, perplexed. He recalled how Tyronn Lue had previously mentioned LeBron's high regard for him. Yet he now questioned why LeBron chose to focus on Dion Waiters in this context. If LeBron did not believe in him, why would he have made such remarks to Tyronn Lue? Pondering these thoughts, Lin Hao hung his head in solitude, lingering in the locker room long after the team meeting had concluded. Eventually, the door swung open, revealing head coach David Blatt. Upon entering, he did not conceal his frustration, slamming his hand on the table in the locker room as a means of venting his dissatisfaction. To him, any blow to Lin Hao felt like a personal affront. For everyone knew that Lin Hao was his protege. Lin, you acted too impulsively. You shouldn't have made that promise in such a setting. If you perform poorly in this upcoming game, you will undoubtedly be removed from the starting lineup, at least until next season. Dion Waiters will take your place, David Blatt exclaimed anxiously. Shortly after the team meeting, he sought out assistant coach Tyronn Lue to discuss the situation regarding Waiters and Lin Hao, as both had previously supported Lin's ascension over Waiters. However, Tyronn Lue inexplicably refused to meet with him, citing a need to analyze the New Orleans Pelicans' tactics, a flimsy excuse that Blatt, a seasoned strategist, saw right through. What a ridiculous pretense! Who in the league doesn't know the strategies of the New Orleans Pelicans? After being rebuffed by Tyronn Lue, David Blatt could no longer contain his frustration and hurried to find Lin Hao, hoping to vent his grievances alongside him. Lin Hao glanced at Coach Blatt, filled with his own dissatisfaction, yet his position on the team prevented him from expressing it openly. I had no choice, David. The arrow was already drawn. I had to release it. Now, all I can do is strive to perform better in the next game to secure more votes in my favor, Lin Hao said despondently. David Blatt nodded solemnly, exhaling a deep sigh, feeling a profound sense of defeat. Which head coach in the league faced such constraints? Which coach could be berated by a role player within the confines of the locker room? Which beloved protege could be forced out of the starting lineup? Lin Hao and David Blatt shared a moment of silent understanding, both burdened by unspoken concerns. They simultaneously turned their gazes towards the game schedule hanging in the locker room. The New Orleans Pelicans, were they to be taken on? So be it. Time passed swiftly, and before long, the day of the match against the New Orleans Pelicans arrived. The Cleveland Cavaliers prepared to host the visiting Pelicans in their home arena. In the days leading up to this match, certain insiders from the Quick Loan Center leaked information regarding the confrontation between Dion Waiters and Lin Hao. Consequently, some enterprising media outlets devised a special segment to interview local fans from Cleveland, granting those interviewed the opportunity to cast their votes in this feature. One question that each of them will inevitably face is, who do you believe is more deserving of the starting shooting guard position for the Cleveland Cavaliers? Dion Waiters or Lin Hao? As the days passed, these columnists gradually interviewed numerous fans, among whom 1,000 participated in the poll. The majority cast their votes in favor of Dion Waiters. This is hardly surprising, as Waiters has journeyed with the Cavaliers through their tumultuous rebuilding phase. And now that the team has transformed into a championship contender, it would be unjust to dismiss him. Moreover, his performance has been commendable, averaging 16 points per game, making him a valuable asset wherever he plays. As a third or fourth offensive option on the team, he is fully capable of fulfilling his role. In contrast, Lin Hao is merely a rookie who recently joined the Cavaliers this season. While it is true that many undrafted players emerge each year, some show potential. Fans acknowledge Lin Hao's strength in defense, capable of rendering opposing offensive threats ineffective, making him an indispensable player on that front. However, if given a choice, they would still prefer him to remain on the bench. The question remains, how does one weigh a lottery pick against an undrafted player? It is common knowledge. At least Dion Waiters has already showcased his potential. If his defense is lacking, a season of dedicated practice would surely yield results comparable to Lin Hao's. In the locker room before the game, Lin Hao tightly gripped his phone, feeling the tension surrounding his impending matchup with Waiters, which had been brewing for days. He had heard about the polling activity and, prior to its announcement, had already contemplated that local Cavaliers fans would not hold him in high regard. Given that he had been with the team for less than 6 months, what fan base could he possibly have in comparison to Waiters, who had been around for several years? However, when the voting results were finally revealed, Lin Hao felt a pang of disappointment. He struggled to comprehend why, despite his impressive performance, fans still opted for Waiters as the starter. What exactly set him apart? Was it truly the distinction between a lottery pick and an undrafted player? Did that truly matter? Once in the league, isn't everyone considered equal? Lin Hao cradled his head in despair, baffled by the fixation on such distinctions. He did not perceive himself as inferior to Waiters, so why was he overlooked? Wasn't it said that in the NBA, talent is the ultimate criterion? Why then does it seem that the narrative has shifted? Is this a commercial league or a society governed by personal relationships? In the pregame locker room, Cavaliers head coach David Blatt addressed the team with authority, holding a tactical board. Ladies and gentlemen, according to the challenge rules established between Dion Waiters and Lin Hao, there will be some adjustments to our starting lineup for today's game. LeBron James, Kyrie Irving, Kevin Love, Anderson Varejao, and of course, Dion Waiters. As Blatt finished speaking, Waiters immediately stepped forward from the lineup. Thank you all for your trust in me, coach. Today, I will be starting against Drew Holiday, one of the best defensive guards in the league. But I am unfazed. I will demonstrate my capabilities. Please remember to vote for me after the game. After saying this, Waiters cast a glance at Lin Hao, seemingly in provocation. The players, who had witnessed the unfolding events, speculated that LeBron James might have intentionally favored Waiters over Lin Hao. Thus, as soon as Waiters concluded his appeal, they enthusiastically rallied around him. Though their words appeared courteous, they were subtly undermining Lin Hao. These players were nothing if not opportunistic. Observing the antics of his teammates, who were reveling in the moment, David Blatt approached Lin Hao to offer encouragement. Hey Lin, don't worry. Even if you come off the bench as the sixth man, I will ensure you receive ample playing time. I believe no one will contest the fairness of this battle. From previous games, it's evident you possess a wide array of offensive skills, and your efficiency as the primary scoring option during bench minutes has been remarkable. Regardless of what unfolds, maintain your self-belief. Only by believing in yourself can you seize this easily attainable victory and prove to Waiters that you are the superior player, right? David Blatt, truly deserving of his role as head coach, spoke with such profound insight that his simple words alleviated Lin Hao's discomfort. Lin Hao nodded, casting a glance at Waiters, who was celebrating exuberantly as if he had already won their individual duel, his smile nearly reaching the sky. Yet, Lin Hao chose not to dwell on this. Coach Blatt was correct. He must remain steadfast in his identity. Be yourself. Be yourself. Lin Hao murmured to himself, his determination gradually solidifying. The highly anticipated match was about to commence, and the arena's DJ was introducing both teams' starting lineups to the fans. With the return of the prodigious LeBron James, the Cavaliers had become championship favorites, resulting in sold-out home games. The starting shooting guard for the Cleveland Cavaliers is Dion Waiters from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. As the DJ's announcement echoed through the arena, Dion Waiters strode confidently to the center court, greeting the enthusiastic crowd. Some fans of Lin Hao find themselves somewhat perplexed. Wasn't Lin Hao the starting shooting guard for the team? How is it that after just one game, he has been replaced by Dion Waiters? Isn't he the one dubbed the wild card? Can David Blatt truly have the audacity to reinstate him in the starting lineup without fearing that the New Orleans Pelicans will obliterate them in the first quarter? Just as this particular Lin Hao fan concluded their statement, another supporter, clad in a Dion Waiters jersey, could no longer contain his agitation. Upon hearing disparaging remarks about his idol, he immediately voiced his objections. Are you not aware? Dion Waiters is extremely displeased with Lin Hao for usurping his starting position. It is said that he caused quite an uproar in the locker room, asserting that he must reclaim his starting role, or else he would refuse to play. In light of this situation, the Cavaliers organized a showdown between the two players. Following the game, the team members would cast their votes based on the performance displayed, and the player who garnered the most support would assume the starting shooting guard position. Is Dion Waiters starting in this game? It is high time he returned to his rightful place. His offensive prowess is utterly unparalleled by Lin Hao. Although Lin Hao's defense ranks among the league's elite, he lacks shooting ability. When he is on the court, his teammates are left scrambling. It is baffling why coach David Blatt would allow a player devoid of shooting skills to impede the team's offensive efforts. Lin Hao should have long since vacated his spot on the bench. How could he possibly compare to Dion Waiters? After all, Dion averaged 16 points per game last season. And with LeBron James and Kyrie Irving sharing the burden of defensive attention this season, it would come as no surprise if his average soared above 20 points. He possesses the capacity. As for Lin Hao, his so-called defensive prowess is merely a product of the momentum provided by LeBron James and Kyrie Irving. Who could fathom why Gordon Hayward and Damian Lillard would suddenly falter so dramatically? I believe it is imperative for the Cavaliers management to investigate whether there are any clandestine dealings between Lin Hao and those two All-Stars. Such doubts permeated the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse, where the majority of the attending fans had already shifted their focus to the two protagonists, Dion Waiters and Lin Hao. Most of the comments directed at Lin Hao were steeped in skepticism. This skepticism is not without merit, after all. Lin Hao is merely a rookie who joined the team 6 months ago. For the local fans, encountering undrafted players like Lin Hao is not uncommon. There are perhaps hundreds of them each year. Lin Hao's fortune, coupled with David Blatt's experience as a coach willing to provide opportunities to rookies, has allowed him to carve out a modicum of fame in this league. However, when Dion Waiters seeks to reclaim his position, Lin Hao must relinquish it. There is no rationale behind it. Fans simply prefer players with flamboyant play styles and high scoring averages. Scoring ability is often regarded as the benchmark of a player's prowess in the NBA, where one can justify everything through sheer skill. As the DJ's voice gradually faded within the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse, both teams entered their warm-up routines. Following the brief warm-up, the game commenced. First, let us introduce the Cleveland Cavaliers' opponents for this match, the New Orleans Pelicans. Since selecting the prodigious Anthony Davis in the 2012 draft, the team has been constructed around him as the cornerstone. Within just 2 seasons, they transformed from a bottom feeder in the Western Conference into a playoff-caliber team among the top 8. In addition to the evident offensive and defensive prowess of Anthony Davis, the Pelicans starting point guard, Jrue Holiday, serves as the team's second key player. When he remains healthy, he can make significant contributions on both ends of the court, helping the team secure victories in closely contested matches. He possesses a resolute demeanor, effortlessly sinking those crucial open three-pointers when given the opportunity. Aside from his inability to draw fouls through physicality, he stands as a top-tier point guard, ranking among the top 10 in the league. Ryan Anderson stands as one of the most formidable spot-up shooters in the NBA. His ability to execute open three-pointers is nothing short of lethal, averaging 2.5 successful shots per game with a commendable 35% shooting rate when unguarded. Similarly, Eric Gordon is an exceptionally skilled shooter, renowned for his precision from beyond the arc. Coupled with his robust physique, he resembles a small cannonball, capable of penetrating defenses and forcing his way to the basket, leaving typical shooting guards helpless in his wake. Alongside Anthony Davis in the interior, there is Omer Asik, a player towering at 211 centimeters and weighing 116 kilograms. He is the team's rebounding powerhouse, aside from AD, relentlessly battling against opposing frontcourts for boards each night. Despite his Caucasian appearance, his playing style is anything but refined. Overall, this lineup bears a striking resemblance to the Cavaliers' early days with LeBron James, featuring a blue-collar big man, Asik, complemented by a superstar forward, Davis, and 3 capable shooters, executing rapid transition offenses and wearing down their opponents in half-court battles. If one were to critique this lineup, it would be their lack of a reliable go-to scorer during crucial moments. Anthony Davis remains their sole dependable option, as no other player can consistently deliver in clutch situations. As the game commenced, Omer Asik won the initial jump against Anderson Varejao, and upon receiving the ball, Jrue Holiday drove past half-court, encountering Dion Waiters, who stood as an obstacle to his offensive intent. When their eyes met, Jrue hesitated momentarily, recognizing that Kyrie Irving had retreated, thus realizing that this audacious young player would likely be tasked with guarding him. As a second-in-command on a playoff-caliber team, Jrue was well acquainted with the guards across the league. He initially anticipated facing the Asian player, but was taken aback when the Cavaliers coach opted to reintroduce this previously benched player. Was this a sign of disrespect? To assign a benchwarmer to defend him? Through his unwavering defense against Gordon Hayward and Damian Lillard, Lin Hao had shed his former anonymity, prompting all teams to take note of this emerging talent. Jrue Holiday, recognizing Lin's exceptional offensive prowess and above-average defensive skills, understood he was up against a potential superstar, akin to a future Kawhi Leonard with a height of 198 centimeters and a wingspan of 213 centimeters, capable of even playing small forward. Upon realizing he was to face such a formidable opponent, Jrue resolved to meticulously study Lin. However, upon stepping onto the court, he discovered that his adversary was merely an uncharted reserve player. What a joke. fueled by frustration. Drew decided to unleash all his pin-up anger onto this young man before him. Drew, whose primary offensive strategy revolves around pick-and-roll plays, initiated the game by executing a series of feints at the arc, signaling Anthony Davis to join him. This tactic is a staple of the New Orleans Pelicans' offensive strategy. Following the screen, Davis could either receive a pass to drive to the basket or take a jump shot from the free throw line. Unlike many forwards, Davis is adept at mid-range shots, utilizing this skill to create opportunities for his team when faced with a robust opposing frontcourt. With the aid of Davis's screen, Drew charged straight into the paint. Under the strategic guidance of David Blatt, the players of the Cleveland Cavaliers have evidently familiarized themselves with their tactics. Consequently, Kevin Love and Anderson Varejao swiftly dispersed to encircle the New Orleans Pelicans' interior duo, aiming to thwart Drew Holiday's passing opportunities. Drew Holiday, particularly fond of penetrating the defense before delivering an interior pass, soon realized that their strategy had been deciphered by the opposition. In response, he sought an alternative route, passing the ball to Eric Gordon positioned on the perimeter. Eric Gordon then swiftly delivered a direct pass to Omer Asik stationed in the paint. Exploiting the brief moment when Anthony Davis delayed Varejo's defensive rotation, Omer Asik seized the opportunity, executing a powerful two-handed slam dunk, effortlessly securing 2 points for his team. As possession shifted to the Cleveland Cavaliers, Dion Waiters, preoccupied with his impending duel against Lin Howe, hastened to the backcourt, anticipating Varejo's inbound pass. However, Varejao disregarded him entirely, opting to deliver the ball to Kyrie Irving, who stood behind Waiters. Feeling slighted by this perceived injustice, Dion Waiters promptly expressed his discontent. He approached Varejao, stating, "Hey, Anderson, do you remember our agreement regarding my competition with Lin Howe? We were supposed to compare our stats post-game. You could pass me the ball more often." The other players wooed and team-eyed. "Trust me, once I become a starter, the benefits will be mutual." In response, Anderson Varejao brusquely pushed him away. "Hey, brother. My previous support for you in the locker room was due to LeBron and the others backing you. Ultimately, your challenge with Lin Howe is none of my concern. I prefer to adhere to the game plan established before the match. I believe you should focus on your own progress in that rivalry." With that, Varejao hastily moved to the frontcourt, preparing to engage in a structured offensive play alongside LeBron James, leaving Dion Waiters alone in the backcourt. Standing there in frustration as Varejao departed, Dion Waiters fumed to himself. "What are you so upset about? It would be a privilege for you to pass me the ball more. Others don't even get that treatment from me. Is it really such a burden to share the ball?" As Waiters brooded in the backcourt, Kyrie Irving executed a bounce pass to LeBron James, who charged into the Pelicans' paint, overcoming Anthony Davis's defense to score another 2 points, leveling the score. As the minutes ticked by in the first quarter, minutes elapsed without Waiters attempting a single shot. Gazing at the stats sheet, which displayed a complete absence of points, he felt a rising panic. He even contemplated approaching the head coach to volunteer himself as the primary offensive orchestrator for the Cavaliers. However, he knew such a scenario was implausible. With 3 superstars already on the roster, any task he could accomplish would undoubtedly be executed more effectively by them. During these 4 minutes, Dion Waiters had made little impact on the game. Drew Holiday and Eric Gordon scored effortlessly, while the responsibility of defensive rotations fell squarely on the shoulders of LeBron James. The demands of cutting, positioning, and helping on defense rendered LeBron more fatigued than if he had played 8 minutes, feeling as though he had exerted double the effort. Kyrie Irving and Kevin Love found themselves in a similar predicament. Their physical stamina had reached a critical threshold, compelling them to decelerate the team's offensive rhythm. As one offensive play stagnated, Irving was ensnared in the corner by the duo of Eric Gordon and Anthony Davis. Fortunately, Irving possessed a remarkably expansive court vision, and with a long pass, he delivered the ball to the perimeter where Dion Waiters awaited. As Waiters contemplated passing the ball to the low-post LeBron James, a visibly fatigued James gestured for him to take the lead in this offensive endeavor, affirmed by the team leader. Waiters decisively opted to engage in a one-on-one confrontation with the opposing primary point guard, Drew Holiday. Upon reaching the three-point arc, he signaled for his teammates in the paint to clear out, determined to take on Holiday alone. Following a simple crossover dribble, Waiters discerned that Holiday, tasked with guarding him, had lost his balance. Believing he had identified a flaw in his opponent's defense, he resolved that this was the moment. He promptly dribbled the ball and charged towards the left side, but just as he planted his foot for acceleration, he found himself unable to gauge the direction of the ball in his hands. When he lowered his gaze to locate the ball, he heard a sharp sound as Holiday expertly swatted it away, causing Waiters to stumble and fall. With no defender in his wake, Holiday surged towards the unguarded hoop, executing a thunderous dunk that brought the New Orleans Pelicans within a mere 2 points. The Pelicans were tantalizingly close to reversing the tide of the game, merely 2 possessions away. Curse it. What was Dion Waiters thinking? Did he even realize the gravity of his blunder? He had a clear opportunity to shoot, with Kevin Love and Anderson Varejao positioned beneath the basket, yet that fool was stripped of the ball. Frustration boiled over on the sidelines as Cleveland Cavaliers head coach David Blatt could hardly contain his outrage. As a distinguished coach, he found it intolerable to witness his players commit such egregious errors. It was a slap in the face. Meanwhile, Waiters continued to oscillate between scoring bursts and a series of blunders. In the subsequent offensive possession for the Cavaliers, he stood beyond the 3-point line, facing Holiday's defense, yet was so intimidated that he launched an airball. This choice of attack was enough to send Blatt into a fit of exasperation. He shouted from the sidelines, "Hey, Dion Waiters, do you even comprehend what you're doing? You're squandering the precious offensive opportunities your teammates create for you. Look at your stats. You've committed 2 consecutive turnovers. What are you afraid of? It's not like you're facing Michael Jordan. It's just Drew Holiday. Are you too afraid to take him on?" Unable to restrain himself any longer, Blatt, witnessing the dejected Waiters, let loose his frustration. On the court, Waiters absorbed the coach's furious tirade but dared not respond. After Holiday's previous steal, he lacked the confidence to attempt any technical maneuvers. His desire to score had morphed into an overwhelming fear of failing to deliver the ball into that damned hoop. The more he feared, the less willing he became to execute any skillful actions. For Drew Holiday, his defensive prowess has already ascended to the upper echelons of the league's backcourt. Even a healthy Dion Waiters does not pose a challenge, and the hesitant Waiters, paralyzed by the fear of mistakes and unwilling to execute technical maneuvers, stands no chance against him. In Holiday's eyes, Waiters' offensive game is riddled with flaws. With a mere extension of his hand, he can effortlessly secure a steal from his opponent. After yet another successful theft from Waiters, Drew Holiday swiftly halted just beyond the 3-point arc of the Cleveland Cavaliers, drawing back his bow to launch a confident 3-pointer. With poise and ease, he seized the fast break opportunity. Swish. The basketball found nothing but net, granting the New Orleans Pelicans a 1-point lead. On the sidelines, David Blatt, infuriated, slammed his clipboard down, unable to maintain his composure any longer after witnessing the successful 3-pointer. He immediately called for a timeout. Beep, beep, beep. As the referee's whistle pierced the air, the game reached a pause, compelling both teams to halt their momentum and retreat to the sidelines. However, Drew Holiday showed no intention of tempering his demeanor. He deliberately lingered a few extra seconds at the spot where he had just sunk a fast break 3-pointer, then turned to Dion Waiters, who brushed past him, and said, "Hey, buddy, why not consult with your coach about taking a seat on the bench? You could sit at the very end, play the role of a substitute. Your coach gives you 4 minutes, and you manage to rack up 3 turnovers. Truly an impressive feat. Forgive my candor, brother, but perhaps you've chosen the wrong sport? You should consider playing football instead of basketball." Dion Waiters, already simmering with frustration, felt his composure shatter upon hearing Drew Holiday's taunts. He halted his stride toward the bench and turned to face Holiday. "What did you say? Repeat that." At 193 centimeters, Waiters stood eye to eye with Holiday, and the tension between them was palpable. "Repeat it? Well, listen closely. You've chosen the wrong sport. You ought to try football to learn what real athleticism is. On the court, you dawdle and hesitate. How are you any different from a weakling?" Holiday's disdainful gaze inflicted deep psychological wounds on Waiters, akin to a knife piercing the softest part of his heart. "Damn it," Waiters shouted, swinging a fist in fury. Fortunately, LeBron James, who had been observing the brewing confrontation, stepped in front of the two, allowing Waiters to gradually regain his composure. "Hey, Dion, what are you doing? Every action you take is being scrutinized by the home crowd. Do you wish for them to perceive you as a muscle-bound simpleton? Everyone has off days. Don't let trash talk throw you off your game." LeBron leaned closer, speaking softly in Waiters' ear. His words helped Waiters realize the gravity of his misstep. As the potential spectacle subsided, the referee, who had been observing from the stands, swiftly entered the court, blowing his whistle twice to capture the attention of all players. He assessed a technical foul against Waiters, awarding a free throw to the New Orleans Pelicans. Only after LeBron acknowledged the ruling did both teams retreat into a timeout. On the sideline, Cleveland Cavaliers coach David Blatt fixed his gaze on Waiters, reluctant to speak. It wasn't until LeBron cleared his throat that Blatt seemed to awaken from his reverie and commenced his remarks. Though the situation had been momentarily subdued by LeBron's intervention, Blatt was unwilling to offer any kindness to Waiters. He bluntly stated his intentions. Well, the opposing team just executed a 5-0 run, which has obliterated our previously established lead. Therefore, I will be making some personnel changes, substituting out players who are underperforming to allow them to regain their composure. Lin Hao, you will replace Dion Waiters after the timeout concludes. Dion, I trust you have no objections? Waiters sat on the bench, seemingly wanting to voice something. Yet the shame he felt for the team prevented him from articulating his thoughts. Seated opposite him, head coach David Blatt appeared to have discerned the turmoil within Dion Waiters. With a sardonic chuckle, Blatt remarked, Dion, if there is something on your mind, do express it. If you remain silent now, you may find that no one will be inclined to listen to you in the future. Listening to Blatt's admonition, Waiters steeled himself. Coach, there exists a competitive dynamic between Lin Hao and me in this match. It seems rather inappropriate for you to remove me from the game so early. I understand that you hold Lin Hao in high regard, treating him as your protege. However, your overt favoritism towards him is evident to all the players on the bench. Do you truly believe this is appropriate? As Dion Waiters sat in his chair, reflecting on Blatt's earlier derision, he resolved to withhold any further deference. He was eager to observe how the management of the Cleveland Cavaliers would respond when faced with this situation, whether they would choose to retain a seasoned player who had contributed to the team for several seasons, or favor a rookie head coach. With unwavering intensity, Waiters fixed his gaze on David Blatt. This was their first face-to-face encounter of the new season. Indeed, there had been underlying tensions between them. Waiters perceived Blatt as a mere figurehead, benefiting from the presence of the trio of superstars and a cadre of competent bench players. He believed that even his grandmother could lead this team to the finals, as long as she relied on the trio of stars. With just a couple of complementary players, they would form a formidable five-man unit, and this team's minimum achievement ought to be a trip to the finals. Cleveland Cavaliers head coach David Blatt holds the belief that the presence or absence of Dion Waiters is inconsequential, as the Cavaliers do not lack the abilities he possesses. Conversely, the offensive contributions that the team requires are qualities that Waiters simply does not offer. Under such sentiments, a palpable discord exists between the two, each viewing the other with disdain. Blatt's fervor intensifies as he speaks, seemingly indifferent to whether Waiters feels the heat of criticism. Have you considered your own statistics before speaking? You were thoroughly outmatched by Jrue Holiday. Among the starting five, only your team has a negative plus-minus rating. Do you grasp my meaning? You are the weakest link in the starting lineup. Your presence on the court is entirely counterproductive. If you believe my assessment to be erroneous, I suggest you solicit opinions from two spectators regarding your performance, which has been nothing short of abysmal. I recommend you review the game footage from the opening until now. You have been on the floor for less than 5 minutes, yet your contributions can only be described as criminal. David Blatt shows no leniency towards Dion Waiters, fully aware that the events unfolding on the bench will be sensationalized by reporters. Ultimately, the morale of the team is wavering, and decisions will inevitably be made within the Cavaliers management regarding whether to retain the rookie coach or part ways with the once promising lottery pick. The outcome remains uncertain, but Blatt is unconcerned. His pride as a celebrated European coach compels him to respond decisively. Dion Waiters, a player who hasn't even made an all-star team, dares to act as if he is above reproach. He isn't even one of the team's top 3 players yet behaves this way. If I do not take action against him, what authority do I hold as the head coach? With a surge of indignation, Blatt resolves to bench Waiters and instead sends Lin Hao onto the court. As the referee's whistle pierces the air once more, players from both teams return to the field. Jrue Holiday, beaming with confidence, completes the free throw awarded due to Waiters' technical foul, granting the New Orleans Pelicans an additional possession. If they capitalize on this opportunity, not only could they extend their lead, but they could also regain control of the game. This youthful team is acutely aware of their limitations in competing with the championship-bound Cavaliers. If this were a best-of-7 series, they might not even survive to the 5th game. However, as this is a single elimination, they are free to play without reservation. As head coach Monty Williams indicated before the game, once on the court, the focus should be solely on how to score, irrespective of whether LeBron James or Michael Jordan stands in their way. Jrue Holiday takes this advice to heart, and within the first 5 minutes, he amasses an impressive stat line of 8 points, 2 rebounds, 4 assists, and 2 steals. His 2 steals standing as a testament to his defensive prowess over all players on the court. Following the free throw, the Pelicans add 2 more points to their tally, and the ball returns to Holiday. Given his stellar start, Coach Williams is more than willing to allow him to spearhead the team's offensive efforts, while Anthony Davis is content to match up against his idol, LeBron James. As for who handles the ball, whoever wants it can take it. Just don't interfere with my admiration for my hero. Receiving a pass from his teammate, Drew Holiday dribbles past half court and finds Lin Hao in front of him. The expression on Holiday's face reflects surprise. So, your coach finally decided to put you in? I thought Dion was playing atrociously. It was high time for you to take his place. He simply does not merit being your team's starting shooting guard. There is a tone of pride in Holiday's voice. This sentiment is understandable. After all, compelling the opposing coach to call a timeout within 4 minutes is no small feat, though Holiday's words resonate with Lin Hao. He is not inclined to endure disparagement of his teammate. Brother, this is the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse, our home court. Be careful not to overstate your case. The game has just begun, and you might regret your premature conclusions when Dion sinks a couple of shots. His abilities are not as simplistic as you presume. Holiday chuckles quietly, surprised that the two competitors do not rise to his provocation. He is not one to engage in verbal sparring, so after exchanging a few casual remarks, he resumes his focus on the game. Given his prior success in creating opportunities through penetrating passes, he opts to employ the same strategy once more. Standing on the sidelines with a self-satisfied smile, New Orleans Pelicans head coach Monty Williams couldn't help but smirk as he observed Drew Holiday initiating his explosive drive. It is common knowledge that his defensive prowess ranks among the elite in the league. Yet who truly considers the fact that his first step in driving to the basket is equally exceptional? Presently, Drew Holiday is in peak physical condition. His explosive athleticism potent enough to leave the Cleveland Cavaliers backcourt players in awe. With remarkable speed, Holiday wasted no time in showcasing his driving skills, swiftly propelling himself toward the heart of the Cavaliers' paint. Lin Hao exhibited no mercy whatsoever. Utilizing his remarkable lateral agility, he instantly closed in on his opponent, denying Holiday even the slightest opportunity to attempt a shot. He was acutely aware that Holiday possessed a deft close-range floater, a staple in his scoring repertoire. Lin Hao deliberately left no openings, effectively sealing off the airspace above, leveraging his height and extensive wingspan to restrict the shooting area above Holiday's head. Yet, this was not the conclusion of the encounter. After breaking through, Holiday, realizing Lin Hao's intent to obstruct his close-range floater, began to contemplate alternative strategies, such as a jump shot following a lateral step. However, he ultimately refrained from taking that risk. The intimidating reach of Lin Hao filled him with trepidation, compelling him to lean against Lin Hao's body and attempt some basic physical maneuvers, hoping to utilize that force to bank the basketball into the hoop. This played perfectly into Lin Hao's hands. He understood that guards like Drew Holiday were most vulnerable when attempting shots after physical confrontations. As Holiday drove to the basket, his balance faltered. At that moment, a mere hint of resistance from Lin Hao was enough to disrupt him. The shots he attempted were likely to clang off the rim, and if his core strength was insufficient, a complete air ball was not out of the question. Under Lin Hao's lateral speed and physical interference, Drew Holiday found himself staring at the hoop, unable to release the ball, his frustration mounting as he resorted to passing. It was in this moment that he realized that players who could make it into the NBA and gain significant playing time were far from ordinary. Even this seemingly out-of-nowhere Asian player possessed an undeniable skill set. Lin Hao's defense was the cornerstone of his presence on the court. Suddenly, Holiday recalled an analysis he had seen prior to the game, noting that after effectively neutralizing Gordon Hayward and Damian Lillard, Lin Hao was no longer an unknown entity. Coupled with LeBron James's illustrious reputation, it was understandable that some journalists would be inclined to write a feature solely on Lin Hao. Holiday felt the impact of Lin Hao's defense. His already mediocre offense became utterly ineffective. He even found himself astonished if any of his attempts managed to reach the basket. After several unsuccessful attempts, even Anthony Davis, the leader of the New Orleans Pelicans, grew irritated. He was unaware of Lin Hao's prowess. All he knew was that Holiday, who had been on fire this game, was now too intimidated to shoot. It felt as though this Asian guard had shackled him, leaving him timid and hesitant. Every time Holiday passed the ball, it often found its way to Davis at the free throw line, where he faced the imposing defenses of LeBron James or Anderson Varejao. Against James, whose formidable physique bore an equally potent strength, Davis found himself utterly outmatched. The area within the free throw line felt like James's domain. As for Varejao, he towered over Davis, and if he attempted to drive, Kevin Love would inevitably collapse on him, forcing him to handle the ball, while his interior partner, Omer Asik, lacked any playmaking ability. This situation left Anthony Davis feeling frustrated. "Hey, Holiday, why don't you take a shot? What are you afraid of? I can handle the pressure alongside Asik. Why does a guard intimidate you so much? Punish him with your floater." Yet, after receiving another pass from Holiday and facing a double team from Love and Varejao, Davis found himself once again compelled to pass the ball. Unbeknownst to them, the New Orleans Pelicans had fallen into a scoring drought, and as the team's leader, Davis bore the brunt of the blame. He could not fathom why Holiday, the second in command, failed to step up when the pressure mounted. He was contending with one defender, while Davis faced three. Today, the slender frame of Anthony Davis had been thoroughly schooled by LeBron James. After a series of physical confrontations, both his body and mind felt drained. Even his signature turnaround shot's accuracy plummeted to 32, a staggering 12-point drop from his previous game, an utterly unacceptable reality. Yet, Jrue Holiday too bore his own silent struggles. He understood his role as the team's secondary star was to step up and leverage his skills when the team faltered. But who could have anticipated that the young man standing in his way would prove to be so formidable? After several consecutive plays, Holiday found himself in utter disarray. Forced into a couple of turnovers and missing multiple shots, many completely off target. In the latter part of the first quarter, he had been compared to Gary Payton by the coaching staff, only to find himself resembling Gary Payton II by the second quarter. With both core elements of the New Orleans Pelicans stifled, their sharpshooters struggled to receive effective passes. Their shooters were indeed elite. But without anyone capable of delivering the ball in a favorable manner, how could they perform? What? Were they expected to create their own shots from beyond the arc? If they could do that, they wouldn't be here playing support roles. They would be in Indiana, embodying Reggie Miller. Why should they settle for being mere accomplices? Upon the departure of Dion Waiters from the Cleveland Cavaliers, the team's fortunes took a remarkable turn for the better. In the latter half of the first quarter, they amassed 23 points, outpacing the New Orleans Pelicans by 11 points. Not only did they recover from a previous disadvantage, but they also established a 12-point lead. Lin Hao, returning to the starting lineup, exhibited remarkable composure. He not only took on the formidable task of defending against the Pelicans' second option, Jrue Holiday, but he also sprinted across the court to provide assistance during Anthony Davis's ball-handling sequences. On one occasion, his defensive pressure even forced Davis into a critical turnover, causing a significant shift in the latter's demeanor. Lin Hao, vibrant and active on the court, penetrated the interior of the Pelicans' defense, delivering two emphatic dunks over their towering center, Omer Asik, thus securing himself 4 points. By the end of the first quarter, Lin Hao exited the court with impressive statistics: 4 points, 2 rebounds, 2 assists, and 3 steals. During the intermission, David Blatt unabashedly lauded Lin Hao's contributions, extolling his performance. Observers recognized that his praise, while seemingly directed at Lin Hao, was subtly mocking the earlier challenge posed by Dion Waiters. As the second quarter commenced, the New Orleans Pelicans showed no signs of regaining control of the game. Jrue Holiday remained entangled in a fierce contest of wits with Lin Hao, much to the chagrin of head coach Monty Williams. Within a mere span of minutes, Holiday's status plummeted from that of a premier defensive player to one languishing at the end of the bench. He pondered the rapid decline of Holiday's performance. Was the disparity in skill between the previous Cavaliers starting shooting guard and the newly introduced player truly so vast? As the second quarter progressed into its third minute, the Pelicans found themselves scoreless. Seizing this opportunity, the Cavaliers, led by LeBron James, surged ahead, extending their lead to 15 points. By the 6th minute of the second quarter, the Cavaliers' starting lineup returned to the bench, boasting a commanding 20-point advantage. At this moment, the Cleveland Cavaliers are led by Lin Hao, while David Blatt seems disinclined to allow Dion Waiters to continue showcasing his abilities. On the other hand, Monty Williams of the New Orleans Pelicans has opted to substitute a guard in place of Jrue Holiday. Since the Cavaliers called a timeout, Jrue has appeared to be in a daze on the court, remaining obstinate despite being reprimanded numerous times from the sidelines. He has attempted 8 shots but has only managed to convert 1, raising questions about his courage. Yet, he is the second highest shooter on the team. One could argue he is capable, but with such a dismal offensive efficiency, it is truly appalling. Monty Williams rubbed his temples, beginning to feel anxious about his future. Prior to this match, if the Pelicans management had inquired about the potential achievements of the season, he would have confidently asserted that he could lead this team to the second round of the playoffs. However, after merely 1 quarter of play, he now believes that even with Anthony Davis at the helm, the Pelicans would likely be eliminated in the first round, facing teams like the Spurs, Warriors, Thunder, Rockets, or Clippers. It seems utterly absurd. Upon glancing at Jrue Holiday's statistics, Monty Williams slammed his hand on the tactical board in frustration, internally resolving that if Jrue does not step up significantly tonight, he would be remiss in his duties. After Jrue took a moment to regain his composure, Monty Williams brought in Austin Rivers as the starting point guard for the Pelicans to match up against Lin Hao. Selected as the second overall pick in the 2012 draft by the Pelicans, alongside Anthony Davis, Austin, once the top high school player in the nation and the son of esteemed NBA coach Doc Rivers, has gradually lost his way over the seasons. His average points per game failed to reach double digits, and while his ball handling skills remain commendable, his overall performance does not reflect the expectations tied to his 10th overall selection. Behind him, he has future all-star caliber players like Mason Plumlee and Draymond Green, as well as a more technically proficient forward, Chris Middleton. Each of these players far exceeds his capabilities. Yet the New Orleans Pelicans are still willing to grant him opportunities for growth, intending to leverage his potential for future draft picks. Monty Williams, recognizing the potential in the son of the esteemed coach, decided to explore this talent, granting a favor to Doug Rivers. However, if Drew Holiday was unable to contend with Lin Hao, how could Austin Rivers, who averaged fewer than 10 points per game, possibly stand a chance? After a mere few exchanges, Monty Williams found himself compelled to call a timeout, as Austin Rivers, in just 3 minutes on the court, had accumulated a staggering -11 in plus-minus, resembling a dismal echo of Dion Waiters. Following the timeout, Williams, suppressing his rising frustration, summoned Rivers from the court and cast a glance at his bench, only to find that aside from Rivers, the only option was Holiday, nearly causing him to choke on his disappointment. By halftime, the scoreboard read 68-45, with the Cleveland Cavaliers boasting a commanding 23-point lead. The game had lost all suspense before the third quarter even commenced, thrilling the Cavaliers fans who were witnessing the dominance they yearned for, a manifestation of a championship-caliber team. As the game concluded, the final score settled at 118-96, with the Cavaliers triumphing over the New Orleans Pelicans by 22 points on their home turf. LeBron James, coasting through the game, effortlessly approached a near triple-double with statistics of 29 points, 8 rebounds, and 7 assists, exerting remarkable control over the court. Kyrie Irving, as the second option, contributed with 22 points and 8 assists, while Kevin Love, the third option, secured a double-double with 15 points and 10 rebounds. At the end of the second quarter, he showcased his prowess as the league's rebounding leader by standing his ground against Anthony Davis and Omer Asik in the paint. Although Lin Hao came off the bench in this match, his playing time was hardly inferior to that of the starting players. In his 28 minutes on the court, he achieved an impressive stat line of 15 points, 4 rebounds, 4 steals, and 3 blocks. His formidable influence on the defensive end rendered the guards of the New Orleans Pelicans utterly helpless. The team's second-in-command, Drew Holiday, suffered greatly under Lin Hao's relentless guarding, managing to score only 1 point from 14 attempts, a dismal shooting performance that could only be described as catastrophic. On the other hand, Austin Rivers, who replaced Holiday, fared little better, concluding the game with a mere 20% shooting accuracy, ultimately being summoned back to the bench by head coach Monty Williams. As for Dion Waiters, the primary rival of Lin Hao, he was benched in the first quarter and did not see any further playing time in the first half. Despite his numerous attempts to recommend himself to coach David Blatt, Blatt offered no clear response. It was not until the garbage time of the second half that Waiters managed to secure some playing opportunities. During this inconsequential period, he was expected to be the Cleveland Cavaliers' primary scoring option, with the team's strategies leaning towards him on both offensive and defensive fronts. David Blatt, keen to avoid an embarrassing situation, understood that they would still have to coexist in the near future, adhering to the unspoken rules of professionalism and civility. However, Dion Waiters failed to seize the opportunity presented by Blatt. Having not warmed up since being substituted in the first quarter, his performance suffered greatly, as he repeatedly attempted shots during garbage time, yet failed to find the net. Ultimately, he finished with a paltry 7 points and 5 rebounds, with no further contributions. As the game concluded and the players finished their interviews, the Cavaliers returned to the locker room at the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse, where they were to fulfill a collective promise made earlier. With a resounding thud, the locker room door was firmly shut. Coach David Blatt, wearing a smile, took his seat at the head of the table. First and foremost, I would like to congratulate us on our 4 consecutive victories since the start of the new season, including a perfect home record of 3 wins and no losses, which has positioned us at the top of the Eastern Conference. Following a round of applause, Blatt continued his address. As you are all aware, our schedule has favored home games thus far, but we will soon face a series of away games. These matches will be tightly packed, leaving little room for adjustments, so it is imperative that we solidify our starting and rotation lineups moving forward. After circling around the topic, Blatt finally arrived at the crux of the matter, expressing his confidence that the players present were astute enough to prioritize the collective good in their choices. Ahem. Blatt cleared his throat. Some players in our team have previously expressed dissatisfaction with my lineup decisions, indirectly suggesting my lack of understanding of the game. Consequently, at their insistence, we have decided to hold a voting event to select a starting shooting guard based on tonight's performance. You may now begin casting your votes. As he spoke, Blatt clapped his hands, prompting his coaching staff to distribute paper and pens. I recognize that if this voting were to be conducted publicly, it could disrupt our team dynamics and potentially foster discord among players. Therefore, I consulted with my coaching staff and devised an excellent voting method, anonymous voting. You may now take your paper and pen, write down the name of the player you wish to support, crumple the paper, and toss it into the center of the table. I believe that for all of you, making this decision will not be a daunting task. We will begin counting the votes in half a minute. Throughout this process, Blatt maintained a smile. As a renowned European coach, he had encountered countless talented players, from NBA superstars to national icons, yet none had ever dared to undermine him publicly except for Dion Waiters. For years, no one had the audacity to challenge his coaching authority so openly. Thus, he resolved to teach this young man a lesson, demonstrating that his position as head coach of the Cleveland Cavaliers was not solely due to his credentials, but also his firm resolve. If you put me in a difficult position, do not expect to leave here with a smile, he thought, fixing his gaze on Waiters. Observing the young man who had once stood before him with such bravado, Blatt could barely suppress a smile. He could predict the outcome of the voting even without seeing the results. Dion Waiters. He had no chance whatsoever. At this moment, Dion Waiters found himself unexpectedly anxious. It was only after the conclusion of the game that he realized the support he had received from his fellow Cavaliers players stemmed solely from LeBron James. Now, with LeBron unwilling to speak on his behalf, those who once rallied to his cause appeared to scatter like monkeys fleeing a fallen tree, each retreating to their own seats, as if they had never advocated for him at all. Dion tightly clenched his fists and silently closed his eyes, aware that this incident could very well mark the end of his career with the Cleveland Cavaliers. Publicly challenging the head coach was an act that no sensible player would dare to commit. Would the Cavaliers management choose to abandon rookie coach David Blatt in favor of him? In his heart, Dion was left with but one option. He had no choice but to gamble on the management's belief in his potential as a lottery pick, rather than place faith in a middle-aged man already half buried in the grave of his career. The clock in the locker room ticked steadily, each second echoing the relentless passage of time, and with every tick, beads of sweat formed in greater abundance upon Dion's brow. In the end, he found himself uncertain whether he was merely awaiting the verdict of death. Tick. As David Blatt paused the timer on his wrist, the half-minute voting period came to a close. David sprang from his chair. Well, everyone, I trust no one will change their votes now that the polling has concluded? If that is the case, I shall proceed with the announcement. David approached the nearby table and picked up a bundle of crumpled papers. As he unrolled them, the names inscribed were unequivocally all in. Upon witnessing this outcome, David did not exhibit overt surprise. He simply gestured for the players to come forth and view the results, especially the two principal figures involved. He first waved to Dion Waiters. Hey, Dion, would you like to see the voting results? Upon hearing this, Dion shifted his gaze to the papers, and upon discerning the names etched upon them, his stubborn resolve began to dissipate, leaving him deflated. I understand. Subsequently, Dion Waiters exited the locker room of the Quicken Loans Arena. However, the matter did not diminish with his departure. The Cleveland Cavaliers beat reporters succumbed to the allure of financial gain, relaying the incident unchanged to the basketball media outside. Renowned journalists eagerly chronicled the internal discord within the Cavaliers. Among them, some, unaware of the true circumstances, directed their ire towards head coach David Blatt and the team star, LeBron James. They contended that since these two individuals are the current leaders of the team, they must bear the responsibility for the discord that has arisen. In an instant, turmoil engulfed the Cleveland Cavaliers, and even the management found themselves at a loss regarding how to address the situation. This was largely due to the fact that both David Blatt and Dion Waiters are indispensable members of the team. The importance of the head coach's role cannot be overstated, especially considering that the Cavaliers are a championship-contending team. Replacing a head coach is far more complex than merely substituting one individual for another. Such a change would entail a complete overhaul of the team's strategies and tactics, necessitating a reshuffling of the roster and requiring players to undergo additional training under the guidance of a new coach. which undoubtedly heightens the risk of injuries. Thus, changing coaches was not a viable option. As for Dion Waiters, the management was also reluctant to part ways with him easily. Firstly, he is a lottery pick with immense potential, and there is a possibility that he may evolve into an all-star caliber guard in the future. Furthermore, the Cavaliers bench lacked a player capable of providing sufficient offensive firepower, a role that Waiters could aptly fulfill. Consequently, the Cavaliers management was in discussions with Dion Waiters, attempting to persuade him to embrace the team's vision and accept the role of the sixth man. In the vibrant realm of the NBA, the fervor and excitement remain largely unknown to basketball enthusiasts in China. They are only aware that Lin Hao, as a representative of the yellow race, has astonishingly secured a starting position in the NBA. Lin Hao stands as the second Chinese player to achieve the status of a long-term starter for an NBA team, following the illustrious paths of Yao Ming and Yi Jianlian. His fierce rivalry with Dion Waiters has ignited a flurry of media coverage back home. And with the powerful fan bases of LeBron James and Kyrie Irving, many fans have come to appreciate the significance embodied in the name Lin Hao. With formidable defense and exceptional self-offensive capabilities, Lin Hao has showcased talents previously unseen in Chinese players. He is the first Chinese guard to firmly establish himself in the NBA. Overnight, his social media accounts surged with millions of followers as fans eagerly awaited a response from him. While it is often said that female fans are fervent in pursuing their idols, they might not realize that male fans exhibit a similar passion for their favorite players. Amidst this surge of popularity, Lin Hao dominated the trending charts in China for several consecutive days, attracting attention from numerous brands and advertisers, who began to schedule collaborations for the off-season. Some sneaker brands even initiated discussions regarding personal signature shoes with Lin Hao. Naturally, one must seize opportunities for financial gain. After establishing basic partnerships with various brands, Lin Hao agreed to further discussions during the off-season, placing sneaker deals on his agenda as well. The prospect of a personal signature shoe is indeed a significant endeavor, as Lin Hao contemplated his future. He recognized that he had already acquired wealth that many might only dream of. Yet, he pondered whether it was appropriate to shift his focus from basketball to business at this juncture. At just shy of 20 years old, he stood at the pinnacle of a professional basketball player's career, and he could leverage his current status to access superior athletic resources, elevating his skills to new heights. Nevertheless, the allure of financial success beckoned, as no one would disdain the prospect of earning more. Caught in this immense psychological conflict, Lin Hao found it challenging to make a choice. After a night of deep contemplation, he ultimately resolved to prioritize his basketball career. Although he had successfully displaced Dion Waiters and secured the starting shooting guard position for the Cleveland Cavaliers, he acknowledged that this was still LeBron James and Kyrie Irving's team, and he did not truly belong here. In the eyes of others, he remained merely a role player, slightly above a bench warmer. Even if he devoted himself entirely to business, how much could he truly gain? Did his current commercial value truly measure up to his expectations? In the end, Lin Hao decided to enlist the help of trainers to refine his shooting technique and to bolster his on-court prowess. Regarding business matters, he resolved to seek out a manager to serve as the cornerstone of his commercial empire. Lin Hao believed that by integrating the template of Derrick Rose, his professional journey would not be a fleeting one. Rather, it would be lengthy and illustrious. With such a template, he could effortlessly evolve into a top-tier star within the league, potentially becoming a legendary figure in NBA history, much like Yao Ming, and serving as a benchmark for Chinese players. Lin Hao understood that the road ahead would be long, and he must learn to resist detrimental temptations. Recognizing his essence as an athlete, as Russell Westbrook famously stated, life transcends basketball. As time passed, the Cleveland Cavaliers began to comprehend how to quell the internal conflicts within the team. As a championship-contending team, they understood better than anyone that winning could temporarily mask discord. Therefore, in the subsequent matches, the Cavaliers displayed remarkable resilience. In the following encounters against the Chicago Bulls and the Denver Nuggets, the Cavaliers triumphed with overwhelming scores. In the last game of their three-game road trip against the Boston Celtics, LeBron James seemed to rekindle memories of his past glories at the North Shore Garden, achieving a triple-double with over 30 points, leading the Cavaliers to a decisive victory. Thus, the Cleveland Cavaliers secured a remarkable 7-game winning streak, firmly establishing their position at the top of the Eastern Conference standings. The Cleveland Cavaliers, buoyed by an impressive streak of 7 consecutive victories, have momentarily quelled internal discord, allowing each player to engage amicably in conversations within the locker room. The team members have even begun to dream of the distant All-Star weekend. Following their match against the Boston Celtics, the Cavaliers finally returned to their long-cherished home court, where they prepared to face their first opponent after a 3-game road trip, the formidable San Antonio Spurs. As the reigning champions of the previous year, the Spurs have reached the pinnacle of their tactical system, excelling in every facet of the game. Their core players, famously known as the GDP trio, Tim Duncan, Tony Parker, and the agile Manu Ginobili, have collectively secured 4 championships, establishing a dynasty unique to the San Antonio Spurs. Just as fans believed that the era of the Spurs would conclude with the retirement of the GDP trio, the emergence of a new talent sent shockwaves throughout the league. Kawhi Leonard, a name synonymous with elite 3D players, those who possess both shooting prowess and defensive acumen, has been hailed by Spurs fans as the Little General, signifying his role as the leader of the next era for the franchise. The rise of this prodigious talent compels the league to reminisce about the dominance of the Spurs GDP trio. As the defending champions of this season, the Spurs boast not only seasoned veterans from the GDP trio, but also a fresh wave of talent, including stalwarts Leonard and Danny Green. Additionally, they are guided by the esteemed Greg Popovich, a coach of global renown. The potential embodied by the San Antonio Spurs positions them as one of the foremost contenders for the championship title this season. If the San Antonio Spurs are regarded as the foremost contenders for the championship in the Western Conference, then the Cleveland Cavaliers undoubtedly hold the same status in the Eastern Conference. The intrigue surrounding this matchup has reached its zenith, not only due to the compelling narratives between the two teams' leaders. LeBron James and Tim Duncan have faced each other multiple times in the finals, with each having triumphed over the other in the 2007 and 2014 championships. The leader of the Cleveland Cavaliers, LeBron James, currently sits in the heart of the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse, reflecting on the words spoken by the lumbering giant who once patted his head. "Do not let loyalty harm you." LeBron clenches his fists. "Do not let loyalty harm me. I have switched teams twice. How are you still in the fray for a championship? Come on, my friend. You've been playing for 20 years. Are you still yearning for another title? What is it? Are you aiming for 6 championships to surpass Jordan?" Meanwhile, within the locker room of the San Antonio Spurs, they too are diligently studying the Cleveland Cavaliers. LeBron's speculations are not unfounded. This Spurs team harbors ambitions of championship glory. Their leader, Tim Duncan, seeks to leverage the remnants of his illustrious career to secure another title for the team he has devoted nearly 2 decades to, adding a rich chapter to his professional legacy. He and LeBron are old rivals. They know each other well, fully aware of the caliber of player they each represent. Thus, while the rest of the team continues to analyze the Cavaliers, Tim Duncan takes the lead in outlining the defensive strategy against LeBron James. "Team, I urge you to set aside your tasks and listen to my analysis of LeBron James. He is an extraordinarily explosive player, capable of penetrating our paint with his formidable physique, delivering relentless assaults on our interior defense. Moreover, his passing vision is exceptional. He appears to possess no weaknesses. Indeed, LeBron James stands as one of the most complete players in the league, devoid of any technical shortcomings. However, I must emphasize that there is only one LeBron James on that team. My point is to sever the connection between LeBron and his teammates. They represent one of our most formidable competitors this season. I hope you can muster your spirits to prepare for this potential adversary we may face in the finals." In a departure from his usual reticence, Tim Duncan's gaze sharpens as he discusses LeBron James and the Cavaliers, as if this 7-foot man can see through all the tactical frameworks within the league. What does the San Antonio Spurs represent in modern NBA history? Undoubtedly, they are the next historical powerhouse capable of looking down upon all rivals, following the Los Angeles Lakers of the early century. In a span of 15 years, they claimed 5 championships, an assertion that seems simple, yet becomes profound when considering those 5 titles were earned across 3 distinct eras. The Spurs' first championship was secured in 1999. With their core comprising one of the famed 4 towers, David Robinson, alongside a second-year Tim Duncan. At that time, Michael Jordan had just concluded 2 three-peats, and the formidable duo of Kobe Bryant and Shaquille O'Neal had only just begun to display their prowess, while LeBron James was still in high school. Subsequently, their second, third, and fourth championships were achieved in 2003, 2005, and 2007, respectively, as Duncan and his Spurs forged a dynasty uniquely their own in odd-numbered years. During a fiercely competitive Western Conference, they emerged as the sole near champions. Who could have anticipated that, at the age of 39, Tim Duncan would still lead the Spurs? Reigning champions on this court? Why is the San Antonio Spurs so formidable? No one can provide a definitive answer. Yet when NBA players enter the playoffs and face the Spurs, trepidation is palpable. Turning to the other two members of the famed GDP trio, Tony Parker and Manu Ginobili, neither can be considered a mere footnote. Let us first discuss Tony Parker, a man endowed with superstar genes, who could easily bask in the opulence of New York City with his celebrity wife, treating basketball as a mere pastime. Yet, he chooses to remain in San Antonio, a humble locale, as the second-in-command to Tim Duncan, enduring the caustic critiques from Greg Popovich after every mid-range jumper. "Fuck you, Tony." And a salary that even Gordon Hayward would scoff at $40 million over 4 years. Yet, every postseason, he emerges as a singular force, propelling the Spurs into the next playoff round. Then there is Manu Ginobili, the man who famously toppled the Dream Team, whose international performances are on par with the likes of Dirk Nowitzki and Pau Gasol. Had he chosen to leave San Antonio, numerous teams would have eagerly offered him lucrative contracts. Should he ever decide to forge his own path, surpassing the benchmarks set by international players like Gasol, it would not be beyond the realm of possibility. This trio has kept the San Antonio Spurs perched atop the league for over a decade. In the face of such a team, who could remain indifferent? In this league, it is widely acknowledged that underestimating the Spurs will undoubtedly lead to a painful reckoning in the playoffs. The Cleveland Cavaliers, undoubtedly, are well aware of these matters, particularly their leader, LeBron James. Following the devastation of their three-peat aspirations by the San Antonio Spurs last year, LeBron immersed himself in an extensive study of the Spurs during the offseason. At this moment, he stands in the locker room of the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse, elevated above all, before the principal seat of the locker room. He understands better than anyone the formidable opponent they will face the following night: 15 championships over the span of 15 years. A terror that is simply unfathomable. Thus, during this pre-game rally, it is imperative for LeBron to take the reins himself. Although this is typically the domain of head coach David Blatt, at this moment, he is indifferent to Blatt's thoughts. His singular focus is on vanquishing the San Antonio Spurs, the haunting specter of his career. "Gentlemen," LeBron exclaims, clapping his hands vigorously, drawing the attention of all Cavaliers players towards him. In that locker room, every player can sense the gravity of LeBron's demeanor, to the extent that they dare not breathe audibly. "I wish to inform you of the caliber of opponent we are about to confront. The San Antonio Spurs, the reigning champions of this season, who only last season triumphed over me in the finals, securing their 5th championship in 15 years. That was the second time I fell to them in the finals. If I could argue that the first time was due to my own incomplete development, this time, I have no excuses. My Miami Heat simply could not match their prowess. Now, can anyone tell me why the San Antonio Spurs team is so formidable?" LeBron inquires, his brow furrowed. After a brief silence with no response, he articulates the answer himself. Because they are perpetually contemplating change. When faced with adversity, they invariably reform. When they claimed their first championship in 1999, they built around a twin tower system with David Robinson and Tim Duncan. Soon after Michael Jordan's retirement, they captured their inaugural championship trophy, establishing themselves as a quintessential defensive team. Following 2003, they evolved into a squad that leveraged Tim Duncan's back-to-the-basket offensive play, swiftly earning their second championship. After suffering defeat in 2004, they transformed in 2005 into a team featuring dual guards breaking through their opponent's interior defenses, leading to their third title. By 2007, pick-and-roll strategies dominated their play, rendering them nearly unstoppable. Post-2010, they adopted a pace-and-space approach. After the shocking loss to the 8th-seeded team in 2011, Coach Greg Popovich reinforced their interior defense and enhanced off-ball movement. Following their elimination by the Oklahoma City Thunder in 2012, Popovich began starting Thiago Splitter to bolster their defense. Year after year, and indeed season after season, he has embraced change. Hence, when confronting them, we must be utterly vigilant and cannot afford the slightest relaxation. You may have heard analysts claim that the San Antonio Spurs tend to lower their guard during the regular season, allowing for some vulnerabilities, only to become serious in the playoffs. But let me assure you, that is absolute nonsense. Do not be swayed by such rumors. Mark my words, in this game, they will undoubtedly approach it with a playoff mentality. What I require from you is to withstand the first quarter during this period. They will unleash a barrage aimed at our interior defense. Thus, the first quarter is of paramount importance. I assure you, if we secure the first quarter, I will step forward to lead you through the remainder of the game. Time swiftly passes, and soon it is game day. The players of the San Antonio Spurs arrive early at the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse, engrossed in their training. Both teams are acutely aware that this match may serve as a preview of the finals. With the reassembled trio of LeBron James, he will not permit any other team from the East to reach the finals. While the Spurs on the West side are poised to claim their 6th championship in 15 years, aiding Tim Duncan's entry into discussions of the top 3 in history, the players from both sides have already begun to stoke the fires of competition before the game. When Tony Parker was asked in a pre-game interview by a reporter whether the Cavaliers would assign the emerging defensive rookie Lin how to guard him, potentially shutting him down, the atmosphere thickened with anticipation. Tony Parker merely smiled. What I wish to convey is that throughout my extensive career spanning over a decade, I have triumphed over countless individuals hailed as elite point guards, such as Chris Paul, Darren Williams, Jason Kidd, Steve Nash, and Chauncey Billups. In every playoff series against them, we would engage in fierce confrontations. Yet, regrettably, I always emerge victorious in our encounters. Therefore, when you inquire whether this obscure player could potentially contain me, I can only smile in silence, for he has yet to earn the distinction of being compared to me. Oh, and I do not refer solely to this young lad, but also to the most formidable player on the Cavaliers' backcourt, Kyrie Irving, who stands no chance against me either. The only player on the Cleveland Cavaliers who could be deemed my equal is LeBron James. However, it is unfortunate that we are unlikely to face off, as he will contend with Leonard. Thus, in this match, I shall manage Kyrie Irving and that yellow-skinned fellow, while Leonard takes on LeBron James. Tim Duncan handles Kevin Love and Anderson Varejao, and Manu Ginobili is tasked with dealing with all their bench players. When the Cavaliers players witness this interview, they will come to realize that the San Antonio Spurs are not to be trifled with. The game is set to begin at 8 in the evening. As the Cleveland Cavaliers players step onto their home court, they will notice, perhaps unexpectedly, the presence of several fans clad in black and white stripes in a corner of their arena. Moreover, standing at the center of the court, the San Antonio Spurs exuded an aura of undeniable confidence. Despite being in the home territory of the Cleveland Cavaliers, it was evident that the Spurs were not swayed by their surroundings. Clearly, the San Antonio Spurs aimed to assert their dominance on this unfamiliar ground. As if in accordance with their intentions, when the referee's whistle pierced the air to signal the commencement of the game, their starting power forward, Boris Diaw, summoned all his strength to leap into action. With a resounding clap, Boris Diaw passed the basketball to Tony Parker. As Tony Parker slowly dribbled the ball, he approached Lin Hao. Indeed, in this match, under the guidance of Cleveland Cavaliers head coach David Blatt, Lin Hao was entrusted with the primary defense against none other than Tony Parker. The Frenchman, Tony Parker? Lin Hao furrowed his brow as he gazed at the man before him, who was a head shorter. He had certainly heard of this illustrious figure who had made waves in the NBA. This man represented the most illustrious opponent Lin Hao had ever encountered in the league. Unlike Gordon Hayward, James Harden, or Damian Lillard, players who had yet to prove themselves in the playoffs, this player had secured 4 championship trophies alongside the San Antonio Spurs. He has also claimed the Finals MVP award once, having achieved this remarkable feat during the 2007 Finals, where he single-handedly dismantled the Cleveland Cavaliers backcourt, thereby earning the prestigious title of Finals MVP. He became the first international player to receive this honor. He is not merely a super point guard. Rather, he is a premier player who excels at confronting elite point guards. After crossing half-court, Tony Parker, with no extraneous movements, surged forward with a burst of speed directly towards Lin Hao. In his eyes, Lin Hao is certainly not an individual capable of thwarting his scoring prowess. Yet Lin Hao, undeterred by the opponent's status as a 4-time champion, did not hesitate to take action. Upon recognizing the opponent's drive, he immediately extended his arms, broadening his defensive perimeter and enveloping Tony Parker, thereby constraining his path to the basket. However, this did not pose a challenge for Parker. His physical shortcomings had been exploited by countless opponents as a key to victory, yet throughout his extensive playoff journey, he had encountered numerous point guards who attempted the same tactic, none of whom could overcome him. How could Lin Hao possibly succeed where they had failed? Tony Parker, having studied Lin Hao's techniques, was able to utter his dismissive remarks prior to the game. Upon seeing Lin Hao adopt this defensive stance, Parker effortlessly pivoted, evading the barrier that Lin Hao presented, and aimed to glide into the Cleveland Cavaliers' paint. Seeking to test the resilience of their interior defense and gauge the strength of his adversaries. However, as the primary sentinel of the paint, Lin Hao would not permit Parker to breach his territory so easily. He accelerated, positioning himself once more in front of Parker while utilizing his remarkable wingspan to obstruct Parker's shooting opportunities. After enduring numerous rounds of playoff trials, Parker had undeniably undergone a transformation, mastering a delicate floater and demonstrating proficiency in mid to long-range shooting. This season, he averaged 1.2 three-pointers per game with an impressive 35% shooting accuracy. Exceptional players are distinguished by their relentless dedication and superior effort, far exceeding that of their ordinary counterparts. At this moment, Anderson Varejao of the Cavaliers, under the guidance of LeBron James, stepped in from beyond the paint, positioning himself beside Tony Parker to compel him into a forced shot, effectively suffocating his opportunities for both shooting and passing. Tony Parker, sensing the precariousness of his situation, realized that two players had unexpectedly closed in on him, both possessing far superior athleticism. It appeared as though he had wandered into a dead end. Yet, he refused to surrender. As a four-time champion, he had faced countless adversities on his path to glory, rendering this predicament trivial in comparison. Parker initiated a feigned shooting motion, prompting Varejao to advance a step before swiftly retracting, elevating the ball overhead as if to execute a close-range floater over Linhao. Naturally, Linhao was momentarily deceived by Parker's convincing technical maneuver, losing his defensive position. As Linhao leapt, Parker deftly leaned into him, utilizing his body to execute a mid-air switch, gently tapping the ball off the backboard with a layup, which then entered the hoop at an unusual angle. In the instant the ball swished through the net, Parker fell into Linhao, prompting the referee on the sidelines to immediately blow his whistle. What a lesson this was from a seasoned point guard, a true master of the finals, imparting wisdom to the younger counterpart. Despite standing before Parker, a player recently heralded for his elite defensive prowess, Linhao's capabilities appeared somewhat lacking when matched against the experience of a four-time champion. Parker's championship pedigree provided him with a multitude of strategies for such scenarios, and this 2-1 was a stark reminder of the experience Linhao had yet to acquire. The clash between these two title-contending teams was, as expected, broadcast live across the nation by ESPN, and those very words were spoken by commentator Reggie Miller, a man who had once battled against Parker himself and fully understood the latter's formidable nature. In his youth, he had often dominated their encounters, so it was only fitting that he would now take on the role of a seasoned veteran, imparting a valuable lesson to the inexperienced Linhao. Indeed, Linhao had to absorb the cost of that 2-1. Not only did he allow Parker to score, but he also incurred a personal foul, a true case of losing both the battle and the war. The art of drawing fouls is a common scoring technique among guards in the league, with some players even dedicating their off-seasons to honing this skill, inviting NBA referees to refine their techniques. Linhao's journey in his professional career is still lengthy, and one might speculate that any pre-game boasts about containing Tony Parker would crumble following this defensive episode. This moment, I believe, could very well encapsulate the essence of the game, as A. Smith promptly concurred. The score on the court reached 2 o'clock. Tony Parker patted his jersey, rose from the floor, and proceeded to the free throw line, casting a peculiar smile towards LeBron James, as if to challenge him. Then, with unwavering composure, he successfully sank the free throw into the basket. 3 o'clock, the San Antonio Spurs took the lead. LeBron James, with a piercing gaze, responded to Tony Parker's provocation, fully aware that although the Cleveland Cavaliers presented themselves as a trio of superstars, Kyrie Irving and Kevin Love had yet to prove their mettle in the playoffs. Thus, LeBron knew he must approach this game with utmost seriousness to tilt the balance in favor of the Cavaliers. Otherwise, if the momentum continued as it was, the Cavaliers bench would soon be overwhelmed by the Spurs guards. As a seasoned adversary, LeBron understood all too well the formidable prowess of the crafty Manu Ginobili and the quicksilver Tony Parker. In that fleeting moment, LeBron discerned that the Spurs were not merely toying with the game. They harbored ambitions of dismantling the Cavaliers early in the first half. Confronted by the imposing presence of the Spurs, LeBron felt a throb of frustration. After all, where in the NBA could one find a team that maintained such a peak for over a decade or two? After their triumph over him in 2007, was it not proclaimed that the future belonged to him? How was it that in 2015, they remained his most formidable obstacle on the path to championship glory? As the Cavaliers launched their offensive, LeBron swiftly dribbled past half-court, staring down the formidable Kawhi Leonard and the eager Tim Duncan. A glance at Kyrie Irving revealed that even he struggled to shake off Danny Green, let alone find a position to receive the ball for a shot. With no other option, LeBron decided to take matters into his own hands. After attempting to break through with his dribbling, He noted the robotic stance of Leonard before reluctantly calling upon Anderson Varejao to set a screen. The screen worked seamlessly as Varejao successfully cleared Leonard from LeBron's path, allowing him to approach the free throw line. Yet, another obstacle emerged. Boris Diaw, standing at 203 centimeters, now loomed as LeBron's second barrier to penetrating the Spurs' interior. Aware of Duncan lurking nearby, LeBron recognized that any attempt to bulldoze through Diaw would likely result in a resounding rejection from the lumbering giant. Thus, with limited options, he opted to pass. Scanning the court once more, he spotted Lin Hao stationed in the corner. After assessing the defenders in his vicinity, LeBron chose to place his trust in him, delivering a sweeping pass across 3 players to Lin Hao. Upon receiving the pass, Lin Hao hesitated, astonished that the Cavaliers' opening play was entrusted to him. As the least prominent player on the team, it seemed illogical that the likes of Kevin Love or Kyrie Irving would not be the focal point of this offensive play. Puzzled by this turn of events, he had little time to ponder as the game clock continued to tick down. Ultimately, he resolved to take on the challenge himself. Noticing Kevin Love approaching for a screen, Lin Hao waved him off, signaling that he could manage without assistance. With unwavering focus, Lin Hao's gaze was fixed on Tony Parker, akin to a cheetah stalking its prey. Spotting a defensive lapse from Parker, he seized the opportunity with a sudden change of direction, executing a swift and decisive move that left Parker momentarily bewildered. Lin Hao's low center of gravity and rapid pace made it exceedingly difficult for Parker to respond effectively. This technique, reminiscent of a pre-injury Derrick Rose, showcased Lin Hao's explosive capability to penetrate defenses, converting critical plays against reputed defenders. With the integration of the Ross template, Lin Hao was naturally able to masterfully execute this maneuver. He strode confidently into the paint of the San Antonio Spurs, effortlessly breaching Tony Parker's defense. Observing the ease with which Lin Hao had advanced, Tim Duncan remained vigilant. He immediately stepped out from his position in the paint, intent on utilizing his unparalleled wingspan and height to disrupt Lin Hao's shooting technique. However, Lin Hao was far from the simple challenge Duncan anticipated. Aware that Tim Duncan was one of the league's premier interior defenders over the past decade, a 5-time champion who had graced the NBA Finals numerous times, a totem for his team, and a superstar of historic caliber, Lin Hao summoned all his focus. He understood that when facing such elite defensive prowess, conventional tactics would not suffice. Thus, he opted to release his shot on the second step of his 3-step layup, maintaining his rhythm while preemptively shooting to disrupt his opponent's defensive anticipation, prompting an instinctive leap to block. However, Tim Duncan truly did not anticipate that Lin Hao would opt for such a scoring method. As he realized Lin Hao's intention to shoot early, he was compelled to leap. Lin Hao's offensive choice successfully disrupted Tim Duncan's defensive strategy, forcing him to break his rhythm prematurely in order to attempt to block. With age weighing upon him, Tim Duncan could no longer guarantee to provide energy for his team on both ends of the court. He had to focus on one aspect. And in the first quarter of this match, he chose to anchor himself in defense, aiding his team in suppressing the Cleveland Cavaliers with formidable defensive pressure. Yet, Tim Duncan did not foresee that Lin Hao, this young man, would become a pivotal element in breaking the Cavaliers' stalemate. As Lin Hao shot, Tim Duncan was unable to execute the block as he had hoped, and the basketball rolled around the rim before finally dropping in. Lin Hao coldly regarded Tim Duncan and his teammate Tony Parker behind him. In that moment, he felt no trepidation in the presence of these legendary players. Instead, he was infused with a powerful fighting spirit, aware that this was an exceptional opportunity for him to prove himself. He had an inkling that this night might very well lead to his rise to fame. As possession shifted, the basketball found its way into the hands of the San Antonio Spurs. Once it was their turn to attack, the Spurs displayed a fluid team synergy, executing their offensive maneuvers with remarkable elegance. After crossing half-court, Tony Parker, relying on years of camaraderie, directly passed the ball to Tim Duncan, who was stationed in the low post. The Cavaliers' interior defense had typically relied on Anderson Varejao. However, while he could easily best average centers, he struggled against a player of Tim Duncan's caliber. Renowned as the greatest power forward in history, even when playing center against a player like Varejao, Tim Duncan wielded an undeniable advantage. Utilizing his exceptional lower body strength, he effectively sealed off Varejao behind him and swiftly leaped to catch Tony Parker's pass in midair. No matter how Varejao maneuvered, he could not escape the grip of Duncan's back-to-the-basket moves, let alone interfere with Duncan's shooting technique. Thus, standing at a height of 211 centimeters, Tim Duncan dominated the Cavaliers' interior, executing a simple back-to-basket maneuver before transitioning into a spin and launching the basketball toward the rim at a 45-degree angle. The ball descended into the Cavaliers' net at an extraordinarily unusual angle. It is often said that every basketball superstar in the top 10 of NBA history possesses a unique signature move: Michael Jordan's fadeaway jumper, Magic Johnson's mesmerizing passes, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar's skyhook, Larry Bird's trash talk and exceptional shooting ability, Shaquille O'Neal's formidable physicality, and Oscar Robertson's all-around skill. Yet, Tim Duncan, carrying the title of the greatest power forward in NBA history, executed moves that were predominantly simple bank shots at a 45-degree angle. In a league touted as the world's premier basketball competition, such techniques might appear somewhat mundane. However, this move, much like Duncan's character, is unpretentious yet extraordinarily reliable. Tim Duncan relied on this seemingly clutch scoring method to sustain his career from 1997 until 2015, spanning nearly 2 decades. How many NBA players can claim a career that lasted 20 years? As Tim Duncan once more employed his 45-degree bank shot, the ball swished effortlessly through the net. With this seemingly outdated technique, Tim Duncan added another 2 points for the team he had served for 20 years, the San Antonio Spurs. Possession shifted back to the Cleveland Cavaliers, where LeBron James found himself ensnared between the combined efforts of Kawhi Leonard and Boris Diaw. No player could break free from their joint confinement, not even LeBron James, who was often compared to Michael Jordan. Last year, he had come tantalizingly close to achieving a three-peat, aiming to become the next player after Shaquille O'Neal to establish a championship dynasty. However, the defensive trio of Leonard, Diaw, and Duncan thwarted LeBron's aspirations, preventing him from securing his 3rd championship trophy in his career. After enduring the trials of 2 NBA Finals, Leonard had blossomed into an all-around forward. His impressive wingspan and exceptional defensive positioning rendered LeBron James, a 4-time regular season MVP and widely regarded as the best player in the league, unable to exploit any weaknesses. In a desperate attempt, LeBron passed the ball back to Lin Hao. On this occasion, Greg Popovich stood on the sidelines, raising his voice. He had observed since the previous defensive sequence that Tony Parker was no match for Lin Hao. His height and wingspan merely served to facilitate Lin Hao's scoring. As a legendary coach in NBA history, Popovich could not idly witness his opponent score effortlessly. Moreover, in this particular game, he could not afford even the slightest mistake from his team. Thus, he made an impromptu substitution, replacing Parker with Danny Green to defend Lin Hao. However, for the already scorching hot Lin Hao, a mere change in defender was inconsequential. After a simple change of direction, Lin Hao swiftly identified a flaw in Green's defense and, with the instincts of a predator, launched a fierce assault on his opponent's weaknesses. With a swift dribble between his legs and a burst of acceleration, he charged directly at Green, who, under Popovich's tutelage, had matured into a premier defender in the league. Green's defensive prowess was among the finest. Even within the renowned San Antonio Spurs, famed for their defensive acumen, Popovich himself had remarked in an interview that, among today's Spurs, the strongest perimeter defenders were none other than Kawhi Leonard and Danny Green, the latter possessing a defensive quality and instinct worthy of the Defensive Player of the Year accolade. Danny Green did not disappoint the expectations of the esteemed elder. The defensive lapse he exhibited moments ago was meticulously crafted for Lin Hao. He took a step outward, leading Lin Hao to believe he could exploit his speed to cause a brief misalignment in Green's positioning. However, Green had no intention of retreating. Instead, he advanced further, intent on seizing the basketball cradled in Lin Hao's arms. However, Lin Hao paid a small price for his youth and lack of experience. Danny Green, with a ghostly finesse, nearly caused the basketball in Lin Hao's grasp to slip out of bounds. Following a brief encounter, both competitors recognized that neither was an adversary to be trifled with. Consequently, after adjusting their positions, they engaged anew. Lin Hao called out to Anderson Varejao, who was stationed in the paint, creating a momentary mismatch. Varejo's screens were executed with exceptional precision, rendering Danny Green unable to make contact with Lin Hao for a brief period. As Lin Hao seamlessly penetrated the inner sanctum of the San Antonio Spurs, Tim Duncan, with no other recourse, was compelled to step up and impose his defensive presence. Yet, Lin Hao remained undeterred, intent on confronting the formidable Duncan. Capitalizing on Duncan's age-related decline in defensive agility, Lin Hao surged forward, elegantly maneuvering past Duncan's towering block to execute a deft mid-air switch, forcefully depositing the ball into the hoop for consecutive points. On the ESPN commentary panel, Reggie Miller was left agape. Had anyone suggested before the game that Lin Hao would emerge as the primary scoring option for the Cleveland Cavaliers in place of the famed trio, Miller would have vehemently denounced the notion, chastising the individual for their ignorance of the game. However, the reality now compelled Reggie Miller to concede that Lin Hao is singularly bearing the weight of the Cavaliers' aspirations. As Tony Parker scored, Lin Hao answered back. When Tim Duncan found the net, Lin Hao responded once more. The Cavaliers' illustrious trio seemed to vanish collectively, leaving Lin Hao to shoulder the entirety of the offensive burden. What is most terrifying is that this young man of Asian descent has actually embraced the formidable responsibility bestowed upon him by the Cavaliers. He relentlessly penetrated the paint of the San Antonio Spurs, scoring twice over the legendary Tim Duncan, earning 4 points atop Duncan's head. Who can fathom the difficulty of such an achievement, especially over 2 consecutive possessions? The commentators at ESPN collectively gasped in astonishment. Who could have anticipated this before the game? Who could have foreseen that Lin Hao would emerge as the leading scorer for the Cleveland Cavaliers? It is utterly astonishing. Yet, this was merely the beginning. In the ensuing match, Lin Hao appeared as if he had descended from the heavens, consistently targeting Tim Duncan on the offensive end, declaring his intent to exploit Duncan's vulnerabilities. Whether executing a delicate floater near the rim, a mid-range jumper from the free throw line, or a trailing three-pointer, he demonstrated mastery in all facets. The San Antonio Spurs, who had entered the game with great confidence, found themselves, for the first time, subdued by the Cavaliers. And the one who brought them to their knees was not the so-called king, LeBron James, nor the self-styled Little Hakeem, Kevin Love, nor the offensive virtuoso, Kyrie Irving, but Lin Hao, an international student hailing from China. This year, he joined the Cavaliers as an undrafted rookie, with a guaranteed contract of merely over $1 million. On the sidelines, Greg Popovich observed the young man, who, relying solely on his own prowess, managed to overpower a team renowned for its collective play. He fell into deep contemplation, having initially believed that the Cavaliers would heavily rely on LeBron James, much like in the days of the Miami Heat, allowing James to command both the offensive and defensive aspects of the game. From Popovich's perspective, this Cavaliers team bore no distinction from the previous seasons of the Miami Heat. Chris Bosh and Kevin Love could be likened to one another without discernible difference. As for Kyrie Irving, it remained uncertain whether he possessed the formidable strength of Dwayne Wade, who is widely regarded as the third greatest shooting guard in NBA history, trailing only behind the basketball deities, Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant. LeBron James remains the same LeBron James, unchanged in essence. Consequently, Greg Popovich does not regard them seriously. He believes the San Antonio Spurs can triumph over the Miami Heat and, by extension, this comparatively weaker Cleveland Cavaliers team. However, on this night, Lin Hao's audacious performance delivered a profound lesson to Popovich, showcasing a composure that belied his status as a rookie. As the first quarter concluded, the Spurs found themselves trailing the Cavaliers 28-37, allowing their opponents to score 37 points in a single quarter, an abysmal failure for a team renowned for its defense. The Spurs, even before the game reached its conclusion, recognized their impending defeat. Allowing the opposition to amass nearly 40 points in one quarter was tantamount to admitting that their vaunted defensive system was utterly flawed, revealing that the so-called elite defenders were merely untested against formidable offensive players. In contrast, while the Cavaliers trio did not individually score significant points in that quarter, Lin Hao emerged like a secret weapon from the Cavaliers bench, exhibiting exceptional offensive prowess and scoring 18 points, striking a blow to the Spurs' confidence. The Spurs players, who had belittled the Cavaliers prior to the game, suddenly found themselves confronting the reality of their situation, trailing by 9 points at the end of the first quarter. Though not insurmountable with ample time remaining, they were nonetheless engulfed by a profound sense of frustration. As the game entered the intermission, a heavy silence enveloped the Spurs bench. They were at a loss for how to proceed. With the aging trio that had dominated the Spurs for over a decade gradually fading, uncertainty loomed over who could assume the mantle of leadership. Could it be Danny Green? While he might excel as a 3 and D player, entrusting him with offensive responsibilities could exacerbate the team's inefficiency. Should they turn to Leonard? Despite his all-around capabilities and lack of glaring weaknesses, his reticence and inability to direct his teammates could plunge the team into disarray. He lacks the commanding presence on the court that defined leaders like Tim Duncan, Michael Jordan, and LeBron James. For the San Antonio Spurs, rather than reinstating the aging Tim Duncan as the team's primary leader, it is more accurate to assert that Greg Popovich is the true face of leadership. On the bench, Greg Popovich clapped his hands vigorously, rallying his team. "Hey, Come on. Everyone, let us stay focused. We've only just completed the first quarter and are merely 9 points behind. 9 points. That's just 3 three-pointers, right? I understand that you might be astonished by the performance of that young lad from the opposing team who scored 18 points in a single quarter. But let me assure you, this is actually beneficial for us. The Cleveland Cavaliers have relied on Lin Hao, that rookie, as their primary offensive option in the first quarter because their trio, Kyrie Irving, Kevin Love, and LeBron James, failed to capitalize on their scoring opportunities. Do you see what this means? It signifies that victory is within our grasp. A rookie like him, how many games can he truly showcase such a career-defining performance? Perhaps one a year at best? If he can only manage to lead them to a 9-point advantage in a single quarter, what is there for us to fear? Let us take the fight to them. Greg Popovich, undoubtedly one of the most formidable coaches in the league, revitalized the lethargic Spurs bench with his remarkable adaptability. Tim Duncan, once the leader of the Spurs, also rose from the bench. Guys, we are the defending champions. We triumphed over their leader, LeBron James, last year. If we could conquer them once, we can do so again, twice, thrice. This is merely a regular season game. I urge you all to rally your spirits. In a fierce encounter, the courageous prevail. Although it is their home court, we must prove that we are the stronger team. Understand? We are a cohesive unit. Losing by 9 points in a single quarter cannot defeat us. Our objective is the championship, the singular O'Brien Trophy for the season. Therefore, I hope you all can demonstrate the prowess of defending champions to aid our team in overcoming the challenge before us. Tim Duncan spoke passionately. The once stoic giant now transformed into a leader exuding charisma, utilizing his formidable strength and leadership qualities to steer the team towards renewed aspirations. On the other side, Greg Popovich watched this scene with delight. He had dedicated his life to cultivating the Spurs, emphasizing teamwork. He firmly believed that everyone here possessed explosive scoring potential, making them the strongest team, with no reason to succumb to the newly assembled Cleveland Cavaliers. The atmosphere on the Cleveland Cavaliers bench was equally dismal. The team's second in command, Kyrie Irving, managed to score a mere 6 points against the San Antonio Spurs with a dismal shooting percentage of 30 in the first quarter, epitomizing inefficiency in offense. Kevin Love was no better. He struggled to breach Tim Duncan's formidable defensive barrier, and despite previously being crowned the rebounding champion for multiple seasons, he was thoroughly outmatched on the boards by the aging Duncan. Duncan secured 8 rebounds in just 1 quarter, while Love could only muster a meager 3. As for the Cavaliers' superstar, LeBron James, though his shooting accuracy stood at a commendable 80, his attempts were fewer than those of Irving. This led to a rather comical scenario where Lin Hao topped the Cavaliers' statistics with 18 points on 12 attempts, overshadowing the team's highly touted trio of stars. This spectacle elicited laughter and mockery from the commentators at ESPN, who found it absurd that the much-hyped trio, who had made such grandiose claims during the offseason, chose to vanish collectively in the face of a formidable opponent like the Spurs. Instead, it was a rookie earning a mere $6 million who bore the burden of propelling the team forward. One might suggest that the Cavaliers should consider trading their star trio rather than pursuing a championship. After all, which team allows a rookie to lead while the veterans hide behind him? Reggie Miller, known for his candid demeanor, could hardly contain his disdain upon witnessing this scene. He bluntly remarked that if the Cavaliers continued down this path, they would have no claim to a championship. As a team lacking collective awareness, where the leader shirks responsibility and allows a subordinate to spearhead the charge, could never hope to stand on the grand stage of the finals, let alone contend for a championship. Indeed, one must wonder what these 3 stars were thinking, faced with the reigning champions, the San Antonio Spurs, who were undoubtedly their most formidable adversaries in their pursuit of a title. The Cavaliers displayed an alarming nonchalance. If they were to expend such resources to assemble a trio of superstars, one might question the rationale behind their assembly. I long to stand before LeBron James and inquire what he truly thinks. In such a crucial game, he should be penetrating the defense and drawing fouls. Yet he seemed to cower behind that young player, leading one to mistakenly believe that the rookie was the true leader of the Cavaliers. As the commentators' words permeated the atmosphere during the intermission, the collective failure of the Cavaliers' star trio in the first quarter ascended to the trending topics across America. Simultaneously, the impressive performance of that young player also garnered attention. It was evident that this was the first significant challenge for the trio since their formation, distinct from the earlier encounters with the Portland Trail Blazers or the Utah Jazz. The Spurs represented one of the season's top contenders for the championship, and if the Cavaliers aspired to compete for the title, they would inevitably have to confront them. To vie for a championship, one must crush their opponents. Embodying an unyielding spirit. Is evasion truly the hallmark of a championship-caliber team? As the second quarter commenced, the San Antonio Spurs, rejuvenated by the speeches of Greg Popovich and Tim Duncan, radiated renewed vigor. Among the younger generation of Spurs, Kawhi Leonard spearheaded the offensive charge, positioned in the low post. He faced LeBron James' one-on-one defense without hesitation. It is noteworthy that James, a five-time member of the all-defensive first team and one of the most versatile players in the small forward position, was adorned with 2 championship rings and 4 regular season MVP awards. Generally, players would tremble at the prospect of facing him, yet Leonard appeared unfazed, akin to a machine, singularly focused on the game. With a series of powerful movements, Leonard skillfully employed his back-to-the-basket technique against James, leading to a physical contest that both players struggled to withstand. Ultimately, the elder James, despite being only slightly behind, revealed signs of fatigue as Leonard seized the moment, executing a turnaround jumper that smoothly found its way through the net. The San Antonio Spurs now led by 2. The Cavaliers regained possession, and after a series of perimeter passes, the ball found its way to Kyrie Irving. Due to Lin Howe's stellar performance in the first quarter, Popovich had opted to switch defensive assignments, placing Danny Green on Lin Howe instead of Irving. Having endured relentless pressure from Green, Irving finally exhaled in relief. Having been criticized as soft in the first quarter, he was determined to showcase his formidable offensive prowess against Tony Parker. After a series of dazzling dribbles, Irving executed a swift spin move, leaving Parker in his wake. The French speedster, known for his quickness, had never before experienced such velocity from 2 players on the same team. Today, he faced a setback, as Lin Howe and Kyrie Irving continuously exploited his speed, leaving Tony Parker, who possesses great confidence in his own velocity, feeling somewhat despondent. The offensive maestro, Kyrie Irving, upon penetrating the San Antonio Spurs paint, chose not to flaunt his physical prowess like Lin Howe, but instead opted for a method that aligned seamlessly with his skill set, a lateral step followed by a mid-range jumper. The mid-range shot has long been acclaimed as a lethal weapon, masterfully showcased by the epic-defining superstars Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant, thus establishing it as an essential skill for contemporary NBA guards. As a virtuoso of offense, Kyrie Irving undoubtedly possesses this skill, having idolized Kobe since childhood, and he embodies Kobe's relentless pursuit of victory. Whether faced with Tim Duncan or Boris Diaw, he remains resolute, understanding the paramount importance of this evening's contest. Kyrie's shooting release is remarkably swift. Even Boris Diaw, attempting to disrupt his shot, could not match his speed, merely watching as Irving executed a flawless shot. The basketball reverberated against the rim before settling into the net. The possession shifted once more, now in the hands of the San Antonio Spurs. Tony Parker continued to be the primary ball handler for the team. Upon witnessing Tim Duncan positioning himself in the paint, he swiftly delivered the ball into Duncan's capable hands. Their years of synergy allowed them to effortlessly identify the opportune moment for a comfortable catch. Indeed, it is a fact that Tony Parker's pass was perfectly timed, allowing Tim Duncan to securely receive the ball. Without hesitation, Tim Duncan showcased his interior skills to Anderson Varejao with a series of post moves. Varejo's defensive area was continually diminished, bringing Duncan closer to the familiar confines of the paint. Tim Duncan, a formidable presence in the league for nearly 2 decades, remained an active force even as legends like Shaquille O'Neal aged, Admiral David Robinson retired, and Hakeem Olajuwon faded from the limelight. However, the very techniques and shooting comfort zones that Duncan mastered had been meticulously studied by rival teams. As Tim Duncan neared the area he knew so well, LeBron James, the Cavaliers' leader, could no longer remain passive. He could not bear to witness the once revered stone Buddha of the league encroach upon his domain. Seizing what was rightfully his future, LeBron swiftly maneuvered behind Duncan, anticipating the moment he would turn. Duncan, believing he had found his rhythm with his back to the basket, prepared to finish off the possession with a left-side, 45-degree jumper. Suddenly, LeBron leaped from behind him, executing a volleyball-style block that sent Duncan's shot soaring away. The ball landed directly in front of Lin Howe. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin seized the opportunity and sprinted towards the Spurs' backcourt. Utilizing his extraordinary speed, Lin quickly reached the Spurs' painted area. Upon spotting Leonard standing resolutely within, Lin felt an unsettling chill. This man, akin to a robotic sentinel, had demonstrated an unwavering defensive prowess over the years that few could emulate. The previous season's Finals MVP, could he truly surpass Leonard to score? Swallowing hard, Lin recognized that Leonard was far from the aged Duncan. In his prime, Leonard was a dual threat on both ends of the floor. And even LeBron struggled to penetrate his defensive fortress. What chance did a rookie like Lin have? As the shot clock dwindled and Danny Green closed in behind him, Lin had no time for contemplation and surged towards the paint. Leonard, seemingly prepared, extended his formidable arms the moment Lin approached. The vast offensive territory Leonard commanded instilled a sense of trepidation in Lin, yet he knew he must make his mark. He yearned for recognition. Throughout his journey, labels such as the overlooked rookie had followed him, as if his undrafted status destined him to merely serve as a benchwarmer in the league. Thus, Lin became fervently determined to prove himself, and what better way to do so than to execute a thunderous dunk over Leonard? Without hesitation, he planted his foot on the free throw line, disregarding Leonard's outstretched arms. He raised the ball high above, his focus solely on the rim, dismissing the defender before him. With a resounding thud, Lin forcefully slammed the ball through the hoop, sending Leonard tumbling beneath the basket. In that instant, the audience gasped in awe. Is that Lin How? Did he just dunk over Leonard? Cavaliers fans recalled how LeBron struggled against Leonard's defense in last year's finals. Yet now he was bested by a rookie? The crowd erupted in disbelief, marveling at Lin's explosive athleticism. Leonard, widely regarded as one of the premier defenders in the league, had just been vanquished. What could Lin's physical prowess possibly achieve in a dunk contest? Cavaliers supporters were left slack-jawed, their shock palpable. For them, Leonard was a nightmare. The man who had ended the Miami Heat's championship reign and helped the Spurs reclaim glory. Yet now, this specter had been toppled by a young player from their own ranks, akin to a surreal twist of fate. Someone, please, tear off Lin How's No. 25 jersey and see if there's a number 24 underneath. That dunk had the essence of peak Kobe. Reggie Miller, clutching his head, struggled to fathom the spectacle before him. This was beyond belief. The Cavaliers were not merely forming a trio of stars, but perhaps a fourth. The Cavaliers bench erupted in jubilation. Head coach David Blatt snatched a reporter's camera, frantically searching for a frame of Lin's dunk to immortalize as a poster in his office. Meanwhile, LeBron stood wide-eyed, grappling with the realization that this undrafted rookie was a force to be reckoned with. How could the management have been so short-sighted as to let this prodigy slip away? On the court, Leonard, now sitting on the floor, rubbed his head in disbelief. The expression rarely seen on his face bore a hint of dejection. He had not anticipated such explosive power from Lin, who had overpowered him with sheer force, compelling Leonard to relinquish the ball rather than risk further humiliation. In the center of the court, Lin gazed at the large screen displaying the moment he had dunked over Leonard. Is this really me? Did I just do that? I dunked over Leonard, the finals MVP? I truly accomplished it? Even as he reveled in the moment, Lin felt a premonition that this singular act would catapult him into the national spotlight, leading to his ultimate recognition. As the game continued, the Cavaliers players, still buzzing with excitement, found it hard to believe that their teammate, the once overlooked rookie, had achieved such a feat. Questions swirled within them, but answers eluded. They could only refocus their attention on the game at hand. In the realm of the San Antonio Spurs, they remained undeterred by Lin How's spectacular dunk. They are a cohesive unit, a remarkable team that unwaveringly adheres to their coach's strategies at all times. What of being dunked on? To them, it is not a source of shame. Rather, they applaud Leonard for his valiant defensive effort, encouraging him for nearly executing an exemplary play. As the Spurs transitioned to their offensive possession, Tony Parker, having felt Lin How's defensive prowess in the first quarter, refrained from attempting to penetrate the Cleveland Cavaliers' paint alone. Instead, he entrusted the ball to Tim Duncan, confident that this five-time NBA champion would make the most judicious decision in critical moments to salvage the team. Tony Parker, just past the half-court line, swiftly passed the ball to Tim Duncan. Having recently experienced the formidable assistance of LeBron James, Duncan felt a twinge of caution. Yet the sense of pressure on his back did not diminish in the slightest. He bulldozed past Kevin Love, advancing into the Cavaliers' interior. Reluctantly, Anderson Varejao, stationed on the opposite side, had no choice but to step in for defensive support. Otherwise, he was certain that Tim Duncan would overpower Kevin Love and effortlessly deposit the ball into the hoop. As Tim Duncan observed Anderson Varejao's upward maneuver, he exhibited no intent to restrain himself. Instead, he seamlessly executed a half-turn, extending his long arm to effortlessly deliver a hook shot that sent the basketball into the hoop with precision. The ball found its mark, adding another 2 points to Duncan's stat sheet. In this match, Tim Duncan evoked memories of his big, fundamental moniker. Throughout his illustrious career, Duncan has epitomized consistency. reliably securing a double-double of over 20 points and 10 rebounds night after night, exhibiting an unwavering steadiness akin to a seasoned veteran. In this match, Tim Duncan showcased his prowess, dominating the paint against the Cleveland Cavaliers. Under the watchful eye of multiple rebounding champion Kevin Love, Duncan effortlessly secured over twice as many rebounds as his opponent. It appeared that Duncan was demonstrating, in his own manner, that he remains an indomitable force within the NBA, asserting that as long as he chooses not to relinquish his position, no one can challenge his supremacy. As the Cavaliers continued their offensive sequence, LeBron James, recognizing Lin Hao's excellent shooting touch, promptly passed the ball to him, allowing Lin to assume the role of the team's offensive catalyst. LeBron then moved to set a screen for Lin. Caught off guard yet invigorated, Lin swiftly began to display his remarkable self-creation skills. To everyone's surprise, LeBron's pick-and-roll execution was exemplary, and their synergy was palpable. Just as Lin was poised to initiate his drive, LeBron had already positioned himself perfectly to assist Lin. With his exceptional agility, Lin Hao swiftly darted towards the paint, his target once again being the esteemed cornerstone of the San Antonio Spurs, Tim Duncan. Tim Duncan extended his arms. After several consecutive plays, he had come to realize that Lin Hao was no ordinary adversary. Moreover, at nearly 40, his physical capabilities had significantly waned, necessitating that he exert every ounce of his energy to defend against Lin Hao. Having learned from Lin Hao's previous early shot, Duncan had adjusted his strategy. He anticipated that Lin Hao would hesitate to engage him directly, thus opting to leap from a stationary position to obstruct Lin Hao's path. However, he was taken aback when Lin Hao showed no fear of Duncan's challenge. Without hesitation, Lin Hao leapt, colliding midair with Tim Duncan. The aging veteran, on the brink of retirement, was ill-equipped to withstand such an encounter. He was the first to feel the impact, descending from the air just as the referee's whistle pierced the arena, signaling a defensive foul against Duncan for his unnecessary actions during the defense. As Lin Hao descended from the air, he deftly tossed the basketball towards the hoop. The ball, propelled by Lin Hao's casual throw, spun several times on the rim before finally sinking into the net. Lin Hao executed a remarkable 2-1 right above Tim Duncan's head, not only securing an opportunity for the Cleveland Cavaliers to score a three-pointer, but also drawing a defensive foul from Duncan. The once mighty Stone Buddha, now repeatedly bested by this young lad, displayed a noticeably troubled expression. He could acutely sense the inevitable decline of his physical condition, a reality he found hard to accept, yet was forced to confront. It dawned on him that his career might be nearing its twilight, allowing such a young player to dominate him. Tim Duncan squinted his eyes and, during a timeout, signaled to head coach Greg Popovich, requesting to be substituted. After years of wear and tear, Duncan realized he could no longer exert his full effort on both offense and defense simultaneously. The events of the previous defensive play were too much for him to bear, prompting his decision to rest on the sidelines for a while before rejoining the fray. The San Antonio Spurs, however, did not allow the unexpected exit of Tim Duncan to jeopardize their standing. Under the adept guidance of Greg Popovich, the Spurs retained their championship roster during the offseason, gradually transferring authority away from Duncan. Thus, even in Duncan's absence, they ensured that the new lineup possessed the capability to compete effectively. Following Popovich's instructions, Aaron Baines, standing at an impressive 208 centimeters, replaced Duncan on the court. Baines was one of the key contributors to the Spurs' championship victory last year, and entering the new season, his average playing time had reached 16 minutes, making him the primary rotation player at the center position after Duncan's departure. Lin Hao stepped to the free throw line and confidently sank his shot. The Cleveland Cavaliers scored another three-pointer. As the Spurs entered their offensive possession, the focus shifted to Tony Parker following Duncan's exit. After Baines set a screen for Parker, he surged into the Cavaliers' paint. Faced with Kevin Love's defensive efforts, Parker attempted a close-range floater, but Love, eager to help, lost his balance and collided with Parker, who fell to the ground as the referee's whistle blew. Tony Parker, a vital player in securing 4 championships for the Spurs, remained a formidable offensive weapon even towards the twilight of his career. Wherever the team directed their focus, Parker was there to deliver. He stood at the free throw line and executed his shot flawlessly. As the Cavaliers initiated their offensive sequence, they continued to rely on Lin Hao. His previous offensive efforts had solidified his standing among the Cavaliers players, who willingly entrusted him with the ball. Lin Hao, facing Danny Green on the perimeter, executed a series of swift crossovers that left Green off balance. During a timeout, Coach Popovich had shown his team footage of Lin Hao's agility, leaving a lasting impression on them. Thus, when Green prepared for his defensive stance, he was acutely aware of Lin Hao's rapid speed and the potential for him to exploit any openings. However, Lin Hao remained vigilant, capitalizing on Green's momentary disarray. With a deft maneuver, he dashed past Green, approaching the free throw line, and executed a smooth step-back jumper, scoring yet another 2 points. As the second quarter unfolded, Lin Hao appeared as a veritable warrior, effortlessly sinking baskets regardless of the Spurs' attempts to rotate their defenders. Green, Parker, and Leonard, renowned for their perimeter defense, were repeatedly outmatched by Lin Hao's prowess. A chant of Lin, Lin, Lin erupted throughout the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse, reverberating like a thunderclap that crushed the Spurs' morale. Now, the home court advantage of the Cavaliers began to manifest. The Spurs, already at a disadvantage as the visiting team, found their spirits further diminished by the fervent support of the Cleveland fans. The momentum they had built prior to the game was shattered, and no player emerged to rescue them. With Lin Hao's explosive performance, the Spurs' defensive structure became increasingly unsettled. Amidst the Spurs' growing disarray, the talents of LeBron James and Kyrie Irving surged forth. They each sank a long two-pointer, rallying the Cavaliers for a renewed offensive push. Exploiting the slower foot speed of Leonard and Baines, they concentrated on fast break opportunities, applying full-court pressure whenever the Spurs allowed a player to handle the ball. They even adopted a strategy that encouraged three-point attempts while focusing on interior defense. Curiously, the normally precise Spurs, who boasted a three-point shooting percentage of 40 in the regular season, faltered significantly this game, as if fate conspired against them. The Cavaliers launched 11 three-point attempts, managing to convert only 4, with missed open shots reflecting a severe lapse. This shutdown of perimeter shooting effectively barred the Spurs from the path to victory. At the conclusion of the second quarter, the Cavaliers, led by their trio of stars, extended their lead to double digits, 62-51. While this may not seem like a vast margin, in the context of a defensive struggle, an 11-point gap felt insurmountable. In such a contest, no player could breach the opponent's paint twice without facing a harsh foul. As the brief halftime concluded, both teams returned to the court with renewed intensity, ready to engage in the fray once more. The 11-point deficit continues to linger in the minds of the San Antonio Spurs. To ascend to the ranks of championship-caliber teams, such a formidable squad must excel on both offensive and defensive fronts. The ever-increasing quality of defense has plunged both teams into a scoring drought, with relentless offensive attempts often culminating in missed opportunities. While this predicament poses little concern for the leading Cleveland Cavaliers, it is an intolerable situation for the trailing San Antonio Spurs. Once anxiety sets in, the likelihood of making mistakes increases. As Tony Parker recklessly charged into the paint of the Cleveland Cavaliers, the quick-thinking LeBron James immediately opted for a defensive maneuver, executing a formidable block that thwarted Parker's attempt at the basket. Subsequently, Kevin Love delivered a quarterback-like long pass, seamlessly finding Kyrie Irving stationed in the frontcourt. Known as a maestro of offense, Irving possesses an audacious spirit. The more challenging the moment, the more resolute he becomes in scoring. With deft dribbling, he maneuvered past Danny Green with a behind-the-back move, then executed a delicate layup over Aaron Baines to score. This play exemplified the terrifying prowess of the Cavaliers trio, where each player is capable of handling the ball, armed with an arsenal of tactics and virtually devoid of weaknesses. In their prime, they outmatched the aging Spurs in stamina. By the end of the third quarter, the Cavaliers had stretched their lead to 23 points, signaling the onset of garbage time in the still unbegun fourth quarter. With the referee's final whistle, the clash between the two title-contending teams concluded, the Cavaliers triumphing over the visiting San Antonio Spurs with a score of 98-83. For the Cavaliers fans, there is nothing sweeter than witnessing their team vanquish the Spurs. The 2007 NBA Finals remained an indelible nightmare for them, a time when they hoped the young king, LeBron James, could effortlessly conquer the Spurs and secure the city's first championship trophy in nearly 50 years. Yet, the stoic force from San Antonio had no intention of relinquishing the championship, sweeping the Cavaliers with a decisive 4-0. That series became a profound nightmare for LeBron, as Tim Duncan and Bruce Bowen restricted his shooting percentage to a mere 30, with an abysmal 10 from beyond the arc, a humiliating playoff experience. Ultimately, LeBron's ambition to surpass Michael Jordan was abruptly curtailed, as he learned that basketball is not a solitary endeavor. It requires collaboration and support. Returning to the present, today, the Cavaliers fans witnessed their team overcome the defending champions, the San Antonio Spurs, rekindling hopes for the O'Brien Trophy after a 50-year wait, an eternity. enough to encompass the careers of two athletes. "Hey, buddy, you played exceptionally well." Upon the conclusion of the game, Tim Duncan approached the Cavaliers bench and shared a heartfelt embrace with LeBron James. Observing this prodigious talent, once heralded as the chosen one, now crowned with accolades of 4 regular season MVPs and 2 O'Brien trophies, Duncan felt a twinge of nostalgia for his own early days in the league. "This young man has truly matured," he mused. "Hey, Tim, you said the future is mine, yet here you are still vying for the O'Brien trophy with me. When will you age? If you don't start aging soon, we might go mad." LeBron jested, pointing to the stat sheet where Duncan's impressive 22 points and 12 rebounds loomed large. For Duncan, such a double-double was as effortless as a meal. Yet, LeBron knew the immense effort expended by Kevin Love and Anderson Varejao to contain Duncan, each burdened with 5 fouls, where a single misstep could lead to their expulsion from the game, a daunting prospect for any player. "Ha." Duncan chuckled, wrapping an arm around LeBron, clearly enjoying the jovial banter. "Just don't forget to work on your mid-range shooting. It's a pivotal weapon in the playoffs. I hope that when we meet in the finals this year, you'll take me down with a 3-pointer instead of charging into the paint, all right?" Duncan winked, and they exchanged knowing smiles. This moment was captured by Cavaliers beat reporters and soon shared on the official Cavaliers media, titled, "A Tribute to Two Legendary Icons." "Hey, kid, your speed is impressive. I hope by our next encounter, you've become the leader of your own team." Unbeknownst to them, Tony Parker had quietly approached Lin Hao from behind, gently tapping his shoulder. "Becoming the leader of a team? I'm not sure what you mean," Lin replied with a subtle smile, clearly not inclined to discuss such matters with Parker. Privately, however, he was contemplating his future, believing he possessed the capability to lead an NBA team, but felt it prudent to achieve certain milestones first. "Kid, I advise you that once you become the team leader, the resources available to you will be unimaginable. I know your talent is immense, but here in the Cavaliers, your resources don't match your abilities. Why not join us at the San Antonio Spurs? Tim and Manu will soon retire, and we are in dire need of a capable starting guard. Just imagine the team you could form with Leonard. It could undoubtedly contend for the championship." Parker's words were laced with allure, as if he were confident in his ability to sway Lin. Indeed, Lin found himself intrigued, acutely aware that no matter how well he performed with the Cavaliers, he remained the 4th option, with the top 3 players untouchable. Kevin Love, in the prime of his career, established as a formidable force and a perennial rebounding champion, held an unassailable position, arguably the strongest power forward in the Eastern Conference. As for Kyrie Irving, it goes without saying that he was the first overall pick in the 2011 draft and is currently experiencing an ascent in his professional career. Unless he chooses to sabotage himself, he is likely to maintain his position as the second in command of his team. And what of LeBron James? He has been at the pinnacle of his career for far too many years. It is more plausible to believe that Michael Jordan will make a comeback this year to aid the Chicago Bulls in their quest for the championship than to assume that LeBron will age and step back into a secondary role. Lin Hao shook his head, fully aware of his own capabilities, yet he finds it exceedingly difficult to part with everything here. For him, the Cleveland Cavaliers have shown him great favor, and the essence of loyalty is deeply ingrained within his being, as he is inherently rooted in the heritage of Huaxia. Tony Parker seemed to perceive Lin Hao's hesitation. He placed both hands firmly on Lin Hao's shoulders. "Listen to me, young man. Do not let loyalty hinder your path. You deserve a brighter future." Parker's words struck a chord deep within Lin Hao. He turned his head, his gaze locked onto Parker's, as if he wished to speak. Yet the turmoil within him rendered him speechless. "Trust your own heart. Allow it to make the decision. Would you prefer to be the tail of a phoenix or the head of a chicken? Would you rather remain a mere 4th player on the Cleveland Cavaliers, or become a leader on another NBA team, earning a handsome salary, courting beautiful women, and residing in a grand house? The choice lies in your hands. That is all I have to say." With that, Tony Parker turned and walked away. The power of choice rested with Lin Hao, no matter what Parker said. He could not alter Lin Hao's decision. Ultimately, whether the future held the emergence of a remarkable 6th man or a groundbreaking superstar was a matter solely for Lin Hao to determine. On the other side, the conversation between Tim Duncan and LeBron James had come to an end, and he made his way directly towards Lin Hao. "Hey, kid, are you looking to dunk on me tonight? Every time you approach the rim, it feels like you're coming for me," Tim Duncan remarked, clearly impressed by the young player's agility. The speed of this young man fascinated him. It had been ages since he had encountered someone with such swiftness. Even the player from the Oklahoma City Thunder seemed somewhat inferior in comparison. At least that player had not harbored thoughts of dunking on him, whereas this young man was clearly eager to do so. Of course, do you know who you are? You are Tim Duncan. Over the years in the NBA, how many players have possessed your level of dominance in the paint? Just look at the rings you hold. You have 5, right? I know Shaquille O'Neal doesn't have as many. A player who has triumphed across 3 eras and maintained peak performance for 20 years is a rare find. Lin Hao's flattery brought great satisfaction to Tim Duncan, whose cheerful demeanor made Lin Hao smile in return. To his surprise, this man, often referred to as the big fundamental, seemed to relish the praise from the younger generation. Where was the stoic persona associated with his psychology degree? In a jovial mood, Tim Duncan placed his large hand on Lin Hao's head, affectionately ruffling his hair. Kid, the future is yours. Once LeBron James retires, you'll be the leader of the next era. Lin Hao's smile began to fade. The phrase sounded eerily familiar. After some contemplation, he recalled that it was indeed what Tim Duncan had said to LeBron James after that year's finals. A grimace resembling a cry appeared on Lin Hao's face. No, Tim. I'm just the 4th option on this Cavaliers team, and with Westbrook and Kevin Durant in Oklahoma, Stephen Curry in Golden State, and Chris Paul and Blake Griffin in Los Angeles, and Anthony Davis in New Orleans, it's unlikely I'll rise to the top of the league anytime soon. Lin Hao waved his hands, wanting to avoid any unnecessary pressure from Duncan's well-meaning sentiments. He preferred that Duncan extend such blessings to others. Lin, I'm serious. Your offensive skills are incredibly potent, and you have made significant strides on the defensive end. If you were to encounter a great coach, someone like Greg Popovich, you could experience rapid growth. Have you seen Kawhi Leonard? He was merely a late first-round pick, yet after joining the San Antonio Spurs, he evolved into one of the league's elite forwards in just a few seasons. In terms of small forwards, he ranks just below Kevin Durant and LeBron James. Can you not see the strength of our Spurs? Lin Hao followed Duncan's gaze, noticing the robotic-like Kawhi standing in another corner of the arena, engaged with the media. It was surprising to consider that a player could be seen as a successful investment. Wasn't it due to his exceptional talent? Lin Hao regarded Duncan with suspicion, wondering if he was trying to recruit him into some dubious organization. No, Tim, I need to think this over carefully. This decision will shape the trajectory of my career, and I cannot afford to make a hasty agreement with you. Lin Hao shook his head, ultimately not providing Tim Duncan with a definitive answer. Tim Duncan chuckled helplessly, then opened his arms and walked towards Lin Hao, pulling him into a warm embrace. All right, I understand your stance, but I want to convey that the San Antonio Spurs will always welcome you. If you wish to switch teams and embark on a new chapter in a different city, I believe the Spurs would be the perfect next step in your career. Good luck, my friend. With that, Tim Duncan turned and walked into the players' tunnel, leaving Lin Hao standing alone at center court, lost in thought. During the post-game press conference, Lin Hao participated at the insistence of the Cleveland Cavaliers coaching staff and LeBron James. The coach's endorsement was expected, especially since head coach David Blatt had been a staunch supporter of Lin Hao becoming the starting shooting guard. After his dazzling performance against the reigning champions, the San Antonio Spurs, a smile of pride graced Lin Hao's face. He was truly making a name for himself. David Blatt mused that the better Lin Hao performed, the higher his chances of successful negotiations with the Cavaliers management. Internally, the Cavaliers had been experiencing some unrest, but the team's success masked any underlying issues. Everyone relished victory. But should the team falter, all associated problems would resurface. As for LeBron James's endorsement, it stemmed from his astonishment at Lin Hao's performance that night. As a longtime rival, he was acutely aware of the caliber of the Spurs' Big Three. Even with Manu Ginobili absent due to injury, he knew that, even if present, Ginobili couldn't have matched Lin Hao's offensive prowess. In the past, if a reporter had asked LeBron about Lin Hao, he might have described him as a talented player with potential to be a solid shooting guard and a future starter. However, now LeBron found himself compelled to revise his assessment. Lin Hao had demonstrated the ability to hold his own against Tony Parker and Tim Duncan, showcasing the potential to become a superstar. LeBron was astonished that the league's best interior defender, Tim Duncan, was being challenged by Lin Hao, and that Tony Parker, known for his playoff prowess, had also struggled against him that evening. This realization prompted LeBron to advocate to the Cavaliers management for an immediate long-term contract extension for Lin Hao. Hey, Lin, what are your thoughts after winning tonight's game? A reporter asked as Lin sat at the press conference table. Well, I believe the San Antonio Spurs are an exceptionally talented team, but winning this game proves that we are the superior team. Of course, this victory is a testament to the hard work of every player. Prior to this game, Many speculated that the Spurs might be our opponents in the upcoming finals. But I say, bring it on. We fear no challenge. Lin Hao's response resonated with the reporters present, creating a palpable sense of tension in the air. Is Lin declaring war on the Spurs in the post-game interview? One wondered. I suspect the Spurs will definitely respond, especially considering Manu Ginobili was absent tonight. 20 minutes of Jordan? That's no joking matter. A reporter, who harbored a fondness for the Spurs, raised an eyebrow, clearly unimpressed by Lin Hao's remarks. Upon arriving at the interview area designated for the San Antonio Spurs, it became evident that only head coach Greg Popovich was present for the post-game press conference, while the other Spurs players conspicuously absented themselves, indicating that the team's internal response to the defeat was far from indifferent, despite appearances. Mr. Popovich, what do you believe were the primary factors contributing to the Spurs' loss in this game? A reporter inquired. What factors led to our defeat? Greg Popovich pondered this question anew, his grizzled beard quivering slightly, revealing that his demeanor was not as tranquil as it seemed. Humph, we did not lose. Tonight, there was no tactical failure on our part. We simply succumbed to Lin Hao. Yes, that young man, his performance struck us like a thunderclap. Had it not been for his nearly flawless display, we would not have begun to unravel by the end of the third quarter. I once thought the Cleveland Cavaliers' formation of a big three was impressive, yet I was unaware that they had an ace hidden among their guards. You might inquire of the Cavaliers how David Blatt painstakingly strategized to secure this victory. However, I can assure you, should we face the Cavaliers again, we will not afford them any opportunity. We are the defending champions. We are the strongest team. And as for that young man, there will be no repeat of such a performance in our next encounter. I shall crush his offense with our defense. The words Greg Popovich uttered during the post-game interview were laced with sardonic undertones directed at the Cavaliers, revealing his dissatisfaction with their victory. This sentiment was understandable, as Lin Hao's emergence had caught Popovich off guard. The following day, Cleveland was awash with celebrations, reveling in the Cavaliers' triumph over the San Antonio Spurs and their remarkable 8-game winning streak. Lin Hao's statistics of 21 points, 4 steals, and 2 blocks vividly illustrated his contributions on both ends of the court. This led local fans to recognize their prior derision of Lin Hao as profoundly misguided. It became abundantly clear that Lin Hao was far more deserving of the starting shooting guard position than Dion Waiters. When the trio of the team's stars found their offensive rhythm stymied, it was Lin Hao who rose to the occasion, repeatedly penetrating defenses to help the team rediscover the keys to victory. He was indeed the unsung hero. Seated in the Quicken Loans Arena, Lin Hao held a local Cleveland newspaper in his hands, savoring the accolades from the media, his heart as sweet as honey. Yet, he was acutely aware that only prowess could earn him the respect of others. He recalled the media's earlier evaluations during his competition with Dion Waiters for the starting position, as they perched on their moral high ground, casting aspersions upon him as if he were a villain of the highest order, despite having committed no wrongdoing. Now, those same outlets that once maligned him seemed to have vanished, replaced by an endless stream of commendation. Lin Hao's fame has ascended to new heights due to this unexpected incident. However, the journey is far from over. The San Antonio Spurs merely represent a hurdle on their path to championship glory. To seize the championship title that season, they must invest considerable effort and overcome other equally formidable rivals, for the assertion that there are no weak teams in the NBA holds true. Every player who reaches the NBA possesses a remarkable story, each one a Michael Jordan in their own right. After triumphing over the San Antonio Spurs, the Cleveland Cavaliers players took a day to recuperate before boarding their team plane once more, setting their sights on the capital, Washington, to face the NBA team, the Washington Wizards. Speaking of the Wizards, there is little to discuss. They have never been a powerhouse. This season, their standout player is John Wall, an exceptionally swift #1 draft pick and an all-star caliber athlete. Despite the Wizards' seemingly decent record of 7 wins and 3 losses this season, such success is heavily reliant on Wall's ability to perform at an extraordinary level in every game. Yet, he is not a deity, and it is unrealistic to expect him to consistently deliver miraculous performances of 40 or 50 points to secure victories at home. As the game commenced, Wall was assigned to Lin Hao by David Blatt. The Cavaliers' backcourt lacked effective defensive resources. They had no choice but to either let Lin Hao take on the challenge or call Dion Waiters back into the fray. Allowing Kyrie Irving to defend would be tantamount to handing points to the opponent. From the outset of the match, both teams unleashed their offensive prowess. John Wall was relentless, scoring 11 points in the first quarter. His blistering speed rendered the Cavaliers' backcourt helpless, and in his proud gaze, there was no room for doubt. He considered himself the best player on the court. What are the Cavaliers' big three? Could they thwart his assault on the basket? However, Wall soon paid the price for his arrogance. In the second quarter, while holding the ball beyond the three-point line, he executed a simple crossover and initiated his drive toward the basket. For a player renowned for his speed, such a drive required no preamble. He was confident that no one could match his pace. Thus, without a moment's hesitation, he charged into the paint. Yet, a figure stood resolutely in his path. As Wall lifted his eyelids, he recognized the opponent before him, donned in the number 25 jersey, his long wingspan indicating a formidable defensive presence. Yet, Wall dismissed him entirely, attributing the earlier lateral movement to a momentary lapse on the part of the Cavaliers players. He was convinced that no one could keep up with him. Nevertheless, Lin Hao applied intense pressure from the side, using his long arms to obstruct Wall's south driving lane, preventing him from unleashing his full speed. Wall, taken aback, realized that Lin Hao's defense was a testament to the opponent's strength, yet he had no alternative. After a brief moment of hesitation, Wall erupted once more, using his elbow to nudge Lin Hao's midsection, gaining a half-step advantage, and then, leveraging his speed, he surged toward the Cavaliers' rim. His low layup, mere inches from the basket, was abruptly thwarted with a resounding bang as Lin Hao's hand swatted the ball away. The commentator's voice rose several octaves upon mentioning Lin Hao's name. There was no denying it. Lin Hao had become one of the most frequently referenced names in the NBA landscape, his popularity second only to LeBron James and Kevin Durant. Even dual-threat players like Stephen Curry and James Harden found themselves overshadowed by Lin Hao. As an undrafted player, Lin Hao's recent performances have been nothing short of extraordinary, averaging 20 points, 3 rebounds, and 3 assists. At first glance, his scoring numbers might suggest he belongs among the league's top 10 scorers. Coupled with his rebounding and playmaking abilities, one might consider him a solid contributor in the backcourt. But if one were to add 2 steals and 1 block to those statistics, how would one perceive this player? A young LeBron James? Or perhaps a more potent version of Andrei Kirilenko? Indeed, with averages of 23, 3, 2, 1, Lin Hao has delivered an impressive personal performance over the past week. Such statistics have solidified his position in the latest rookie rankings, where he firmly outpaces number 1 draft pick Andrew Wiggins in the predictions for Rookie of the Year. Lin Hao has garnered overwhelming support, securing a spot on the predicted all-rookie first team as a guard. Moreover, the NBA officials are reportedly considering placing him in the second team of this season's all-defensive roster, stirring considerable excitement. What kind of player is Lin Hao? An undrafted talent, earning a contract worth $6 million, with barely over $1 million guaranteed. What must other draftees from 2014 think? Yet, when the media's attention shifted to this season's other rookies, they found themselves at a loss for words. To be fair, the 2014 draft class has indeed produced several promising newcomers, such as Jordan Clarkson, known as the Philippine Jordan, the prodigious Andrew Wiggins, Zach LaVine, selected second overall, and the elite 3 and D talent Bojan Bogdanovic. Each of these players has emerged as a cornerstone for their teams, yet none can rival Lin Hao's performance. His averages of 23-3 are sufficient to eclipse them. A player boasting over 20 points per game is undeniably indicative of a star athlete, a fourth option within a team capable of such scoring figures. Lin Hao, owing to the potential he has demonstrated, has garnered greater tactical status and support within the Cleveland Cavaliers. As the second quarter commenced, he took it upon himself to lead a lineup of 4 substitutes, embodying the role of the team's future successor. It appeared that David Blatt sought to hone Lin Hao's organizational skills, steering him towards stardom. Lin Hao initially rejected John Wall's offensive attempt with a formidable block, subsequently executing a long pass to Dion Waiters. Upon advancing beyond the three-point line, Waiters unleashed a swift three-pointer that sailed through the hoop. Rather than succumbing to discouragement upon returning to the bench, Waiters embraced the opportunity for growth, transforming into a pure offensive asset. He was granted ample freedom to conclude plays according to his preferred style, establishing himself as the Cavaliers' most reliable weapon off the bench. The Cavaliers' bench, previously criticized for its lack of dynamism, found itself under scrutiny, while the veteran players were commendable in their own right. Contributing uniquely to the team in the twilight of their careers, they ultimately could not ensure stable scoring. The bench's integration is undeniably one of the most crucial aspects of a game. Without reliable scorers, can a team truly succeed? At this juncture, under David Blatt's guidance, Dion Waiters emerged as the Cavaliers' super sixth man, assuming a role reminiscent of Manu Ginobili with the Spurs. He became the Cavaliers' sharpest instrument, poised to pierce the heart of their adversaries at the opportune moment. Lin Hao, with a remarkable transformation, transitioned from the defensive cornerstone of the first team to the organizational nucleus of the second team. Astonishingly, he adapted with extraordinary ease. In David Blatt's eyes, Lin Hao appeared to be a naturally gifted point guard, skillfully delivering the ball to teammates in optimal scoring positions at the most opportune moments. He exhibits an impressive ability to avoid ball hogging. Rather than focusing solely on scoring, he prefers to facilitate the offensive plays of his teammates. This aspect of Lin Hao has endeared him even more to David Blatt. During another offensive possession with the Washington Wizards, Lin Hao demonstrated his role as the leader of the second unit, swiftly positioning himself in the backcourt to apply full-court pressure on John Wall. To triumph over the Washington Wizards, one must effectively contain John Wall. While this strategy may sound straightforward, executing it is far more challenging. John Wall is no ordinary player. He is the first overall pick in the NBA draft, a singular talent among millions worldwide. The term first overall pick signifies that from the moment he entered the NBA, he became the cornerstone of his franchise, accumulating resources and training at an extraordinary rate. In the first quarter, facing the formidable trio of the Cleveland Cavaliers, John Wall single-handedly dismantled their backcourt. Even Lin Hao, who had previously dominated against other all-star guards, found himself outmatched by Wall, who possessed lateral speed and a smooth shooting touch comparable to his own. At this moment, Lin Hao recognized that John Wall had significantly surpassed him in prowess. Yet, Lin Hao displayed no signs of retreat. Rather, he welcomed the opportunity for a one-on-one confrontation to ascertain who truly was the superior player. He firmly believed he was as competent as any player on the court. Observing Lin Hao's tenacious defense, John Wall narrowed his eyes, intensifying his focus. He initiated a sharp change of direction, using a right-side hesitation dribble to throw off Lin Hao's balance. Following this, he executed an exquisite feint with his left foot before launching himself toward the Cavaliers' backcourt with unparalleled speed. Simultaneously, Nene Hilario, the Wizards' starting center and Wall's most reliable teammate, positioned himself behind Lin Hao to set a solid screen. Standing at 211 centimeters and weighing 133 kilograms, Nene resembled a human titan, effectively obstructing Lin Hao's path. Even if Lin Hao attempted to chase after Wall, it proved futile due to the quality of Nene's screen, leaving him to watch as Wall penetrated into the paint. As John Wall noticed Lin Hao blocked by Nene, a smirk formed on his lips. Just as he prepared to finish the mundane offensive possession with a layup, Dion Waiters emerged from the opposite side, executing a spectacular block that thwarted Wall's attempt. The basketball was sent spiraling into the Wizards' backcourt, prompting Lin Hao to spring back into action. The Wizards reacted swiftly, clearly delineating their roles. They dispatched Otto Porter to contest Lin Hao for the rebound. A prototypical forward at 206 centimeters, Porter towered over Lin Hao by nearly 2 heads and weighed 110 kilograms. Their collision promised to send Lin Hao sprawling. Meanwhile, Chris Humphries rushed back to the Wizards' backcourt, serving as a double insurance policy. Should Porter fail to secure the ball from Lin Hao, Humphries would be ready to apply defensive pressure, preparing for a potential double team once Porter returned. However, the Wizards underestimated Lin Hao's abilities. Porter, facing Lin Hao's renowned lateral quickness, found himself at a distinct disadvantage. Although Porter possessed considerable height and strength, without the space to leverage those attributes, they became ineffective. Lin Hao, utilizing his speed, swiftly seized the basketball and charged into the Wizards' interior. Confronted by Chris Humphries, who stood at 206 centimeters, Lin Hao showed no hesitation. He executed a powerful dunk, forcefully slamming the ball through the hoop. Humphries, attempting to impede Lin Hao's assault on the rim, was utterly helpless, being knocked aside midair. This moment marked the first time the dashing European player faced such a setback. Oh no, this was nothing short of a posterizing dunk on Chris Humphries. Lin Hao's emphatic slam left no room for mercy. It wouldn't be surprising if a black and white photograph of Chris Humphries adorned the Wizards' locker room the following day. After this game, Humphries would surely regret following his coach's orders to help defend against Lin Hao. The ESPN commentators unabashedly expressed their admiration for Lin Hao, enthusiastically praising his performance from the broadcast booth. This world operates on a simple principle. If you possess sufficient talent, you will obtain everything you desire, be it wealth, possessions, or the respect of others. Throughout the game, Lin Hao moved with the grace of a dancer, effortlessly executing his offensive maneuvers. He would launch himself into the air, casually performing a few movements before depositing the basketball into the net, achieving scores with ease. As the final whistle sounded, the match concluded with Lin Hao amassing an impressive stat line of 25 points for rebounds, 3 assists for steals, and 2 blocks. Meanwhile, in the office of the Cleveland Cavaliers general manager, David Griffin received a phone call. "Hey, David, how have you been?" Upon hearing that familiar greeting, Griffin knew his old acquaintance had something significant to discuss. He was not one to waste time on pleasantries. "Hey, Cup, what brings you to me?" "I believe you should get straight to the point." Indeed, the caller was Kupchak, the general manager of the Los Angeles Lakers, a franchise boasting an illustrious history of 16 championship titles and one of the highest valuations in the NBA. As their general manager, Kupchak held a prominent position within the league, and despite the Lakers dynasty coming to an end, the presence of Kobe Bryant ensured they had no fear of financial struggles or the inability to recruit new superstar talent. The Los Angeles Lakers currently found themselves in a state of uncertainty, having transitioned away from their era of dominance in the NBA. With the legendary Kobe Bryant nearing retirement, the future of the franchise remained shrouded in ambiguity. As the general manager of the Cleveland Cavaliers, David Griffin found himself perplexed by the intentions of Kupchak. He was uncertain whether his counterpart sought to negotiate a trade, given that he currently managed a team poised for championship contention. He was naturally reluctant to part with any valuable assets. Thus, there seemed to be little necessity for a transaction between him and the Los Angeles Lakers. However, out of courtesy and respect for Kupchak, Griffin patiently answered the incoming call. Upon detecting Griffin's palpable impatience, Kupchak understood that there was no need for pleasantries. He promptly articulated his purpose. "David, are you considering any trades? I perceive some weaknesses in your starting lineup, particularly beyond your trio of stars. Is there room for improvement in your backcourt?" Kupchak's tone was persuasive, clearly attempting to leverage his outsider perspective to highlight perceived deficiencies in Griffin's roster for his own benefit. "Humph," Griffin scoffed, denying Kupchak any opportunity for further embellishment. "Kupchak, you know we are a championship-caliber team. I firmly believe our current lineup possesses no significant flaws. We have a vibrant core, with Kyrie Irving and Kevin Love ranked among the top 15 players in the league, not to mention LeBron James. I cannot fathom any reason to pursue a trade. If you are insinuating that the other two positions are lacking, you may as well abandon that notion. The contributions of Lin Hao and Anderson Varejao cannot be quantified solely by statistics." After absorbing Griffin's retort, Kupchak felt a surge of disdain. He recognized that if Griffin genuinely considered his roster to be so exceptional, he would not have endured Kupchak's introduction. "Very well, David. Allow me to share my perspective. I am willing to offer Julius Randle and Nick Young in exchange for Dion Waiters and Lin Hao from your lineup. I understand you may undervalue Nick Young, believing either Dion Waiters or Lin Hao could fulfill his role. But have you contemplated LeBron James's viewpoint? He is a premier ball handler in this league, and Lin Hao lacks any shooting prowess. When positioned beyond the arc, his first instinct is to drive towards the basket. Do you not find that scenario rather jarring? Nick Young could alleviate these issues with his unpredictable three-point shooting, effectively creating more space for your offense. Moreover, we are prepared to include a 7th overall pick prospect, Julius Randle. You have auditioned him. You must recognize his extraordinary talent. What are you hesitating for? Just give me a word, and we can finalize this trade instantly." Noticing that David Griffin did not provide an immediate response, Kupchak sensed his contemplation and intensified his argument. "I know LeBron James holds these two prospects in high regard. But what does that matter? You are the general manager of the Cleveland Cavaliers. Gilbert entrusted you with the management of this team. You possess the authority to reshape it. Do you wish to be branded as a puppet of James by the fans? Or do you believe you are not the true architect of this team? Do you really need to consult with James for his opinion? What nonsense is this, my friend? James is merely a player. You hold the power to make trades." As Kupchak's voice crescendoed over the phone, David Griffin felt a stirring within. After all, as Kupchak had pointed out, he was indeed the general manager of the Cleveland Cavaliers, endowed with the authority to transform the team. The prospect of acquiring Julius Randle and Nick Young seemed rather enticing. Yet, Lin Hao and Dion Waiters were players of significance to LeBron James. What if he inadvertently made a decision in favor of James? The moment this thought crossed his mind, Griffin broke into a cold sweat. Unbeknownst to him, he had, in fact, begun to regard LeBron James as the de facto general manager of the team. As Kupchak had suggested, was this truly the correct mindset? "I need some time to consider," he finally replied. "I will return your call shortly. You know, these trades are not solely within my purview. I must consult with my owner, Gilbert. Await my response." With that, David Griffin ended the call. On the other end, Kupchak wore a cold smirk, fully aware that this seed had been quietly sown in David Griffin's heart. It is well known that LeBron James is often referred to as Manager James, a title that underscores the necessity of consulting him regarding any potential trades involving his team. Initially, Kupchak believed this was merely a rumor, but he has now come to realize that it is, in fact, true. Griffin's demeanor has betrayed the underlying conflict between him and James, and his responses further illustrate that their relationship is not as amicable as it appears. Kupchak rubbed his temples and descended from his seat, standing outside the Staples Center, gazing down upon Los Angeles. It is common knowledge that the Los Angeles Lakers are a prestigious franchise within the NBA, serving as a prominent face of the league. Such labels dictate that the Lakers cannot be allowed to languish in obscurity. Following Kobe's Achilles injury, the Lakers have long transitioned from championship contenders to a team of lesser stature. This predicament is intolerable for the management, who have grown accustomed to residing at the pinnacle of the league. Now, having plummeted to the depths, they are fervently seeking to revitalize the team and find a player capable of becoming the cornerstone of their rebuilding efforts. Lin Hao is a player highly regarded by Kupchak. Ultimately, Kobe Bryant will retire. According to his own words, he intends to announce his retirement at the conclusion of the upcoming season. Consequently, the Los Angeles Lakers will embark on a new chapter following the end of the season. However, as the general manager, Kupchak finds himself engulfed in a profound sense of helplessness. He is uncertain how to aid this team. Although Kobe has reached the twilight of his career, his defiant spirit remains unaltered. The Lakers can tolerate Kobe's arrogance, but what about the promising rookies they have drafted? Can they endure it? Julius Randle is one who cannot. He was selected as the 7th pick in the current draft, boasting a comprehensive skill set and a height of 206 centimeters, which instills boundless hope in the Lakers. Regrettably, the current Lakers cannot provide him with an environment conducive to his all-around development, as they simply lack the necessary conditions. Presently, the Lakers are still Kobe's team. Julius Randle, a player brimming with talent yet unable to showcase his abilities, holds little sway here. Thus, rather than allowing him to languish, it would be prudent to extract his value and exchange it for a promising rookie who is both obedient and capable. Lin Hao is the one Kupchak values most highly on his list. However, he cannot overtly display his interest in Lin Hao in front of Griffin, so he opts to focus on Dion Waiters and Lin Hao, making it appear as though he is interested in Waiters, while in reality, Lin Hao is his true target. After Kupchak made this call, David Griffin felt a stir of excitement. Julius Randle, what caliber of rookie is that? A first-round 7th overall pick. His height of 206 centimeters is undeniably tantalizing. If the Cleveland Cavaliers could acquire him, it could elevate the team to a new echelon. Coach David Blatt could easily position LeBron James at the point guard position, allowing Randle to play the small forward role. This would enhance their defense and overall height, making them a formidable contender in the league, thus significantly increasing their chances of securing a championship. Griffin pondered over this, and truth be told, if not for considering LeBron James's perspective, he would have immediately pursued the trade with the Lakers. Randle, coupled with Nick Young, would be a deal that, by any measure, they would not regret. A promising rookie alongside an experienced shooter would undoubtedly fortify their weaknesses. Lost in his thoughts, Griffin placed a call to head coach David Blatt to seek his opinion. What? You want to trade Lin Hao? Absolutely not. You must realize that this kid possesses immense potential to become a star. We cannot part with him. Regardless of what the Lakers offer, even if it involves Kobe Bryant, I would need to deliver it. David Blatt, sitting in the team's locker room, rested his chin on his hand, a look of distress crossing his face. Trading Lin Hao? How could you even consider such a notion? Are you so dazed by Julius Randle's talent? He is a first-round 7th pick, a splendid addition to our forward lineup. The value of forwards in the league is escalating, and having already traded Andrew Wiggins, we cannot afford to miss out on Julius Randle. Listening to Griffin's passionate outburst, Blatt rolled his eyes, his temper flaring. Then go ahead and make the trade. Why are you consulting me? If you ask for my opinion, I will tell you that everyone on this team is tradable, except for Lin Hao. He is destined to become a superstar. No one knows where his ceiling lies. As the two argued over the phone, neither realized that their conversation was being overheard by Lin Hao outside. Initially, he intended to knock on the door to speak with David Blatt, as their next opponent was the second-ranked team in the Eastern Conference, the Toronto Raptors, featuring the formidable duo of Kyle Lowry and DeMar DeRozan. The Cleveland Cavaliers needed a clear strategy to guarantee victory in this matchup, which was solely the coach's prerogative to decide. However, Lin Hao never anticipated that his impulsive visit would lead him to overhear news that could plunge him into despair. Trade rumors involving himself? Upon hearing his name, Lin Hao was engulfed in confusion, and as the reality of being traded sank in, he erupted with frustration. He had been performing exceptionally well, yet they contemplated trading him? On what grounds? He was an undrafted player, with a contract offering a mere $1 million in guaranteed money, undoubtedly one of the most valuable players in the league. And yet, they still considered trading him? Yet the trading entity is, astonishingly, this year's 7th overall pick, Julius Randle, the very individual who didn't even make it into the predicted second team of rookies? What a farce. I am, after all, the one forecasted to be the best rookie this year. Lin Hao clutched his head, utterly bewildered by this situation. Consequently, when David Blatt arrived in the locker room to elucidate the team's tactics, Lin Hao was lost in thought, his mind elsewhere. All right, gentlemen. This concludes our tactical briefing for today. Tomorrow, Lin Hao will be tasked with defending DeMar DeRozan, while Kyrie Irving will take on Kyle Lowry. I have unwavering faith that we are the finest team and shall continue our winning streak, correct? Yes. Upon receiving the affirmations from the Cleveland Cavaliers players, David Blatt smiled with satisfaction. Just as he was about to exit the locker room, his gaze fell upon Lin Hao, who was seated in the corner, seemingly detached. Noticing his prized player in a state of despondency, David Blatt approached Lin Hao directly. Hey, Lin, is something troubling you? David Blatt inquired as he took a seat opposite Lin Hao, immediately noticing the furrowed brow of his young protege. Upon encountering David Blatt, Lin Hao found it impossible to maintain his composure. He candidly expressed his feelings, asking, Coach, are they truly intending to trade me? Are they considering exchanging me for Julius Randle, the 7th overall pick this year? I genuinely fail to understand why such a decision would be made. I don't believe my performance is inferior to his, you know? After Lin Hao posed this question, David Blatt could no longer contain his own agitation and swiftly articulated his own confusion. Lin, who conveyed this information to you? David Blatt inquired with a serious gaze fixed upon Lin Hao. His solemnity was not unwarranted, as this constituted one of the team's closely guarded secrets within the NBA. Numerous trades occur each season. Undoubtedly, a trade can disrupt the atmosphere of a team and the delicate chemistry that has been painstakingly cultivated. An NBA team would never risk jeopardizing this chemistry by leaking information regarding a trade. Should an individual within the team disclose such sensitive information, the consequences could range from job loss to being blacklisted by the entire NBA. The league would mandate all 30 teams to refrain from hiring that staff member. Coach, you must first tell me, is this true? Is this trade being orchestrated by General Manager David Griffin? Lin Hao demanded. What gives him the right to believe that I am inferior to Julius Randle? Lin Hao's temperament was unexpectedly obstinate, catching Blatt off guard. He had not anticipated that the usually polite young man before him would transform into an assertive figure in this moment of confrontation. Indeed, when discussing the trajectory of one's professional career, maintaining composure is a rarity. David Blatt met Lin Hao's gaze and sighed. I can only tell you that this matter is genuine. When I first learned of it, I engaged in a heated argument with David Griffin for an entire afternoon. Yet we could not reach a resolution. However, I must convey that if David Griffin is determined to proceed with this trade, no one can thwart him. Owner Dan Gilbert has granted him immense authority. You see, the current trio of superstar players was all his doing. Securing Kyrie Irving, utilizing Andrew Wiggins as the centerpiece of the trade to acquire Minnesota's Kevin Love, and then signing LeBron James in free agency. This series of maneuvers has left us all in awe. You understand, he is a remarkably shrewd general manager. When a trade is in motion, neither you nor I possess the power to alter its course. To be frank, even a talent as historically significant as Andrew Wiggins could be packaged and sent to Minnesota. Do you truly believe your value surpasses his? What grounds does Griffin have to retain you? Forget the current statistical comparisons. Even I, as your optimistic coach, acknowledge that Wiggins' talent far exceeds yours. No one will delve into who has the higher potential between you and Wiggins, nor will they assess the comparative value of you and Julius Randle. Any NBA player, remember, any player can find themselves on the trading block. What you must do is demonstrate to those considering trading you that you are the superior option, that your value surpasses that of Julius Randle. Do you understand? David Blatt's words plunged Lin Hao into deep contemplation. Feeling somewhat disheartened, he nodded, indicating that he had absorbed the coach's counsel. After their conversation, Lin Hao exited the locker room alone, heading to the training facility at the Rocket Mortgage Fieldhouse for additional practice. The head coach, David Blatt, could only sit silently in his place, watching Lin Hao's departing figure. He was uncertain of how he could assist this young talent, as he himself was merely a novice coach. His decisions were still subject to the directives of general manager David Griffin. In this commercial league, he lacked the authority to dictate his own fate. What abilities could this young man possess to alter Griffin's perspective? If Griffin wished to trade him for Julius Randle, it seemed he would have no choice but to comply. David Blatt let out a slow sigh, pondering the uncertain future of this promising player he had come to admire. Ultimately, the young man's professional journey was already a remarkable feat theoretically. Players who go undrafted in the selection process have scant chances of becoming part of the NBA. Most of them end up languishing in overseas leagues or the NBA Development League, while only a fortunate few may catch the eye of an NBA team. Often relegated to the role of a benchwarmer, the likelihood of them becoming a starting player is minimal. Let alone achieving the status of a starting shooting guard on a championship contending team, as Lin Hao had. Even serving as the centerpiece in a trade for a 7th overall pick from this year's draft. Time passed swiftly, and before long, the day of the match against the Toronto Raptors arrived. The current Toronto Raptors were undoubtedly one of the powerhouses in the Eastern Conference, boasting the dynamic duo of Kyle Lowry and DeMar DeRozan. From the onset of the new season, they demonstrated their competitiveness, proving to the league that even without the so-called superstars leading their newly assembled roster, this duo could still propel the Raptors to be a formidable force within the Eastern Conference. Indeed, they have accomplished this. Thus far this season, the Toronto Raptors, under the leadership of DeRozan and Lowry, have achieved an impressive record of 7 victories and 2 defeats, securing the 2nd position in the Eastern Conference. This Raptors team possesses a formidable prowess on paper. Their remarkable start with a 7-2 record not only symbolizes their strength but also marks their best opening performance in recent years. Such a regular season record is a feat that neither Vince Carter nor Chris Bosh, 2 former icons of the franchise, managed to achieve. Yet it has been attained solely by DeRozan. His prowess is undeniably evident. In this match, it is widely recognized that it will be a fierce contest between 2 Eastern Conference powerhouses, prompting fervent support from both sets of fans. As the players of the Cleveland Cavaliers stride into the Canadian Tire Center, they are greeted by a sea of vibrant red, symbolizing the Toronto Raptors, which envelopes the entire audience. The atmosphere is palpably overwhelming. Toronto, an American city nestled within Canada, presents an unfamiliar terrain for the Cavaliers, particularly as they are the visiting team, leaving them with little opportunity to acclimatize. Upon entering the arena, they find themselves at the mercy of the Raptors, with no chance to respond. While the other Cavaliers players cautiously familiarize themselves with the locker room and the court, their leader, LeBron James, nonchalantly hums a tune as he approaches. Such a situation might induce anxiety in a typical player, yet for LeBron, the most prominent star in the NBA, it feels entirely familiar. After over a decade of competing in the league, he is well aware of the unique characteristics each arena possesses, embodying the poise expected of a seasoned veteran. With the referee's whistle, the match officially commences. The Toronto Raptors starting lineup features Kyle Lowry, DeMar DeRozan, Jonas Valanciunas, Amir Johnson, and Terrence Ross. A notable characteristic of this lineup is its imposing size, aside from the 185 centimeters tall point guard Kyle Lowry. The other 4 starters all exceed 201 centimeters. Even DeMar DeRozan, playing the shooting guard position, stands at 201 centimeters, granting the Raptors a significant advantage from the outset. As the game unfolds, it becomes evident that mismatches abound for the Raptors. The Cavaliers' backcourt comprises Kyrie Irving and Lin Hao. While their heights are acceptable, they appear somewhat outmatched against the Raptors' guards. At the start of the game, DeMar DeRozan receives a pass from Kyle Lowry and immediately seeks to assert his dominance by taking on his opponent, eager to showcase the home team's prowess to the crowd. DeRozan bends his body, leaning in towards Lin Hao, creating the illusion of preparing for a jump shot. Despite suspecting it might be a feint, Lin Hao has no choice but to stay close in defense. DeRozan is, after all, one of the few remaining classic shooting guards in the league. Unlike other guards, his scoring repertoire is reminiscent of an earlier era, featuring mid-range jumpers and the elusive turnaround shot, standing in stark contrast to the current trend of three-point shooting and fast breaks. Nevertheless, he consistently finds himself averaging over 20 points per game, establishing himself as a unique presence in the league. After a slight exertion of strength, DeRozan swiftly darts to the right, aiming to gauge the extent of Lin Hao's defensive capabilities. Following his recent performance against the San Antonio Spurs, Lin Hao has emerged as one of the most sought-after rookies in the NBA, even earning a prediction for Rookie of the Year from the league. Such recognition compels the Toronto Raptors to take him seriously, leading them to implement numerous pick-and-roll strategies for DeRozan, intending to exploit Lin Hao with mid-range jumpers. Lin Hao, indeed, fell perfectly into the expectations of the Raptors management. DeMar DeRozan, observing the slight movement in Lin Hao's stance, promptly resolved to take a jump shot. In the blink of an eye, DeRozan made a decisive step towards the left, then swiftly retracted. Valanciunas, who had been lingering near the free-throw line, quickly advanced to position himself directly in front of Lin Hao. Despite Lin Hao's formidable strength, he was unable to breach Valanciunas' screen to disrupt DeRozan's shot. Lin Hao could only watch helplessly as DeRozan smoothly sank the basketball into the hoop, leaving him without any recourse. With a satisfying swish, the ball settled into the net, igniting an eruption of excitement among the Raptors fans present. The atmosphere in the Canadian Tire Center was electric as the crowd cheered for DeRozan, proclaiming him the strongest, dismissing the Cavaliers as mere challengers, and declaring that this season's Eastern Conference title belonged to the Toronto Raptors. Whispers of doubt circulated through the arena. Was Lin Hao not heralded as a defensive stalwart prior to the game? How had he come to be so easily dominated by DeRozan? Lin Hao's mindset was already fragile, plagued by thoughts of the team's intent to trade him. As he took to the court, he struggled to center himself, compelled to fulfill his defensive duties while feeling an instinctive resistance to the tasks assigned to him. He found himself ensnared in a conflict, aware that no matter how well he performed, he was destined to remain merely the fourth option on the team. While Lin Hao wrestled with his internal turmoil, his opponents showed no mercy. Kyle Lowry and DeMar DeRozan, seemingly attuned to Lin Hao's disarray, deliberately targeted him. Whenever Lin Hao occupied the corner, they would pass the ball to a teammate there. When he stood in the paint, they would drive in to challenge his defense. After half a quarter, the player once dubbed a defensive powerhouse had transformed into a sieve, allowing any player to exploit his weaknesses. At that moment, Lin Hao's focus was far from the game. He moved through the motions like a mere shadow of his former self, performing monotonous tasks on the court. Meanwhile, head coach David Blatt furrowed his brow, apprehensive that his worst fears had materialized. Ultimately, Lin Hao was just a young player who had recently earned the trust of the coaching staff. Mere days after securing his starting position, management was contemplating trading him for this year's 7th overall pick. Such a stark contrast was hard for anyone to accept. After witnessing yet another defensive lapse from Lin Hao, Coach Blatt, preoccupied with the team's performance, called him off the court, relegating him to the bench. Sitting in this familiar spot, Lin Hao's composure was far from what it once was. He recalled when he first occupied that very position. His sole ambition was to secure a contract with the Cavaliers to enter the NBA. Yet, he now realized that human desires are boundless. Having obtained an NBA contract and a starting role, along with consistent playing time and the autonomy to showcase his skills, his perception of his place within the team had shifted. His view of his role evolved from being a mere assistant to the team's trio of stars to aspiring to lead the team as its primary figure. This transformation was undeniably daunting. The current Cavaliers were unlikely to sacrifice the positions of their three superstars for Lin Hao. No player would willingly compromise their playing time or role for another. Coach Blatt recognized this reality. Despite having previously supported Lin Hao, he refrained from discussing court matters with him during the intermission. As adults, they must courageously pursue their aspirations without fear. Blatt understood that Lin Hao possessed the talent to become an all-star caliber player. The only thing lacking was an opportunity, one that the Cleveland Cavaliers could not provide him. Blatt felt conflicted. He wanted Lin Hao to remain with the Cavaliers, as no player was better suited for the shooting guard position. However, with the salary structure dictated by their trio of superstars, they were compelled to prioritize cost-effective players. Lin Hao, a player who has signed a mere $6 million contract, with only $1 million allocated for guarantees, remarkably performs at a level akin to a $20 million player. His exceptional cost-effectiveness renders him the optimal choice for the Cleveland Cavaliers at the shooting guard position. On the other hand, David Blatt was not one to let Lin Hao languish like the Cleveland Cavaliers had done. He discerned that if Lin Hao were to join a lackluster team, allowing him to flourish unrestrained, he could undoubtedly evolve into a versatile player of remarkable potential in a remarkably short span of time. David Blatt stifled his emotions. Choosing not to gaze upon Lin Hao, he resolved to relinquish the decision-making power to Lin Hao himself. This season, the Cleveland Cavaliers were driven by an unwavering determination to secure the championship. Thus, a role player like Lin Hao would never be their choice, now or ever. On the court, Lin Hao's lackluster performance not only precipitated a collapse in the Cavaliers' defensive framework, but also enabled Kyle Lowry and DeMar DeRozan to gradually regain their rhythm. Notably, DeMar DeRozan scored 15 points in the first quarter alone, almost single-handedly penetrating the Cavaliers' backcourt. Neither Kyrie Irving nor Dion Waiters, who came on to replace Lin Hao, could contain him. Utilizing his signature mid-range jump shot, he carved out a territory for himself amidst what could only be described as a terrifyingly formidable Cavaliers defense. His partner, Kyle Lowry, exhibited no restraint in showcasing his ambition. He relentlessly targeted every player of the Cavaliers, flawlessly executing his shots. In the first quarter, he achieved a remarkable 3 for 3 from beyond the arc, followed by a deft layup, amassing a total of 11 points. The Toronto Raptors' formidable duo was indeed fearsome. As the first quarter came to a close, the Cavaliers players returned to the bench, their spirits visibly crushed. The oppressive atmosphere, coupled with the resounding roars of Raptors fans in the Canadian Center, rendered each Cavaliers player breathless. During this quarter, Kyrie Irving's poor form resulted in an unimpressive 7 points. While the third member of the trio, Kevin Love, also struggled offensively, entangled in a fierce battle in the paint with the opposing center, Jonas Valanciunas, both unwilling to yield any ground in the confined 3-second area. Thus, despite the seemingly star-studded roster of the Cleveland Cavaliers, they ultimately found themselves once again relying solely on LeBron James. LeBron James, relying on his unparalleled ability to penetrate defenses and his exceptional passing skills, managed to stabilize the deficit to 7 points before the end of the first quarter, preventing the Toronto Raptors from extending their lead any further. Yet, this was the extent of what James could accomplish. As head coach David Blatt surveyed the bench once more, he realized that, in such circumstances, the player who came to mind as capable of turning the tide was none other than Lin Hao, the team's fourth option on the offensive front. He parted his lips slightly. It was evident to everyone that Lin Hao harbored some concerns, but only Blatt knew the nature of those worries. He understood that if he stepped forward to represent the team with a promise, Lin Hao could potentially lead them to a comeback in an instant. However, Blatt felt neither the authority nor the confidence to genuinely make such a commitment on behalf of the team. David Blatt glanced at Lin Hao's position, rose slightly, but ultimately hesitated to approach him. Unbeknownst to him, LeBron James unexpectedly took a seat beside Lin Hao. The bewildered Lin Hao sat on the bench in a daze, and when he felt a gentle tap on his shoulder, he turned to find the team's leader, LeBron James, beside him. "Hey, LeBron, what brings you here?" Lin Hao asked, somewhat astonished, as this was the area designated for players near the water cooler, while LeBron, as the team captain, should have been centrally seated on the bench, comfortably wrapped in a blanket, meticulously preparing himself, even if he called a player over for a shoulder rub. The other members of the coaching staff would likely refrain from any unnecessary commentary. However, LeBron James did not respond to Lin Hao's inquiry. Instead, he pointed toward a certain direction in the stands. Following LeBron's gesture, Lin Hao's gaze shifted, and he was met with the sight of a fan clad in a black number 25 jersey, enthusiastically waving in their direction. Lin Hao, taken aback by the exuberance of the spectator, exclaimed, "Oh, is that my fan?" He had not anticipated that amidst the sea of red jerseys in the Toronto Raptors Scotiabank Arena, there would be a devoted supporter dressed in black, and even more surprising, that this individual was his fan. When Lin Hao's eyes locked with that of the fervent fan, the latter erupted with excitement, leaping from the stands and disregarding the peculiar looks from other Raptors supporters, fervently waving and shouting, "Lin Hao! Lin Hao, I'm your fan. Your defense is the best." As Lin Hao gazed at this encouraging fan, a sense of disbelief washed over him. Could it be that he had already garnered fans? His head, which had been bowed in modesty, involuntarily lifted. Naturally, he felt the weight of being an idol. Who wouldn't he wish to present their best self in front of their admirers? Lin Hao had never imagined that this unassuming player, who had built his reputation on defense, would so swiftly acquire a fan base. Though he was miles away from Cleveland and Toronto, this was enough to fill Lin Hao with joy. LeBron James appeared to perceive the pride emanating from Lin Hao, and he waved at a fan in the stands. "Can you believe it, Lin? In Toronto, 1,000 miles away from Cleveland, there exists a fan who is ardently following your journey. It almost feels surreal, doesn't it? Yet, I must convey to you that this is indeed the reality. When your performance shines, you will never be devoid of admirers. Every fan possesses discerning eyes. Are you aware that the tickets for this match are priced at a minimum of $500? That sum could represent a quarter of a fan's monthly salary. Yet they are willing to invest it all just to catch a glimpse of you. Reflect upon your performance tonight. Do you feel you have justified their hard-earned wages? Have you honored their sweat from the arduous journey they undertook to be here?" LeBron James's poignant inquiry struck Lin Hao profoundly, leaving him momentarily speechless. He was uncertain if he could justify the fans' ticket purchase, acutely aware that his performance tonight had been woefully inadequate. LeBron glanced at him and continued, "Lynn, I understand you may have heard whispers of the management's intentions to trade you. However, I assure you, you possess the power to veto any trade, the authority to choose your next team, and the opportunity to remain with the Cleveland Cavaliers. Yet, before any of that, you must aid the team by excelling in this game for the team, for the management, for your career, and for your fans. Do you comprehend?" "Yes, LeBron, I understand. I will perform well in the second quarter for my fans. That's the spirit. Strive hard, my friend. Only with sufficient personal prowess can you gradually seize control of your destiny within this league. I have great faith in you, and I hope that in the future, you can truly evolve into a star, an all-star caliber player, whose defense and name can stand alongside the most formidable defenders in the NBA." As the discussion between LeBron James and Lynn Howe subsided, the brief intermission following the first quarter was drawing to a close. Head coach David Blatt reinstated Lynn Howe into the starting lineup, despite Lynn's lackluster performance in the first quarter. The Cleveland Cavaliers had few options left aside from LeBron James and Lynn himself. Consequently, David Blatt had to gamble on Lynn, hoping to restore his confidence and enable him to assist the team in this pivotal clash against the second-ranked team in the Eastern Conference. Lynn Howe indeed did not disappoint David Blatt. Right from the start, he matched up against DeMar DeRozan. DeRozan took a moment to reassess Lynn Howe, noticing a fervent desire to win glimmering in his eyes. However, he merely shook his head, dismissing it. After all, who doesn't possess a competitive spirit? In the NBA, such ambition is ubiquitous, yet most players fail to harness it effectively for their team's success, as every player here fancies themselves the protagonist of their own narrative. Akin to Michael Jordan, who is inferior to whom? DeRozan was convinced that Lynn Howe belonged to this same category, hence he did not take Lynn Howe's competitive spirit seriously. Dribbling past half court, DeRozan executed a decisive move into the low post. Confronted by Lynn Howe's tight defense, he hesitated not a moment, pivoting to take a shot. But before he could release the ball, Lynn Howe, quick as lightning, seized upon the fleeting opening that DeRozan's turn had revealed, swatting the shot away. As the ball struck the floor, Lynn Howe was the first to secure it. In the instant DeRozan attempted to reclaim possession, Lynn Howe flung the ball towards the front court designated for the Toronto Raptors, where LeBron James fortuitously arrived. In a flash, LeBron disregarded the defender Otto Porter and executed a soaring layup. This veteran, who had battled in the league for over a decade, showcased that his layup skills remained formidable. Following this defensive play, the Toronto Raptors exhibited a marked enhancement in their defensive awareness. In the subsequent possession, they decided to allow DeRozan to initiate the offense differently. After Terrence Ross dribbled past half court, he passed the ball to DeRozan, who was positioned at the free throw line. Just as DeRozan prepared to utilize a screen for a shot, Lynn Howe once again darted in from the side, providing DeRozan with a measure of defensive disruption, resulting in a missed attempt. The basketball ricocheted off the backboard, firmly captured by Kevin Love, who promptly relayed the ball back to LeBron James. This time, they opted to slow the pace. As LeBron dribbled past half-court, he utilized Anderson Varejão's south screen to drive inward. Noticing both Toronto Raptors forwards converging towards him, his astute court vision allowed him to anticipate the unfolding events. Sensing a lack of offensive opportunity, he swiftly passed to Kyrie Irving on the wing, who in turn distributed the ball to Lynn Howe in the corner. This time, Lynn Howe chose not to pass again. Instead, he executed a deft change of direction and charged into the opponent's paint. Faced with the formidable presence of Jonas Valanciunas, one of the Eastern Conference's top heavyweights, Lynn Howe showed no hesitation. He planted a foot on the free throw line, leapt high into the air, and exploited Valanciunas' sluggish mobility due to his heft. With a resounding dunk, Lynn Howe emphatically slammed the ball down, seemingly unleashing the pent-up frustration within him. He was acutely aware of his current standing within the team, but was unwilling to accept it. He believed he possessed the capability to ascend to a higher status within the team, aspiring to be more than just the fourth scoring option. Well, Lynn Howe. With this dunk, he plunged the entire Air Canada Center into stunned silence. This was an achievement LeBron James had never accomplished, yet today, Lynn Howe did. Dunking over Valanciunas, what caliber of player is Lynn Howe? Is he truly an undrafted player? The ESPN commentators could no longer contain their excitement, erupting into ecstatic shouts from the commentary booth. They unabashedly expressed their emotions, heralding Lynn Howe as a future superstar, attempting to convey to the world that he is not merely an undrafted player. Rather, an undrafted player can indeed become a giant. Inside the Air Canada Center, Despite the Toronto Raptors holding a substantial lead, the fans felt a palpable sense of despondence. They sensed that the team was on the verge of collapse, as not a single player could match the prowess of that young man in the number 25 jersey. No one could fathom how. After appearing somewhat dazed in the first quarter, the 25th player transformed into a defensive powerhouse in the second quarter. DeRozan, a prime all-star player, had been thwarted in back-to-back plays. In a fleeting moment, Raptors fans experienced a whirlwind of emotions, plummeting from elation to despair. Lin Howe's performance seemed to douse their fervor with cold water, extinguishing the flames of enthusiasm. They harbored a sentiment that this young man in the number 25 jersey could single-handedly vanquish their entire team. This notion did not dissipate as the game progressed. Instead, it intensified. On the bench of the Toronto Raptors, the players felt the same way. With the home court advantage, the reaction of the fans would hinge upon the attitude they chose to adopt for this match. As they stepped into the arena today, they were acutely aware of the fervent enthusiasm emanating from the crowd, and they were prepared to exert every ounce of patience to confront the challenges ahead. In the first quarter, just as they anticipated, they emerged victorious, decisively overpowering the much-lauded trio of the Cleveland Cavaliers, who were left utterly ineffective on the court. DeMar DeRozan, in concert with Kyle Lowry, demonstrated to the Cavaliers that this was their domain, not one belonging to the visitors. However, as the second quarter unfolded, Lin Howe, seated on the bench, turned the tables, imparting a lesson through sheer performance. The all-star DeRozan was momentarily bewildered. The Lin Howe of the first quarter and that of the second were almost unrecognizable. The Raptors head coach, KC, could scarcely believe his eyes as he observed the unfolding events. In a mere 3 minutes of the second quarter, their commanding lead had been obliterated by that young prodigy, replaced instead by a 5-point deficit. When Coach KC, with reddened eyes, reviewed the footage, he realized that their team was indeed at fault for their predicament. The player clad in the number 25 jersey was extraordinarily formidable. He consistently positioned himself perfectly to set screens, darting into the paint to seize opportunities for dunks or retreating to seek new chances when none were available. In moments of need, he could even assume a forward role, facilitating plays for the team. Such versatility was precisely what every team craved in a positional battle. Coach Casey's heart brimmed with trepidation. He was at a loss as to how his team could wrest victory from the grasp of the opposing trio, augmented by such an extraordinary player. The players of the Raptors perceived Coach Casey's flustered state, and their own spirits began to wane. As the morale of the Raptors waned, their chances of mounting a comeback dwindled entirely. The Cleveland Cavaliers embarked on another offensive possession, with Kyrie Irving advancing the ball. Upon noticing Kyle Lowry preparing to defend, Irving did not consider taking on the challenge alone. He understood that if he penetrated the paint, he would undoubtedly face the daunting prospect of being surrounded by 2 or 3 defenders. Rather than opting for such a solitary approach, he preferred to share the burden with his teammates. Kyrie chose to pass the ball to LeBron James, who, after glancing at the basket, refrained from taking a shot. Instead, he deftly handed the ball to Lin Howe near the free-throw line. LeBron then turned to set a quality screen for Lin, affording him ample space for his shot. After maneuvering around James, Lin Howe observed the offensive space created for him and, without hesitation, opted for a mid-range jumper. Through days of rigorous practice, Lin's mid-range shooting had reached an extraordinary level of proficiency, reminiscent of the peak shooting percentage of Derrick Rose. Swish! The basketball found its mark, extending the Cavaliers' lead to 7 points. Such scoring efficiency and speed left the Raptors players in a state of anxiety. They could not gamble on whether their opponents would score again, but they could only hope that their next offensive possession would yield 2 points to stabilize the rhythm. Subsequently, the Raptors entrusted the ball-handling duties to their starting point guard, Kyle Lowry. After years of development, Lowry had evolved from being Yao Ming's sidekick during his time with the Houston Rockets into a near all-star caliber guard. His explosiveness and ability to drive to the basket were now sufficient to make significant contributions in critical moments. However, what stood out the most was his playmaking ability. He had become one of the top point guards in the Eastern Conference. In contrast, Kyrie Irving, often overshadowed by LeBron James, had not had the opportunity to hone his playmaking skills. While he was a remarkable scorer capable of disregarding space and defenses, he was not a general capable of leading a team through battles. In essence, he was a commendable soldier, yet not fit to be a commander. For several consecutive seasons, John Wall found himself unable to secure a place in the regular season due to the fundamentally flawed structure of his team's roster. Such a performance naturally diminished his chances of competing with Kyle Lowry. In contrast, Lowry enjoyed the freedom to confidently assume the role of the primary playmaker for the Toronto Raptors. Although DeMar DeRozan was a proficient scorer, he did not monopolize ball possession. He merely commanded the right to take shots. Under these circumstances, Kyle Lowry emerged as the sole choice for the Raptors during critical moments, as the team could only place their trust in him as the reliable force capable of leading them to triumph over formidable opponents. Kyle Lowry indeed made a decisive choice. As he brought the ball up the court, he initially veered to the right, passing the ball to DeMar DeRozan. Upon observing Lin Hao obstructing his path, DeRozan hesitated, lacking the confidence to attempt a shot, and returned the ball to Lowry. With time dwindling on the shot clock, Kyle had no option but to take matters into his own hands. He opted for a right-side drive, confronting Kyrie Irving. Without hesitation, he engaged in a physical confrontation, forcing Irving to retreat in pain. Sensing an opportunity, Lowry surged forward, charging into the paint of the Cleveland Cavaliers. He skillfully maneuvered past Anderson Varejao, and, with the basket within reach, he was filled with elation, opting for a layup. However, his gaze fell upon the approaching figure of LeBron James. Those familiar with Eastern Conference teams knew all too well the ramifications of having a sprinting LeBron at one's back. As Lowry witnessed LeBron barreling toward him, his confidence waned, which played directly into LeBron's hands. With a swift motion, LeBron slapped the ball away, but due to his loss of balance, he inadvertently collided with Lowry. Although Lowry earned the nickname the Little Cannon for his prowess, he was dwarfed by the historical physicality of LeBron James. When the 113 kilograms LeBron bore down upon him, Lowry's mind was consumed by a singular thought: anything would be preferable to this agony. In such circumstances, Lowry could not protect the basketball, helplessly watching as LeBron sent it careening into a cluster of Cavaliers players. In that moment, he shut his eyes in despair. Damn it, that beast. Kevin Love was the first to seize the ball, launching a long pass to Kyrie Irving, who had already advanced to the front court. Confronted by Otto Porter, Irving showcased a series of smooth dribbles, leaving Porter momentarily incapacitated. With a swift motion, Porter fell to the floor, and Irving charged into the Toronto Raptors' paint. As Amir Johnson and DeMar DeRozan rushed to provide defensive support, Irving flicked his wrist, sending the ball to the floor. As it bounced back, it landed perfectly in Lin Hao's grasp, who effortlessly executed a dunk. This sequence mirrored the overall flow of the game, with the Cavaliers demonstrating seamless coordination, while the Raptors crumbled under pressure. The once formidable duo of the Garbage brothers faltered in the subsequent plays, and by the end of the second quarter, the Cavaliers maintained their dominance, concluding the first half with a score of 58-47. As the second half commenced, the Cavaliers continued to capitalize on their psychological advantage, launching an 11-4 run that left the Raptors in dire straits, extending the deficit to 18 points. In a critical moment, both Kyle Lowry and DeMar DeRozan stepped up, combining for 12 points to chip away at the lead. Yet, the disparity in team strength was glaring, and the Raptors entered the final quarter trailing by 11 points. In the final stanza, the other two members of the Cavaliers' Big Three began to assert themselves. Kyrie Irving, in particular, repeatedly exploited Lowry and DeRozan on the perimeter, showcasing his ability to dominate offensively regardless of the circumstances. Even in enemy territory, his fiery performance ignited the Cavaliers' efforts. Kevin Love, similarly, relentlessly pursued offensive rebounds, effectively extinguishing the dwindling spirit of the Raptors. Jonas Valanciunas, who prides himself on being among the top 3 big men in the East, received a harsh lesson from Love, who dominated with an astounding 8-1 advantage in offensive rebounds for the quarter. As the final 4 minutes of the game approached, the Toronto Raptors found themselves in a state of gradual demise, having lost control of the match, trailing by 18 points. This deficit rendered them nearly incapable of facing the supportive fans who had gathered at the Canadian Tire Center. Meanwhile, the once vibrant crowd had fallen silent. The pre-game excitement dissipated entirely. In stark contrast, the Cavaliers, donned in their black jerseys, rose from their seats, exuding a palpable pride in their allegiance to the Cleveland Cavaliers. In response to this predicament, Raptors coach Dwayne Casey called for a timeout, opting to substitute the starting players with benchwarmers who had seldom seen game time, allowing them the opportunity to experience the atmosphere of an NBA game. The bench of the Cleveland Cavaliers was already engulfed in a frenzy. From trailing at the end of the first quarter to seizing control in the second, and subsequently dominating the Toronto Raptors in the third and fourth quarters, their exhilarating comeback was utterly captivating. Through this match, the Cavaliers demonstrated their remarkable resilience to their devoted supporters, conveying the message that they fear not adversity. Even when faced with a double-digit deficit, They possessed the capability to reclaim the game with ease, ultimately achieving a well-deserved victory. Ladies and gentlemen, let us extend our congratulations to the Cleveland Cavaliers for their resounding triumph over the Toronto Raptors with a score of 126-108. They showcase their strength and resilience to the audience present. Now, I pose a question to the viewers. What do you believe was the pivotal factor that enabled the Cavaliers to turn the tide of this match? As this query arose from the commentator, the chat was flooded with Lin Hao's name. Observant individuals could readily discern that the Cavaliers' ability to reverse the game's momentum and exhibit their true prowess stemmed entirely from Lin Hao's consecutive defensive disruptions against DeMar DeRozan, one steal and one timely help defense, disrupting the Raptors' rhythm and destabilizing their star player's mindset. Lin Hao laid an exceptionally solid foundation for the Cavaliers' stunning turnaround. Lin Hao, who was honored as the MVP of the match, now stands at the center of the Canadian United Center, reveling in the joy of the game. He intently gazes at the large screen, watching various highlights from the match, where he, as a player of the Cleveland Cavaliers, showcases his offensive prowess through off-the-ball cuts, ball-handling plays, and one-on-one confrontations at the rim, exhibiting no discernible weaknesses in his offensive game. He also observes his head coach, David Blatt, leading the applause from the Cavaliers bench, a sight that profoundly moves Lin Hao. At this moment, Lin Hao no longer concerns himself with the possibility of being traded to the Los Angeles Lakers in exchange for the so-called 7th pick in the first round. Such matters have lost their significance. Through LeBron James' words, Lin Hao has come to a deep understanding of the true meaning of his love for basketball. He resolves to play for the fans in the upcoming matches, to fight for the beliefs that reside in his heart. The question of which team he might join next, whether he can become a leader or continue as a fourth option on offense, has become irrelevant. After the game, Lin Hao and LeBron James enter the Cavaliers' post-game interview room. When a reporter inquires about his thoughts on the recent trade rumors surrounding him, Lin Hao responds, "Such matters are the responsibility of the management. They are seasoned executives who have worked in this league for years, possessing their own set of protocols for team operations and improvement. In contrast, I am merely an undrafted player, having participated in just over 20 games. I hold no significant sway over any team affairs. My objective aligns with that of the management, to enhance the team. If they believe trading me for assets that could benefit the Cavaliers is the right course of action, I have nothing to say. I am willing to cooperate in the team's restructuring." With that, Lin Hao turns and exits the interview room, leaving without a trace of nostalgia. It is from this moment that Lin Hao clearly perceives the NBA as a thoroughly commercial league, where pure basketball has long been overshadowed by business interests. Here, one's commercial value dictates the ability to achieve desires. Following this spectacle, the Canadian United Center, typically the home of the Raptors, is filled with reporters eager to interview the Cleveland Cavaliers. It is well known that the Cavaliers are the unequivocal favorites for the championship, their consecutive victories establishing them firmly atop the league. Any team that faces them must brace themselves for the challenge. Faced with a team exuding championship potential, the other competitors within the league find themselves with but one recourse to dismantle their dominance: internal disruption. There exists a multitude of individuals within this league who are unwilling to witness the Cleveland Cavaliers ascend to glory. The interests within the league are fixed and finite. The Cavaliers made significant waves during the offseason, securing the first overall pick and selecting the historically gifted Andrew Wiggins, only to trade him away for the newly appointed Wolf King, Kevin Love. Subsequently, they acquired the illustrious free agent, LeBron James. And with the existing presence of 2011's first overall pick, Kyrie Irving, they swiftly transformed into a formidable trio. Unbeknownst to them, the Cavaliers have seized the spotlight of the entire league, inciting envy among their rivals. Consequently, the entire league has rallied to formulate offers aimed at undermining this Cleveland Cavaliers ensemble, with the primary offeror being none other than Lin Hao. In the ensuing days, the entire spectacle became centered around the office of Cleveland Cavaliers general manager David Griffin. Within a short span, Griffin was inundated with a plethora of offers concerning the Cavaliers players, among which the name Lin Hao was frequently mentioned by various general managers. Sitting at his desk, Griffin slammed his palm down in frustration. Damn it. Does everyone want a piece of the pie? If they cannot topple you, they seek to annoy you instead. The Golden State Warriors? They propose a trade involving Barnes, David Lee, and Barbosa, three veterans nearing the twilight of their careers, for LeBron James? And what about the Miami Heat? They too wish to provoke me, offering Luol Deng and Dragic for LeBron? Do they think I'm running a charity? They aim to restructure the Miami Big Three, do they? The most outrageous of all is the proposal from Kevin Garnett and Kirilenko for Lin Hao. Are they jesting? To suggest trading my promising young star for two veterans on the brink of retirement? Do they truly believe we are easy prey? For several days, such trade reports perpetually occupied Griffin's phone, just as he thought this was merely his personal ordeal. He was oblivious to the fact that these teams had already dispatched their beat reporters to leak the news. In an instant, the atmosphere within the Cleveland Cavaliers turned tense. In just a few days, the league's top team found their morale plummeting due to the external trade rumors, while the star players remained relatively unfazed, knowing they could secure comfortable environments for training and competition. The role players were profoundly affected. Once ensnared by trade rumors, their physical and mental states suffered considerable distress, which significantly impacted their performance on the court. On the fifth day, this farce was abruptly halted by the newly appointed Commissioner Adam Silver. Indeed, navigating the actions of these seasoned veterans proved challenging for the new commissioner. Yet he had no choice but to confront them head-on. Concurrently, Lin Hao's visage came to Silver's attention. He recognized that during the tenure of the previous commissioner, David Stern, the NBA's market share in China had remained at the forefront. However, as players like Yao Ming, Yi Jianlian, and others gradually exited the stage, the absence of a new generation of Chinese players to carry the banner and reclaim market share had stalled. Soon, Adam Silver discovered the emerging figure of Lin Hao. Upon reviewing Lin Hao's recent game statistics, a new idea took shape in his mind: to nurture Lin Hao into a symbol akin to Yao Ming, transforming him into an NBA superstar and utilizing him to penetrate the Chinese market. Adam Silver swiftly translated his thoughts into action. After reviewing footage of Lin Hao's games, he discerned that this young talent possessed exceptional defensive skills, and his offensive capabilities were also among the elite in the league. What he lacked was merely experience in the NBA and the guidance of a renowned coach. Given time, he was destined to evolve into a superstar who excelled on both ends of the court. Promoting Lin Hao as a guard would be considerably more straightforward than advocating for a center like Yao Ming. Icons such as Michael Jordan and Kobe Bryant epitomized the most successful marketing under the NBA banner. Presently, Adam Silver resolved to cultivate Lin Hao as the new ambassador for the Asia-Pacific region. Seated in his office chair, Silver adjusted his glasses, contemplating the next steps. It was a gross misallocation of talent for a regional ambassador to serve merely as the fourth scoring option on the Cleveland Cavaliers. Thus, he decided to leverage his authority to facilitate Lin Hao's rapid development. He swiftly dialed the individual he believed to be the best mentor for Lin Hao. "Hello, sir. How are you?" Silver inquired, his eyes behind the glasses revealing a perceptive understanding of others' intentions. As the chosen successor of David Stern, he was intimately familiar with all 30 teams in the league. The San Antonio Spurs, a storied franchise, were an integral part of his strategic vision. With their established building system and the presence of a historically great coach at the helm, making them impossible to overlook. In the Spurs locker room, Greg Popovich furrowed his brow as he received a call from an assistant coach. "Hello, Mr. President, I am well. What brings you to call?" Although Popovich employed a degree of formality, it was evident that he held little respect for the newly appointed president. Undeterred, Silver responded calmly, "I called to share my thoughts." The San Antonio Spurs represent a significant chapter in NBA history, standing shoulder to shoulder with the Los Angeles Lakers and the Boston Celtics. While those two teams are currently in a rebuilding phase, how could I overlook a Spurs team still in its prime? Their dialogue was laced with veiled intentions. While they exchanged pleasantries, neither wished for the other to meddle in their affairs. "I appreciate your consideration, but our star, Tim Duncan, is nearing the end of his career. Once he retires, the Spurs will face a steep decline, and the road to resurgence is long. I am acutely aware that advancing to the finals this season is nearly impossible, let alone the Western Conference Finals. The competition in the West is ferocious, with formidable teams like the Oklahoma City Thunder led by Russell Westbrook and Kevin Durant, the Splash Brothers of the Golden State Warriors, James Harden's Houston Rockets, and the Portland Trail Blazers, who boast 4 All-Stars. Not to mention the Los Angeles Clippers, known for their high-flying plays. Each of these teams presents a considerable challenge. Therefore, there's no need for your concern regarding the Spurs." Popovich's tone seemed to subtly convey a dismissal to Silver, who, upon hearing this, furrowed his brow in contemplation. He then decided to reveal his trump card. "What if I told you that I could provide you with the means to triumph over those formidable teams, thereby restoring the Spurs to championship contention? If I were to offer you a player whose talents on both ends of the court are unparalleled, a player with explosive physical attributes, high basketball IQ, and a gentle demeanor, essentially a guard version of Tim Duncan. Would you still maintain your previous stance? Oh, may I inquire who this prodigious player is, Mr. President? Popovich pondered, calculating the implications of Silver's offer. Having navigated the league for over a decade, he recognized the adage that there are no free lunches, and he harbored skepticism towards such unexpected fortune. Nonetheless, he was reluctant to watch the team he had nurtured for years descend into the depths of the Western Conference following Duncan's retirement.